3 centuries ago, Heaven's will descended, shattering the sky as countless dungeons and secret realms crashed into the earth, unleashing a tide of ferocious beasts that brought humanity to the very brink of an apocalyptic nightmare. Just when hope seemed lost in this Manhwa recap, the Awakened emerged from the chaos wielding immense powers to push back the monster tides and reclaim their world from the jaws of extinction. Though the world was saved from total destruction, the war for survival never ended, forcing humanity to dive into these dangerous dungeons to plunder resources, leading nations to pour everything into nurturing the next generation of awakened warriors. In this unforgiving world, every citizen awaits the fateful day they turn 18, the moment destined to determine their entire future through the awakening ceremony. Today is that legendary day where destinies are forged, sorting youths into 3 distinct paths: combat support, or the lowly survival class, with everyone praying to the gods for a glorious combat profession. While the combat class is worshipped, the survival class is despised as trash that cannot fight. Furthermore, a person's potential is ruthlessly graded into 4 ranks: common, rare, hidden, and the heaven-defying divine level. A young man named Jiang Chen stepped onto the platform, and as the energy swirled, the heavens trembled. He had awakened a 1 in a million divine tier talent. Principal Wang rushed forward with ecstasy written all over his face, but his smile shattered instantly when he realized Jiang Chen had awakened a useless survival class, causing even the nearby recruiter to turn his back in cold disgust. The awe of the crowd instantly curdled into sneers and mockery, their admiration vanishing as if the magnificent phenomenon Jiang Chen created just seconds ago never happened. Jiang Chen, however, wasn't shocked by their fickleness. He merely let out a self-deprecating chuckle, seeing clearly the ugly, power-hungry face of this hypocritical world. Yet despair did not take root in his heart, for Jiang Chen possessed a secret weapon unknown to all. He was a transmigrator, who had carried a dormant system with him since being reborn as an orphan in this new life. Having witnessed how this post-apocalyptic world worshipped raw strength and trampled on the weak, he knew that in this leveling Manhwa reality, only the ruthless could sit upon the throne. He had trained desperately to secure a foothold in society before his 18th birthday. But fate smiled upon him when his cheat system finally initialized just 1 month prior. That moment changed everything, granting him the divine tier profession, Spirit Nurturer. Along with a terrifying hidden ability, the power to summon the broodmother of the insect race. The insect race was the very scourge that nearly erased humanity during the Dark Era, a chaotic existence of pure destruction that struck fear into the hearts of legends. History whispered that when the calamity first descended out of the 12 human kings, 9 sacrificed their lives just to seal the insect race away. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, rage and determination burning within him. In this world, power is the only law that matters. So why hesitate? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp predatory light as he vowed to seize destiny by the throat, regardless of whether his power came from the dreaded insect race. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chen activated the system, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into a vast, boundless dimension, leaving him standing upon a void of nothingness. Shielding his eyes from a blinding brilliance, he muttered, "So this is my soul sea," before gasping in awe at the colossal ancient tree winding towards the heavens before him. "Is this my talent?" he wondered aloud, gazing up at the magnificent structure. "I never expected my soul form to be a world tree." Suddenly, a cascade of holographic panels materialized, displaying the ancient tree's functions, and Jiang Chen rubbed his chin with a satisfied smirk. This awakening Manhwa system was intelligent enough to analyze his class synergy automatically. Although these talents possessed 0 direct combat capability, every single one of them seemed perfectly designed to buff and evolve his insect race system to terrifying new heights. A mechanical chime broke his train of thought. System scan complete. Does the host wish to commence the summoning of the broodmother? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Summon the broodmother." And instantly the dimension warped as suffocating waves of dark energy erupted from the void, swallowing the light. The pressure was immense, forcing Jiang Chen to furrow his brows as he thought, "This aura is overwhelming." Just before the system announced, summoning successful calamity-grade entity, the Nine-Winged Scourge. As the purple mist dissipated, a monstrous mountainous silhouette revealed itself, looming over him with an intimidating presence that froze the air itself. Her lore and terrifying skills populated the interface, leaving Jiang Chen stunned as he stared up at the behemoth, thinking, how can a single bug be this massive? The Nine-Winged Scourge bared its razor-sharp fangs, its voice stuttering with primal instinct. "Master, Xiaoju likes... Master... Xiaoju is hungry. Want to eat beasts." Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen activated his Spirit Nurturer skill on Xiaoju to accelerate her growth. Grinning with satisfaction as he commanded, "No sacrifices needed." "Then what are we waiting for? Evolve first, talk later," he declared, and a blinding pillar of light exploded outwards, the energy swirling like a violent tornado that left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. "It seems relying on devouring to level up makes her a high-maintenance pet," he mused, But as the light lingered, a sudden wave of anxiety began to creep into his heart. From within the fading brilliance, a pair of eyes filled with lethal intent locked onto him, revealing that Xiaozhou had evolved from a monster into a breathtakingly beautiful human girl. At that precise moment, the system's celebratory fanfare rang out, delivering a notification that would change the course of his future. The Nine-Winged Scourge has completed her life evolution and ascended to a new form, unlocking a barrage of devastating new skills, while Jiang Chen stood there, eyes wide as saucers, completely shook by her transformation. Before he could utter a word, she lunged forward and latched onto him like a koala, beaming with pure joy. Master Xiao has evolved. Jiang Chen, caught off guard, and blushing furiously at the sudden intimacy, glanced at her in disbelief. She actually evolved into a human form. While Xiaozhou clenched her fists, eager to show off. Master Xiaozhou wants to eat, she chirped, prompting Jiang Chen to gently pat her head as he reviewed the wall of overpowered skills she had just unlocked in the system interface. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he looked at her, realizing he had just hit the jackpot. The Spirit Nurturer talent could accelerate the broodmother's devouring speed, and in return the experience she gained from eating would skyrocket his own leveling speed, while also boosting all his stats by 20%. It's a perfect loop, he realized. My profession was born for this system who needs a flashy combat class when I have this, as he turned around to formulate his master plan. As long as I keep grinding monsters and her devouring speed holds up, I'll soon command an invincible army of the insect race, he thought, looking up with a frown as he recalled the system's warning about the insects destroying the world. Piecing together the fragmented lore, it became terrifyingly clear that this was a taboo power, one that must never be revealed to the light of day. If anyone finds out, I'll be silenced permanently, he concluded, deciding to use his humble lifestyle class and Xiaozhou's poison mist as a cover to secretly devour beasts and build his strength in the shadows. But hiding like a rat isn't my style, he told himself with steel in his eyes. I will become strong enough to force the world to acknowledge me. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet began to quake, violently snapping him out of his thoughts as he looked down in alarm to see what new chaos was about to erupt. Xiaozhou frowned, killing intent radiating from her eyes like a frozen abyss. Master... A chilling, sadistic smile curled her lips. Her voice faded into a blur, leaving only a menacing warning echoing in his mind before everything went dark. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. Standing before him was Ji Gang, a towering figure looming over him by a full head. The man furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with suspicion. Student, that strange phenomenon the whole city just witnessed. Was that your awakening? Jiang Chen felt the crushing weight of Ji Gang's aura pressing down on him. Cold sweat trickled down his spine in fear. This pressure. He's at least a Grandmaster tier warrior. Why would someone of that caliber target him? Around them the crowd began to murmur nervously. Whispers spread like wildfire. That aura is insane. I can feel it from a mile away. What level is that class? He seems to be targeting Jiang Chen. Is there beef between them? Jiang Chen studied the man's intense expression, doubt creeping in. It was strange. This overwhelming pressure had been locked onto him from the start, yet the man remained silent. A bold thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Is he intentionally testing me? Suddenly Xiaozhou's voice echoed from the depths of his soul. Master! She licked her fingers with predatory excitement. This human's power looks delicious. Xiaozhou wants, she shrieked without hesitation, to devour him. Jiang Chen's heart nearly stopped. Oh no, system alert. Red warning screens flooded his vision in this system Manhwa. The mother bug detects a threat. Target possesses high devour value. The mother bug is initiating predation sequence. A torrent of uncontrollable killing intent exploded from Jiang Chen, rendering him helpless to stop it. Xiaozhou's predatory instinct was taking over. The bystanders gasped, retreating from the sudden drop in temperature. It's so cold. What is this terrifying dark energy? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a realization amidst the chaos. So, when the devour value is too low, the mother bug's aggression spikes uncontrollably. I need to find other monsters for Xiaozhou to eat, and fast. Seeing the faint smile on Ji Gang's face, the truth finally clicked. So that was his goal all along. He used his aura to test my limits, but accidentally triggered the mother bug's self-defense mechanism, Shoryo. Fortunately, a new window popped up. Mother bug temporarily suppressed. Current devour value is critical. Host must initiate breeding and devouring immediately. Devour value is under 1,000. Jiang Chen let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He had barely managed to contain the beast within. The older man finally broke the silence with praise. Not bad, kid. You just finished your awakening, yet you withstood my pressure, and even dared to push back. A god-tier class indeed. Your potential is limitless. The crowd erupted in whispers. That aura was Jiang Chen's It's Gone Now. A classic scene for an awakening manhwa. Jiang Chen put on his best innocent face, looking up with wide eyes. You flatter me, sir. May I ask who you are? Internally, he sighed. Safe. He didn't notice the bug. The man met his gaze and replied calmly, I am Jigang, commander of the Night Watchers. I won't mince words. I value your strength. How would you like to join us? Jiang Chen's guard went up instantly. What, the Night Watchers? Everyone in Great Xia knew the legend. The Night Watchers were the specialized organization dedicated to holding the line against monster tides and abyssal beasts. Whenever a dungeon or secret realm opened, they were the vanguard. Living on the bleeding edge of the battlefield meant their mortality rate was terrifyingly high. Normal people avoided them like the plague. But for me, Jiang Chen thought of Xiaozhou and began to calculate. The mother bug needs to consume monster corpses to accumulate energy for her offspring. This is my chance to hunt higher-level beasts. Once the devour value hits maximum, the breeding phase begins. I wonder how much chaos that will cause the wilderness as the perfect nursery. Joining the Night Watchers solves both my feeding and breeding problems instantly. A satisfied smirk played on Jiang Chen's lips as he schemed. In that case, the Night Watchers are the perfect hunting ground for me. Jigong pressed on, trying to sell it. Student, I know the rumors about us are grim, but that's ancient history. Join us, and we will pour all our resources into nurturing you. A god-tier talent like you deserves nothing less. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Night Watchers. That's a death sentence. No sane person goes there, not even Jiang Chen. Yet without a second of hesitation, Jiang Chen grasped the commander's hand. Say no more, Commander Ji, Jiang Chen declared with burning righteousness. Restoring the glory of the Night Watchers is my duty, I accept. Jigong stuttered completely, taken aback. What? Inside, Jiang Chen was cheering with joy. My little bug baby's daddy's found you a buffet. Jigang asked, still stunned. You're serious? Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly, his smile straining. Absolutely, but I have urgent business to attend to right now. Deep in his mind, Xiaozhou was rolling around in a fit of rage. Unhappy want eat, Xiaozhou is starving. Jiang Chen turned to flee before she lost control. He didn't forget to shout back, I'll report to headquarters in 3 days. See you then. Watching his retreating back, Jigong couldn't help but marvel. I thought it would take a fight to convince him. What a passionate kid. He paused. Wait. I forgot to ask. What kind of hidden class is he? He runs fast too. Suddenly, Jigong noticed a group landing behind him and sneered. Isn't that the 8th Elder of the Martial Academy? Here to poach my recruit, too late. The 8th Elder barely regained his balance before screaming, Where is he? Where is the god-tier survival class? Jigang froze, his brain short-circuiting. He shouted back in confusion. Survival class. What are you talking about? The Elder glared, eyes bulging. Jigong, you didn't just send a god-tier survivalist to join the Night Watchers. Are you trying to get him killed? The truth hit Jigang like a truck. Wait. You mean that kid? Jigang screamed into the empty street, his voice cracking. Huh. A god-tier survivalist caused that phenomenon. This twist is pure Manhwa recap gold. The 8th Elder confirmed it instantly. Yes. Behind him, Liu Ying sighed, stepping forward. Wang Yi, can you lower your voice? Do you want to die of high blood pressure? Wang Yi gave a polite, weary smile. Listen to your nephew, he makes sense. But Jiang Chen just laughed it off with a warm reassurance. Don't worry, Wang Yi. There's no shame in it at all. The older man offered a comforting look, trying to brighten the mood. That's the spirit, little Chen. Even if a survival type can't fight on the front lines, I hear the major spirit plant corporations are desperate for talents like you. If your parents could see you now, they would be beaming with pride. Jiang Chen returned the smile, his eyes sincere. Thank you for everything over the years. I promise I'll never forget your kindness. Wang Yi waved him off. All right, little Chen. Don't sweat the small stuff. You actually came at the perfect time. We were just about to raid a combat secret realm. Why don't you tag along? Consider it a power leveling session on the house. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. I'd love to. Thank you, Wang Yi. Instantaneously, the blue screen of the system chimed in his mind. Notification party formation complete. A blinding pillar of light erupted, swallowing the entire area. Jiang Chen knit his brows, bracing himself as the teleportation magic took hold. Then the mechanical voice of the system returned. You have entered the secret realm. The group scanned their surroundings, confusion washing over them. Was this really the dungeon? Suddenly, along the cold stone walls, eerie ghost lights flickered into existence one by one. Holographic displays materialized before their eyes as the system synchronized. Connection to the secret realm established. Rank C dungeon. The undead temple has been activated. Drop rate set to 100%. Experience calculation will commence upon completion. This was standard procedure for a leveling manhwa, but something felt strangely intense. Wang Yi's eyes widened in sheer terror. These are undead soldiers. Why has the system connected us to a god-tier instance? Even Jiang Chen felt a cold sweat form. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. This dungeon was a death trap. Liu Ying's eyes lit up with realization from the backline. I know why it must be, because little Chen awakened a god-class profession. The system automatically balanced the difficulty to match him. Wang Yi stammered, completely baffled by the high-level connection. But little Chen is just a survival type. Ye Chen's voice trembled with fear. Wang Yi, should we abort the mission? But the veteran hunter stood his ground, his expression hardening. No. We don't stumble upon a dungeon of this caliber every day. If we run now, we'll never know. Who knows? We might just walk away with legendary gear. The undead horde let out a bone-chilling screech. Wang Yi was the first to react, charging forward with his blade drawn, screaming a warning over his shoulder. Little Chen, keep your distance. These undead soldiers are far deadlier than any rank C monster. Stay in the back line while we secure the center. Killing intent flared in Wang Yi's eyes. With a single thunderous strike, he cleaved the nearest undead soldier cleanly in half. He spun around, barking orders. Liu Ying, buff my stats now. She responded instantly, her hands glowing with magic. On it. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi unleashed a flurry of attacks, his eyes burning with electric determination. Steel sang against rotting bone as he carved a path through the undead swarm. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Do Wang Yi and the others fight monsters like this every single day? It was no wonder they always came home covered in scars. Rumor had it that Liu Ying forced herself to become a combatant just to pay for her little brother's eye surgery. Yet despite her own burdens, she had always looked out for him. A frown settled on his face, replaced quickly by steely resolve. He had to become stronger. He had to amass a fortune to repay their kindness. Suddenly Xiaozhou's voice echoed in his mind, trembling with excitement. Master. So many monsters. So much fresh biomass. Xiaozhou wants to feast. Jiang Chen smirked. Looks like you can smell the dinner bell. It was time to test her true potential. He summoned his Tier 1 poison miasma, letting the corrosive energy pool in his palm. Go Xiaozhou. It's all yours. The entity instantly dissolved into the ether, shooting forward like a phantom. Thank you, Master. The fallen corpses on the battlefield began to disintegrate rapidly. Jiang Chen watched in awe. Incredible. The moment the monsters touch the toxin, they just melt away. Xiaozhou's skeletal poison was terrifyingly potent. But a realization hit him: these low-level mobs would yield diminishing returns. If he wanted fast growth in this awakening Manhwa scenario, he needed to devour far more. The status screen flickered into view. Name Jiang Chen. First awakening. Devour value 10. Level 1. Identity Lord of the Insect Swarm. Class God Tier Spirit Nurturer. Divine Talent All Creation Growth Tier 1. Divine Talent Evolutionary Gift Tier 1. Divine Talent Ancestral Tree of Life Tier 1. Insect Queen Xiaozhou. Threat Level Calamity. Equipment none. Energy 35. Agility 31. Spirit 27. Physique 20. Combat Power Rating 41. Stars. Insect Queen passive feedback active. Mutual symbiosis feedback active. Current devour value 100 out of 10,000. Current experience 500. Jiang Chen surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Wang Yi's team lived up to their veteran status. Their coordination was flawless as they pushed deeper into the dungeon's core. The skeletal poison is a wide-range area of effect attack, he mused. I don't have perfect control over it yet. If I'm not careful, I could accidentally wipe out my own party. For now, the safest bet is to shadow them and harvest the corpses they leave behind. Suddenly, Xiaozhou's voice pierced his thoughts. Master Xiaozhou senses something. Jiang Chen paused, confused. What is it? Her reply was instant. Fresh prey. Right here. From the shadows, figures materialized, their eyes glowing with malice. Analysis complete. Energy 20, Agility 15, Defense 10, Spirit 5, Level 10. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold as he analyzed the threat. Assassins lurking in the dark to pick off the support class and a red name tags. That means their level is significantly higher than mine. He glanced at his own status window, a smirk tugging at his lips. Despite the level gap, simply looking at the raw numbers, these monsters were pathetic compared to his buffed attributes. Name Jiang Chen, First Awakening, Level 1, Identity Lord of the Insect Swarm, Class God Tier Spirit Nurturer. Divine Talents All Creation Growth Evolutionary Gift Ancestral Tree of Life. Summon Calamity Grade Insect Queen Xiaozhou. Energy 35, Agility 31, Spirit 27, Physique 20, Combat Power Rating 41, Stars. All passive feedbacks fully active. Devour value 100. Since I have some XP to spare, let's use these pests for target practice. Jiang Chen extended his hand, his command echoing with authority. Xiaozhou, transform into poison mist. As you command, master, she dissolved instantly. As the assassins lunged from the darkness, Jiang Chen didn't flinch. His eyes flashed with a terrifying predatory killing intent. Come get some! Jiang Chen launched himself into the air, heading straight for the monster swarm. His hand brushed against a creature, and the moment contact was made, the target began to rot away instantly. The assassins hiding in the shadows watched in total confusion, question marks practically floating above their heads. Jiang Chen withdrew the poison from his palm with a dark expression. He glanced at the hidden enemies and clenched his fist. The ambushers were instantly corroded into nothingness, triggering a cascade of system notifications, plunder value +50. Jiang Chen looked up with satisfaction. Just like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, these mobs were nothing but free experience points to him, and his stats were skyrocketing. Xiaozhou chimed in, her voice trembling with excitement. Master, more blood food has appeared. Just then a fresh wave of monsters spawned right beside Jiang Chen. He frowned, his muscles tensing. There are too many hidden mobs in this dungeon. A wave of anxiety hit him. I'm worried about Wang Yi's group. I need to end this fast and back them up. Making a decision, he called out, Xiaozhou, you can handle this trash, right? She replied with supreme confidence. Of course they are just prey for Xiaozhou. Leave it to me, master. But suddenly Liu Ying's terrified scream pierced the air. Wang Yi, you're bleeding. Wang Yi kept his back to her, his voice steady and calm. I'm a combat class warrior. A little scratch like this is nothing. But the truth was, he was covered in wounds. He grit his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it, these monsters just keep multiplying. We can't keep this up. Realizing the danger, Wang Yi spun around and barked orders to the team. Liu Ying, take everyone to Little Chen's location and get out of here now. Her eyes went wide with panic. Wang Yi! While they were distracted, a skeletal assassin leaped from above, descending silently towards Wang Yi's blind spot. Huh! By the time he turned his head, the blade was inches from his skull. Wang Yi screamed, "Oh no!" But in that split second, Jiang Chen flashed onto the scene. Before the undead creature could land its hit, it disintegrated completely into black dust. Wang Yi stared at Jiang Chen's shock written all over his face as the young man spoke. Wang Yi, is everyone all right? The older man looked at the lingering skill effects, completely baffled. Little Chen, aren't you a survival class? How did you do that? Jiang Chen didn't bother hiding it. I have a hidden poison mist skill. Wang Yi is hurt bad. Liu Ying, Ye Qian, get him out of here. I'll handle the rear. Wang Yi's jaw dropped. Is that a god-tier ability? But it's too dangerous for you alone. Liu Ying nodded, frantically agreeing with him. He's right, Little Chen. Let's retreat together. But Jiang Chen stood his ground, his silhouette radiating unshakable resolve. Don't worry. I've got this. Suddenly the system alert blared. Condition met. Player count at the end of the hidden realm is sufficient. Summoning the secret dungeon boss. Wang Yi panicked, but Liu Ying cut in. Wang Yi, Little Chen isn't reckless. We have to trust him. Wang Yi hesitated, then tossed his own weapon toward Jiang Chen. Catch, but make sure you return it to me later. Sorry, Chuya. Jiang Chen caught the weapon firmly and shouted back, Rest easy, Wang Yi. I'll return it in one piece. He inspected the item. Novice Conqueror's Sword. Agility +25. Energy +30. Attack speed +2. Passive skill, Heavy Strike active. Jiang Chen grinned. This will do. Using the sword as a conduit, he unleashed his poison mist, and the surrounding monsters lunged at him in unison. In a single heartbeat, Jiang Chen swung the blade. A flash of steel, and the entire mob was obliterated without him breaking a sweat. He felt invincible, channeling the skills that made him the top kendo student in the academy. But as he charged forward, a massive dark shadow plummeted from the sky with killing intent. Jiang Chen's instincts screamed. He glanced up and leaped backward just as the monster's blade slammed into where he had been standing. The creature twisted its body with terrifying agility, preparing a follow-up strike. Its massive sword swept toward Jiang Chen with crushing force. Jiang Chen grit his teeth and raised Wang Yi's sword to block. Clang. The weapon couldn't handle the pressure, it snapped in half instantly. The shockwave blasted Jiang Chen backward. He dug his feet into the ground, skidding to a halt. Clutching the broken remains of the sword, he gasped. So this is the dungeon boss. It's stronger than I imagined. He looked down at the shattered hilt in his hand, sweat forming on his brow. Uh-oh. How am I going to explain this to Wang Yi? The dust settled, revealing the enemy, a level 15 undead monarch. Its eyes glowed with two distinct flames of pure murderous aura. The undead monarch roared and charged, showing no mercy. Jiang Chen didn't panic. He looked up and commanded, Xiaozhou. Instantly the girl materialized and caught the monster's blade with her bare hand. Xiaozhou stood shielding her master, her voice dropping to a chilling tone. Master, permission to wipe them out. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Granted. With a sickening crunch, she crushed the boss's sharp blade like it was made of glass. The aura exploding from her small frame was far more terrifying than the monster's. The undead monarch, mindless and enraged, threw a punch. At that moment, a bolt of crimson lightning crackled in Xiaoju's eyes. She swung her fist forward. Boom! A barrage of invisible wind blades shot out, slicing through the air. The attack sheared through the monarch's arm and bisected its torso in one go. One hit. That was all it took. Xiaoju stood victorious, radiating a wild, battle-hungry energy. Jiang Chen watched the scene stunned. I knew she was strong, but one-shotting the boss, he thought. Guess this dungeon run is over. But then glowing blue particles began to drift in the air, catching his attention. Jiang Chen realized something was wrong. It's condensing mana. Blinding beams of light gathered in a circle above them. The energy coalesced, and when the light faded, a new nightmare stood before them. A level 20 undead tyrant. Jiang Chen's heart sank. It reformed into a stronger monster. Wait, is that crystal its real core? He grit his teeth and shouted, Xiaoju, destroy the energy crystal in its chest. The undead tyrant opened its maw, charging up a devastating breath attack. Xiaoju launched herself off the ground, moving so fast she left a sonic boom in her wake. In a blink, she was right in the monster's face. She leapt, high eyes burning with fire, and swung her fist to shatter the core. But the undead tyrant defied physics. It backflipped in midair. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief. How does something that huge have that kind of agility? But as thoughts raced through his mind, he scanned the terrain, calculating every variable. What if he turned the battlefield itself into a weapon? Determination blazed in Jiang Chen's eyes like a cold fire. He had to gamble everything on this one move. He weaved through the undead tyrant's catastrophic assaults, analyzing the beast's patterns midair. This monster wasn't just freakishly fast. Every strike carried the weight of a mountain. White steam poured from Jiang Chen's body as his brain overclocked, processing the deadly combat data. The beast charged like a berserk rhino, but that raw aggression was exactly its fatal flaw. Even as the undead tyrant backed him into a corner, a calm smile ghosted over Jiang Chen's lips. He had sensed it earlier, the faint pulse of life beneath the soil. This entire secret dungeon was sitting on top of a massive dormant root system. A deadly plan formed in his mind. He just needed one split second to unleash his innate spirit nurturer skill, right when the monster closed the distance. That would be the checkmate. His gaze sharpened into a blade. Now. A mystic sigil ignited on Jiang Chen's palm as he poured his very soul into this awakening Manhwa moment. Innate skill, all things grow. The ground exploded. Ancient roots erupted from the earth like dragon claws, followed by a dense forest springing into existence in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen raised his hand, his voice cutting through the chaos. Xiaoju, finish it. Without hesitation, she prepared to strike. Yes, master. Xiaoju spun around her aura, shifting instantly. Her hair spiked up, and her eyes glowed with blood-red fury. In a flash of devastation, the undead tyrant was completely obliterated. Jiang Chen's heart soared. It worked. Even a support skill like his could turn the tides of a deathmatch if used with enough cunning. The All Things Grow skill entered an 8-hour cooldown, but the victory was secured. Remembering the mechanics of this world, he moved to the final step, shattering the monster's core. He gripped the harvested core tension radiating from his knuckles. With a definitive crunch, he crushed it, signaling the true end of the battle. Instantly, a cascade of system notifications rang out. Congratulations, Abyss Level C Undead Temple cleared. The secret dungeon began to close. The performance evaluation appeared. Spirit Nurturer, S rank. Level 12, Swordsman Wang Yi, B rank. Level 11, Warlock Liu Ying, A rank. Level 10, Pugilist Yi Chen, B rank. The Heavenly Dao system announced the equipment rewards. The status panel loaded, and a glistening equipment shop materialized right before Jiang Chen's eyes. He reached out, grabbing a weapon at random. System analysis complete. Sharp dagger of Serdemu. Grade D, attack plus 50, speed plus 5%. A dark satisfaction washed over him as he inspected it. Not bad. This blade should be enough to compensate Wang Yi for his trouble. Jiang Chen frowned, overwhelmed by the choices. So much gear, but it's all combat-focused. Is there nothing suitable for a survival build in this leveling Manhwa? His hand drifted to another weapon, curiosity getting the better of him. Let's see what kind of stats this bad boy is hiding. As his fingers tightened around the haft, the interface flashed. King's Call. Energy plus 100. Agility, minus 100. Special attribute. 10% chance to deal 5 times critical damage. The moment he pulled it out, the massive hammer crashed down, cracking the stone floor beneath. Jiang Chen grunted internally. This thing weighs a ton. But he froze as a familiar sensation washed over him. Wait. The system pinged with the sweetest sound in the world. Experience rewards distributed. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The dungeon XP is finally hitting. In the next second, strength flooded his veins, and he lifted the heavy hammer as if it were a feather. He had skyrocketed from level 1 straight to level 6. The mysterious plus sign on his interface indicated that all his current attributes had surged by 20%. He smirked with satisfaction. Thanks to the experience feedback from the broodmother, I hit level 6 in a heartbeat. Now the amplification effect of my cheat ability is even more terrifying. With this level boost, my physical combat stats aren't looking too shabby either. Suddenly, Xiaozhou tugged at his sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. Master. He turned to see her pointing eagerly at the pile of loot drool practically dripping. Can Xiaozhou eat all of this as a treat? Jiang Chen sighed, shaking his head. No can do, Xiaozhou. We need to trade those with Wang Yi's team for money. Besides, eating metal will give you a stomachache. Disappointed, she poked her own cheek, then pointed at the massive corpse of the undead tyrant. Then? Can I eat that? Jiang Chen blinked, realization hitting him. Right. I almost forgot about the boss corpse. That was a goldmine of devour points waiting to be harvested. He couldn't let it go to waste. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, Xiaozhou. It's all yours. As he watched her approach the fallen giant, he calculated rapidly. The boss isn't too big, but using bone corrosion might take a while. If we stay here too long. But Xiaozhou didn't wait. She announced cheerfully, I'm digging in. She scrunched her eyes shut and opened her mouth unnaturally wide, initiating the devouring process. In a split second, the massive corpse vanished. She returned to her cute form, but her eyes flashed with a terrifying predatory light. Jiang Chen stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, she can devour things whole like that? Immediately, the digestion process began within her. Rumbling sounds echoed like thunder. That's way too loud! Jiang Chen panicked slightly. Thank God we're inside the secret dungeon. If we were in the city, the authorities would be all over us. The system interface went crazy. System alert, devour value plus 100. Jiang Chen braced himself against the shockwaves radiating from her. The devour value is skyrocketing. As expected of a boss monster, the quality is on another level. I need to feed her more bosses. Suddenly, a sound from the dungeon entrance made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Footsteps crap. Wang Yi's team must have heard the commotion. He checked the status bar, current devour value 8,876 out of 10,000. Jiang Chen hissed urgently, Xiaozhou, revert to your human form now. She smiled innocently. Yes, master. He bit his lip in frustration. Damn it, we were so close to filling the bar. Just then, Wang Yi walked in beaming. Little Chen, you actually cleared it. We're going to be swimming in loot this time. Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking sheepish. Wang Yi, about your sword. I kinda snapped it in half. Instead of getting angry, Wang Yi burst into laughter. Who cares? Look at this loot. Since we got such rare equipment, consider the sword water under the bridge. Liu Ying chimed in, holding up a glittering object. And this necklace is a rare drop too. It's going to sell for a fortune. Liu Ying couldn't wrap her head around it. Little Chen, how on earth did you solo that boss by yourself? Jiang Chen just scratched his head, playing it cool. Guess my poison was just the perfect counter for those creatures. But as he spoke, his mind was elsewhere. The dungeon was cleared, which meant no more respawns here. I've gathered enough devour value to finally trigger the first multiplication sequence. But if I want fresh prey, I have no choice but to head into the wilderness. Across from him, Wang Yi sighed with a mix of awe and regret. You know, little Chen, with an ability like that, wasting away in a research lab would be a crime against humanity. You haven't even received a rank yet, but your energy output is off the charts. You're destined for the top. He paused. So what's your next move? Jiang Chen grinned, basking in the praise. Wang Yi, I didn't want to worry you before, but the truth is, I'm preparing to join the Night Watchman. The older man's eyes went wide. The Night Watchman. Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, explaining further. Yeah, I have an interview with their commander in 3 days, but I need to get stronger before then. That's why I'm heading to the wilderness early. I need to power level. Liu Ying's face paled. The wilderness, that place is a death trap, little Chen. But Jiang Chen just clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve. Don't worry, Wang Yi. I've got a plan. Honestly, you should probably be worried about the monsters instead of me. Time flew by, and soon the cityscape gave way to ruins. A mechanical voice shattered the silence. Arriving at the terminal, now entering the outer zone. Beyond this point lies the wilderness. Jiang Chen threw on his coat and stepped onto the platform. He scanned the area, letting out a sharp breath. So this is the outer zone. It's crawling with other class holders. He took a bite of bread, chewing thoughtfully. Ever since the system awakened, his appetite had undergone a monstrous transformation. Even strangers simply eating food now increased his stats. As expected of a system Manhwa protagonist, the notifications chimed in his head. Devour value +1. Devour value +1. On his shoulder, Xiao scoffed at the cheap bread. Master's food tastes like cardboard. Jiang Chen ignored the complaint and summoned a holographic map. Relax, I'll find you some real food soon. They analyzed the data and Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Wang Yi really came through. Not only did he give me high-tier gear, but this spatial ring and the detailed intel are lifesavers. According to the intel, the wilderness is saturated with chaotic mana. Electronics are useless here. It's a true dead zone. Plus monster nests are constantly migrating. Without this updated map, I'd be walking in blind, let alone finding a boss monster's lair. He traced the routes, his mind working like a supercomputer. The Firebird and Thunder Rhino dungeons are flooded with farmers. Too much risk of exposing my abilities. This danger zone marks a hostile faction's territory, gotta avoid that. But this goblin dungeon, low-level, high mob density and barely any players. Perfect. A plan formed. He snapped his fingers, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Goblin nest it is. With this map I'll speedrun the route. But before he could take a step, a rough voice barked from behind. Oi, you freeze! A heavy hand clamped onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. Zheng Tai glared at him. I've been calling you kid. You deaf or just stupid? I'm asking you a question. Have you seen a blonde girl pass through here? Jiang Chen's expression turned frigid, killing intent leaking out. No. And watch your tone. Sizzle the moment. Zheng Tai touched him, Xiaoju's poison lashed out. The thug screamed as his flesh began to rot. My hand. What is this poison? He clutched his melting hand, gritting his teeth in disbelief. Impossible. This kid barely looks level 10. How can he pierce the defense of a level 27 tank like me? This isn't a normal leveling Manhwa scenario. Jiang Chen turned his back, walking away with terrifying calmness. Better find a healer fast. My poison lingers. And while you're at it, get your brain checked too. But the thug wasn't done being stupid. You little punk who said you could leave. Zheng Tai's face twisted into a mask of rage. I'm with the Xiao family. You've got guts attacking one of us. Jiang Chen paused. The Xiao family. The name struck a chord. Red light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was losing patience. Zheng Tai smashed his fist into the ground, sending spiderweb cracks tearing through the pavement. Jiang Chen sidestepped smoothly, his mind racing. Who exactly is this Xiao family? Seeing him dodge only fueled the thug's berserker rage. Fast for a rat, aren't you? Zheng Tai lunged. Jiang Chen didn't even blink. Xiaozhou, stop playing nice. The spirit materialized instantly. Understood, master. Zheng Tai sneered at the gathering dark energy. More smoke tricks. You think that scares me? But before the clash could happen, a cold voice cut through the air. Zheng Tai, I believe I gave you specific orders to be discreet. Jiang Chen frowned. Another one. Yuan Wu stepped out, his eyes burning with disappointment. I sent you to find a person, not start a street brawl. The killing intent rolling off him made Zheng Tai tremble. Young master, useless trash. Boom. Without a second thought, Yuan Wu backhanded his own subordinate, sending him flying. He stared coldly at the heap on the ground. Remember your place. You are a dog of the Xiao family. Do not tarnish our name with your incompetence. Yes, young master. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. I didn't even sense his presence until he spoke. So this is the owner of the rabid dog. He's in a completely different league than that tank. Yuan Wu turned to him, his expression suddenly pleasant. My apologies. My dog has a bad habit of barking at strangers. Can I offer you some compensation? Jiang Chen kept his guard up. I'll pass. No harm done. Yuan Wu smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. You're an interesting one. Heading into the wilderness, are you? Yuan Wu stepped into Jiang Chen's personal space, a snake-like smile on his lips. Why don't we team up? But Jiang Chen turned his back, his aura screaming isolation. Not interested. I hunt alone. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, amusement danced in Yuan Wu's eyes. Interesting. Is that a god-tier survival system? It's like something straight out of a system manhwa. Behind him, Zheng Tai stammered in fear. Young master, the task you gave me. I failed. Should I pursue her? Yuan Wu shot him a glare cold enough to freeze hell. By the time you finish, it'll be too late. I've already picked up her trail. She's hiding in the outer sector. She plans to cross the wilderness to reach the supply outpost. Removing his hood, a cruel command fell from his lips. Listen well. She must not reach that outpost alive. He signaled his hidden shadows. Summon every assassin in the vicinity. Follow me into the wilderness. Zheng Tai bowed deep. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen arrived at the ruins of a bygone era, a concrete jungle where humanity once thrived before the fall. Watching rats scurry through the debris, he sighed. Before the era of awakening, humans ruled this world. Then came the dungeons, the instances, and the beasts. They invaded our reality, reshaping civilization into a playground for the strong. Striding through the wreckage, Jiang Chen mused. Now only the awakened dare to venture here, grinding monsters for energy and loot. They call this the wilderness now. Suddenly Jiang Chen paused before a dilapidated structure. Wait. Did I lose my way? The goblin nest should be right here according to the map. But night is falling. His eyes scanned the perimeter, senses on high alert. There were mobs everywhere on the way here. Now not a single shadow. The silence is deafening. Trash mobs give terrible devour value. If I don't find a boss soon, I'll miss the Night Watch report deadline. Suddenly, his instincts screamed. The sky turned an ominous charcoal black. In seconds, a torrential downpour slammed into the earth. Jiang Chen caught a raindrop. This isn't normal rain, it's condensed mana fluctuations. I must have stepped into a boss's territory. Perfect. Even if it's the wrong nest, a hunt is a hunt. Once my devour value maxes out, my first evolution will finally begin. His danger sense flared. He snapped his head up. Hovering directly above him was a behemoth of a monster. Xiaozhou's voice echoed in his mind. Master, shall I dispose of it? Jiang Chen's eyes went cold. No need. It's just a low-level sack of meat with size on its side. Razor-sharp claws tore through the air. The beast struck without mercy, aiming to cleave Jiang Chen in two. Jiang Chen weaved through the attack with supernatural agility. Seizing the opening, he launched himself skyward, cocking his fist back. Boom! He drove his fist into the creature's skull like a meteor. But Xiaozhou warned master reinforcements approaching from the flank. Jiang Chen landed and scanned the area. The shadows were teeming with them. The horde was closing in. Fear non-existent. Jiang Chen smirked. Xiaozhou, looks like you're getting a buffet tonight. His eyes glowed a crimson red. Devour them. A deadly toxic mist exploded from Xiaozhou, shrouding Jiang Chen. He laughed. Nothing beats grinding in the wilderness. The XP yield is insane. Blitz tactics are the best. If I clear the path on the return trip, I should hit at least 2 more level ups. The acidic poison melted the monsters where they stood, turning the battlefield into a graveyard. Surveying the carnage, Jiang Chen commanded. Xiaozhou consumed their essence. Leave nothing. Xiaozhou chirped happily. Yes, master. Suddenly she paused. Wait. A delicious scent is approaching. Jiang Chen's interest piqued. Xiaozhou is picky. Must be a boss. He pointed into the mist. Xiaozhou, strike! Instead of a roar, a pitiful voice cried out. Ouch! 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 Jiang Chen froze, his eyes widening. Huh! Lying in the dirt was a girl knocked out cold. Jiang Chen tilted his head, genuinely confused. Is this a new humanoid monster variant? Moments later, Sandao's eyes snapped open. She sat up, dazed and scratching her head. Where am I? I swear I was just running. Jiang Chen gave an awkward smile. Oh, you're awake. Sandao shrieked back, flipping away. Who are you? Don't come any closer. He raised his hands defensively. Chill out. I'm just an awakened grinding mobs in the wilderness. I come in peace. Sandao's face flushed red with realization. She pointed an accusing finger. Wait, you're the one who sucker punched me. Jiang Chen scratched his cheek, looking away. My bad, you, looked like a monster. Steam practically blew out of her ears. Who calls a cute girl a monster? You zero EQ jerk. She frantically checked her face. Nose is okay. Ears still there. Jiang Chen watched, stunned. She tanked a full power hit from me and didn't die. Just how did she survive out here? Suddenly her ring pulsed with light. Sandao checked the holographic display and paled. Crap, I wasted too much time. They're going to catch me. Catch her, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Is she being hunted? He called out, Hey, is there a boss over there or something? You look like you've seen a ghost. Sandao turned back with a stiff fake smile. Oh, just some really scary monsters. I'm weak, so I'm fleeing. If you want to grind, be my guest. She waved dismissively. That's all the intel I have. Good luck, bye. Jiang Chen watched her run deadpan. Her acting skills are negative tier. The rain continued to pound the ruined city. If it's a monster that's free devour value for my system, I can handle beasts. But a shadow of doubt crossed his mind. But if her pursuers are other awakened, human enemies are always the most dangerous. The wilderness is a lawless zone. Murder and looting are just daily routines here. His eyes glinted. Maybe I should capture her and interrogate the truth. Xiaozhou pointed a trembling finger into the distance, her voice sharp with urgency. Master, a massive wave of energy is approaching fast from that direction. Jiang Chen let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. A swarm, perfect. That just means more prey for us. But his confidence wavered for a split second as the shadows materialized. A literal tide of nightmares surged forward, thousands of crimson eyes locking onto him with starving intent. Are you kidding me? There's an endless ocean of them, Jiang Chen shouted, panic rising, but in a heartbeat his veteran instincts kicked in. The intel was wrong. This wasn't a skirmish, it was a war. Yet a twisted grin crept up his face. Any other protagonist in an awakening manhwa might flee, but for him, this was an all-you-can-eat buffet of experience points walking right into his trap. His eyes went cold, radiating pure killing intent as he barked the order. Xiaozhou, activate bone poison armor now. Without hesitation, his loyal servant synced with his will. Your will is my command, master. As she transformed, an elite alpha beast roared, charging in only to be silenced by the singing steel of a blade slicing through the air. Jiang Chen vaulted skyward, his weapon cleaving the beast in twain, showering the ground in vile ichor. But as he landed, his brow furrowed. Something's off. Their agility has skyrocketed compared to the last wave. His senses screamed a warning, an ambush from the rear. Spinning like a tornado of death, his blade painted a deadly arc, butchering a dozen frenzied creatures in a single breath. Carcasses rained from the sky like hail. Yet despite the slaughter, a chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. The rhythm of this battle felt unnaturally orchestrated. He watched the horde's movement, some charging, others falling back to cover the flanks. Impossible, he muttered. They aren't just mindless beasts. They're coordinating attacks like a trained army. His gaze locked onto a six-eyed monstrosity lurking in the distance. That had to be the commander. The boss monster was puppeteering the entire swarm. Trapped in a sea of gnashing teeth, the gravity of the situation hit him. Thousands of units sharing a single hive mind, combining brute force with military tactics. No wonder this dungeon was a graveyard for other hunters. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on his weapon, his mind racing. Defensive play won't work. I need to carve a bloody path through the pawns and decapitate the king directly. Easier said than done, he gritted out, feeling the pressure mount. Suddenly, Xiaozhou's voice cut through the chaos. Master, I can hear their thoughts. I understand the high frequency. Jiang Chen paused, stunned. What did you say? Her eyes narrowed as she translated the guttural screeches. They aren't just attacking. They are mocking you, master. They dare to challenge your authority. The insult to her creator sent Xiaozhou into a frenzy. Her eyes glowed a demonic crimson as she unhinged her jaw, unleashing a primal roar that shook the very foundations of the cavern. The sonic blast shattered the enemy's formation, sending the horde into disarray. Jiang Chen's tactical mind clicked. Wait. Their formation broke because of her cry. Are these monsters actually insect types? Since when do spiders count as bugs? He mused. Xiaozhou turned to him, triumph radiating from her aura. Connection severed, master. I have jammed the boss's signal to the hunter drones. A savage grin returned to Jiang Chen's face. Who knew the berserk skill could double as an electronic warfare jammer? The difficulty setting just dropped from hell to tutorial. Magnificent work, Xiaozhou! He shouted, adrenaline surging. Now, let's go claim that boss's head. She dissolved into a lethal mist of venom, replying, At once, master. Jiang Chen launched himself forward like a cannonball. Stick close to me. Without the hive mind's guidance, the monster army crumbled, their coordination replaced by mindless panic as he mowed them down. He became a blur of motion, a phantom of death, moving faster than the eye could follow, his blade weaving a tapestry of destruction through the enemy ranks. The threat level had plummeted to 0. No need to hold back. Every strike was a critical hit, a symphony of violence that left nothing but severed limbs in his wake. Locking eyes with the boss monster perched high above, he roared, You're the only one left standing. The beast shrieked in defiance, but Jiang Chen's eyes flared with a terrifying purple mana. You look like a walking treasure chest of experience points. With a burst of speed, he delivered the executioner's stroke, a single devastating slash that bisected the boss from crown to crotch. Bathed in the ethereal glow of Xiaozhou's power, he stood over the massive corpse. Target eliminated. Now for the real prize, initiating the broodmother protocol. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath, the tension leaving his shoulders. Finally. That pest is history. The system interface materialized, level 4 reached. Combat rating 127 stars. His buffs were still active. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw mana coursing through his veins. Is my strength scaling exponentially with the star rating? Incredible. My solo stats already rival a level 25 combat class hunter. He scanned the battlefield, the absolute ruler of the dungeon. The surviving minions, witnessing their leader's demise, scrambled over each other to flee. Oh, attempting a tactical retreat, Jiang Chen scoffed. Smart move. You're not worth the stamina anymore. He turned his back on the cowards. Chasing trash mobs was beneath him now. The priority was the evolution ritual, creating his own army. Xiaozhou, clean up the leftovers. This sector is yours. Her voice chimed with glee. Thank you, master. The system spammed notifications, devour value plus 150, plus 150. Watching her work, he nodded in approval. Elite tier monsters really hit different. The density of devour points they provide is insane compared to the surface trash. If I want to speedrun my evolution farming, these elite mobs is definitely the meta strategy. Suddenly, a golden prompt flashed devour value maxed. Initiate first generation synthesis. Jiang Chen blinked. Already I hit the cap that fast. Xiaozhou knelt before him, an aura of reverence surrounding her. Master, my vessel is ready. Please grant me permission to birth a legion that will conquer the world in your name. Jiang Chen looked at her resolute eyes and nodded. Permission granted. Begin the ascension. A pillar of blinding light erupted from her form, piercing the dungeon ceiling. System alert: first generation insect swarm synthesis initiated. Passive talent. Hypergrowth. Activated. The laws of nature bent as time accelerated within the light. Jiang Chen watched in silence, realizing the terrifying potential of his build. My class talent isn't just for me. It buffs the reproduction rate of my entire summons. The light faded, followed by a cascade of rewards. Congratulations, acquired passive skill, hive mind organization max level. Acquired special skill. Absolute domination level 1. Jiang Chen stared at the glowing glyph etching itself onto his hand. A commander-type skill. This changes everything. A countdown timer ticked away, evolution complete in 8 seconds. That fast. His eyes widened as the mist cleared, revealing the silhouette of his new power. Is this my army? He stood frozen, jaw slack with awe. The cavern wasn't empty anymore. It was teeming. A living carpet of chitin and blades covered every inch of the ground and walls. System first generation swarm successfully created. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of it. This was the true power of a system Manhwa protagonist. Magnificent, he whispered. The interface displayed the final numbers. Current unit count, 9 clawed ravagers, 2,300 units. Jiang Chen smirked as he gazed at the interface. The numbers were magnificent. Just one queen had birthed a legion of 2,000 in the first wave alone. If this was just the beginning, what kind of army would the third or fourth generation bring? The status window flashed with terrifying potential. The offspring possessed the abyssal poison mist, a corrosive nightmare capable of melting bone and devouring everything in its path. They had evolved, camouflaged to blend with light itself, a berserk mode that traded devour points for explosive speed, and the ultimate trump card, self-destruct, detonating their toxic cores to inflict catastrophic damage. He rubbed his chin, feeling a strange, deep connection pulsing through his mind. They felt like an extension of himself. Their skill set had diverged from Xiaozhou's, evolving into something more tactical. Camouflage and self-destruct. This wasn't just a swarm. It was a living, breathing weapon system. Suddenly, soft arms wrapped around him from behind. Xiaozhou beamed, calling out, "Master!" Jiang Chen reached back, gently patting her head as he inspected her status. She hadn't changed much physically, but her energy was different. "I finished making babies," she chirped proudly before her eyelids drooped. She grabbed his hand. "Xiaozhou needs sleep now." Jiang Chen blinked, confused. "Well, so to sleep." Before he could ask, she vanished into thin air. The system rang out, clarifying his confusion. The insect queen has returned to the hive dimension. A satisfied grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. So there was a hidden spatial pocket exclusively for his swarm. This leveling Manhwa system just kept getting better. This was perfect. No matter how massive his army grew, he could conceal them instantly. No more worrying about prying eyes. It seemed to be a passive effect of the max-level nest skill. Peering into the dimensional space, he saw Xiaozhou sound asleep, snoring softly. Even a monster queen needed to recharge after expending that much life force. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with a sharp realization. Right. I unlocked a new authority. He whispered the command. Skill activate domination. The system acknowledged immediately. Exclusive skill domination has been activated. Instantly, the compound eyes of thousands of insects flared with a spectral purple glow, mirroring the light in Jiang Chen's own gaze. So, that's how it works. He raised his hand and the atmosphere shifted. He wasn't just commanding them. He was becoming the hive mind itself. He marveled at the sensation. Absolute control. Moving thousands of individual units felt as effortless and natural as flexing his own fingers. Violet aura erupted from his body. But the true power lay in the sensory link. His consciousness expanded, sharing the vision of every single insect. The world around him transformed into a multi-dimensional map of data. Semi-feist. Is this the world through their eyes? Jiang Chen gasped. The forest was teeming with life signatures. Monsters lurking in the shadows were now blazing beacons in his vision. He focused on the nearest drone. You guys are hungry for blood, aren't you? With a thought, he unleashed the swarm. Go. Show me what you can do. A deafening boom rocked the forest as the swarm descended. Dust and debris spiraled into the sky like a mushroom cloud. The monsters didn't stand a chance. They gnashed their teeth in futility as the black tide washed over them. Even a massive orc stunned by the onslaught stumbled back in terror before being stripped to the bone in seconds. Jiang Chen stood amidst the chaos, hands in his pockets, watching the symphony of destruction with a calm, cold gaze. With this army, I don't even need to lift a finger. The poison mist covered a massive area, and the devouring speed was terrifying. With the shared vision of domination, no prey could escape his omniscient sight. A glint of pride flashed in his eyes. At this rate, the next generation will be born even sooner. He summoned the system interface to check his progress. Now, let's see how many devour points I need for the next evolution. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Wait. What the hell is this? Before he could process the data, a desperate scream pierced the silence of the dilapidated ruins. Boss, what do we do? The leader of the group roared back, panic lacing his voice. Why did it take you so long to scout speak? What happened to the spider nest? The scout was trembling, face pale with terror. It's gone. The entire nest, wiped out by some mysterious monster. It was a slaughter. Not a single spider survived. The leader's brow twitched in disbelief. Are you sure? The scout nodded frantically. I swear, the monsters, they were all turned to dust. The leader rubbed his chin, sweat beading on his forehead. Wiped out. That's impossible for a normal hunter. Could it be a night watchman? No, that's not their style. Maybe an assassin from a hidden clan or a black ops organization who possesses that kind of firepower. Damn it, he kicked the ground. The client just wanted one vial of spider venom and we can't even get that, forget it. We're heading back to town to search the market. A twig snapped. The group spun around, weapons drawn. Someone's here. From the shadows, Jiang Chen casually leaned against a tree, a predator's smile on his face. Finally found you guys. Who the hell are you? They screamed. Jiang Chen stepped into the light, raising a hand placatingly. Relax. I'm just here to level up. But I do need a few things you're carrying. The leader raised an eyebrow, amused by the audacity. Excuse me, you're a lone kid and you think you can rob us. He sneered, stepping forward. We aren't exactly pushovers. If you want something, you better have something worth trading. Jiang Chen nodded. Fair enough. I actually have some premium goods. One of the lackeys perked up, greedy eyes widening. Premium goods? Xiao, Alvio. Xiao, is that so? The leader signaled his men and steel rang out as swords were drawn. Let's see what you've got. Jiang Chen flicked his wrist, summoning items from his spatial ring. Thud. He tossed the massive carcasses of the spider monsters at their feet. Well, how's the quality? The gang's jaws hit the floor. These are earth wolf spiders. The leader gasped. But the nest was wiped out. Wait, don't tell me. Their eyes snapped to Jiang Chen, whose gaze had turned icy cold. I know exactly what you're thinking, Jiang Chen said, his aura flaring. He was level 17 and his presence was suffocating. I'm still in a good mood. Hand over your supplies and get lost. Terror seized them. We're sorry, boss. Take it, we're leaving. They dropped their packs and scrambled away like rats. As they fled, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Secure the perimeter. The swarm materialized from the shadows, eyes glowing. Meanwhile, he tore into a bowl of instant soup. Damn it! Why am I so hungry? It was the same when he first bonded with Xiaoju. But now the drain was massive. Controlling an entire army came with a heavy metabolic price. The system chimed with a cruel reminder. Devour points 276 out of 1 million. Jiang Chen sighed, defeated. He thought doubling the swarm would skyrocket his points. But the requirement for the next evolution had jumped exponentially. 1 million. At this rate, becoming a god in this awakening Manhwa world was going to take a lot more dead monsters. A calculated smirk played on his lips. Taking down a boss right now. The cost in devour points would be astronomical. Even clearing every beast nest outside Jiang City wouldn't be enough for his next evolution. Rumor had it the Night Watchers held the key to a secret dungeon. If he wanted to boost his leveling Manhwa stats, finding them was his only option. He glanced at his palm, lost in thought. Xiaoju, haven't you awakened yet? The burden of the spear was heavier than he expected. Suddenly his eyes snapped open in shock. What is he doing here? Jiang Chen's senses flared. The metallic scent of blood and battle hung in the air. A large group was approaching. What kind of trouble was brewing? Without warning, a figure slammed into him from behind. Jiang Chen frowned, his guard instantly up. You again? He asked, voice cold. Is that you? Sandao clutched her head, crying out in pain. It hurts. Recognizing him, desperation flooded her eyes. You're the one from the spider nest. Please save me. Shh, don't tell them you saw me. I beg you. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, assessing the girl. Why was she here? And how did she get so close without him sensing her presence? Wait. I get it. The realization hit him. The approaching group was hunting her. His gaze hardened in annoyance. Running away now wasn't even an option. Heavy footsteps stopped nearby. "Is it you?" a voice boomed. It was none other than Yuan Wu. A mocking smile twisted Yuan Wu's face. "You have quite the leisure time, don't you?" Beside him, Zheng Tai pointed a finger aggressively. "It's him." But Yuan Wu ignored his lackey, focusing on the stranger. Zheng Tai snarled, "Did a girl run past here? Speak up or I'll end you right now." But Yuan Wu raised a hand, stopping the brute in his tracks. "Hold on." Yuan Wu sat casually on a nearby rock, his eyes gleaming with dangerous curiosity. "Hey kid, you level up fast. 16 levels in a single day. You've officially caught my interest. Too bad I have urgent business." He leveled his sword straight at Jiang Chen's throat. "I'll ask once. Did you see a little black-haired girl run this way?" Jiang Chen remained calm, but internally he was analyzing the threat. His aura. It's overwhelming. I didn't expect his level to be this high. Possibly tier 3 or above. But what chilled him was how Yuan Wu knew his exact level. He must have an inspection artifact. Jiang Chen pointed a finger toward the distance. "I saw a shadow dash over there." He lied smoothly. "I couldn't sense any aura, so it must be the one you're hunting." Yuan Wu stood up, dusting himself off. "All right, I believe you. But let me give you a piece of advice." His eyes narrowed into a serpent-like glare. "If I find out you helped her, the Shiao Guardian family will hunt you down." Jiang Chen watched them leave, his mind racing. The Shiao family. A true Guardian clan. He lowered his head, recalling the legends of the powerful families. The Guardian clans have existed for centuries, their backgrounds mysterious and deep. They only reveal themselves when a great calamity strikes the world. Their elites can supposedly split the sky and crack the earth. This guy's backing is massive. Damn it, getting marked by someone like that is bad news. Are they gone? Jiang Chen glanced behind him. "Staying here is suicide. This place isn't safe anymore." Just then, Sandao crawled out, sighing with relief. "I'm saved." He lunged forward, gripping her wrist tightly. "Move, follow me now." His expression was dark as he dragged her into the shadows. "Listen to me. You almost tricked me last time, and now I've saved you again. Spill it. How did you offend a monster like that?" Sandao blushed, stammering. My family runs a cargo station. That guy got greedy. He wanted to steal our escort goods and kill everyone. I was the only one who escaped. He's terrified the news will leak, so he's hunting me down to silence me forever." Seeing Jiang Chen turn to leave, she cried out desperately. "You saved me. I won't forget this. I swear I'll repay you." Jiang Chen shot back, annoyed. "Keep your thanks. I don't want to be dragged into your mess." Suddenly he froze, eyes widening as a chill ran down his spine. Sandao turned pale, realizing the truth. "Oh no. They left a tracking seal. We've been exposed." From beyond the trees, Yuan Wu's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Hey, why don't you step out?" Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Denying it now is useless. They know I'm with her. In a heartbeat, the enemy group surrounded them. Jiang Chen frowned, calculating the odds. Too many enemies. Yuan Wu stepped forward, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You stinking brat! I knew you were lying through your teeth. Seize them!" Yuan Wu barked the order, glaring at Jiang Chen. "I knew you were full of it. Get them!" Sandao couldn't hold back her fury any longer, screaming at the injustice. "You clearly robbed the Luo family merchant group, and now you want to kill us to cover it up," Yuan Wu asked shamelessly. "So what if I did?" Jiang Chen glanced at her, surprised. "The Luo family." Sandao was trembling with rage. "You? If you kill me, the Luo family will investigate until the end. We will never stop." Yuan Wu threw his head back and laughed. "The Luo family." He covered his face, his voice dripping with disdain. "A second-rate family with a few coins thinks they can talk big. Centuries ago, if not for my Shiao ancestors protecting this land, insects like you would be dust by now." His eyes burned with a superior fury. "In the eyes of the Shiao family, you and the commoners are no different. You're nothing." His arrogance was suffocating, making Jiang Chen's blood boil. "We just need livestock to keep the world running. And you dare talk about revenge?" Yuan Wu raised his palm, energy swirling as he summoned his power. "What exactly can you do?" A blood-red barrier erupted from the ground, encasing them all. Sandao screamed in terror. Surely this isn't the dragon slaughter array. It's a Shiao family secret technique. We're trapped." Jiang Chen grit his teeth, his grip tightening on his weapon. "This bastard," Zheng Tai echoed the command. "You heard the young master, old rules, leave no trace." The minions roared in unison. "Yes, young master," but just as the slaughter was about to begin, Yuan Wu raised a hand. "Wait, the Luo girl dies today, certainly, but this kid, I still have some use for him." He tilted his head, eyes gleaming with a twisted curiosity. "A god-level life system. A rare class even in the world of an awakening Manhwa. Ignorant fools might miss its value, but not this young master. Consider this an act of mercy. I'm making you an offer, Jiang Chen. Hand over the girl and pledge your loyalty to the Shiao clan. Do that, and I might just let you keep your pathetic life. His maniacal laughter echoed, sending a shiver of dread through Sandao. Did he really think he could break him? Jiang Chen didn't flinch, his eyes burning with defiance as he glared back at Yuan Wu. You young masters really love the sound of your own voices. Join the Shiao clan. In your dreams. Killing intent exploded from his body as he roared, I refuse. If you want to fight, then come and get it. The moment the words left his lips, the command was given. Wipe them out. The henchmen roared, bloodlust in their eyes. Damn it all, leave no one alive. Don't get cocky. This brat isn't as simple as he looks. They thought they had him figured out. He's a poison user. Don't let him touch you, the underlings shouted in unison. Roger. Jiang Chen scoffed at their ignorance. He didn't need poison for trash like this. Innate skill activated. Suddenly the ground rumbled as grotesque vines burst from the earth, lunging toward the Shiao clan lackeys. He stood like a monarch amidst the chaos. All things grow. The sudden eruption of nature caught them completely off guard. Zhengtai screamed in terror. What the hell? Since when is this terrifying power part of a poison user's kit? Desperate, he slashed his blade at the writhing flora, barking orders to his men. Keep chopping. These vines are soft. Tear them apart. Yuan Wu watched in fury, screaming at their incompetence. You morons, it's a blindfold technique. But it was too late. Jiang Chen unleashed his true power, a cold light of death flickering in his eyes. It's over. Zheng Tai's eyes went wide as a shadow of impending doom rushed toward him. A storm of slashes erupted. The lackeys were forced back, battered and broken. But Zheng Tai grinned manically as he blocked the incoming claws. But his grin vanished as his weapon shattered. This wasn't poison mist. These were summoned beasts. This kid was a beast tamer. Before he could react, another insectoid horror descended from above. He realized with horror that the poison was actually a swarm of demonic creatures. There was nowhere to run. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Gotcha. But suddenly Yuan Wu blurred into motion, smashing his own ally aside. Get out of the way, you useless trash. Jiang Chen froze, stunned by the ruthless betrayal. Yuan Wu didn't hesitate, raising his blade as raw power surged. Void, condensing, 9 forms, first form. Damn it, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He's faster than the swarm. A massive explosion engulfed the area, triggered by Yuan Wu's devastating strike. Through the thick white smoke, his voice boomed like thunder. Shiao clan's secret art dragon banishing. Yuan Wu smirked, arrogance radiating from him as he cleared the battlefield. What a nuisance. I knew you wouldn't go down easily, but your level is simply too low. Speed means nothing without power. One move is all I need to. His eyes suddenly bulged in shock. Sandao had thrown herself into the fray. She groaned in agony, barely holding on. Damn, that hurts. She had unleashed the unique hidden class Eternal Earth Shield. Even Jiang Chen was stunned. She was a defensive type. The sight only fueled Yuan Wu's rage. Die, you wretched girl! Yuan Wu charged, teeth ground together. Jiang Chen saw the opening he needed. Now. A swarm of insects dove from the heavens, their eyes glowing with hellish fire. Young master, watch out! Zheng Tai screamed from the ground. But Yuan Wu didn't dodge. He reached back and grabbed his loyal servant by the collar. With eyes as cold as ice, he used Zheng Tai as a human shield. The impact sent the lackey flying backward, screaming in agony. Even with the shield, Yuan Wu took damage. He slammed his sword into the ground to steady himself, coughing violently. Jiang Chen shook his head, disgusted yet impressed. You really are a ruthless piece of trash, using your own subordinate as a human shield. Zheng Tai spat blood, his life fading. Cruel. Master. Yuan Wu stepped over him without a second glance. Blocking that hit for me was the only useful thing you've ever done. Consider your debt paid. You've got skill, kid, I'll give you that. He popped a pill into his mouth, a dark grin spreading across his face. To think you forced me to use a dragon essence pill. But that ends now. Terrifying killing intent flooded the air as his power skyrocketed. One sword stroke. That is all it will take to end your miserable existence. Jiang Chen stood silent, his focus absolute. Yuan Wu lowered his stance, and the atmosphere itself seemed to scream as he slashed. This strike spells your doom. Jiang Chen looked up, his fighting spirit burning brighter than ever. Here it comes. Void condensing, 9 forms. Second form. The attack was savage, tearing through the air with the force of a hurricane. Dragon descending slash. Sandao stepped in front, determined to hold the line. Earth protection shield amplify. A brilliant barrier of light erupted, encasing her and Jiang Chen in a cocoon of safety. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging from the strain. He used the Shiao family's secret drug. His power has multiplied. It's insane. My shield can't hold much longer. We're going to die. Behind her, Jiang Chen calmly analyzed the battlefield, his mind racing. Every strike is a killing blow. That last attack was monstrous. I didn't expect his burst power to reach this level. Yuan Wu had gone full berserker, slashing wildly. Dragon descending slash Jiang Chen raised his hand, his expression cold. This enemy is sharp. Against a monster like this, mercy is not an option. Suddenly a suffocating miasma saturated the air. Yuan Wu froze, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Fear crept into the young master's heart. Is this guy really a life system user? Jiang Chen's eyes crackled with electricity as he gave the command. Go. Yuan Wu stared ahead, his eyes widening in sheer terror as he ground his teeth to force himself to stay calm. A massive swarm of insect beasts charged straight at him, their numbers so overwhelming it looked like a scene from a nightmare. Without hesitating, Yuan Wu spun his body, unleashing a desperate sword strike to clear the path. He roared with false bravado. Dragon descending slash. But even as his blade cut through them, they seemed like mere mosquitoes to him. Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, commanding the insect swarm to push back with even greater ferocity. Is that all? The insects obeyed Jiang Chen's will, instantly regrouping in a way that left Yuan Wu stunned. What, they are forming a formation? Yuan Wu swung his sword, wildly screaming in utter helplessness. What the hell are these things? Why won't they stay dead? Jiang Chen stood there with the calmness of a true apex predator, letting out a cold snort. Let's see how long you can last against this leveling Manhwa nightmare. At that moment, Yuan Wu exploded with rage, slashing down with all his might. Dragon descending slash. However, the situation only spiraled further into despair. The dragon aura from his blade was instantly devoured by the swarm, leaving him defenseless against the encroaching tide. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through him as a beast bit him from his blind spot. Yuan Wu frantically reached into his robes, panic setting in. Damn it! My right hand is poisoned. I can't use my skills. Realizing he was cornered, he threw an object high into the air, screaming in frustration. Just ugh. Do life jade protect me? Do you think these bugs can take the life of Yuan Wu of the Shiao family? Keep dreaming, Kikion. Jiang Chen watched the desperate display, raising his hand to mock the futility of it all. What is that artifact? It actually has some power, Jiang Chen wondered as he unleashed the Lord of Corrosion. But to his surprise, his attacks seemed to hit an invisible wall. That shield. My attacks aren't getting through, Jiang Chen thought, intrigued. Meanwhile, Yuan Wu regained his arrogance. Don't waste your energy. This is the ancestral life jade of the Shiao family. He clutched his poisoned arm, laughing maniacally. Once activated, it blocks absolutely all external attacks. You can't touch me. As long as I have the life jade, you are powerless against me. Standing amidst the sea of insects, Yuan Wu couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe you forced me to use this trump card. Your strength is honestly terrifying for an awakening Manhwa character. But as you can see, all your attacks are now useless against me. With renewed confidence, he stepped closer to Jiang Chen, offering a provocative deal. I'll say this once. Submit to me, and I will let you join the Shiao family. I'll even bestow the Shiao surname upon you. That is a dream for countless people. Consider this a special privilege I'm granting you. But Jiang Chen just stood there, his expression flat as he cursed back. You really are a spoiled young master. Can't you even read the room right now? Yuan Wu snapped, his face twisting in anger. Stop bluffing. He clenched his fist, his voice dripping with threat. You can refuse, fine. But even if I can't kill you today, what about tomorrow? In the future, against the full might of the Shiao family, do you really think you can survive? Think about it. Jiang Chen let out a chilling laugh, mocking the man's ignorance. Didn't you say it yourself earlier? To track someone down, you need to find something left behind, right? So what happens if you die without leaving a corpse? Suddenly, Xiaozhou burst from the ground, shattering a massive boulder. Master. The creature's sudden appearance left Yuan Wu completely paralyzed with shock. He stared at the creature, screaming in confusion. What the hell is that? Seeing Xiaozhou's dark, ominous form, Jiang Chen spoke gently. Oh, Xiaozhou, you're awake. Come over here. It's time to eat. While Yuan Wu trembled in fear, Xiaozhou replied cheerfully, Thank you, Master. Xiaozhou is starving. In a flash, she pierced straight through Yuan Wu's body. The man didn't even have time to process what happened before a scream of agony tore from his throat. Yuan Wu howled in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Jiang Chen glanced over, his eyes cold. Your body and that life jade are just extra nutrients for Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou slashed down again, delivering a devastating blow to Yuan Wu. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying, completely obscuring the battlefield. Yuan Wu's eyes bulged, his mouth hanging open in shock. The shield! It shattered! His face turned the color of ash as the pain overtook him. No. Impossible. The Shiao family's life. Jade is unrivaled under the heavens. But reality was cruel, and Xiaozhou launched another vicious attack. Jiang Chen stood silently watching the inevitable end. Another explosion rocked the area. When the dust settled, there was nothing left but a few drops of liquid dripping onto the ground. A classic system Manhwa rule, leave no witnesses. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Xiaozhou, come back. The creature chirped happily. Coming. She leapt onto Jiang Chen, hugging his neck as he inspected the results. The Xiao family. Huh, we'll see. Xiaozhou cheered. So tasty, thank you, master. I love you the most. Meanwhile, Luo Sandao sat slumped on the ground, her mind completely blank. That scene was too terrifying. She looked at Jiang Chen, panic rising in her chest. I know his secret now. I saw everything. Is he going to kill me to silence the witness? Just then, Jiang Chen glanced over his shoulder. Oh, right. His voice was as cold as ice, sending shivers down her spine. There's still you. Jiang Chen frowned, his eyes radiating killing intent as he looked at Luo Sandao. How should I deal with you? He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. Give me one reason not to destroy you. The swarm of insects and his terrifying aura made her stutter in fear. Here. This is all the treasure I have. It's worth over 1 million. It's basically my life savings, take it all. Jiang Chen picked up a small item, a smirk playing on his lips. You have some sincerity. But unfortunately you know too much. And you're a liar. Hearing this, Luo Sandao immediately raised her hand to swear. I, Luo Sandao, swear to the heavens, if I tell a single lie to my benefactor, may I be struck by lightning. Jiang Chen paused, genuinely surprised. Wait, a girl named Luo Sandao. Do you lie without even using your brain? She waved her hands frantically. It's true, benefactor. I don't know what my parents were thinking with that name, but I'm not lying. Look, here are my documents. Jiang Chen snatched the paper, skepticism written all over his face. Are you sure this person in the photo is you? She grabbed her hair, parting it and puffing out her cheeks to match the picture. The photo was taken 2 years ago. I hadn't finished puberty yet. Wait, no, actually I just hadn't lost weight yet. Her goofy behavior actually managed to crack Jiang Chen's icy demeanor. However, his expression darkened again instantly. But you still can't guarantee you'll keep this a secret. After all, only the dead stay silent. Before he could finish, Luo Sandao reached into her hidden inventory and pulled out a scroll. Benefactor, don't worry. Jiang Chen looked at the scroll, confused by her confidence. Sandao unrolled the ancient parchment with trembling hands. This was a life-severing silent seal, one slip of the tongue about his secrets, and the violator faces instant execution. She didn't hesitate to pledge her life. Luo Sandao vowed to guard Jiang Chen's battle capabilities with my very soul. She was terrified of death after all, and this seal was no joke. Jiang Chen watched with half-lidded eyes, internally shocked that such absolute items existed in this leveling Manhwa world. He feigned reluctance. Fine. Since you've shackled your soul to silence, I'll postpone your elimination. Sandao beamed like a child. Thank you, benefactor. But Jiang Chen's focus shifted instantly. Hold on, how much is that scroll worth? Confused, she answered honestly. Roughly 10 million credits. His expression went pitch black. So you're telling me, the only valuable item in the spatial ring you just gave me, you just wasted on yourself? Sandao panicked under his intense gaze, waving her hands frantically. Benefactor, please quell your anger. If you escort me home, my parents will reward you with treasures beyond imagination. However, Jiang Chen coldly turned his back on her, ready to walk away. I have to report to the night watchman at dawn. I'm already behind schedule. Pray for your own survival. Desperate, Sandao shouted at his retreating back. But taking me home is a shortcut to the watchman HQ. My family has a private spatial teleportation formation. You'll be there in a blink, benefactor, wait. And just like that, the duo headed toward the Grand Luo estate. A furious roar shook the Luo mansion. Preposterous! Madame Luo's rage erupted like a volcano. Robbing us is one thing, but trying to silence my daughter, the Xiao clan, has gone too far. The servants bowed until their heads touched the floor, trembling. Mistress, quell your anger. We deserve death for letting the young miss suffer. Her eyes burned with vengeance. No, I will rain destruction upon them. But Badao stepped in to cut the tension, wiping sweat from his brow. Wife, please, our Sando returning safely is the only victory that matters. The Xiao family is a national guardian clan. A merchant family like ours cannot hope to touch them without being crushed. Jiang Chen stood there awkwardly. Wait, is her full name seriously Luo Sandao? The father turned, putting on a welcoming business smile. You must be Jiang Chen. We owe you everything for saving our Sandao. Please accept this unlimited black card as a token. Madame Luo's demeanor flipped instantly to warmth. Yes, benefactor, breakfast is served. Eat before you go. The teleportation takes seconds. Jiang Chen accepted the card with zero hesitation. I'll take the money without shame. But I'll skip the F grumble. His stomach betrayed him with a thunderous roar. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he muttered, "Well, maybe just a bite." Badao laughed heartily. "I'll arrange a feast immediately." Moments later, Jiang Chen was tearing into a massive beast leg. "Controlling the insect swarm consumes too much stamina," he analyzed internally. "My hunger grows with my power." Sandao giggled, watching him inhale the food. "I thought you said just a bite." "Slow down, benefactor, there's plenty more where that came from." Madame Luo leaned toward her husband, whispering, "Our daughter says he's a lifestyle class, yet he possesses god-tier capabilities. To snatch someone from the jaws of the Shiao family at his age, he's a prodigy." Badao nodded solemnly. "Exactly. She's tight-lipped, but his power is undeniable. He's no mere glutton. He's a dragon in disguise, and he's quite handsome to boot." Calculations ran through Madame Luo's mind. If we ally with him, we could stand against the Shou clan. Meanwhile, Badao had a father's thought. If he stays, my daughter would be safe for eternity. Suddenly, Madame Luo stood up with a matchmaker's glint in her eye. "So Zhang Xiaozhang, surely a handsome boy like you doesn't have a girlfriend yet." "Our Sandao is also single. She has a unique hidden class, and she's a financial genius who manages our family assets perfectly," Badao chimed in eagerly. "Most importantly, look at those stats: 36, 24, 36. You two are a match made in the heavens. I've already picked out names for your grandchildren." Sandao's face exploded into red. "Mom, Dad, you're being mortifying." Sensing the danger of a forced marriage, Jiang Chen bolted. "Thanks for the meal, I'm full, goodbye." He fled faster than he fought, Badao called out helplessly, "Jiang Xiaojiang, stay and chat." Seeing the boy vanish, Badao turned to his daughter. "Sandao, your future husband just left as a wife, shouldn't you see him off?" Madame Luo whispered a master plan. "Don't worry, daughter. The black card your father gave him has a tracker. Wherever he goes, we can follow." Sandao clutched her head, screaming, "Parents, stop it." But internally, her heart fluttered. Benefactor is handsome and godlike, but his aura is terrifying. Terrifying, yet undeniably captivating. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Shiao family estate turned suffocatingly dark. Xiao Yunshan's eyes bulged with murderous intent. "Bastard Yuan Wu's life Jade has shattered. Someone dared to kill a Shiao, find them." A servant trembled. "Yes, Lord Guardian, we will hunt them down." But Xiao Behan stepped forward calmly. Grandfather cousin Yuan Wu was over 20, yet only level 30, with a second awakening. He was without a doubt a piece of trash. "Why waste your divine anger on the death of a useless waste?" The old man's fury subsided slightly. "Yuan Wu was mediocre, nothing compared to you. His death is no loss to the world. But he was my blood. Beating a dog requires looking at its master. I want to know who in this great Xia Empire has the gall to disrespect an 8th transition national guardian like me." Behan grinned, a predator bearing fangs. "Relax, grandfather. Leave this trivial matter to me. Once I join the Sky Pride training camp, I'll find the fool who insulted us and skin them alive." Meanwhile, at the Night Watchman HQ. As Jiang Chen stepped through the doors, a voice rang out. "Oh, he's finally here." Jiang Chen scratched his head, thinking, quite the reception committee. Outwardly, he bowed politely. "Greetings. I am the new recruit reporting for duty." Qigang approached with a hearty laugh, clapping a heavy hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Jiang Chen, we've been waiting for you. Let me introduce you to the elites of this awakening Manhwa team." First was a girl blushing crimson. "This is Yun Xiaoke, level 45 second awakening support class. She used to be our youngest prodigy, but you've stolen her title now." Xiaoke couldn't contain her fangirling. "Whoa, he's gorgeous." Finally, a handsome teammate. Qigong moved to the next member. Duan Feng, level 49 second awakening archer. Man of few words, cares too much about his hair. Duan Feng gave a cool wave. "Pleasure." Next was a short, energetic boy. Chu Bulang, level 49 second awakening tank. Don't let the height fool you. He's solid muscle and never shuts up. Bulang grinned wide. "I once high-fived a god-tier class user, I'm basically a legend." Finally, a stunning woman stepped forward. And this is Tang Jin, level 61 third transition Grandmaster Fire Mage and our vice captain. She's also a master chef. Auntie Tang shoved Bulang's head down with a smile. "Little Chen, stick with Auntie Tang and I guarantee you'll eat well every day." The atmosphere here put Jiang Chen completely at ease. "Thank you, everyone. But I am just a lifestyle player. What value do I really have?" They are so enthusiastic, he thought. But usually even a god-tier lifestyle class gets no respect in this system Manhwa world. Captain G seemed to read his mind and stepped up. "So what if it is a lifestyle class? It is still a god-tier ability. Do not listen to those blind fools on the outside. We see your true worth." Auntie Tang chimed in immediately to agree. "Exactly, little Chen. Especially since you decisively chose us Night Watchers. From now on, this is your home. Jiang Chen felt his resolve waver. He had originally planned to just grab resources and hide his identity, but the warmth of the team? He quickly shook it off. All right. Let us discuss the mission first. Captain Ji threw an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. Right. We are signing you up for the Heaven's Pride training camp in 3 days to farm some resources. But the entry requirement is level 20 or higher. How much are you missing? Jiang Chen raised his head with confidence. Jigang, I am currently level 17. The captain's jaw dropped in shock. What did you say? You only awakened 3 days ago, and you are already level 17. Captain Ji slapped his shoulder, laughing loudly. Good. I knew I did not misjudge you. As expected of a god-tier talent. Gaining 3 levels in 3 days will be a breeze. I will register you for the prodigy camp immediately. Suddenly the air grew heavy. The captain's eyes narrowed into slits. Everyone in the room sensed the shift and went on high alert. Captain Ji turned to Jiang Chen, his voice low with worry. Little Chen, did you provoke some terrifying figure recently? There is a third awakening grandmaster probing us, searching for your location. Jiang Chen tilted his head, calculating. A third awakening grandmaster. Could it be the national protector Shiao family? Captain Ji immediately barked an order. Shiao Ke, handle it. She waved her hands, activating a skill. On it, creating an anti-surveillance soundproof barrier. You guys can speak freely. A shimmering barrier of silence enveloped the entire Night Watcher's office, cutting them off from the outside world. The captain stepped forward, comforting Jiang Chen. Little Chen, what is going on? We carry our burdens together, so do not hide anything. Jiang Chen scratched his head, looking awkward. Yesterday I eliminated Yuan Wu of the Shiao family. I destroyed the corpse and erased the traces, but I am not sure if they have other ways to track me. Tang Jin's face went dark the moment he heard the name. The national protector Shiao family. Captain Ji could not help but scream. Yuan Wu, the grandson of the 8th Awakening National Protector. Yuan Shan. Jiang Chen held his head. Probably. I might have caused trouble for you all. Instead of blaming him, the captain's voice softened. Everyone knows the Shiao family commits evil acts. Their juniors have done terrible things these past few years. Little Chen, you did the people a favor by removing that scum. Captain Ji crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. The 8th Awakening Protector is terrifying, but from what I know, Yuan Wu was the least talented and least loved among his grandchildren. That means the old monster Yuan Shan likely will not lower himself to act personally. Tang Jin asked tensely, if he sends someone else? Well, we Night Watchers are not vegetarians either. A warm feeling washed over Jiang Chen. As an orphan who only had neighbors to rely on, this was the first time he truly felt the warmth of a family. Suddenly the captain realized a discrepancy. Wait a minute. Even if Yuan Wu was trash, he was still a second awakening user, right? Captain Ji grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulders, shouting in disbelief. How did a level 17 lifestyle user like you kill a level 30 second awakening combatant? Jiang Chen waved his hands. Jigang, calm down. I actually had a helper. The captain pressed on. Who? Jiang Chen scratched his head helplessly. Luo Sundao, of the Jiangnan Luo family. She has a unique hidden defense class. Everyone's face went blank as they processed the name. The richest family in Jiangnan. And their only daughter, Luo Sundao. Captain Ji laughed, hugging him again. Not bad. The Luo family might not be fighters, but they are filthy rich. If you are in trouble, they certainly will not sit idly by. Then the captain spotted another logical flaw. Hold on. Luo Sundao is a defense type with 0 attack power. Then that means you were the one who... Jiang Chen decided to stop hiding. Uncle, honestly, I have a dual class. My hidden class is poison attribute. Captain Ji screamed in pure shock. You little brat, how many surprises are you hiding from me? Jiang Chen quickly pushed him away. Jigang, it is extremely toxic. I am afraid your resistance cannot handle it. Captain Ji teased him, laughing. Little Chen, do you know how high my defense is? But the moment he looked down at his hand, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. Uncle, your defense is broken. The captain turned red and shouted, Get lost. That is only because I did not activate my aura. Defeated Captain Ji called out, Shiao Ke, get over here and heal me. She giggled. Yes, boss? Jiang Chen reminded him again. Uncle, I told you it was very toxic. The captain laughed off the embarrassment. Potent poison is good. The more skills you have, the happier I am. However, Captain Ji's expression quickly turned serious. But we need to talk about the reality of the situation. Your talent is incredible, but with the Shiao family incident, we should cancel the Heaven's Pride camp. The Shiao clan will definitely have operatives there. We cannot risk your life for resources. Jiang Chen asked curiously. Uncle, what kind of good resources are we talking about? Captain Ji sighed. Beast essence, blood equipment, and so on. But his next words stunned Jiang Chen. The top rankings get rewards like mystical fruits and secret dungeon scrolls. But forget it. Thinking of his past growth, Jiang Chen realized this was better than hunting monsters alone. This was the fast track, just like in a leveling manhwa. Who knows? My worms might even trigger a second evolution. He immediately spoke up. Jigong, I must participate. I am not afraid of danger. I have the confidence to protect myself. The captain hesitated. Let me think about it. Meanwhile, at the Shiao estate by the West Lake, the water surface exploded with a massive splash. A voice boomed with praise. Young Master Behan, you are truly the strongest prodigy of the Shiao family. Your combat power has ascended to a new level. The Shiao clan's divine prodigy. Xiao Behan glared with irritation, his eyes cold. Cut the crap. Did you find the intel I asked for? The subordinates dropped to their knees, trembling in fear. Yes, young master, we discovered young master Yuan Wu clashed with a woman named Luo Sandao. Furthermore, this Luo Sandao was traveling with a man named Jiang Chen. Intrigued, Behan's eyes narrowed. I know the Luo girl. She has 0 combat power. But this Jiang Chen, who is he? The lackey reported hastily. Jiang Chen awakened a god-tier life profession and joined the Night Watchman. Both he and Luo registered for the Heavenly Pride Camp. But sir, it is just suspicion. No hard proof. Behan's face went dark as the abyss. He ground his teeth in fury. Suspicion is enough for a death sentence. A god-tier life class. How amusing. Since they enrolled in the Heavenly Pride Camp, I won't waste a trip. 3 days from now, I will crush them like bugs at the training grounds. Meanwhile, deep within the Night Watchman base, Qigong called out warmly, Little Chen. The old man spoke with booming confidence. I signed you up for the camp, but I am still worried. To ensure your safety, I found you a powerful ally among the recruits. The Mu family's little princess, Mu Hankyu, a rank 7 Wind King. Before you go join her for a dungeon run, you can level up and build some connections. Qigong suddenly leaned in with a mischievous grin. They say she is a country-toppling beauty in your age. Listen, kid, use that handsome face of yours. Seduce her for the greater good. Jiang Chen pushed the old man away, laughing awkwardly. Suddenly, knock knock. A sharp sound echoed from the door. She is here, Qigong whispered. Hankyu marched in frowning. Qigong, I asked Uncle Li to borrow someone for the dungeon yesterday and you refused. Why the sudden change of heart? Why the change? Uncle Li scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Ah, truly a beauty capable of ruining kingdoms. Brother, seeing her is better than hearing the rumors. Qigong draped an arm around Jiang Chen, laughing loud. I refused yesterday because I was mad at your grandfather. Today I agree on one condition: you must take Jiang Chen with you. Hankyu scoffed, her eyes cold. I donated 10 level 30 dungeon scrolls for free and you still dare to bargain, he replied without shame. Supply and demand, my dear. Your dungeon is restricted to under level 50. You came to me because you need reliable combat experts, right? She turned her sharp gaze to Jiang Chen, sizing him up. Speak, what is your combat power? He replied calmly. Level 17, life profession. Hankyu exploded, pointing a finger at his face. You want me to carry a level teen rookie, a trash life class. He is nothing but a leech. Hearing his protege insulted, Qigong roared. What did you just say? You enter my office without respect and now you insult him. My little Chen has a god-tier talent. He is dual class. You know nothing. Uncle Li had to physically restrain him. Calm down. Old Qi, relax. The young miss just got dumped by her girlfriend. Hankyu's face turned pitch black as he tried to defend her. You are just heartbroken and taking it out on him. Hankyu quickly turned away, forcing a fake smile. Old Li, shut up, fine. I agree to take him. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. That was a lot of information to process. The team entered the level 30 dungeon, the beautiful village. Entry limit 5 people under level 50. Victory conditions. Wipe out the monsters in Light Village, kill the boss, and destroy the altar. Duanfeng cleared his throat. Listen up. His voice was stern. I am commanding this operation. Do not wander off alone. If you get separated, return to this teleport stone immediately. He scanned the area. The mutation rate is low, but if anything goes wrong, retreat here instantly. We evacuate at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Bulang grinned, eager to show off to Jiang Chen. Little Chen, do you know what 10 level 30 dungeon scrolls are worth? At least 100 million. Hankyu, still annoyed, glared at Jiang Chen. Noob. Don't go crying for your mommy the moment we start. If you drag us down, I will end you myself. She's crazy, Jiang Chen muttered, eyeing the teleport stone suspiciously. A level 30 dungeon, but Bulang shouted excitedly. Let's go, little Chen, I will protect you. Jiang Chen frowned. I have a bad feeling about this. As the group of 5 looked down from the ridge, Bulang scratched his head. The village is pretty. But where are the monsters? Duanfeng answered quickly. Hiding in the houses, most likely. We searched them one by one. He issued orders. Bulang, you lure and trap them. I will handle the DPS. Xiaoke focus on healing. Little Chen, you two stay in the back and don't get lost. Roger that. Bulang grinned. The five of them marched straight toward the massive stone marker engraved with Village of Light. Suddenly, Duanfeng raised his hand. Halt! There is something wrong with this stone tablet. Everyone stay alert. Xiaoke shivered. This aura, it's disgusting. Definitely dark attribute. She raised her staff. I'll cast a purification buff on everyone just in case. Jiang Chen felt the spell land. This buff is impressive. It clears the mind and boosts agility. A perfect setup for a leveling Manhwa scenario. Without warning, a chilling white mist descended from the sky, swallowing the surroundings. The sky turned pitch black. Suffocating killing intent flooded the air. Duanfeng spun around, eyes wide with horror. Something's wrong, run. Get back to the teleport stone now. The low probability event he feared had just become a terrifying reality. A pillar of dark energy blasted into the heavens. The mutation had begun. System notifications flashed frantically before their eyes. Warning dungeon. Beautiful village has mutated, new name Dead Spirit Village. Difficulty nightmare. Clear conditions eradicate all dead spirits. Slay the boss. Description: light has faded. Darkness blooms. The gates to the kingdom of the dead have opened. Jiang Chen stood frozen, watching the chaos unfold. Dead Spirit Village. From normal mode, straight to nightmare mode. The mutation energy exploded, scattering the team into the darkness. Panic began to set in. A mutated nightmare dungeon was suicide for his current level. Following Duanfeng's orders was the only logical choice he had to retreat to the teleportation stone immediately. He recalled Duanfeng's earlier warning. Listen up, if anyone gets separated, don't play the hero. Head straight back to the teleport stone. Jiang Chen grit his teeth and kicked through the wooden barrier in front of him. But what he saw made his blood run cold. There was no path forward, only an endless sea of coffins. A black and white portrait of an old man sat atop a shrine, its lips curled in an eerie smile. Jiang Chen shouted, "Is this an illusion? That picture, it's definitely mocking me." Suddenly a coffin lid blasted open with a deafening crack. His heart hammered against his ribs as the nightmare began. Monstrous figures poured out from the darkness. Level 30 vengeful spirits. Skills: collision, massacre, and venom. Passive trait: immunity to all physical attacks. Surrounded on all sides, Jiang Chen roared in desperation. Physical immunity, fine, how about this? He unleashed a torrent of toxic poison engulfing the undead horde. He leaped onto the roof beams to gain high ground, analyzing the chaos below. But his heart sank. Damn it. The poison counts as a physical element. It's useless against ghosts. I need magic damage to kill these things. I have to find Xiaoke. But then a small shadow materialized. Xiao Zhou appeared, drooling. Master, fire, want eat? Jiang Chen stared at the little girl in shock. Xiao Zhou, you want to eat them. But biting is a physical attack, isn't it? Xiao Zhou's eyes sparkled with predatory hunger. Can eat, yummy. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. All right then, go for it. But don't force it. If it gets dangerous, I'll carry you out. In a flash, Xiao Zhou launched herself forward, her eyes blazing with abyssal fire. Xiao Zhou is strong food. She tore through the ghosts like a hot knife through butter, laughing maniacally. So many snacks, eat all of them. Watching from above, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, this is a classic system Manhwa twist. Xiao Zhou is from the abyss. She's basically the natural predator of these dark spirits. With her god-tier evolution, she was destined to become a ruler of the abyss. These low-level ghosts were nothing but appetizers to her. Jiang Chen grinned, entering battle mode. If they're edible, then it's a buffet. My insect swarm feast to your heart's content. He commanded his army from the high ground. Spread out and stay out of sight. The system window exploded with notifications. Your spirit pet has devoured a level 30 vengeful spirit. You gained 57 experience points. Your spirit pet annihilated an elite spirit, 507 experience points gained. Xiao Zhou's energy feedback kicked in. Bonus 2,301 experience points. Within moments, the room was wiped clean. A golden light bathed his body. Ding, congratulations, level up level 17 to 18. All stats increased by 1. 10 potential points awarded. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. This is insane. In seconds I gained over 500,000 EXP and leveled up. This isn't a dungeon. It's a grinding paradise tailor-made for me. He scanned the room, his confidence soaring. Now, let's have a chat with that creepy picture. Standing before the old man's portrait, Jiang Chen smirked, his aura menacing. Hey brother, why aren't you smiling anymore? Xiao Zhou floated over, rubbing her belly. Master, all food gone. Jiang Chen pointed a finger at the terrified portrait. Good job. Now check if this thing is edible. The moment he spoke, the portrait couldn't handle the pressure, it literally exploded. The system chimed in again, leaving both master and servant stunned. Ding Yu literally scared a level 35 elite spirit guardian to death. 8,700 experience gained. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the battle was far less one-sided. Duanfeng was fighting for his life against a swarm of spirits. He fired his bow rapidly, thinking, "Thank God for this magic weapon. Without it, I'd be dead meat. I wonder if the others survived. Especially Jiang Chen. He's such a low level. If he dies on my watch, how will I explain it to the boss?" Suddenly a stream of system notifications blocked his vision. Teammate killed level 30 spirit. Experience shared 4,133. Teammate killed level 35 elite guardian. Experience shared 8,022 points. Duanfeng's jaw dropped, nearly forgetting to shoot. What the hell is happening? This is a mutated dungeon. Who is slaughtering monsters this fast? It can't be Bulang. His physical build is useless here. Xiaoke has light element magic, sure, but she can't one-shot mobs like this, and it's definitely not Jiang Chen. His level is too low. Even poison or nature magic shouldn't work on ghosts. Only one face came to mind. Is it Han Q? Is she secretly this overpowered? He shook his head and sprinted forward. Doesn't matter, if someone is that strong, we have a chance. Jiang Chen, just hang in there a little longer. But in another corridor, Han Q was definitely not the one doing the killing. She was clutching her arm, running for her life. Screaming in terror, she fled from the undead. No, I can't die here. I have a hidden class. I need to join the Sky Battalion. I have to save my family. Despair filled her eyes. I'm out of mana. Even my Speed Force skill is fading. I want to go home. I don't want to die. But then she saw something strange ahead. Wait. What? The spirits in front of her weren't attacking, they were running away. Is there a teammate ahead scaring them off? She felt a terrifying aura approaching. So strong, just a few more steps and I'll be saved. But her legs gave out and she collapsed just short of safety. Terrified, she reached out, screaming into the darkness. Help me! A figure emerged from the shadows. She gasped in disbelief. Jiang Chen, why is it you? How is this possible? Desperate, she reached out to him, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Chen, please save me. Just as the ghosts grabbed her, Jiang Chen yanked her to safety. But instead of a romantic embrace, he tossed her behind him like a sack of potatoes. Move! You're blocking my kill zone. Hancho hit the floor hard. She sat up, wiping dirt from her face, furious. Jiang Chen, you jerk! But her anger vanished instantly. She watched him single-handedly massacre the army of spirits, her heart skipping a beat. He's a jerk. But oh my God, he's so handsome. Watching his retreating figure, Hanqiu felt a wave of admiration wash over her. Was this man truly just a useless support class? I remember he awakened dual elements, she pondered. Could his hidden attribute be the lethal poison mastery? Perhaps this is the terrifying extent of his true power. Suddenly Hanqiu felt a strange heat rising in her body. Her face flushed crimson as she covered her mouth. Why is my heart racing like this? Damn it, have I been poisoned too? 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Bulang collapsed, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Lady, these undead creatures are way too tenacious. Duanfeng nodded in agreement. True, but it is strange. Ever since I left that safe house, not a single monster has attacked us. Xiaoke voiced her confusion. Could Mu Hongqiu's aura be suppressing the walking dead? Or does she possess some legendary artifact? If that's true, isn't she overpowered? He was the first to voice his suspicion, but his mind drifted elsewhere. I wonder how little Chen is doing right now. Sharp-eyed as ever, she pointed ahead. Look, signs of a fierce battle. It seems the fight ended long ago. The team immediately rushed forward to investigate. Xiaoke gasped in horror. These are the shattered remains of the undead army. Seeing this, anxiety gripped Duanfeng's heart. We have to find him. If anything happens to little Chen, none of us will survive the guilt. As they pushed forward, Bulang suddenly froze, staring at a specific spot in the distance. Duanfeng and Xiaoke halted, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was that? Han Qiu sitting beside Jiang Chen on the long staircase. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with confusion. Old Duan, is that really little Chen? Xiaoke pointed confidently. That is definitely little Chen. But Duanfeng, ever the strategist, held them back. Hold your position. Something is terribly wrong here. She's the granddaughter of a Wind King. Why would she hide behind him like a submissive servant? Careful. Those two might be the dungeon bosses using illusion magic. On the other side, Jiang Chen was shamelessly enjoying a royal massage from Han Qiu. He casually pointed behind him. Oh, Brother Duan, you guys finally made it? The altar and the boss should be in the rear courtyard. Duanfeng immediately shouted, his nerves on edge. Freeze, don't move a muscle until you answer my question. Hanqiu instantly stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield Jiang Chen. What do you intend to do to Jiang Chen? If you want to hurt him, you'll have to step over my corpse. He helplessly nudged her aside and sighed. Brother Duan, I know what you're thinking. I'm no monster. I'm simply a man burdened with overflowing charisma. You don't believe me, our guildmaster is Chigang. And the best food in the world is Aunt Tang's cooking. Bulang turned to the group, shouting in relief. It really is little Chen. Thank God you're safe. Xiaokei rushed over, flustered. Are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Chen shot a glance at Han Qiu, scolding her like a subordinate. Behave yourself. Stop getting so touchy-feely in front of others. Her face turned beet red as she meekly replied. Don't be so angry. I'll listen to whatever you say, okay? Duan Feng watched the spectacle dumbfounded. Well played, kid. You really are something else. Bulang shook his head in defeat. I can't learn that skill. That's a god-tier ability. Jiang Chen, feeling the awkwardness, yelled to change the subject. Hey, enough of this. Aren't we going to raid the boss? The trio responded in unison. Let's go to the boss room. And so he led the party toward their ultimate challenge. Jiang Chen kicked the heavy gates open, striding inside. Waiting for the 5 of them was the undead leader, a boss-grade monster level 40. The moment Duan Feng saw it, his survival instincts kicked in. That's a level 40 boss. Everyone stay sharp, I'll draw its aggro first. Mu Hongqiu, guard little Chen Xiaoke, keep the buffs running, don't let them drop. Dodge its AoE attacks, Bulang, focus on DPS while staying alive. This isn't a game 1 mistake, and we're dead. At that moment, the undead leader slowly opened its eyes, glaring coldly at the intruders. Duan Feng shouted a desperate command. Contact its moving scatter now. But then a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The terrifying undead leader dropped to its knees and bowed its head. Duan Feng's jaw dropped. What on earth is happening? Is it begging for mercy? Jiang Chen stepped forward, feigning concern. You guys are all injured. Let me handle this beast. In his mind, however, he was grinning. Perfect opportunity. Xiaozhou, it's dinner time. Xiaozhou materialized, instantly drooling with excitement. Eat, eat, eat. In a flash, the interface lit up, showing why this is a top-tier system. Manhwa. You have slain the boss undead leader. Received 76,000 experience. Pet Xiaozhou has fully recovered energy and strength. You received 31,000 personal experience. Level up. Level 25 to level 26. All attributes +1. Received 10 potential points. The hunt was over in seconds. The system chimed with the final announcement. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss and cleared the undead village dungeon. Calculating rewards. The team stood there completely baffled. The boss just died like that. Does this mean you insta-killed all those skeletons earlier too? Jiang Chen scratched his head, offering a humble smile. Just a coincidence, turns out my poison element is their natural counter. Moments later, the system finalized the raid evaluation. Duan Feng level 49, rank C reward. Chubulang level 49, rank D reward. Yun Xiaoke level 46, rank D reward. Mu Hengqiu level 36, rank E reward. Jiang Chen level 26, rank SS, cleared undead village. Level 30 nightmare difficulty. Rank SSS, team reward, undead medal. Special item negates 1 fatal attack. Soulbound cannot be traded or sold. Everyone gasped in shock, then immediately bowed in worship before Jiang Chen. The individual rewards were already rich enough, but to get a god-tier team reward like this? I've been raiding for years and never seen loot this magnificent. This raid was a free ride. We just followed little Chen and won. Thank you, Boss Chen. Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly as he analyzed the loot. No wonder it's a level 30 secret realm. The drop rate is insane. These items alone could sell for over 100 million credits. The system displayed the stats of the first item. Dark Feather Cloak, quality Platinum Agility +80, Spirit +50. Active skill Shadow Stealth. Invisibility for 3 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. Jiang Chen reached out his fingers, grazing the cold fabric of the Shadow Cloak, evaluating its worth. Invisibility. Now this is practical. I'm keeping it. The rest was just vendor trash to him, assets to be liquidated the moment he got home, all to buy blood essence for those gluttonous insects. Suddenly a spatial rift tore open the sky, displaying a notification window straight out of a leveling Manhwa system. The secret realm has mutated and been conquered. The dungeon will now close. All awakened evacuate immediately. A secret smile played on Jiang Chen's lips. The devour points he harvested this time were astronomical. If he fed his swarm just a little more high-grade blood essence, they might undergo their second evolution. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Qigang's voice thunderstruck the office. What? The dungeon mutated, and Jiang Chen cleared it with Mu Hongqiu. He couldn't wrap his head around it, firing questions like a machine gun. Wait, you're saying Jiang Chen carried the team? Everyone else get out. Now. Qigang ordered, his expression darkening. I need a private word with little Chen. Duanfeng gulped, retreating instantly. Yes, sir. Shigang glared at him, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched in confusion. Confess what exactly? That story about your poison attribute controlling the undead? That might fool Duanfeng, but don't insult my intelligence. Flames danced in Qigong's eyes as his aura flared, backing Jiang Chen into a corner. Spit it out. What exactly are you hiding, kid? Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's brow. Damn it, he thought. Has the secret of my species? Has the insect sovereign lineage been exposed? This is an ancient catastrophe-level power. If humanity finds out, will they hunt me down? Qigong's eyes burned with intensity as he barked, Speak. Jiang Chen stammered, Uncle Qi, I was Meijiao. But contrary to Jiang Chen's terrified calculations, Qigong suddenly threw his head back. A split second later, the room echoed with his booming laughter. Ha ha ha, so even you know how to be nervous, brat. Where did that fearlessness from clearing a mutated dungeon go? Jiang Chen's face went pale, clutching his chest. Uncle Qi, were you just testing me? Qigong sank onto the couch, his demeanor shifting to casual indifference. Not entirely. I know you're holding back and you don't want to talk about it. I won't force you. The more aces you have up your sleeve, the happier I am. The Night Watchmen are counting on you to bring us glory in the future. Jiang Chen placed a hand over his heart, his voice steady. Uncle Qi, rest assured. I promise you one day I'll bring you a full set of epic tier equipment. Qigong burst out laughing again. Silly kid, I appreciate the sentiment, but do you have any idea how rare epic tier gear is? But Jiang Chen didn't smile. His eyes were deadly serious. Uncle, I'm not joking. Qigong paused, then nodded with a grin. All right. I believe you. A moment later, Qigong's expression hardened. He opened a pocket dimension at his fingertips. Little Chen having trump cards is good, but there are some harsh realities I need to show you. Thud, thud, thud. 3 corpses wrapped in dark energy fell from the void, landing right at Jiang Chen's feet. Uncle Qi, this is... Qigong propped his leg up, his voice grim. These men. The weakest one is a level 63rd class Grandmaster. The other 2 level 94th class Great Grandmasters. I'm not ashamed to admit it, I couldn't beat a single one of them. I just collected the bodies. Jiang Chen stared blankly, a chill running down his spine. Did these people want to kill me? Qigong frowned, scolding him. Don't be narcissistic. They were here to assassinate Mu Hankyu, but her Dao protectors secretly liquidated them. That only deepened the mystery for Jiang Chen. Oh, why would anyone send a hit squad after Mu Hankyu? Qigong tossed a scroll toward him. Read this. You need to understand the scale of the world you're stepping into. Jiang Chen unrolled it. The title read, Great Xia's Heaven's Chosen Hit List. The names listed were legends he had never met. Number 1, Yingzhan, Descendant of the Invincible. Capital War Zone Level 46. Bounty 3 Heaven Tier Treasures. Number 2, Ji Xuanyu, Descendant of the Invincible. Demon Capital War Zone Level 46. Bounty 3 Heaven Tier Treasures. Number 3, Zhang Wushuang, Descendant of the Invincible. Jiangnan War Zone Level 46. Bounty 3 Heaven Tier Treasures. Number 20, Xiao Behan, Descendant of the Nation Guardian. Jiangnan War Zone Level 41. Bounty 2 Heaven Tier Treasures. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he shouted, Wait, Xiao Behan, the Xiao clan of the Nation Guardians. Qigong nodded solemnly. Correct. These are the top prodigies of Great Xiao, your direct competition. Xiao Behan is one of them. Soon they'll all gather at the Heaven's Chosen camp in the 8 Great War Zones. You and Behan will be in the same territory. Thinking of Xiao Behan's face, Qigong's voice grew anxious. 7th transfer is a king. 8th is a nation guardian. 9th is invincible. The top 100 prodigies on this list. The weakest among them is the descendant of a king. Qigong pointed to a name further down. Mu Hankyu is the descendant of one of the 12 Jiangnan kings, and yet she barely ranks 77th. Countless grandmasters have tried to assassinate her only to be slaughtered by her shadow guards. The power backing these kids is terrifying. Number 77, Mu Hankyu, Descendant of a King. Jiangnan War Zone Level 35. Bounty 1 Mysterious Tier Treasure. Qigong's face was grave. If a king's descendant faces this much danger, imagine the target on the back of a nation guardian like the Xiao family. Jiang Chen realized the gravity of the situation. So you're showing me this to tell me. Keep a low profile at the training camp. Qigong nodded, satisfied. Exactly. The more potential you show, the bigger the target. Don't reveal your full strength unless it's life or death. Qigong looked down, a shadow of helplessness crossing his face. Those other kids. They have titans protecting them from the shadows. But your Uncle Qi, even with a good mentor, I'm barely a 3rd-class grandmaster. I'm terrified that when the real monsters come, I won't be strong enough to shield you. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chest, his gaze unwavering. Uncle Qi, I've etched your words into my heart. Gratitude swelled within him. Uncle Qi didn't blame him for keeping secrets. Instead, he was only worried about his safety. Gang nodded, a warm look in his eyes. Good. Then he rubbed his chin, a mischievous glint returning to his eyes. You know, with your performance in the dungeon, if word got out, you'd rank higher than Mu Hangqiu on that list. But strangely, that girl didn't breathe a word to anyone. She kept your secret. Gang smirked, leaning in. Be honest, kid. Did you charm her or something? It wasn't just that the secret realm was crawling with the undead. Your appetite for danger is truly bizarre, kid. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly turned and waved his hand, making his exit. Uncle Qi, go wash up and get some sleep. I'm heading back to rest. Qigong felt a sudden pang of emptiness as he watched him go. This brat. I never said it was a bad thing. The scene shifted to a high-rise building glowing under the city lights. Jiang Chen looked at the loot on the table with pure delight. 33 vials of Tier 3 blood essence and 14 vials of Tier 4. Selling most of the gear to get this. It should be enough for the second generation to breed. Without hesitation, he poured the precious solution onto his hand. Time to eat my little one's Tier 3 essence first. This stuff was potent, equivalent to the power of a level 63rd awakening human grandmaster. It took over 100 beasts to refine just one bottle. Daddy spent a fortune on you guys. Perched on his head, Xiaozhou drooled with envy, her eyes wide. Master Xiaozhou wants to eat too. Jiang Chen let out a helpless laugh, shaking his head. Not yet. Your next breeding cycle is still a long way off. His words broke her heart, and she wailed in grievance. Defeated by her tears, Jiang Chen handed her a vial. Fine, fine, you eat too. Xiaozhou's face instantly lit up like a sunbeam. Master is the best. With her satisfied, he turned back to the main task at hand. Next was the Tier 4 essence power equivalent to a level 94th awakening grandmaster. As Xiaozhou feasted, she leveled up from 18 to 19 instantly. Suddenly, the system chimed. The nine-winged brood has begun reproduction. Yield 40 to 60 offspring per unit. Reproduction speed boosted by divine evolution. Moments later, the process was complete. Nine-winged brood reproduction finished. Total count 100,000. This was way beyond Jiang Chen's calculations. A massive swarm materialized and his jaw dropped in shock. They scattered instantly, sending him into a panic. This is my house. Are you trying to start a rebellion? He gritted his teeth, struggling to assert control over the chaotic swarm. Get back in the nest. Don't come out unless I call you. Looking at his chewed-up furniture, Jiang Chen sighed. These house wreckers are absolutely terrifying. He glared at Xiaozhou, who was licking the last drop from her jar. You only know how to eat. Can't you control your own brats? Jiang Chen pulled up his status panel. Name Jiang Chen. Level 26. Title, Zerg Overlord. Class God Tier Spirit Breeder. Talent 1. Skills All Creation Growth Divine Evolution. Unit Xiaozhou Level 21. Calamity Class 9-Winged Brood 100,000 units. Combat Rating 197 stars. In this system, Manhwa numbers meant everything, and Jiang Chen smiled. Combat power of 197 stars. The growth rate is insane. I'm almost catching up to a standard third awakening grandmaster. He stood tall, clenching his fist with newfound resolve. Everything is ready. Tomorrow at the prodigy camp, I'll hit level 30 and complete my second awakening. His mind raced with possibilities. Then, I can obtain a new broodmother. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch office, Tang Jin screamed in shock. What? She couldn't believe Qi had invited his master, the Heavenly Blade King, to intervene. She questioned him intensely, unable to comprehend the gravity. Is little Chen's situation really serious enough to mobilize someone like that? Qi remained calm, his voice steady. Just a precaution. Forget the fact that he might run into the national prodigy Xiao Behan in the Jiangnan war zone. The real issue is that the prodigy camp hides no secrets. And little Chen? He has something inside him that terrifies me. His eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful worry. I'm worried his poison attribute is actually a taboo. Tang Jin frowned, shouting back in denial. How is that possible? Don't scare me like that. She pressed on. Ever since the Devourer caused that catastrophe 600 years ago, Great Xia has executed every single taboo class the moment they were discovered. Her face darkened with anger. If little Chen was a taboo, it would have shown during his awakening. You're just being paranoid. Qi lowered his head, his voice grim. I hope you're right. I hope it is just my paranoia. Jiang Chen stared at the map, completely lost. Which way is it? Did I get turned around again? Suddenly a scream echoed from the sky. Help me. Jiang Chen looked up to see Katian dangling high above, screaming, Help, I'm afraid of heights. Jiang Chen was speechless, but he raised his hand to assist. All creation growth ends. Thick green tendrils shot out, wrapping around Katian and gently lowering him to the ground. The old man slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Scared me to death. I just wanted to steal a bird's nest. It didn't look that high from down here. Jiang Chen was baffled, afraid of heights but climbing trees for eggs. Is this guy some kind of legendary eccentric? Kaidian stood up, dusting himself off with a grin. Young friend, you saved me. How can I repay you? Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Old man, do you know the way to the prodigy camp? Kaidian laughed heartily and started jogging ahead. What a coincidence, I'm heading there for some business myself. Follow me, kid. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Thanks for the guide. As they walked, curiosity got the better of him. Hey old man, are you an awakened one too? Why don't you store that blade in your spatial inventory? Kaichen lowered his head as he walked. I'm not an awakened. I'm just a man who practices the blade. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of regret. I had no talent back then. Failed my awakening. Struggled for 10 years and still couldn't afford a bathroom in the city. He recalled his darkest moment. I lost all hope and ran into the mountains to end it all. Instead, I found an abandoned hunter's shack. And this blade, it became my lifeline. I practiced on that mountain every day. I practiced drawing the blade for 220 years and slashing for 30 years. Then suddenly, I understood. Tell me, young friend, isn't that miraculous? Jiang Chen forced an awkward smile. Yeah, miraculous. Then Kaidian made an offer. Do you want to learn the blade from me? I only know one move called... Before he could finish, Jiang Chen cut him off. Kaidian laughed, understanding the rejection. I suppose I'm too eager. If you ever want to learn... Suddenly Jiang Chen spotted something. Hey, look over there. Jiang Chen grinned with excitement. That's the prodigy camp ahead, isn't it? But silence answered him. He turned around confused. Huh. Where did he go? That eccentric old man was truly a mystery. Ignoring the encounter, Jiang Chen stepped into the legendary Heaven's Pride camp. A gatekeeper's voice boomed out. All prodigies hoping to enter line up for registration immediately. Receive your identity bracelets now, and do not remove them, unless you want to be eliminated from this awakening Manhwa challenge. Moments later, the roll call reached him. Jiang Chen of Chujiang City. As he grasped the cold metal of the identity bracelet, he steeled himself, waiting to enter the camp proper. No sooner had he stepped inside than he ran into a familiar face. Sandao's eyes lit up as she shouted, "Benefactor!" Beside her, Han Chu stood with a face flushed red, screaming in excitement. Master, Jiang Chen's mind raced in confusion. What on earth is going on? Being called benefactor was one thing, but master. Han Chu turned her gaze towards Sandao, seeking answers. My old flame is Sandao, Han Chu retorted, screaming. You pervert, Han Chu! The two immediately spiraled into an endless loop of bickering. Who exactly is your old flame? How many times have I warned you? Stop reading those trashy girls' love novels. You're hallucinating relationships that don't exist, bestie. You're right about one thing. Now, I truly understand what a heart-fluttering pulse feels like, and you aren't it. Xiaozhou chomped on watermelon nearby, muttering, Great show, love the drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood there utterly baffled by this explosion of information. Sandao pointed an accusing finger at Han Qiu. Then why do you have the thick skin to follow me around? Han Qiu immediately clung to Jiang Chen's arm, shooting back. Follow you. Don't flatter yourself. The master I'm talking about is Jiang Chen. Sandao burst into laughter, teasing. I told you so ages ago, but you didn't believe me. It's finally happened, hasn't it? Han Qiu shyly poked her fingers together, explaining, He really does make my heart race. In a split second, the two girls embraced harmoniously. So we're back to being best friends then. I feel like we're best friends and love rivals. Let's just call it frivals. Jiang Chen watched the scene utterly helpless. The minds of these girls were truly unfathomable. Suddenly a deafening explosion erupted nearby, leaving all three with faces full of question marks. Han Qiu turned, curiosity piqued. Huh. What's going on over there? Sandao replied quickly. Looks like a brawl broke out. Instructor Xunluo rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Fighting before even entering the camp. Are they looking for a death wish? Jiang Chen watched his retreating figure, calculating Instructor Xunluo. His strength is definitely at the 3rd Revolution Grandmaster level. But in the blink of an eye, Xunluo was blasted backward through the air. He sprawled on the ground, roaring. Damn it, report to the higher-ups, those kids are monsters. Sandao screamed in disbelief. A 3rd Revolution Grandmaster was repelled, just by the shockwave. Who in the world is fighting? Han Qiu lowered her head, her voice tinged with gloom. Who else could it be? It's the top rankers of the Jiangnan war zone. She quickly broke down the intel. That short-haired girl is Tang Ying, assassin class. Her strength is terrifying. She's the youngest gold rank hitman of the Heavenly Secret Tower. Rumor has it, she recently assassinated a Japanese Fourth Revolution Grandmaster. Looking to the side, Han Q continued her introduction of the monsters in this leveling manhwa. That guy radiating red aura is Bai Feng, known as the Little Killing God. He's the disciple of the East Sea Defense Commander and the military's brightest prodigy. But he seems to have psychological issues, very prone to chi deviation. Finally, they looked at the green-haired youth aggressively swinging his sword at the sky. That is Xiao Behan. His grandfather is one of the 7 national guardians of Great Xia. His class, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, is comparable to a divine tier profession. Sandao's face went pale with rage. I know the thief. The sword in his hand is epic grade gear. He stole it from my house. Jiang Chen went on high alert. So this is Xiao Behan. He truly lives up to the title of prodigy. His strength is leagues above Xiao Yuan Wu. But suddenly the group's confusion returned. If those 3 were teaming up, who exactly were they fighting? From amidst the swirling white smoke, a single unyielding fist punched through. Hangqiu resumed her lecture. The invincible descendant Jiang Wushuang. Rumor has it he possesses 3 classes, and all of them are unique hidden classes. He is unreasonably strong. Even the other 3 combined can't defeat him alone. Jiang Chen silently assessed the threat. Jiang Wushuang ranked 3rd among Great Xia's prodigies. No wonder. I wonder if my little insect can handle monsters like these. Suddenly from high above, Xiao Behan gripped his sword and dove straight toward where Jiang Chen and the girls were standing. Jiang Chen reacted instantly, yanking Sandao behind him. Danger. He frowned, his eyes narrowing. That fist wind alone was enough to push me back. Not bad, Jiang Wushuang. The sudden arrival of the swordsman puzzled Jiang Chen. Xiao Behan. The swordsman looked equally surprised. Oh, Jiang Chen, I heard that piece of trash Xiao Yuanwu died by your hand. He drew his blade, pointing it straight at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. Although I also despise that waste, you still have to die today. I plan to finish fighting Jiang Wushuang before dealing with small fry like you, but since fate has brought us together, I'll end you first. Jiang Chen showed no fear, his own dense aura exploding outward. Even with the difference in power, it seems the Xiao family is rotten to the very marrow, no matter the generation. Staring down Xiao Behan, anxiety crept into his heart. I promised Uncle Qi I wouldn't cause trouble. But looking at this situation, I have no choice. But at that critical moment, a massive explosion rocked the area, followed by a thunderous roar. Scram! The chief instructor, Heavenly Saber King, has arrived. A massive crater was instantly blasted into the ground. Xiao Behan gasped in shock. The Heavenly Saber King. The old man pointed his massive blade at the duo, warning, daring to cause trouble before the camp officially opens, you'll have to ask the saber in my hand first. Jiang Chen couldn't believe his eyes. The chief instructor. The Heavenly Saber King is that eccentric old man from the road. Just one wave of saber intent immobilized the 4 great prodigies. My little insect was almost crushed into oblivion by the pressure. Yang Guang stepped up behind the old man. Senior Gu, all 300 prodigies have arrived. Please prepare to ascend the podium and preside over the opening ceremony. Vice Commander Yang Guang. Seeing these 2 figures, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Heavens. There have been so many system manhwa training camps in the Jiangnan war zone, but I've never seen a king-tier character guarding one. This is terrifying. Even standing dozens of meters away, a single thread of the Heavenly Saber King's aura suppresses us completely. But it's strange. Didn't they say the old man lived in seclusion? Why leave the mountains now? I overheard the instructors whispering. Apparently the old man volunteered for this assignment. Could he be looking for a disciple we need to perform perfectly? Though people like us shouldn't dream too big. He'll only pick from the top rankers. Xiao Behan's mind raced. Finally, I've met the living legend. Once the camp opens, I must defeat Jiang Wushuang and leave a lasting impression on the old master. Meanwhile, Wushuang's fists trembled with pure adrenaline. Since he had managed to summon this legend, failure was not an option. He would be accepted as a disciple. Only Jiang Chen stood there, completely baffled by the heavy atmosphere. Wait, do you 2 actually know who that old geezer is? Sandao's eyes lit up as she explained, barely containing her excitement. Of course, I've been listening to the legends of his glory since I was just a child. She immediately began dropping major lore dumps on him. He isn't a job changer yet. He single-handedly suppressed the remaining 7th-turn kings. He became the #1 king-tier existence, second only to the National Guardians. His power rivals the 8th-turn Guardians, who once decapitated dragons with a single strike. Hanqiu rubbed her chin thoughtfully and added to the praise. Exactly. Even though they share the title of king, the Heavenly Blade King is the figure my grandfather respects the most. My grandfather once begged him to take me as a disciple, but the senior politely refused. I used to be depressed about it, but then I heard he rejected the descendants of invincible national guardians too. Jiang Chen's eyes went wide with disbelief. Are you guys absolutely sure that becoming his apprentice is that difficult? Hancho looked up completely dumbfounded. Master, are you joking? As far as I know, top-tier geniuses like Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were all rejected by the Blade God. You just saw Wushuang's terrifying power, right? Can you imagine how high the standard is if even he isn't good enough? Sandao quickly chimed in. That's right, benefactor. You might not know this, but that old monster has only taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago. The gears in Jiang Chen's mind finally turned as he recalled the old man's casual offer from earlier. Boy, do you want to learn the blade from me? Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat internally. Wait, so the heavenly Blade King everyone worships is actually that weird old geezer who climbs trees to steal bird eggs? He really didn't feel like a legendary figure at all. Jiang Chen just awkwardly shrugged it off. Oh, is that so? Suddenly a throat clearing cut through the noise like thunder, commanding absolute silence. The man introduced himself with a voice that dripped with menace. I am the head instructor of the Heaven's Pride Battalion. My name is Gu Kaiqian. His voice echoed across the entire zone. Everyone knows the Jiangnan war zone has become pathetic in recent years. It is filled with fragile vases pretty to look at, but useless. You people don't dare to risk your lives. If you went to a real battlefield with real steel, you'd die without a grave. The mutations in this world are accelerating every day. The monsters are getting faster. We need true geniuses who can handle actual combat, not sheltered children. Therefore, to force out your true potential and weed out the weak. His face suddenly darkened, shadowing his expression in pure intimidation as he dropped the bombshell. For this year's Jiangnan Heaven's Pride Battalion, I am invoking a new rule. The death quota. From behind him, Yang Guang turned pale and cried out in panic, Senior Gu, you can't… But Katian's voice was absolute iron. Here I have the final say. If anything happens, I bear the consequences. Yang Guang's jaw dropped in horror. A death quota. This had never been mentioned by the higher-ups. This was unprecedented in the history of any awakening Manhwa Academy arc. The crowd below was filled with heirs of powerful families. Doing this was basically trying to overturn the heavens. Katian ignored the shock and barked his next order. 10 deaths are allowed per round. If you want to quit, leave now. Panic spread like a plague through the students. It was terrifying, but retreating meant their families would be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. But I don't want to die here. Wushuang, however, smirked with admiration. As expected of the Heavenly Blade King's successor, the Jiangnan zone needed this brutality long ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Behan narrowed his eyes at Jiang Chen, calculating coldly. This rule, it's like it was created just for me. Once the camp opens, I can fulfill the old man's kill order immediately. Jiang Chen caught the stare and analyzed the situation. With this quota, even if the conflict escalates, if I happen to eliminate Xiao Behan, the officials won't look too closely at the corpse. Up on the stage, Han Q was thrilled. No one is leaving. Good. Very good. It seems you all still have a shred of pride left, Kaiqian roared. I declare the admission trial officially started. 300 enter, only half will remain. Katian drew the massive sword from his back, the steel singing in the air. Hidden throughout this camp are 150 ascension flags. I don't care what methods you use. By 6 a.m. tomorrow we tally the results. Only those with flags survive. He slashed the air, his aura exploding outward. Fight with everything you have. Kill with confidence. Go alone, form teams, or tear this entire camp apart, I don't care. Just show me your burning blood. Katian threw his hand up. Dismiss, the exam begins now. The crowd instantly scattered in a chaotic frenzy. Run with our weak power levels, the only strategy is to find a flag and hide. Don't engage the monsters. That's the safest way to level up. But Behan stood perfectly still, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He twirled his sword and walked straight toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't flinch, speaking firmly to the 2 girls. You 2 go scout for flags. Now, I'll handle Xiao Behan. Hancho cried out worriedly, but Jiang Chen cut her off with a gaze as cold as ice. That is an order. Go. Finally, she had no choice but to retreat. Behan scoffed loudly. A rookie who hasn't even reached the second turn trying to play the hero pathetic. Jiang Chen calmly analyzed his opponent. Xiao Behan's sword intent is sharp. He is leagues above Xiao Yuan Wu. I've leveled up significantly since then, but he's no joke. Jiang Chen glared back, his voice steady. Cut the crap. Jiang Chen was slightly worried. Can I take him down using my poison without revealing the existence of the insect swarm? Behan raised his blade, killing intent surging. True. There's no point wasting words on a corpse. But just as the clash was about to begin, a shout shattered the tension. Xiao Behan. Several shurikens flew through the air, forcing them apart. Behan roared in annoyance. Tang Ying, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Chen looked over, surprised to see the female assassin intervening. She screamed right in his face. Xiao Behan, did you forget the pact we made with Bai Feng? We agreed to eliminate Jiang Wushuang the moment we entered the camp. Yet here you are wandering off to handle side quests. Are you using this as an excuse because you're actually scared of Wushuang? Behan's face flushed red with rage. Who said I was scared of him? The provocation worked perfectly. Where is Jiang Wushuang? I'll go destroy him with you right now. I'll deal with this trash later. Tang Ying pointed forward. He went into the woods over there. Bai Feng is already trailing him. Watching the two of them rush off, Jiang Chen stood there confused. Well, that was a plot twist. And about that Tang Ying. Am I imagining things? It felt like she was intentionally saving me. Suddenly Tang Ying glanced back and gave him a sly wink. Jiang Chen blinked. Wait, for real. But why go this far? We are practically strangers. It turned out Tang Ying was actually the biological niece of the legendary Tang Jin. She lowered her head, conflicted by her own helplessness. Her aunt had asked her to look after Jiang Chen inside the Heaven's Pride camp. But with her current power level, fighting a monster like Xiao Behan was suicide. Her only play was to drop Jiang Wushuang's name and stall for time. Just then another player entered the stage. Huang Yongchao stepped forward with a slimy grin. Young Master Xiao, my father serves under the old general. These 3 upgrade flags are a tribute to your greatness. Descendant of a 6th rotation venerable Huang Yongchao. But Xiao Behan just scoffed, his eyes cold. I don't need your trash. If you really want to show respect, do one dirty little job for me. The lackey bowed instantly. Yes. This subordinate is willing to give his all. Tang Ying watched from the side, her brow furrowing as a bad feeling washed over her. This is bad, she thought. Jiang Chen, you are on your own now. I pray Mu Hongqiu and Luo Sundao can keep you safe. Meanwhile, the oblivious Sundao was waving a flag in the air like a prize. Benefactor, I found them. 2 upgrade flags. Jiang Chen, ever the gentleman, pushed the loot toward the girls. You two take these. I will hunt for more. Hongqiu nodded, determination in her eyes. Then we will help you search. Suddenly a beam of lethal energy tore through the air. Jiang Chen screamed, "Watch out!" reacting on pure instinct. He flipped a heavy table, smashing the projectile before it could land. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Are they here to steal the flags? But Huang Yongchao fired another warning shot, his killing intent exploding. Not the flags, kid. I am here for your life. Sandao jumped in front, shielding them. Huang Yongchao, hidden class sun-chasing archer level 39. His dad is a 6th rotation powerhouse. My earth shield might not hold against this kind of leveling Manhwa firepower. At the same moment, the archer's eyes rolled back as he unleashed a skill. Jiang Chen roared a command that shook the ground. Both of you get back. He charged forward, his swarm of insects screaming for blood. I can tolerate insults, but if you come for my life, don't blame me for being cruel. Someone has to fill the old man's death quota anyway. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a nightmare erupted. A dense cloud of parasitic beetles and lethal toxins surged forward like a tidal wave. Yongchao's eyes bulged in terror. Poison, I thought he was a life-class healer, he screamed to his ambush squad. Brothers, stop hiding, attack together. But as the toxic fog swallowed him, the silence was deafening. Where is everyone? The archer was dissolved into nothingness. His minions were already fleeing in panic. Run, that is a hidden poison class. It is a death sentence. If a long-range archer like Yongchao got melted, melee fighters like us are dog meat. We are lucky we ran, or we would be dead too. Watching the massacre from the control room, Cadian couldn't help but grin. That little rascal Sundao chose well. God-tier life system, coupled with the only hidden poison class in existence. Instructor Yang Guang was sweating bullets. He instantly deleted a 2nd rotation genius. This Jiang Chen defies all logic. Why didn't the night watchman report this anomaly? Suddenly, the head instructor turned. Yang Guang, send the alert. Get the space system grandmasters in here now. We need them on standby to teleport students out before this kid slaughters everyone. The instructor saluted nervously. Yes, sir. I am on it. Yang Guang sprinted away, his mind racing. I have to hurry before the old man changes his mind. If that monster goes on a rampage, this training camp becomes a graveyard. But just as he reached the door, Catian's voice boomed. Wait. Yang Guang froze, turning back slowly. Sir, he cursed internally. Is the old man flipping the script? Catian rubbed his chin, a chaotic glint in his eye. Prepare 10 peak tier 3 beasts. Release them now. And attach the Azure Cloud flags to them. Yang Guang bowed. Understood. But inside, he was impressed by the ruthless brilliance. The chief is a genius. This move forces that little monster to hunt beasts for the flags instead of hunting students. It saves the weaklings from a massacre. Back on the battlefield, the top 3 rankers had Jiang Wushuang surrounded. Wushuang looked bored. I told you. Even if you 3 trash combine forces, you cannot beat me. Are you begging for a beating? And even if you win, where's the glory in ganking? Xiao Behan frowned, his pride stinging. Bullying the few with the many isn't honorable, but fighting anyone else is just boring. Suddenly the system voice echoed across the entire map. Announcement. Number 091 Huang Yongchao. Status deceased. Eliminated by Jiang Chen. Wu Shuang's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Oh, now that is strong. Jiang Chen's Xiao Behan was shaken. Yongchao was average, but he was still a decent second rotation fighter. Top 50 in the camp, stronger than Xiao Yuan Wu, and he got deleted that fast. Tang Ying was stunned into silence. Wait. She told me Jiang Chen was a level 26 life class. How does a healer insta-kill a level 39 combat class? Even I couldn't end Yongchao that quickly. Bai Feng analyzed the data, realizing the truth. It seems this Heaven's Pride camp is hiding crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Wu Shuang grinned, pointing toward the death notification. Look at that, a real expert exists. Shall we go say hello? The organizer's voice boomed again. Attention 10. Peak Tier 3 ferocious beasts are being released. Each beast carries 3 Azure Cloud flags. Possessing a flag grants special ranking privileges. The top 10 survivors at the end will receive massive rewards. First place prize 100 million credits. Subsequent ranks decrease by 10 million. In a heartbeat, the top 3 rankers vanished. Wu Shuang laughed as he ran. Looks like the Heavenly Blade King gave us a new game. Fine by me. If you want to compete, bring a flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's jaw dropped. 100 million just for the first round. This awakening Manhwa camp is insanely rich. His mind raced with calculations. If I take first place and get into the main camp, with those resources, my insect army will breed out of control. Just then, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A terrifying beast crashed down from the sky, freezing Jiang Chen in place. The monster stared him down with bloodthirsty eyes. Sandao screamed panic, cracking his voice. The first beast landed right on top of us. Jiang Chen assessed the threat. Peak Tier 3. Henkyu trembled, gripping her weapon. Everyone be careful, that thing has stats equal to a level 93rd rotation Grandmaster. She spotted an opening. Benefactor. It is still recovering from the drop. We should... But Jiang Chen was already dashing forward, poison swirling around him. Stay back, he roared. But before his hand could touch the beast, a razor-sharp sword beam slashed through the air, forcing him to abort the attack. Jiang Chen skidded back, his eyes cold. Who? Xiao Behan stepped out, gripping his blade, his aura radiating pure hostility. Jiang Chen, you have got guts. Killing Yongchao and now trying to snatch the Azure Cloud flag, I underestimated you before. But today, I have to put you down permanently. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. He channeled his venom, ready for war. Xiao Behan, if we are going to fight, then shut your mouth and come at me. Then with a roar that shook the heavens, he unleashed the wind dragon slash of heaven and earth. Standing in the distance, Behan glared with cold mockery. No wonder you're so arrogant. You were hiding a poison attribute all along. They say poison is tricky, but against my sword wind it is absolutely worthless. Han Kyo screamed in panic. Disaster wind counters poison. The master is in danger, we have to help. But Sandao stopped her, shaking her head. No. His poison isn't normal. We would just be dead weight in this high-stakes awakening Manhwa battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing his aura for a devastating counterattack. He unleashed a new skill that shocked the battlefield, Toxic Bone Dragon Transformation, but Behan just sneered. You think that can break my defense? If I can't blow it away, I'll just trap you in it. In a split second, Behan triggered 3 ultimate arts at once, Forbidden Spell Green Lotus and Sword Immortal. His overwhelming energy surged like a tsunami, threatening to suppress the poison entirely. Watch closely as my sword chi obliterates your pathetic poison, Behan shouted. Jiang Chen just smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, is that so? Inside, Jiang Chen chuckled. Perfect. Your sword chi blocks the view, which just makes it easier for me to feed. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou materialized. Sword chi. She chirped, her eyes sparkling. Delicious. The interface flashed before his eyes, just like in a system Manhwa devour value, plus 1000 devour value, plus 1000. Jiang Chen called out, Full yet! Then help me out! With a sharp wave of his hand, he roared, Begone! A massive blast of energy sent Behan flying backward. Behan screamed in denial, his reality shattering. Impossible, how can poison bury my sword chi? Desperate, he activated the same ultimate defense Xiao Yuan Wu used in the past. Life Jade Protection. Encased in the glowing barrier, his confidence returned. My jade is unbreakable. Your poison can't touch me now. You're dead meat. Jiang Chen stood opposite him, deep in thought. The Xiao family really loves repeating history. But with these surveillance cameras everywhere, I can't let my bugs reveal their true forms. He glanced over his shoulder. Luo Sandao, create an opaque earth dome. Cover this entire arena, can you do it? She clenched her fist, determination burning in her eyes. I'll try. Instantly, she cast her ultimate defense Earth Fortress Encirclement. As the walls rose, Behan shouted in confusion. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chen tilted his head, his expression cold as ice. Shall Behan take a guess? How did Yuan Wu die? Safe inside his life jade. Behan laughed maniacally. You compare my life jade to that trash as you really are naive. Xiaozhou charged forward, cackling with glee. Comparing the current me to the past me, now that is what's truly naive. Jiang Chen ordered ruthlessly. Xiaozhou, smash him to pieces. She dove in like a meteor. Yes, Master Xiaozhou is on it, punch punch. Behan gasped in horror. What is this thing? Xiaozhou spun in the air, raining down blows, but the defensive barrier held firm against the onslaught. Jiang Chen observed the clash, a frown creasing his brow. Body-protecting sword chi. Xiao Behan is stronger than I thought. Suddenly the boss beast roared, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Chen conjured dark poison in his palm. The beast is awake. I have to use the big guns. He shouted his command. Toxic Bone Dragon corrode Xiao Behan's sword, Qi cover Xiaozhou to Xiaozhou. However, was busy squabbling with the other summons. My bugs get the premium meat first. Inside the jade, Behan began to panic. Crap! The Qi is eroding, I can't deal any damage. At the same moment, the boss beast went berserk, but Xiaozhou seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation calmly. Old man Xiao really plays favorites. This life jade is way tougher than the one Yuan Wu had, but he wasn't worried. Even if it's tough, it's only a matter of time before Xiaozhou cracks it. Before it took 3 seconds, now maybe 3 minutes max. Watching the screen go black, Yang Guang cursed. Damn it, Behan was losing and now Jiang Chen blocked the camera. What is happening in this manhwa recap-worthy moment? He immediately barked orders to the Space System Grandmaster. Fang Chengyuan lock onto their spiritual signal. If anything feels off, teleport in instantly. Understood, the vice instructor replied. Katian was furious. What? So the Xiao family grandson isn't allowed to fight, isn't allowed to die? Yang Guang stammered, trying to justify it. Senior, if he dies, are you ready to start a war with Xiao Zhengguo? You know the commander of the Jiangnan war zone, don't you? His eyes flashed with a warning. You banned leaks from the genius camp, but once this is over, the truth will get out. Kaidian hesitated. He had his own calculations. Xiao Behan is a top-tier talent. Can Jiang Chen really kill him? And why cover the camera? What exactly is that kid hiding? Inside the barrier, Jiang Chen stood proudly over the defeated boss beast. Strong monster, but my bugs are its natural predator. Too easy. Meanwhile, Behan watched in terror as his life jade dissolved. What? What is this monster? How can my defense fail? Jiang Chen glanced over. Looks like Xiao Behan won't last much longer. Suddenly a voice boomed from the sky like thunder. Kid, don't cross the line. Space Grandmaster Fang Chengyuan had arrived. Jiang Chen flinched, reaching out. Damn, the space system instructor is interfering. He called out to his summon. Ho! Xiaozhou returned. Jiang Chen thought frantically. I need to end this now before my secrets are exposed. Behan was dazed, his mind reeling. Exploding bugs poison, what is happening? Boom, the life. Jade shattered completely. Poison flooded into the cracks. A scream of agony pierced the air. As the dust settled, only a severed arm and 3 flags lay on the ground. The smoke cleared to reveal the empty battlefield. Jiang Chen sighed, disappointed. Only an arm, the Grandmaster saved him just in time. I'll take the arm as interest. He kicked Behan's fallen sword over to Sandao. Sandao gripped the blade, eyes burning with excitement as she shouted, Excellent, thank you, Savior. Hanqiu snatched up the 3 banners and called out, Master 3 Azure Cloud Flags. You have already broken into the top 10. Jiang Chen immediately suggested let's split them, 1 for each of us. However, Sandao instantly rejected the offer. No way, having this sword is enough for me. She smiled, shaking her head. I do not need the points either. Master, you take the loot. I want to see you crush Jiang Wushuang and seize the #1 spot. Meanwhile, in another location, Yang Guang slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. He roared, demanding answers, his voice trembling with fury. What kind of incompetence is this? Why did you fail to teleport Xiao Behan out in time? Cheng Yuan replied, his voice filled with helplessness. I wanted to, but that poison mist was too domineering. My psychic energy tried to penetrate it, but before I could see anything, my mind was corroded. Then I heard an explosion. I used my full power to warp him out. But it was already too late. Hearing this, Yang Guang's anger skyrocketed. Impossible. How can poison corrode spiritual will? Do not try to shirk responsibility. Standing beside them, Katian could not take it anymore, and bellowed, Silence! The situation had completely spiraled beyond Yang Guang's calculations. Flustered, he turned and stammered, Senior. But the old man cut him off with a scathing critique. Yang Guang, do you know why you have been stuck at the peak of the 5th turn for so long? It is because you are a bootlicker who cannot pass the trial of the heart. Just now you were spouting nonsense about General Xiao Zhengguo. I did not even bother to acknowledge your pathetic behavior. Kaidian's eyes blazed with intense fury as he stared down Yang Guang. Let me tell you something. I dare to act, and I dare to bear the consequences. On the abyssal battlefields, even rank 9 invincibles face death. So what is a little brat like Xiao Behan worth? Yang Guang began to panic, sweat forming on his brow. But Senior, leaving aside General Xiao, the command center will... The old man did not let him finish, interrupting with a sharp command. Notify the camp immediately. Seal off all information from the outside world. Until 6 in the morning tomorrow before the entrance exam concludes, no eliminated candidate leaves this camp. That includes Xiao Behan. With that, Katian turned and walked out of the room, leaving a final instruction. I am going to the Zhongnan Warzone Command Center. At that very moment, the system announcement echoed through the skies, striking fear into every heart. Camp Notice Number 3. Xiao Behan has been eliminated. The eliminator is Jiang Chen. Everyone dropped their jaws, screaming, "What?" Xiao Behan, disbelief washed over the crowd. The grandson of the Zhengguo general, did I hear that right? Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng had just combined forces to slay a ferocious beast. Hearing the announcement, she froze in terror, thinking Jiang Chen eliminated Xiao Behan. Bai Feng frowned, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, another beast collapsed, slain instantly. The one who delivered the killing blow, Wu Shuang, licked his lips in excitement. Oh! Now things are getting interesting. Somewhere far away, Commander Duan Honghai calmly lifted the lid of his teacup. He blew on the steam and asked, "Old Gu, you rushed over here so urgently. Did you find a legendary seedling?" Sitting opposite him, Commander Gu snapped his fingers, activating a forbidden technique. Instantly, an invisible barrier sealed the entire area. This action piqued Honghai's interest. So cautious it seems, this is no ordinary genius. Gu did not hesitate and got straight to the point. "Old Duan, you are knowledgeable and a master of theory. I need to ask you something." Gu's eyes grew intense. "Can poison corrode spiritual power?" Honghai sipped his tea, his expression darkening. "In theory, yes. But it is extremely difficult." He began to explain in detail. "Venom and toxic gas usually affect the physical body, but spiritual power is different. Spiritual power is the fusion of the soul's essence and thought, forming a will-based energy. To corrode that, the toxicity required would be immeasurable." Gu pressed on. "Have you ever seen it before?" Honghai stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Never. I know a peak rank 4 poison cultivator, and even he cannot achieve that." His face turned grim as he asked, "Is it possible that a terrifying poison-type genius has appeared in the Heavenly Pride camp? If someone can truly corrode spiritual power, that is a weapon of mass destruction." Gu shook his head, looking troubled. "I cannot conclude anything just yet." Honghai looked a bit hurt. "Old Gu, since you requested to go to the Heavenly Pride camp, I never asked questions out of respect. Are you still not going to tell me the truth?" A dangerous glint flashed in Gu's eyes. "Old Duan, is there a possibility that the poison gas possesses its own consciousness?" Honghai burst into laughter. "Old Gu, are you joking? How can poison have consciousness, unless... It is not poison at all, but merely a form of camouflage." Hearing this, Gu jumped up startled. "Camouflage!" He froze, realizing something. "Wait, I remember now." Honghai quickly added, "I recall reading records from Ruin Number 0. There was a catastrophic creature called the Nine-Winged Calamity that could mimic the form of poison mist." He recalled a terrifying truth. The Nine-Winged Calamity was born in the 9 underworlds. In a lost era, it once caused an apocalypse that nearly destroyed the world. Gu's expression turned grave. The Nine-Winged Calamity. An ancient catastrophe. Honghai laughed heartily, teasing him. "Scared yet? That species went extinct ages ago. How could it exist now?" But Gu coldly turned and walked away. As expected of the Commander-in-Chief, "You know the origin of everything. I have been enlightened today. I have duties at the camp. Farewell." Honghai stared blankly, calling after him. "Wait, you still haven't told me who the genius is? That old man really keeps his mouth shut." As the spatial gate closed, Gu began to weigh the situation heavily in his mind. The Nine-Winged Calamity. If it is that creature, then it all makes sense. He could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen. A god-tier divine growth skill was enough to put you at rank 1 on the hunting board. But to think you are also harboring a taboo existence. It's like a plot twist in a broken system manhwa. Jigong, that treacherous disciple, set his master up. He brought me huge trouble. He remembered Jigong excitedly recommending the boy. "Teacher, I have an invincible seedling. He is just not fully grown yet, and he offended the Xiao family. I hope you can look after him in the Heavenly Pride camp. Of course, if you could take him as a disciple, that would be even better." The spatial rift opened and Gu stepped out snorting coldly. Smelly brat. You said, look after him. But you actually wanted me to cover up his crimes. Forget it. So what if it is a taboo? Commander Gu looked up, snapping his fingers as he whispered to himself, a blade can slaughter the masses, or it can protect the common people. Whether one becomes a Buddha or a demon depends entirely on the heart. Listen closely. I've claimed Jiang Chen as my disciple, and no force on earth will touch him while I breathe. The old master snapped his fingers, muttering commands as if preparing for war. To prevent any fatal misunderstandings, orders were instantly transmitted. Send Hong Jiao to verify the situation immediately. Hong Jiao, you are to enter Ruins number 0 as my proxy. Investigate the Nine-Winged catastrophe. Anything regarding your junior brother must be handled with extreme caution. Back at command, the Heavenly Pride demanded an update. Yang Guang, report. How is the entrance exam progressing? We are approaching the endgame, sir. The standard prodigies are fighting for flags, but 9 Beast King-level monsters have been unleashed. Only 1 remains. Yang Guang listed the data methodically. Lei Zhe and Liu Bizi combined forces to slaughter 1. Meanwhile, chaos reigns in 10,000 Demon City. Tang Ying and Bai Feng are currently double-teaming the second target. But the real shocker, Zhang Wushuang, annihilated 3 beasts solo, and is now moving toward Jiang Chen's coordinates. The Heavenly Pride's voice dropped an octave. Where is Jiang Chen? Yang Guang replied instantly. Jiang Chen has secured 2 kills. We just dropped the 9th beast right on top of him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stared up at the massive monstrosity, not with fear, but with pure greed. Perfect. Another meal delivered right to my doorstep. His eyes flashed with a predatory glint. He summoned his toxic swarm, whispering a chilling command, time to feast. Instantly, a wave of venomous corruption engulfed the beast. Xiaojia tore into the monster, chirping excitedly, eat, 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 grow, grow, grow. The system Manhwa interface lit up with notifications. Devour value plus 1,000, devour value plus 1,000. The massive beast could only whimper in agony, its struggles fading until it collapsed, completely drained of life. Xiaojia evolved on the spot, level 21 to level 22. Jiang Chen smirked, satisfied. My pet is leveling up nicely. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure crushed down from the sky. Han Qiu reacted first, screaming in terror. Master ambush incoming. Sandao slammed his hands down. Skill Earth Guardian Shield. But Jiang Chen shouted, wait, stop! He recognized this crushing aura. It was Zhang Wushuang. It was too late. The barrier cracked like glass before shattering completely, sending both Sandao and Han Qiu flying like ragdolls. Jiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of poison to cushion the devastating impact. The force still dragged him backward, burying the scene in a cloud of dust and debris. From the smoke, Wushuang's deep voice echoed with mocking praise. Corroding my fist wind with poison. You truly live up to the name Poison Demon. Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen steadied himself, wiping dirt from his face. And you live up to your rank, number 3 on the Great Xia leaderboard. That punch actually had some weight to it. His eyes burned with battle lust. Jiang Wushuang, did you come to steal my prey? Wushuang laughed. Steal, you poisoned it until only the shell remained. What is there left to steal? Jiang Chen tensed his guard, rising. Then what do you want? Wushuang cracked his knuckles, the sound like gunshots. Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. I want to interact with you. Jiang Chen stood like a statue, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. His voice dropped to a gravelly whisper. The kind of interaction you're talking about usually involves betting one's life. Wushuang's expression shifted to one of arrogant satisfaction. Exactly. If you aren't willing to bet your life, don't bother showing up. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to accept the challenge. Then come and take it. In a heartbeat, Wushuang launched himself forward, a maniacal grin plastered on his face. Space seemed to warp as he roared. 1,000-foot cliff. A pillar of overwhelming energy erupted, coating Wushuang in an armor of pure destruction. The energy condensed and shot toward Jiang Chen like a meteor. Wushuang looked certain of his victory. The sheer power of the attack left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. For a split second, he froze. But as the explosion thundered around him, his instincts kicked in. He crossed his arms, bracing for impact. Jiang Chen was blasted backwards, skidding across the terrain. Yet demonstrating incredible agility, he dug his heels in and remained standing. His mind raced. His fist wind is too dense, too violent. My poison acts too slowly against this kind of brute force. Seeing his master in peril, Xiaojia screamed, Master! Jiang Chen looked battered, but his analytical mind was still sharp, assessing the monster before him. Xiaojia Frey, he muttered. If you devoured a body like that, how many levels would you jump? But the spirit's trembling voice replied, Eat, eat, but Xiaojia cannot beat him. Xiaojia will sacrifice for master. Jiang Chen whipped around in shock, his heart skipping a beat. What did you say? Internal alarms blared in his head. I've never seen Xiaojia terrified before. Is self-destruction really our only option? After a heavy silence, Jiang Chen gave a firm order. If you can't win, hide. Daddy has another way. Xiao Zhou obeys. The spirit vanished. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He would not let his companion die. Not here, not now. Wushuang strutted forward, radiating arrogance. His voice dripped with sarcasm. What's wrong? Can't fight anymore. This doesn't look like the strength that defeated Behan. Ignoring the taunt, Jiang Chen calmly squatted down, channeling his energy. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered like a spiderweb. A geyser of raw power erupted into the sky, shaking the very air. Facing this sudden surge, Wushuang didn't flinch. He just smiled, entertained by the struggle. Is this your god-level talent interesting? Trying to block my vision, I heard Behan lost to a cage just like this one. Meanwhile, in the control room, Yang Guang shouted in panic. Senior Kaitian Jiang Chen is blocking the surveillance feed again. The elder sighed, a mix of frustration and fondness in his voice. That brat? He turned to his subordinate. Fang Chengyuan, prepare for immediate extraction. Yes, sir, Fang Chengyuan replied. But suddenly, Yang Guang's face went pale. He stammered, staring at the screen in horror. Senior, judging by the battle momentum, Zhang Wushuang is in no danger. We don't need to intervene. However, Keichen cut him off with a voice like glacial ice. I said save that brat Jiang Chen immediately. Hearing this blatant favoritism, Yang Guang froze for a second. The shock was so great he couldn't help but blurt out the truth. Senior, don't you think your standards are a little bit double-sided here? Suddenly Katian snapped back with the crankiness of an old master. Nonsense, Wushuang is level 46, while Jiang Chen is only level 26. The power gap is like heaven and earth. But deep down his true thoughts swirled. He is my disciple. So what if I want to protect my own? Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Jiang Chen raised his hand high toward the heavens. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Come out. The command fell, and the air rippled. Instantly, a swarm of insects materialized from the void, filling the sky. Like a living dark cloud, they surged toward Wushuang. The enemy could only stare in horror. Is this his true power? So this was his plan all along. As the insect swarm crashed down like a tsunami, Wushuang reacted instantly. He unleashed a roar that shook the very atmosphere. Moving mountain, filling sea. Yet Jiang Chen stood his ground, his gaze sharp as a blade. With a cold command, he ordered the total encirclement. In a heartbeat, Wushuang was swallowed whole by the overwhelming force. Faced with this terrifying sight, Wushuang merely scoffed. Despite the onslaught, not a single scratch marred his skin. Instead, a ruthless light began to ignite in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his energy, emphasizing every syllable. Layered. Mountain. Range. The moment Wushuang slammed his palm into the earth, a geyser of raw power erupted skyward. The shockwave obliterated the countless insects swarming him in a single breath. Witnessing this display of dominance, Jiang Chen didn't flinch. He simply flicked his wrist with cold indifference. Immediately, a fresh wave of suicide insects rushed toward the target. While Wushuang dealt with the chaos, Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. The air screamed, and a massive explosion detonated in mid-air, sending a mushroom cloud of dust expanding outward. Suddenly, Wushuang tore through the smokescreen like a demon, catching Jiang Chen off guard. He wore a face of triumphant arrogance, his voice dripping with mockery. Now I finally understand how Behan lost to you. The tables had turned. Jiang Chen was forced on the defensive, blocking a relentless barrage of strikes. But amidst the chaos, he sensed something wrong. Pure shock flooded Jiang Chen's face. As his knees buckled and he hit the ground, a terrifying realization struck his mind like lightning. This fist pressure. It's several times stronger than before. Is this the true might of the invincible descendant? My self-destruct bugs only cleared the air pressure. They didn't even scratch him. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes locked onto his opponent, analyzing rapidly. Do I really need to detonate dozens of them at once just to make a dent? It wasn't easy breeding these bugs, but I have no choice. In a classic leveling Manhwa move, he resolved to go all out, conjuring dozens of purple explosive spheres as Wushuang watched in disbelief. Mass detonation. Sensing the danger, Wushuang instinctively flashed backward, looking annoyed for the first time. Jiang Chen prepared to unleash hell, his killing intent spiking. But suddenly, Wushuang waved his hand dismissively and spoke with a bored tone. Forget it. The fight is over. Hearing this abrupt surrender, Jiang Chen was stunned. He stood frozen like a statue, the adrenaline still pumping. After a heavy silence, he questioned the motive. What do you mean? Seeing Jiang Chen's confusion, Wushuang calmly clarified his stance. Jiang Chen, I acknowledge you as a rival. You're only at the first transition, yet you forced me to use 80% of my power. I look forward to crushing you properly once you've fully matured. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, skeptical of the noble act. So, When you said you'd bet your life earlier, it was just to force me to use my full strength to find a rival worthy of your standards. Wu Shuang looked bored by the analysis. He let out a long, exaggerated yawn. Ugh, sleepy again. I'm taking a nap. You can handle the final beast yourself, right? Jiang Chen just stared at him expressionless. He pressed for the truth. Are you handing me the first place ranking? The other boy replied with lazy annoyance. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just tired. I'm leaving. Need to find a spot to crash. His nonchalant attitude sparked a vein of irritation on Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, abandoning all politeness. Stop pretending, let me tell you, I'm not some fool bound by useless pride. If there are benefits to take, I'll take them all. Facing this outburst, Wu Shuang only smirked, thinking to himself as he walked away. I truly didn't misjudge him. What an interesting rival. Back on the observation deck, Kaichen watched the scene with satisfaction. He doesn't bully the weak. That is the true mindset of an invincible descendant. Jiang Wushuang, that kid has earned this old man's respect. Meanwhile, Yang Guang scrambled to support the collapsing Cheng Yuan, who had succumbed to the poison. At the same moment, a colossal monster emerged from the cage as Kaichen issued a cold command. Feed the 10th beast to Jiang Chen now. Moments later, Jiang Chen faced the beast, his guard fully up. He would secure that first place by any means necessary. Night fell, swallowing the ancient city in darkness. Far away, a mysterious silhouette watched from the shadows. Her voice trembled with genuine awe. Relic number 0. This place is bone-chilling. Cultivators below the 6th transition probably can't even enter. This observer was none other than the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King's senior sister to Jigang Nian Hongjiao, a 7th transition Wind King. In a flash, she launched herself forward. She vanished into the night. For my little junior brother, I must endure this. Moving like a phantom, Hongjiao dispatched the obstacles in her path with god-tier skill. Suddenly her gaze locked onto a massive stone stele that was absorbing vast amounts of dark energy. Even a master like her couldn't help but whisper. That stone tablet emitting such terrifying aura ahead. That must be it. What kind of entity created this? Centuries have passed, yet the residual energy is still this oppressive. 2 words carved into the stone made her scream internally, Insect Temple. This is it, the relic's information archive. Hongjiao sprinted toward it with burning determination, expanding her divine sense. But suddenly the air warped, and she found herself surrounded by countless mysterious floating cards. The sight struck Hongjiao with the force of a revelation, her mind instantly connecting the dots to the primordial era. In a split second, she regained her composure, clearing her throat as her divine sense expanded to scan the documents at lightning speed. Suddenly her fingers froze on a page illustrating a larval creature. A cry of pure ecstasy escaped her lips. I found it. However, the triumph on her face vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by sheer terror as her words tumbled out in a frantic rush. The Nine-Winged Miasma, a forbidden entity born in the extreme yin of the 9 underworlds. It caused an apocalyptic catastrophe in the 4th century before going extinct. Pitch black 9 wings, and possessing a toxicity so terrifying it can corrode reality itself. Hongjiao's panic-stricken voice echoed through the dark night, carrying the weight of impending doom. Little junior brother actually has a taboo entity on him that is insanely overpowered. I must report this to the master immediately. Meanwhile, the hulking silhouette of a grotesque monstrosity manifested in the distance. Watching the creature tremble in fear, Jiang Chen's mind raced with calculation. He had already devoured 4 ferocious beasts plus Huang Yongchao. His devour value had skyrocketed. If he secured first place in this leveling Manhwa trial, he would essentially guarantee his second-class advancement. Suddenly, a decisive voice cut through his thoughts. 10 Azure Cloud flags are enough for the top spot. Here are 2 extra. You guys take 1 each to secure a place in the top 10. Sun Dao and Han Qiu responded in unison. Thank you, Master. We are truly getting carried to victory. Bai Feng stood amidst the wreckage, a look of calm relief on his face. Finally, the beast has been exterminated. Phew, the entrance exam is wrapping up. Jiang Wushuang surely took first place, right? Suddenly, a raspy, powerful voice boomed across the entire dimension. The camp entrance exam has concluded. Those eligible for promotion gather at the square immediately. Those eliminated have 3 minutes to leave the Heavenly Pride camp. Violators will be executed. I repeat, the entrance exam is over. Eligible candidates to the square. Losers have 3 minutes to vacate. Disobedience means death. The announcement hit Jiang Chen like a bucket of cold water. It is over already. Does that mean the 10 beasts in this array have all been wiped out? He sank into a spiral of disappointment. Even leftovers are meat. In this system Manhwa, I need to scavenge whatever beasts remain and eat as much as possible before anyone notices. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Behan lay broken, his left arm completely severed. He ground his teeth, his mind consumed by a burning hatred for Jiang Chen. Finally, I am getting out of here. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Once I return to the Shiao family, my grandfather will make you pay 1,000 times over. The scene shifted abruptly to another location where heavy leather boots stomped the ground in fury. The owner of those boots was none other than Cadian. He stood there, his presence imposing as a mountain, his voice booming with authority. All promoted candidates follow me to the Forbidden Zone trial. His words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone stunned. Whispers erupted into a roar of confusion. A Forbidden Zone trial that was never mentioned before. Follow me to the Forbidden Zone. The 8 great danger zones of Huaxia are lands of catastrophe, but also of opportunity. What is there to fear? With the Heavenly Blade King leading us, we are safe. But I heard Forbidden Zones are impossible to enter casually. How can he take so many of us? Suddenly Cadian drew his blade, slashing the air with eyes sharp as steel. A chilling realization gripped his mind. Hongjiao was right. That brat Jiang Chen really possesses the taboo nine-winged miasma. After a moment of heavy silence, Cadian growled the name of his technique, his voice rasping with power. Heaven Splitter. In an instant, a violent gale engulfed the area, swirling around his body like a chaotic storm. Dawn is approaching. The others will be here soon. Cadian suddenly crouched, tossing his massive sword into the air where it began to spin rapidly. The spectacle captivated every pair of eyes in the vicinity. They watched in wide-eyed amazement as the very earth beneath their feet began to tremble violently. A massive chunk of land tore free from the ground, lifting into the sky to the shock of the crowd. Cadian focused his will. I must prepare in advance. The time dilation will be the key factor here. He pointed a finger forward, commanding the floating island with the air of a god. Blade flight art. In a flash, Cadian's sword propelled the landmass forward at incredible speed, heading straight for the awakening Manhwa zone known as Yunmeng Marsh. The onlookers were left speechless. The chatter reached a fever pitch. Oh my god, is he moving the entire Heavenly Pride camp to Yunmeng Marsh? In this world, only the Heavenly Blade King possesses such might. Is this the power of the top king ranker of Great Shiao? It is too terrifying. Even Jiang Chen had to turn to his teammates. Speaking of the Yunmeng Marsh Forbidden Zone, what do you guys know? Sandao shook his head. I have no idea. But Han Qiu interjected. I heard my grandfather talk about it. A memory of swirling energy surfaced in her mind. Yunmeng Marsh is ranked last among the 8 great forbidden zones in danger. But its horror does not come from beasts. It comes from the distortion of space and time. She described power crystallizing into glowing orbs within the dark void. That area is filled with countless dimensional fragments, like bubbles linked together. Some of those fragmented spaces are even larger than the entire blue planet. These fragments are constantly moving in chaos. It is incredibly easy to get lost forever. Jiang Chen could not hide his curiosity. So the space in Yunmeng is chaotic. What about the time? Han Qiu continued her explanation slowly. Time there follows no logic compared to the outside world. Her words plunged him into a new depth of concern. Rumor has it a normal awakened one entered Yunmeng for just 3 hours and came out as a 7th-turn king. But by his account he had lived inside for 200 years. My grandfather explored it once. He went missing for 3 days, but in the outside world, 3 full years had passed. A guilty look flickered across Jiang Chen's face as he asked the ultimate question of this Manhwa recap. So both the dangers and the opportunities in Yunmeng Marsh are completely random. Tam Dao seemed to sense the turmoil within his heart. She quickly soothed him with a gentle voice. Benefactor, put your mind at ease. With Senior Heavenly Blade King leading us, he has surely secured a path of safety. Hearing her assurance, the tension in his shoulders finally loosened. I hope you are right, he replied. But suddenly a singular thought hijacked his entire consciousness. Cloud Dream Marsh sounds treacherous to the ear, but it is truly a land of opportunity. Yet for Senior Blade King to go to such lengths, I cannot shake this strange feeling that he is doing all of this for my sake. Meanwhile, Guketian stood like a statue lost in deep contemplation. His razor-sharp gaze never wavered from the horizon, piercing through the unknown. If Hongjiao could trace the nine-winged curtain, then surely Xiao Zhenguo will discover it soon enough. Since we can no longer hide this from the Great Xia, I can only pray that Cloud Dream Marsh buys us enough time to gather our allies. The scene shifted rapidly. In the midst of a vast open void, a group had gathered their presence commanding. Whispers and murmurs erupted among them like a rising tide. The Heavenly Blade King actually took the entire Heavenly Prodigy camp with him. Those are the elites, the very future of our Jiangnan war zone. Is he trying to stage a rebellion? Why hasn't Commander Duan arrived yet? Suddenly, a figure exploded into the sky in a fraction of a second. It was none other than Xinghai, his aura blazing. He soared through the air, his voice booming with stern authority. Gu Kaitian, you crazy old man. Are you forcing me to gamble my life alongside you again? Suddenly the system notifications began to chime incessantly. Incoming transmission, Blade King Gu Kaitian. 2 minutes ago. Brother Duan, the situation is critical. I am taking the brats into the Forbidden Zone for a trial run. The Heavenly Prodigy selection will proceed as scheduled. I will bear all consequences alone. Moments later, a notification echoed from the group atop the high peak. Commander Duan has arrived, but the sight only made Xinghai scoff in judgment. You leave so gracefully, old goo, yet you leave this absolute mess for me to clean up. As he stepped in front of the crowd, a long-haired man spoke up, his voice dripping with urgency. Commander Duan, we are too late. I fear we can no longer catch up to them. Before the sentence was even finished, the person beside him rushed to interject. My son is still up there. If anything happens to him, I will hold you personally responsible. Hearing their panic, Xinghai's voice turned cold and severe. Silence. Did he not say it was a trial? The selection proceeds as planned. What is there to panic about? He stared intently ahead, ignoring the noise while a storm of thought swirled within his mind. Old goo. Even for a seed of invincibility, was it necessary to rush into a forbidden zone like this? Or are you frantically trying to hide something? Xinghai unconsciously recalled Gu Kaitian's past warnings. No, that's not it. Old Gu mentioned the nine-winged curtain earlier. Meanwhile, in a luxurious modern command room, something slammed into the antenna tower with blinding speed. Along with the impact came the relentless chiming of the system. Jigang, listen closely. I suspect Jiang Chen carries a critical taboo on his person. Therefore, I am taking him into the Forbidden Land to hide temporarily. You must strive to find king-level allies on the outside. By the time I return, we may be facing a devastating war. This was the harsh reality of a leveling Manhwa world where power dictates survival. Hearing those words, Jigong was struck dumb with shock. He stared blankly in the direction of the transmission, his mind reeling. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice heavy with gloom. He annihilated a royal family prodigy, severed one of Xiao Behan's arms, and now he is suspected of harboring a taboo power. This level of calamity, I fear it is impossible to handle. Hearing his despair, Tang Jin, sitting beside him, offered words of comfort. A difficult pass is still a pass. We must cross it. If you have decided to protect little Chen at all costs, then we must only look at the road ahead. Do not dwell on what lies behind us. I have already told my father directly that you are ready to stand with us. As she spoke, the silhouettes of countless legendary figures flashed through Jigong's mind. Currently, we have the Heavenly Blade King, his senior sister, my father, and even Commander Duan. 4 king-level powerhouses. No matter how violent the storm, we can withstand it. As soon as Tang Jin finished speaking, he stood up and left the room with a cold, determined aura. He left behind only a single sentence of praise. You are right. Senior sister has followed master. I will immediately go to the king-level Mu family and the Luo family. Even if I have to lie through my teeth, I will secure more allies for little Chen. Suddenly, Jigong turned his head slightly, emphasizing every word with iron resolve. Worst-case scenario, I will simply display the same grit I had years ago when I stormed the Xiao family to steal my bride. I will put my life on the line against them all. Facing his reminder of their wild past, Tang Jin responded quickly, her voice tinged with excitement. You old fool. It has been so many years since I last saw that kind of spirit in you. The scene shifted rapidly to a vast space where a mound of earth floated mystically in the air. Suddenly, a deep, low voice resonated. Hongjiao, tell me, what do you think we should do once we return? Hearing the question from her master, she replied with a feigned innocence. Junior brother's nine-winged curtain is so cool, I really want to raise one myself. Her frivolous words made Gu Keitian feel a surge of dissatisfaction. He waved his hand dismissively, emphasizing his point. Can't this girl grow up even a little bit? Yet in the end, she kept that innocent expression and continued to act spoiled. Great Xia has zero tolerance for taboos. You aren't someone who doesn't know that, right? If you can't do anything about it, what can I possibly do? Hey teacher, can you just kill General Xiaozhengguo with a single slash? As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Kaitian was driven to the brink of madness by Hong Jiao's audacity. He unconsciously roared, "Watch your mouth!" He couldn't stop scolding her, his frustration boiling over. A lifetime of glorious reputation. How did I end up with such freakish disciples like you lot? Nian Hongyao only knows how to scream and kill, utterly heartless. Ji Gong is stubborn as a mule, nothing but a meathead. And Jiang Chen, god-tier talent, yet he loves playing with forbidden taboos like a classic awakening manhwa protagonist. Even as a comical bump appeared on Hongjiao's forehead from his scolding, she still probed him with curiosity. Teacher, why do you protect Jiang Chen? Hearing the question, Gu Kaitian answered slowly, Why? At this moment his gaze drifted into the distance, filled with ambitious nostalgia. That year when I accepted you as a disciple, I felt happy simply seeing you in that red armor. Accepting Jigang was even more random. I saw him standing in front of a clubhouse. He even mistook me for a customer. Through Gu Kaitian's narration, countless images from the past rushed into his mind like a cinematic reel. Back then, the heir of the Xiu family tried to force Tang Jin into marriage. Ji Gang snatched her back. As his teacher, I risked my life to protect him that day. Do these things require a reason? So just do what you think is right. Suddenly, Gu Kaitian revealed a face that looked slightly guilty. Jiang Chen was no different. The moment Kaichen laid eyes on him, he knew this boy was chosen. And just like with Qi Gang, a master must shield his disciple from the heavens themselves. But Hongjiao? She noticed the cracks in the logic immediately. Her laughter rang out like bells filled with amusement. I knew it. You truly are the greatest teacher under the heavens, stubborn as a mule, but with a heart of gold. Kaidian's voice dropped stern and sharp. Restrain yourself. Yet she pressed on undeterred by his aura. Master, if you truly wish to save our little junior brother, there is only one path left. In an instant, her playfulness vanished. Hongjiao bowed low, her voice sinking to a conspiratorial whisper, heavy with gravity. He was one of the three invincibles of Great Xia, the supreme commander of the entire military forces. Her eyes softened with admiration as she looked at Kaichen. But miles away on the myriad races battlefield, a giant hand descended from the sky. It was Xuanji, the grandfather of Jiang Wu, delivering a strike that could shatter the earth. Boom! In a split second, the sheer pressure of the blast sent every warrior flying. The shockwave was absolutely devastating. From the dust emerged an elegant man walking on air as if strolling through a garden. His aura, however, was terrifying. Filthy scum of the myriad races, dare to touch the people of Great Xia, and I will leave you no ground to be buried in. This was the invincible martial god Xuanji. His voice boomed like thunder, yet carried a strange, eerie calm. After this slaughter, the enemy will stay quiet for a while. Guard the entrance to the catacombs with your lives. A subordinate instantly knelt trembling in the presence of such power. Understood, Lord. But Xuanji's mind drifted elsewhere. The image of his grandson Wushuang plagued him. Isn't that boy supposed to be at the prodigy camp? Why is he reaching out to me now? Suddenly space warped. Kaitian stepped out from the void. Martial God Jiang. It's been an age. Yuanji didn't waste time on pleasantries. Heavenly Blade King. Did you use my grandson Wushuang just to get a hold of me? Did that brat cause trouble in the camp? Kaitian shook his head rapidly. No. He's performed magnificently. I'm here because I need to make a deal with you. Xuanji's eyes narrowed, sensing the weight of the request. Spit it out. Empowered by the opening, Kaitian gathered his resolve to speak the truth. I have a new disciple named Jiang Chen. He possesses a god-tier life system, but his body harbors a forbidden curse, the Nine-Winged Miasma. I need you to save his life. Xuanji snapped, his aura flaring uncontrollably. The Nine-Winged Miasma, that ancient catastrophe. You must be joking. When it comes to taboos, Great Xia would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one threat escape. Do you think being a martial god makes me omnipotent? Kaitian met his gaze, unflinching. Are you not? Xuanji paused, then scoffed. State your terms first. Kaitian frowned, his expression turning icy. He had to play his ace card now. Have you heard of the Void Hall in the Cloud Dream Swamp? I am the only one in Great Xia who knows the path. I can take Jiang Wushuang there, and grant him a legendary fortune. Xuanji fell silent. The irritation faded, replaced by deep calculating contemplation. The Void Hall, the legendary treasure of the heavenly Tao. If Wushuang enters, his cultivation will skyrocket. After a heavy pause, the deal was struck. I accept your offer. But there is a condition. Jiang Chen is forbidden from using the Nine-Winged Miasma during the Prodigy tournament. Furthermore, if he fails to take the #1 spot on the Great Xia Prodigy board, I will throw him into the myriad races battlefield to rot. This is the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa world. Kaitian was stunned. That's... He stammered, his voice trembling with uncertainty. But the martial god cut him off ruthlessly. If you want to save his wretched life, there is no other way. Kaitian sighed, defeated. Fine. Deal. Inside, his soul was screaming. It's a gamble. But better the battlefield than letting Xiao Zhengguo's faction execute him the moment he returns. Xuanji stood alone, pondering deep into the night. The Nine-Winged Miasma, an ancient variant. It can't cause a mass disaster anymore. Besides, with 3 god-tier talents this year, Jiang Chen is merely 4th. And a support life system at that. Without his taboo powers, he can't possibly defeat Wushuang. Taking first place impossible. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with the arrogance of a god looking down on an ant. Even if he causes trouble, I am the martial god. I can obliterate any evil entity in a fraction of a second. The scenery warped into a dreamscape. The sky shimmered with illusions. Jiang Chen, witnessing this Manhwa recap moment firsthand, gasped in awe. Are we officially in the Cloud Dream Swamp? Does anyone remember the way? Even Han Q began to mutter confusedly. The dimensions were shifting like a kaleidoscope. Remembering the path was impossible. The group began to whisper nervously about the shifting reality. Senior Heavenly Blade King uses his aura to navigate. They say this swamp has 10 layers. The outer 9th and 10th are safe. But go deeper, and you lose your mind. My grandfather vanished in the 7th layer years ago. Realizing the danger, they all sat down to meditate, focusing their minds. Jiang Chen's deep voice broke the silence. I feel completely disconnected. Like I'm lost. Your eyes and brain are useless here. Calm your hearts. Use your spiritual sense to feel the path. Han Q and Sandao nodded immediately. Understood. Suddenly an ancient tree before them began to glow with a mystical light. Jiang Chen drifted deep into his own consciousness. There is no wind in my spiritual sea. Yet the ancestral tree is drifting that way. Is it pointing me to the exit? Jiang Chen frowned, sensing a pull. Or is there something ahead it craves? Just then, a crimson flower bloomed on the withered branch. Is that a fruit of the ancestral tree? Ding, the system Manhwa interface exploded into life. Congratulations, you have received the red fruit. Function info ability, copy card. Description: upon use, randomly copies one ability from the target and integrates it into your own skill set. The skill copying ability possessed no class restrictions. However, the process carried a volatility risk. The stolen skill could evolve into a god-tier power or degrade into trash. Warning: copy sequence must complete within 3 hours, or the opportunity vanishes. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the system's ultimatum sparked a daring plan. A copy ability, and it ignores all class restrictions. Everyone in the Heaven's chosen camp is a prodigy. Does this mean I can treat them like an open buffet? Logic dictates I should target the top 3, Jiang Wu, Shuang Baifeng, or Tang Ying. He shut his eyes, diving deep into the ocean of his thoughts, ignoring the chaos around him. No, too risky. The copy outcome is random. I could waste my one shot on a useless trash skill. With only a 3-hour window, can I really afford to gamble my destiny? Suddenly, Kadian materialized with an aura of absolute authority. Listen up, brats. We've reached the 6th layer of the Cloud Dream Marsh. Welcome to the Void Realm. Ahead lies the legendary Void Palace. I will guide you from here, so sharpen your spirits. His words struck a chord in Jiang Chen, sparking a sudden realization. That's right. The old master is right here. Gazing at Katian's imposing figure, he remembered the legend. The old man claimed to master only one strike. Since he wanted me as a disciple anyway, copying it now is just previewing my inheritance. The atmosphere ignited with excitement as the crowd spotted a humble wooden structure perched at the very peak of the celestial staircase. That's the Void Palace. We've hit the jackpot this time. Legend has it the Demon City's Wind King ascended to King Tier right on that spot. Even one of Great Shia's 3 invincibles achieved enlightenment here. Kadian's voice boomed, resonating with the surrounding nature. The Void Palace has 3 trials. First, the 108 steps. Each step offers a chance to receive a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Second, the Void Stele. Even I have never deciphered it. Only the Huan Yue has reached that realm. As for the 3rd trial inside the palace, no soul has ever entered. Katian stood at the base of the mountain, his finger pointing toward the daunting ascent. These Void Steps are your final examination. Out of 150 candidates, only the top 10 climbers will be chosen. You will represent the Jiangnan War Zone in the Great Xia Finals. The Void Palace trial begins now. Roaring with adrenaline, the crowd charged forward like a tidal wave. They grinned like maniacs rushing the stairs. Caught in the hype, Sandao prepared to sprint. Let's go, charge. Jiang Chen casually snagged her collar, halting her momentum. Relax. The Void Palace isn't going to grow legs and run away. He shifted his gaze to the elites Baifeng and Tang Ying, who remained seated in deep meditation. Look at the real pros. They aren't rushing. They're optimizing their condition. Realizing her mistake, Sandao immediately dropped to the grass. You're right, benefactor. Han Chu followed suit, mimicking their lotus position. A divine sight like the Void Palace allows only one attempt. We must be at our absolute peak before the first step. High above, on his hovering blade, Katian watched with approval. Those little brats, keeping their cool while everyone else loses their heads. Not bad at all. Jiang Chen's mind raced. Meditation was just a cover. I need to use this moment for a manual leveling Manhwa strat, copying the old master's sky-opening blade before the timer hits 0. He locked his eyes on Katian's majestic silhouette. The old man gazed into the distance. I hope you weren't bluffing, old master. A holographic blue system interface materialized. Target selected, copy card activated. Subject Gukadian. Warning: copy process contains high volatility. Probability of skill mutation or regression detected. Initiating random copy sequence. Jiang Chen bit his lip, his expression hardening into steel resolve. He didn't hesitate. Execute! Internally, he screamed a prayer to the gods of luck. I don't need a god-tier evolution. Just please don't give me a nerfed version. Copying skill sky-opening blade. Suddenly his consciousness was yanked into a vision that left him breathless. He wasn't lying. It really is just one move. He stood in a lush forest, cold sweat trickling down his spine as he scanned the surroundings. Wait, the system was still processing. Synchronization 1%, 3%, 5%. A vision manifested, muscular hands gripping a hilt, delivering a strike of earth-shattering power. Jiang Chen's eyes bulged, every nerve ending screaming at the intensity. This aura. It's Senior Gu practicing his blade art. Suddenly the perspective shifted. He wasn't watching a stranger. The face holding the blade was his own. No. That's me training. A single slash severed a falling leaf with surgical precision. 10 years passed. He gripped the hilt tighter, adjusting his stance. 20 years passed. Time etched lines onto his face. A rugged beard covered his chin. 40 years passed. As the realization hit, a terrifying chi enveloped the steel. This was the sky-opening blade. Jiang Chen brought the blade down. The earth groaned and split asunder. His hair had turned snow-white from the passage of time. With a weathered, wrinkled face, he gazed calmly at the mountain he had just cleaved in two. Man follows earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao. The system roared into overdrive. Synchronization 120%. Critical success acquired purple skill Tao of man. Acquired purple skill Tao of earth. Acquired purple skill Tao of heaven. Then a blinding golden light erupted. Congratulations, acquired divine ability, Great Tao Blade. Back in reality, Jiang Chen stiffened. He bowed his head to hide the shock. My luck is insane. I didn't just copy it. I deconstructed the technique into 4 distinct forms. Hongjiao glanced nervously at Kadian. Master Jiang Wushuang and the others have already started the climb. Why is he the only one still sitting there? Is something wrong with little junior brother? Did he fall asleep? Even Kaichen felt a twinge of confusion as he scrutinized Jiang Chen and the 2 girls. It is strange. Meditation shouldn't take this long. Suddenly the blade beneath Hongjiao's feet began to vibrate violently. She frowned in alarm. Master, my blade heart. It's resonating. Kaitian's gaze snapped to Jiang Chen, detecting a faint otherworldly shimmer surrounding the boy's body. Kaidian saw the invisible blades trembling in the air. His expression turned grave. It's not just you. Even my blade heart is answering the call. Hongyao froze, cold sweat tracing a line down her cheek. Could it be had junior brother Ji actually succeeded? That man was a rare genius in his youth, but possessed a mind as stubborn as granite. He was obsessed with deconstructing the heaven-opening blade, insisting it could be split into 4 distinct strikes. That obsession became his chain. For years, his cultivation stagnated at the 3rd transformation Grandmaster realm. Had he finally achieved enlightenment and broken through? Elder Kaichen's brow furrowed deep enough to crush a stone. Silence fell as he sank into a profound meditation. Was it Jigang who broke through, or perhaps that brat Jiang Chen? The aura that flashed just now felt incredibly familiar. No, impossible. It must be a sensory illusion created by the Void Temple itself. Suddenly, Hongyao's scream shattered the silence. Her eyes widened in total shock as she pointed below. Master, look. The junior brother is moving. Her voice boomed across the arena as Jiang Chen took his first heavy step onto the staircase. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Just how many steps could this rookie actually climb? Back in my day, I risked my life just to reach step 301, Hongyao muttered. Jigang was even more trash-capping out at 298. I still don't know how that Dreamwalker monster managed to reach the summit. It's terrifying. Floating above the endless stone steps, a black screen materialized displaying the rankings. At the top, the descendant of the invincible Chang Wushuang at step 289. The little Asura of the East Sea, Baifeng the assassin from Heaven's secret pavilion at step 253. Tang Ying, young master of Demon City, holding step 248. Lei Zhe the Wudong Taoist at 211. And Liu Pianzi, descendant of the Wind King. Mei Qiu at step 208. Mu Han Qiu at 199. And from the Luo family, Luo Sandao at 170. Ignoring the prestige of these names, Jiang Chen walked slowly through the crowd, deaf to their sighs and whispers. I knew I'd end up at the Void Temple. I should have prepped some mind-fortifying elixirs, Jiang Chen thought grimly. The rear steps crush you with gravity. Every step feels like bench-pressing a mountain. But the first 100 steps, pure illusionary hell. My class is heavy gunner. I have 0 mental defense. I'm completely countered here. Suddenly a spectator spotted Jiang Chen's back and shouted. Hey, look. The poison demon is starting his climb. Maybe we're looking at another Chang Wushuang. The thought barely crossed Jiang Chen's mind as he stared at the stone beneath his feet. First up, the illusion trial. With my current mental fortitude, this shouldn't be an issue. But suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes bulged wide. Pure terror washed over his face in an instant. He gasped, his heart skipping a beat. What? Before him stood Yuan Shan, the nightmare he thought he'd escaped. The old man unsheathed the blade from his back, killing intent exploding outward. Jiang Chen, you brat, you have unparalleled gall. You dared to touch the grandson of the Shiao family today. This old master will bury you where no one will ever find your bones. Jiang Chen scrambled backward, confusion warring with fear. You are Xiao Chengwo. Before he could process the truth, Yuan Shan lunged. The old master unleashed a frenzy of strikes, each one screaming for blood. Bam! Jiang Chen was sent flying, crashing hard against the ground. His mind raced in panic. My heavy firearm class can't block this speed. Suddenly, Jigang and Tang Ying materialized in front of him. Duan Feng stepped in to shield him, shouting desperately, "Little Chen, we'll hold him off. Run now." Jiang Chen watched their backs, his heart clenching in agony. Jigang, Auntie Tang, but Yuan Shan was a monster unleashed. Fearless, he slaughtered them in a single breath before flying straight at Jiang Chen. Anyone who stands in my way dies without mercy. Hot crimson blood splattered across Jiang Chen's face. He stared in absolute despair, a scream ripping from his soul. No! His body shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down as he bowed his head in defeat. Watching from above, Hong Yao felt a pang of pity. She hesitated before asking, "Little junior brother, is he stuck on the very first step?" Elder Kaidian remained stoic, analyzing the situation like a textbook-leveling Manhwa scenario. This staircase is a 4-dimensional system test: spirit, physique, agility, and strength. In the boot camps, those geniuses were fed heavenly treasures to refine their bodies since birth. But Jiang Chen, he comes from the wild. In this trial, I fear his lack of foundation will be a fatal disadvantage. Hong Yao's voice rose in indignation. You can't be serious. Then your bet with Chiang Wuchen. Aren't you just pushing the little junior brother into a death trap? The illusionary nightmare continued. Jiang Chen knelt before Yuan Shan's blade broken. He muttered helplessly, "Just kill me. I got everyone killed. I don't deserve to live anyway." But then, thin glowing vines began to snake around the executioner's sword. Jiang Chen looked up dazed as glowing leaves drifted down. A wooden branch pierced straight through Yuan Shan's chest. The old man dissolved into light right before Jiang Chen's eyes. "Wait!" Jiang Chen gasped. "The ancestral world tree. This is an illusion." Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, standing tall. He looked around furiously, cursing up a storm. "Damn it! Was I just trapped in a hallucination that felt way too real? No, forget real, that was humiliating. Jigong died, and instead of fighting, I asked for death. Who am I insulting with this glass heart?" His face burned red with shame. He clenched his fist and punched the air. "This illusion is just toying with people? Tree bro, let's go. Carry me to the top." Jiang Chen looked up as 2 blue system interfaces hovered in the air. "Congratulations, you have received Essence Shard ×5. It was the classic dopamine hit of a system Manhwa. Essence Shards, he muttered. 1,000 shards combine into a complete essence. For skills leveled 1 to 3, it costs 10 essences to upgrade. But from level 4 to 6, the cost jumps to 100 essences per level." His expression shifted from shame to pure greed. A grin spread across his face as the gears began to turn. Essence Shards. A single one of these sells for tens of millions on the black market. To think I'd get such a rich reward right at the start. Using these to upgrade skills doesn't fit my current build. But if I sell them? Oh yeah. That's enough to feed my bug army for a long, long time. Jiang Chen's pace accelerated instantly. He stomped onto the higher steps with newfound confidence. Strange. Why are there no illusion attacks on the 2nd floor? Suddenly he noticed the flexible vines glowing softly around him. Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto them, and he let out a delighted laugh. "I see the ancestral world tree is actively blocking the illusions for me. Tree bro, you are absolutely OP. Meanwhile, a gray-haired spectator watched Jiang Chen pause and sneered. What is wrong with this poison demon guy? First he was crying and raging on the 1st step, stuck for ages. Now he's on the 2nd step, laughing like a maniac. A girl beside him shouted her theory. "Look at his face. Do you think he's about to crack under the pressure on step 2? A purple-haired girl mocked Jiang Chen with a smirk. If that's true, he's officially the weakest trash in this entire tournament. Ignoring the noise, Jiang Chen calmly glanced behind him. Then he shifted his gaze toward Elder Kaitian's position. All right then. Next up, I'm going to show you all what a speedrun looks like. Wait. The old geezers are watching. Should I pretend to struggle a little? He looked up toward the summit and spotted Cheng Wushuang way high up. Panic flared in his chest. Forget acting. Cheng Wushuang is almost at step 300. I need to at least overtake him first. High above, Hong Yao turned to Elder Kadian, her face a mask of pure anxiety. This junior brother is struggling. He's stuck on the second floor. He won't even clear the 10th at this rate. But Master Kadian's sharp eyes caught something. He cut her off instantly. Hold on. Look at that. Jiang Chen wasn't struggling at all. With hands clasped casually behind his back, he strolled up the stairs singing a carefree tune. He was treating this legendary trial like a walk in the park. The sun rises, I climb the Void Palace. The spectators below nearly popped their eyes out. Their jaws hit the floor. What kind of insane manhwa recap moment is this? He hit the 100th floor while singing. Was he only stalling earlier to enjoy the scenery? The poison demon never follows the script. Suddenly Jiang Chen turned back to Sandao and Han Chu, waving cheerfully. This song is for you. Climb to floor 300 without fear. Han Q's heart skipped a beat. A blush spread across her cheeks at his encouragement. Master is singing just for me. Even if my legs break, I must reach the 300th floor. Sandao sighed. Our savior is powerful, but his singing voice is a disaster. Meanwhile, Hong Yao was sweating bullets, her brows furrowed in pure confusion. Master is the Void Palace broken junior brother just breezed past 200 floors without slowing down. Even Master Kaitian was shook. He stared intensely. In all his years, he had never witnessed such an anomaly in this system manhwa world. The blue-haired disciple froze, watching Jiang Chen's retreating back. By the three immortals. Brother Jiang is a monster. His companion was trembling. Are we even on the same level as the poison demon? Or am I trapped in an illusion right now? Suddenly Jiang Chen halted. He locked eyes with Wushuang up ahead. Why was everyone frozen at floor 299? Master Kaidian analyzed the situation calmly. Say, every 100 floors is a critical threshold. Even true geniuses struggle to cross this barrier. Hong Yao smiled, remembering her own trials. That's right. Back then it took everything I had just to pass. The pressure only gets worse from here. Who would break the limit first? Wushuang turned around, his eyes filled with arrogance as he sneered at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you didn't disappoint me by making it here. Tang Ying beamed with joy. Jiang Chen, you caught up already. Sudden energy erupted. Wushuang summoned swirling chains around his body, smirking with absolute confidence. But I will be taking the lead. Jiang Chen felt a strange vibration. My holy grade spirit talent is resonating with Jiang Wushuang. Is he also a holy grade user? Those chains, were they sealing his true power? Snap. The chains shattered into dust. Wushuang clenched his fists and stomped onto the next step. A majestic purple aura exploded from his body as he basked in the power. Baifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. That purple energy. Is that the reward for clearing the 300th floor? Tang Ying whispered in admiration, as expected of Jiang Wushuang. He stood above Jiang Chen like a god, radiating overwhelming pressure. The Void Palace has countless levels, but every 300 floors marks a supreme bottleneck. Crossing it grants a legendary opportunity. This floor tests your will, but the secret lies in your soul power. Wushuang looked down, feigning concern to mask his mockery. Jiang Chen, you were born a commoner. You lacked the divine elixirs we had as children. Your foundation is simply too weak. More komi huain. As my stepping stone, take my advice, climb slowly. Don't destroy yourself trying to chase a dragon. Ignored, Jiang Chen casually strolled up next to Wushuang. He even hopped in place a few times. The geniuses were speechless. Jiang Chen saw Wushuang's twitching face and smirked. Bro, are you pranking me? Is this supposed to be hard? Ding, the system window flashed. Congratulations on clearing the 300th floor trial reward origin crystal. A radiant green gem dropped into his hand. Jackpot. An origin crystal. My insect swarm can't use this, but G-Gang has been stuck at the third bottleneck for years. This is way better than the epic grade gear I promised him. Suddenly Xiaozhou materialized, her eyes sparkling with hunger. Master, climb faster, she pointed up frantically. The stone steely, we want to eat it. Jiang Chen blinked. Eat the steely? You mean the void monument at the top? Xiaozhou nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yummy rock. Whoosh! A purple aura enveloped Jiang Chen. Before he could react, a mysterious force launched him straight up the stairs like a rocket. Hey wait, I know you're hungry, but don't launch me. Wushuang and Baifeng watched with burning jealousy, while Tang Ying gasped. Wushuang's face twisted in pure rage. His pride shattered. He grit his teeth and roared, No! Multiple phantom arms sprouted from his back. Wushuang charged forward, engulfed in flames. You will never surpass me. Baifeng stood frozen like a statue. What the hell? The war god physique Jiang Wushuang actually mastered it. Madness consumed him. Baifeng's eyes glowed crimson. Jiang Chen, Wushuang, you talented freaks are so annoying, you all deserve to die. Ga! Destroy, destroy, destroy. Blood-red spirits screamed from Baifeng's body. He unleashed the forbidden art, fiend god blood. The blue-haired spectator was drenched in sweat. Are they all monsters? His friend turned his gaze to the quiet Tang Ying. Is Tang Ying a freak of nature too? She turned slowly, offering a sweet, innocent smile. Hu Miao, I'm just a humble assassin. I couldn't possibly compare to them. The men sighed in relief. Thank God, the curly-haired guy gasped. I thought I was the only weakling. Boom! Tang Ying instantly morphed into a giant shadow serpent and shot up the stairs. The men stood there, souls leaving their bodies. Tears streamed down their faces as they embraced, clutching each other in sheer terror. Old Hu hadn't lied to them. These outsiders were absolute monsters and deceitful ones at that. It reminded him of the past when even he was nearly manipulated into taking the throne by such cunning schemes. These four were peerless geniuses demanding awe from anyone who witnessed their power. But Jiang Chen, his unnatural calmness, was truly terrifying. Watching from above, Hongjiao's eyes went wide, her excitement spiking with every passing second. What in the world is happening? Zhang Wushuang just sprouted 8 arms like a war deity, while Bai Feng has gone completely berserk with bloodlust. Tang Ying dropped his cool act immediately. The junior brother is a monster. His sheer pressure has shattered everyone's mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Keitian stood with arms crossed, grinning from ear to ear. That's the disciple he chose. Hongjiao's voice trembled with anticipation. No way. Is he really doing it? In the blink of an eye, the junior brother was about to reach the summit. He would be only the second person in history to achieve this legendary feat. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen soared toward the ancient wooden structure. With a powerful stomp, he landed his hand, instantly making contact with the engraved stone stele. He had conquered the summit. Suddenly, Hongjiao's brow furrowed. She stared daggers at his next move. Wait a minute, junior brother. Just what are you planning to do now? Jiang Chen pointed a finger straight at the heavens, a mystical aura erupting from his palm. Come out, everyone. Take whatever your heart's desire. A dark, ominous energy instantly coiled around the stone stele. Hongjiao watched in sheer panic, her voice rising an octave. Is that the Nine-Winged Abyss aura? He released all of that energy to wrap around the void stele. Is he insane? That stele holds the secrets of the invincible dreamer. Then the impossible happened. The stone stele vanished into thin air. Hongjiao was left speechless, and even the legendary Keitian couldn't hide his shock. Where did the void stele go? The old master stared wide-eyed, trying to comprehend the logic. He actually absorbed the activated void stele. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, Wushuang looked up to see Jiang Chen standing high above. He stomped his foot in fury, jealousy warping his features. Jiang Chen, I concede this round. But when we fight for the great Xia Heavens list, I will hold nothing back. Seeing Wushuang leap down in defeat, Bai Feng clicked his tongue in frustration. If even Jiang Wushuang is giving up, there's no point for us. Let's retreat. Tang Ying was startled but quickly agreed. True. Climbing this high nearly killed us. Going further would only damage our core origin. The risk outweighs the reward. Hanqiu, however, beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration for the victor. Master is truly incredible. But at least we completed our mission. Suddenly, a holographic screen materialized in midair, a classic trope of this system manhwa genre. Jiang Chen level 108. Jiang Wushuang level 623. Bai Feng 609. Tang Ying 600. Lei Zhe 304. Luo Sandao and Hanqiu 300. Keitian nodded with deep satisfaction. Without little Chen, these kids never would have reached this level. Hongjiao stood beside him, nodding in complete agreement. She smiled gently. That junior brother is an absolute beast. This new generation far surpasses our own. Suddenly her gaze locked onto a mysterious purple light swirling around Jiang Chen's body. Everyone else is down. Why is he still standing there in a daze? Inside the spiritual realm, Xiaozhou was obsessively hugging the stone stele as the system interface flashed. Xiaozhou level 22. Level 25. Devour value increasing by 10,000. It was a frenzy of points. Jiang Chen watched intently. So, eating the stele actually transports it to the insect nest. Xiaozhou looked like she was in paradise, leveling up continuously. Standing in his mental sanctuary, Jiang Chen looked up at Xiaozhou with a doting expression. The treasure value of his spirit insect was skyrocketing. At this rate, they could produce the 3rd generation in no time, but is there a connection between this ancient stele and the Nine-Winged Abyss aura? The screen hovered before him. Devour value analysis, the void stele. Origin abyss suppression. Stone found in the deepest depths. Jiang Chen watched Xiaozhou perch atop the stele. It was a chaotic artifact from the abyss, and since Xiaozhou is the master of the abyss, it all made perfect sense. Suddenly a strange light caught Jiang Chen's attention. A new title flashed before his eyes. Void stele acquired. You are now recognized as the sole master of the Void Realm. Regardless of location, you may teleport to the Void Realm at will. The Void Hall is sealed to all but the Master. Jiang Chen froze, his mind racing. The Void Realm Master. Does that mean the Void Stele is actually the key to the entire realm? Instant teleportation that no one else can breach. This Void Hall is the ultimate trump card. With a grin, he leaped into the air, escaping the ancient structure. Too many people watching right now. I'll explore the hall later. But as he landed, Kei-Chen and Hong Jiao instantly grabbed his wrists. Jiang Chen, you're coming with us, the old man ordered. The crowd below erupted into laughter, enjoying this twist in the Manhwa recap. The jealousy poured out. Ha, the Heavenly King caught the poison demon. It must be about the Void Stele. Serves him right for being so arrogant. High above, white clouds drifted lazily around the majestic mountain peaks, hiding the tension unfolding. Kadian's expression turned deadly serious. The Yuan Wu, one of the three invincibles of Great Xia, could only observe the stele for enlightenment. Tell me, how did you use the nine-winged aura to physically take it? A cold drop of sweat rolled down Jiang Chen's cheek. Standing before the legendary Katian, he felt a genuine flicker of fear. He knows about the nine-winged aura. Is he planning to execute me right here? Katian narrowed his eyes. You brat, don't you dare think you can fool me by disguising the aura as poison. Hong Jiao giggled from the sidelines, hands on her hips. Look at him. The junior brother's terrified face is actually kind of cute. Jiang Chen studied their reactions. They don't possess any killing intent. Fine, he thought. I'll tell them the truth. He regained his composure and looked them in the eye. It worked, because both the nine-winged aura and the Void Stele originate from the same place, the Abyss. They share the same origin. In fact, the Void Stele essentially belongs to the aura. Katian nodded. So, that's it. But then his aura shifted, becoming heavy and imposing. Kid, you know how Great Xia treats taboo powers in this awakening Manhwa world. You have exactly two choices right now. Jiang Chen trembled as the weight of the words hit him. Option 1. Stay in the Cloud Dream Swamp forever as an exile and keep your life. Option 2. Return with me and face 1,000,000 enemies who want you dead, including the invincible rank powerhouses. Jiang Chen's face was a mask of tension, his lips pressed thin as a storm of conflicting thoughts raged behind his eyes. It wasn't an illusion back then. The old master came to the Cloud Dream Swamp specifically to pave a survival path for him. Yet fate had only allowed their paths to cross once before. Suddenly, Hong Jiao stepped into his personal space. With a sharp gesture, she pointed a finger right at Jiang Chen's face, breaking his trance. Wake up. What's clouding your mind? Master is speaking to you, junior brother. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed in concentration. His voice remained calm, but firm. I may carry a forbidden power, but my blade has only ever tasted the blood of villains. My conscience is clear before the heavens. So why must I flee like a criminal? Hearing this, Gu Kaitian threw his head back and let out a boisterous laugh. Pure pride radiated from him. Worthy of being this old man's disciple. My heart is the will of heaven itself. If you represent justice, why bow to their corrupt laws? Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's back, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his master's arrogance. He glanced nervously at Hong Jiao. But what about Uncle Qi? A playful smile danced on her lips as she thumbed her chest. Listen well, I am your eldest senior sister. That Uncle Qi you speak of, he's actually your second senior brother. The revelation struck hard. Memories surfaced of Qi Gang walking into the distance. Years ago, that man dared to crash the Shiao family wedding to steal the bride, a legendary stunt that nearly got him beheaded by General Xiao Zhengo himself. Master revealed the truth. Qi Gang had only just returned. To protect the master from his mess, he had accepted exile to Chu River City. The blood feud between Qi Gang and the Xiao clan ran deep. Gu Kaitian cut through the nostalgia with a voice like crashing thunder. Enough of the past. I don't care if he's invincible or a kingdom guardian. As long as our wills are united, we return to Jiangnan. The blade in my hand will carve a bloody path for you, my disciple. Jiang Chen stared, his eyes wide as saucers struck dumb by the sheer dominance of his master. Emotion choked him. Master. He dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in a bow of absolute reverence. Master, please accept this disciple's gratitude. Meanwhile, under the harsh glare of the high noon sun, tension brewed in a skyscraper far away. 12 powerful figures sat around a conference table. Duan Xinghai held his head high, his gaze sweeping the room with cold authority. The 12 Wind Kings of Jiangnan are present, minus Gu Kaitian and Nian Hongjiao. I won't mince words. This was Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan war zone. The atmosphere was heavy, every attendee hanging on his next sentence. Our investigation confirms it. Jiang Chen's toxic bone mutation is indeed caused by the legendary nine-winged miasma. According to Article 1 of the Great Xia Forbidden Laws, anyone with a forbidden awakening must be exterminated immediately. Thoughts? Suddenly Mu. Henian raised a hand, his eyes narrowing into a gentle but calculating smile. While the nine-winged miasma once caused an era-ending calamity, reproducing that scale today is impossible. This old man suggests we simply monitor Jiang Chen. It is a minor issue. Mu. Henian, the grandfather of the ice beauty Mu Hankyu, continued. If the miasma can't be harvested, we destroy the parasite, not the host. There is no need to take the boy's life. Tang Wenchuan raised his hand in support, his brow furrowed. I agree with Senior Mu. This was the father of Tang Jin. The forbidden regulations were written 500 years ago. Back then, Great Shi was frail and fearful. But today our nation stands at the apex of power. We can rewrite the taboos. Suddenly 2 men sneered, mocking, Henian to his face. Look at this. The meeting just started, and someone is already siding with the traitor Jiang Chen. Muhinian rumors say your granddaughter in the Heavens Pride camp has a vague relationship with that boy. And Jiang Chen is Qigong's subordinate. Tang Wenchuan, isn't your daughter Tang Jin still fooling around with Qigong? Have you no shame? Wenchuan gritted his teeth, fury bubbling in his veins. Mu Henian's fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. You dare! Boom! A deafening crash from outside interrupted the argument. Wenshan stomped into the room, eyes burning with vendetta. His sword pulsed with a blood-red light. Jiang Chen dies today. Anyone who pleads for him answers to my blade first. Cold sweat drenched Duan Xinghai's face. His mind raced in panic. General Xiao and old Gu. If General Xiao Zhenguo hadn't intervened, I could have mediated. But now you can only pray to the gods for your own survival. He wanted to scream a warning. Don't destroy yourself by protecting a disciple blindly. Meanwhile, on a cliff edge, Qi Gang's voice echoed across the valley. Boss, Xiao Zhenguo has mobilized the Heaven Punishment Squad. They're ambushing the mountain. As the pressure mounted, Duan Xinghai paced nervously. Little Chen and the others. They're about to return. Qigong gripped his hilt, unsheathing his blade with a metallic ring. His eyes blazed. If they want war, Tang Jin and I are ready. We settle all debts old and new right now. Duan Feng, the Night Watch of Chu River is yours. Hearing this, Xinghai panicked even more, reaching out desperately to stop the hot-headed Qi Gang. Don't stop me. I stole a bride back then. I can turn the world upside down today. Give the duty to Bulang. Bulang lifted his chin, arrogantly pouting in disgust. No way. Scram. I live for the chaos. How could I miss a show like this? Xiaokei stood nearby, giggling as she pointed to her ample curves. Don't look at me, you boys need a real adult. Tang Jin stepped in to mediate, her voice soothing. Old Qi, we're all family here. Don't worry. Look at that. Suddenly a streak of light tore through the clouds. Tang Jin pointed excitedly. Look, in the distance. Is that little Chen and the others? Tang Jin's voice rang out, framed by the crimson flag fluttering wildly atop the fortress. Target acquired. Yuan Shan didn't hesitate. He roared the command, Heaven Punishment Squad, prepare for execution. A sea of black-robed assassins raised their crossbows in unison. Unleash hell. Heat the god-slaying crossbows. But then a colossal sword descended from the heavens, threatening to split the very sky in half. Hongjiao watched the chaos, a thrill-seeking grin curling her lips. This battle, it feels just like the bride robbery war I didn't get to kill enough back then. Gukitian lowered his voice. What are you planning? Too many eyes on us. We must at least pretend to be civilized before we slaughter them. Otherwise, the world will think our lineage is nothing but thugs. She huffed. Oh, please, your killing intent is leaking out way more than mine. Truly like master, like disciple. Hongjiao turned to Jiang Chen. Don't you agree? But the little junior brother was spaced out again, staring at a blue interface straight out of an awakening Manhwa. System alert: Nine-Winged Miasma breeding complete. Colony size 5 million. Broodmother Xiaozhou, level 27. The swarm has successfully plundered the heavens. Jiang Chen threw his arms wide, adrenaline surging as he awaited the swarm of nine-winged insects. Magnificent. Before this epic clash, he had bred 5 million of these beasts in the 3rd generation. Even if he couldn't defeat the state protector, he would ensure the old man's life became a living hell. Seeing Jiang Chen's face rigid as stone, Hongjiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Junior brother, do not fear. Though the battle ahead is titanic, master, and I stand with you. He raised a finger, pointing toward a distant peak as he clarified his stance. I am not afraid, senior sister. I just spotted Ji Gang and the others on that mountain. I need to pay them a visit first. I have gifts to deliver. The moment Gu Kaitian nodded, Jiang Chen shifted into a battle stance and vanished like a streak of lightning. Go ahead, it is on our way regardless. Wu Shuangyan raised an eyebrow, silently offering a prayer in his heart. I haven't had my fill of battle yet. I hope he can endure it. Bai Feng had an epiphany, so it was a taboo power. No wonder he could annihilate Xiao Behan before. What a pity, Tang Ying sighed, her thoughts heavy. He is the only one besides the great Shia's founder to ever fully ascend the Void Tower. Han Qiu gazed at Jiang Chen's fading silhouette and hesitated. Master, does he not know if Grandpa has arrived? Will he intervene to help? Gukatian watched him go, his voice low and steady. Worrying now is futile. A war of this magnitude is beyond our interference. The best we can do is not become a burden. Moments later, Jiang Chen descended gracefully onto a lush green meadow. Jigang Aunt Tang. Jigang spotted him and called out, "Little Chen." Jiang Chen leaned in close, conjuring a glowing green gemstone in his palm with a cheerful grin. "Jigang, I promised you an epic tier set before. I couldn't craft that, but I believe this is equally valuable." Jigang accepted the item, gasping in shock. This is an origin crystal." He was stunned. This was the holy grail of any leveling Manhwa protagonist, the key to breaking through to the 7th rank. Then, Jiang Chen pulled out a treasure trove of items, introducing them with excitement. "Aunt Tang, this silk scarf matches your aura perfectly. Brother Duan, your bow is lacking. Take this one. Brother Ling, upgrade to this dark gold blade. Don't get too emotional now. Sister Qi here is a platinum set. Most importantly, it looks stylish." The group stared at Jiang Chen in bewilderment, speechless at his generosity. "Swain Chicha, Little Chen." Xiao Yuanshan's eyes flashed with azure light, his brow furrowed as his voice boomed like thunder. "It seems Jiang Chen has emerged. Heaven's punishment squad, heed my command." Xinghai broke into a cold sweat, reaching out to intercept him. "General Xiao, wait. Over 100 prodigies from the genius camp are still with Gukatian. We cannot risk any mishaps." Xiao Yuanshan froze, turning his razor-sharp gaze upon him with threatening intent. "Fine. If Gukatian does not know his place, I will obliterate him too." Xinghai looked up at the floating island and shouted, "Old Guhand over Jiang Chen. Do not make a grave mistake." He calculated rapidly in his mind. "Old Gu, forgive me. Both you and Xiao Yuanshan are pillars of Jiangnan. If you clash, our region will suffer catastrophic damage. It is better to sacrifice Jiang Chen alone." Standing before the crowd, his cloak snapping in the wind, Gukaidian's voice rang out with absolute conviction. "Mistake. I have lived my life without shame to Jiangnan or Great Xia." "How could this be a mistake, old man? I brought back 150 prodigies of the Jiangnan war zone for you. Not only that, I led them to the Void Hall." A woman with a low bun spoke with mysterious reverence. "The Void Hall is a miraculous place. Even many supreme powerhouses fail to find it." The man opposite her exclaimed, "I never expected the Heavenly Blade King to have such methods. Our children's futures are secured." Another added, "Such a great kindness, we cannot simply accept it without repaying the debt." The woman continued, "Though we may not have the strength to protect Jiang Chen, we absolutely will not side with the Xiao family." Xinghai extended his hand, hesitating as he looked at the pair. "The Void Hall. Those 150 prodigies will see their strength skyrocket. As the tide rises, the boat floats. This is a massive contribution to Jiangnan." Xiao Yuanshan gripped his sword, eyes burning with fury, and unleashed a devastating slash into the roaring waters below. "All of you shut your mouths." A heavy silence fell as all eyes turned to the deep blue torrent suspended in midair. Standing amidst the surging magical chaos, Xiao Yuanshan hissed, demanding Jiang Chen's punishment. "Jiang Chen possesses a taboo by Great Xia law. He must die. Gukaidian, you defy the order to shield a criminal and seal the Genius Camp examiners. What nonsense contribution! You merely push the Genius Camp into peril without authorization." Everyone looked up, horror dawning on their faces as they gasped. "The ocean is flowing in reverse. It is a celestial phenomenon. This is the pressure of a national guardian. It's over, I can't move. It's terrifying. We must remain neutral." Gukaidian took it all in and calmly commanded, "Little Chen, come up here. Hongjiao, handle the flight for the Genius Camp." Hongjiao frowned, but responded seriously, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen cast a massive magical circle encasing Jigang's group before launching himself into the sky. "Apologies, Jigang. Please watch the show from within this barrier." His uncle asked in astonishment, "Little Chen, when did you set up this formation?" He shouted back hurriedly, "If I truly cannot handle this, it won't be too late for you to save me then." Gukaidian summoned a colossal greatsword wreathed in golden runes. "Blade, come." Xiao Yuanshan stood before the vortex opposite him, his voice ice-cold. "Gukaidian, do you truly wish to draw your blade against me?" He casually rested the massive blade on his shoulder, scoffing. "So what? You are an 8th turn Grandmaster. You may have a dozen water-type forbidden curses, but I only know one blade strike. What are you afraid of?" Xinghai instantly conjured a titanic ice barrier to separate Xiao Yuanshan and Gukaidian. "Frozen Rampart." He raised his hand, lifting 3 fingers to control the chaotic magic flow. "Both of you calm down. If you truly go to war, forget the Genius Camp. Even the neighboring Jiangnan base will be wiped off the map." Suddenly Xiao Behan appeared, a sinister smirk twisting his lips as he interrupted. For the sake of survival, why not let Jiang Chen and me fight a duel to the death one-on-one? Xinghai broke a sweat, glancing at Xiao Behan. The young man hovered on his sword eyes, fixated on his monstrous arm burning with the flames of vengeance. That day he severed my arm. Today I shall naturally end his life with my own hands. Xinghai's face was slick with sweat as he gestured toward Behan, trying to defuse the situation. That is the best path. The grudges of the young should be settled by the young. The older generation must not interfere. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, standing fearlessly before him. One-on-one, Xiao Behan, since when were you so charitable? I don't buy it. Spit out your conditions. Behan's eyes flashed with danger, his lips curling into a cunning smile. The condition is simple. You are forbidden from using the taboo Nine-Winged Insects. Yuanshan threw his head back, his laughter echoing with arrogant satisfaction under the open sky. As the grandson of General Xiao Yuanshan, I do this for the peace of Jiangnan Base. For the people, does anyone dare object? But Katian slammed his blade down in a fury. Bullshit, don't preach to me from your imaginary moral high ground. Killing intent surged as the old master raised his blade, ready to risk it all, and slaughter Yuanshan's crew right then and there. You old fool, I've been waiting to cut you down for ages. If you have guts, stop bullying kids and face me. But Jiang Chen stepped in, grabbing Katian's robe to hold him back. Master, compose yourself. Let's not lower ourselves to their level. Jiang Chen pointed a thumb at his chest, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you say no taboos? Your disciple has a special way to handle this clown. The old master looked at Jiang Chen, intrigued. What way? Jiang Chen's expression turned casual. Didn't you promise to teach me the heaven-opening blade? Teach me right now? Katian nearly jumped out of his skin, disbelief written all over his face. Learn it now. Are you out of your mind? Even Hongjiao, floating on her spirit blade, looked completely baffled. Little junior brother, is this a joke? It took me 10 years to grasp the basics. Even senior brother Ji only scratched the surface. Xiao Behan burst into maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You expect me to wait 10 years? Keep dreaming. But Jiang Chen just frowned, raising 5 fingers with absolute conviction. No need. Give me 5 minutes. Katian roared, his spit flying everywhere in a fit of rage. You brat, do you hear yourself speaking? Do you think my heaven-opening blade is some trash-tier skill? Behan sneered, idiot. Ignoring the noise, Jiang Chen reached out and gripped his master's blade handle. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at his master. Master, teach me. Katian froze, his eyes widening as he watched the steel in his hand tremble. The blade. It's resonating. He realized with a shock that the phenomenon at the Taihu Palace back then, the blade heart resonance, was caused by little Chen all along. Jiang Chen leaned in, whispering a secret plan into Katian's ear. The old master's face relaxed, a grin forming as he made up his mind. Fine. Then I'll teach you right now. Xinghai unleashed a torrent of mana, raising 2 fingers with authority. Since this is a deathmatch, I will construct a heaven and earth arena. The world warped as he cast the spell, forming an isolated battlefield between the 2 sides. Aside from Xiao Behan and Jiang Chen, no living soul may interfere. Behan leaped into the barrier, his voice dripping with disdain. Jiang Chen, I'm waiting, better learn fast. Last time you relied on forbidden power, but in this leveling Manhwa showdown, I'll show everyone how I butcher you. Jigang slammed his sword against Jiang Chen's barrier again and again. Sparks flew as he screamed in frustration, his attacks bouncing off the energy wall. Little Chen, don't fight him. And Master, how could you agree to this? This is all my fault. I never should have dragged you into this cursed training camp. Tangjin sweated nervously, trying to comfort him. Brother, calm down. The old master wouldn't do this without a plan, surely. Katian raised his blade high, channeling raw life force into the lesson. Jiang Chen, listen well. The heaven-opening blade is a blade of will. Shatter your obsessions, transcend life and death. See your true heart and strike without thought. His eyes blazed with solemn power, locking onto his disciple. Did you see that clearly? Without hesitation, Kaidian swung. A catastrophic slash roared toward Yuanshan, heaven-opening blade. The general flared, his red mana terrified. Is this blade meant for me? Full defense up, you old fool. Do you really think you can take me? Xinghai watched with sweat dripping down his face, grumbling. Old Gu, have you gone senile? It's a one-on-one duel. You're breaking every rule in the book. But then he paused as the slash flew right past Yuanshan. Wait, that blade wasn't aiming for General Xiao. The entire crowd froze as the energy blast bypassed the humans, entirely crashing into the invisible barrier. Yuanshan stood silent as a massive black dragon roared in agony, its tail severed clean off. It scrambled into a dimensional rift, its red eyes glowing with hate as it glared at Katian. Gu Kaitian, you wretched old man, I will return for your head. As the beast vanished, Xinghai finally breathed. That was the black dragon from the Yangtze River. It was hiding here all along. How dangerous. While everyone else was distracted by the duel, only Gu Kaitian had sensed the hidden threat lurking in the void. Kaitian rested his blade on his shoulder, analyzing coldly. That dragon was leeching cultivation. Must be at the mid-stage of the 8th transformation. Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes silently, reassessing the threat level in his mind. This old Gu is no joke. Kaitian laughed triumphantly, turning to his student. So, that was your master's debut strike. Pretty cool, right? Jiang Chen nodded frantically. So cool, insanely cool. Kaitian beamed, unable to stop smiling. I thought so too. Now did you learn it? Jiang Chen smiled, an aura of absolute confidence rising around him. He lowered his hand, gathering mana. Suddenly the sword in Jigang's hand flew out. Jigang, let me borrow this for a moment. Kaitian frowned, confused. Why use that scrap when you have my blade? Why search far when the treasure is near? Catching the hilt, Jiang Chen gave a cryptic look. Master, you'll understand soon enough. He leaped into the heaven and earth arena to face Behan, his voice echoing back. Just watch when I draw this blade. It's going to be a scene worthy of a legendary manhwa recap. Kaitian sighed, shaking his head helplessly. This brat! Hongjiao rushed over, panic written all over her face. Master, what are you doing? Sending little junior brother in there is a death sentence. And that so-called Zhang Wushan, he takes the perks, but does nothing invincible. My foot. I'm going to get him out. She tried to rush the arena, but her body locked up instantly. I can't move. Kaitian stared ahead, his voice calm and unbothered. This is a duel of destiny. Only those two may enter. Jiang Wushan is already here, watching from the void. Hongjiao's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat running down her face. Just his aura immobilized a national guardian and a king class. Is this the power of the invincible? Wait, did I just badmouth him? Did I say that out loud? Please tell me I didn't. Her master interrupted her internal panic with a serious tone. Jiang Wushan cares about the big picture. He won't let Jiangnan fall into chaos. She snapped her head toward him. So for the big picture, we sacrifice little Chen. Who said anything about sacrifice? Kaitian fired back with fiery conviction. I just taught him the heaven-opening blade. Inside the arena, Behan laughed, dripping with malice. Are you people delusional? Do you really think the heaven-opening blade is something you can master with a single glance? Jiang Chen's face remained calm, his confidence soaring as he raised the sword. Whether it's trash or a god-tier skill, you'll find out the moment it hits your neck. Dark energy surged around him like a corrupt flame. With a sneer, he taunted, without the 9 wings barrier, you're nothing but trash. What will you fight me with now? Jiang Wushuang hesitated, fear gripping his heart. Can he win? If the enemy uses that artifact, forget Xiao Behan, even I would be instantly obliterated. Gazing at Jiang Chen's distant figure, he whispered, but the laws of the duel forbid it. Wushuang sighed, feeling helpless against the inevitable fate. Jiang Chen is walking into his grave. After his last defeat, Xiao Behan didn't just recover. He tempered his spirit and evolved into a monster. Behan gripped Moon Soul, the 20th ranked divine weapon of Great Xia. He pointed the blade with arrogant disdain. Come on, I'll let you strike first. Dying by my Moon Soul is the greatest honor a peasant with a rusted blade like you could ever hope for. But Jiang Chen didn't rage. He smirked the calm before the storm. Save your breath. He raised his sword, channeling energy into a legendary stance. Master, witness my growth. With a roar, he slashed downward. Please guide me, heaven-opening blade, power of man. Blinding light erupted. The crowd shielded their eyes from the overwhelming aura of this leveling manhwa protagonist. Hongjiao stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos. Close your eyes if your soul is weak. You'll be blinded. Internally, she screamed, Good heavens, junior brother. What is this power? Kaitian's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That brat. He actually mastered it. Even as Behan parried, the master knew this technique struck the soul itself. Behan's eyes bulged with savage fury. He bared his teeth in a mockery of a smile. This pathetic trick is your so-called heaven-opening blade. You haven't even mastered the basics. A soul attack. Don't you know the Shiao bloodline possesses the strongest souls in the realm? Behan hoisted his blade, summoning the freezing cold of the moonlight. Star Moon Full Jade. The strike descended like a meteor, aimed straight for Jiang Chen's heart. Star Moon Slash. Jiang Chen stood immovable as a mountain. Juji, that was the blade of man. Now witness the next step. His grip tightened, aura blazing. No more soul tricks. This is brute force. He roared the incantation, unleashing a slash that tore the ground asunder. Earth blade. Blood trickled from Behan's lips. His eyes went wide with horror. How is this possible? Jiang Chen rained down slash after slash. Xinghai broke into a cold sweat, fingers trembling as he tried to maintain the heaven and earth barrier. Shart. The bad news. The life and death ring is collapsing. Is this truly the power of a mere second-class awakener? Water surged up at his command, desperately trying to reinforce the stage. Shafavatsiel. Shakime reinforcement. Behan dropped to one knee, driving his sword into the ground to withstand the mana tsunami. I must block it, or I die right here. Sweat drenched his face. He looked to the northwest sky and chanted the ultimate forbidden art. The sky stretches 10,000 miles. Heed my call. Instantly, every sword in the audience levitated. The crowd panicked. My sword, I can't control it. What kind of demonic art is this Manhwa recap villain using? A colossal blade formed in the heavens, plunging down like Judgment Day. Sword come to me, divine weapon, moon soul, 10,000 swords return to the origin, swarm. Jiang Chen spread his arms, facing the storm of steel. Star-destroying blade aura. Xinghai cursed, sweating buckets. Damn it, order the ice mages to reinforce the barrier now. These two brats are insane. The arena won't hold. Behan glared at the struggling Jiang Chen, screaming like a lunatic. You've lost even with a god-tier skill, you're nothing. Without breaking taboos, you're just an ant beneath my boot. He laughed maniacally. Be ground to dust by my forbidden spell. Jiang Chen crouched, watching the colossal blade tip descend. Who are you looking down on? Jiang Chen leaped into the sky, defying gravity. Did you really think I didn't have a trump card? Boom. A massive explosion swallowed the arena. Heaven Blade Karmic Slash. Behan watched in terror as his divine weapon shattered into dust. No, impossible! Behan shrieked. Elder Yuan Shan screamed from the stands, panic twisting his face. Xiao Behan, no! Qigeng knelt on the grass, eyes glued to the scene. Blade of man, earth, and heaven. Little Chen, you achieved the dream I failed to reach years ago. Hongjiao's jaw dropped. 5 minutes. The junior brother mastered the heaven-opening blade in just 5 minutes. Kadian clenched his fist, bursting with pride. His mana is low, but he didn't just learn it. He evolved it. He surpassed the original. He achieved what Qigong never could. Wu Shuang stood frozen, shaken to his core. Jiang Chen. He's the most terrifying monster of our generation. Bai Feng covered his face, hiding his awe. We have no master, yet he mastered it in minutes. This awakening Manhwa is getting crazy. Tang Ying gasped. He's too strong. Han Qiu wept tears of joy. Master 1, Sandao held her close. Yes, he did. Our benefactor is invincible. High above Ling Chu floated amused. This disciple of the heavenly Blade King is quite entertaining. Let's not kill him yet. He'll make a fine whetstone for Tianjiao. Xuanji stood beside him, voice low. I never intended to kill him today anyway. He glanced at Xuanji's back. But looking at this mess, even if you stay out of it, Xiao Yuanshan won't let this slide. Suddenly Yuanshan froze. An invisible crushing pressure locked him in place like a statue. He turned face twisted in rage and desperation. Martial God Jiang, withdraw your aura. My grandson died miserably. I must have justice. Ling Chu yawned indifferent. I told you, clean up your own trash. I'm just a passerby enjoying the show. He crossed his arms, radiating an aura that could crush mountains. Xiao Yuanshan, are you too old to remember the rules of a duel? A bet is a bet. Yuanshan trembled in terror. But then Jiang Chen raised his sword again. Master, I have a fourth technique, want to see it. With this strike, I'll execute this scum on behalf of heaven. Keiqian panicked, reaching out. Stop, don't do it. Stop. What in the world are you doing? Elder Hongjiao gasped, covering his mouth in sheer disbelief. Is my junior brother actually drawing his blade against the legendary Guardian General Shiao? Huanji muttered grimly, assessing the situation. He is digging his own grave. This isn't bravery. It's suicide. Ling Chu merely lowered his head, hiding a faint, mocking smile. It is too late for anyone to save him now. Yuan Shan summoned a massive wave to elevate himself, his eyes burning with savage ridicule as he looked down. You want to die that badly, a mere second-tier ant daring to face me? What a joke! Jiang Chen swung his sword aside, summoning a blinding surge of golden magic. His strike collided head-on with Yuan Shan's attack. A shockwave tore through the air. This was the blade of the great Tao, the sword of justice meant to slay all evil. Jiang Chen looked to the heavens as boundless energy surged through his veins. All things grow, but time is the ultimate blade. Black and white impermanence. Wu Shuang's jaw dropped. He's lost his mind. That attack, the power rivals a full-force strike from a 5th-rank Mountain Sea Realm expert. Bei Feng turned pale with confusion. With such terrifying potential, why throw his life away? He stammered. This poison demon is defying the logic of a system Manhwa world. If we were in the city of 10,000 demons, old Yuan would love this kid. Fellow Taoist Jiang, that technique screams of the great Tao. He belongs in my sect. Yuan Shan snorted coldly, looking down at Jiang Chen with utter contempt. I don't even respect your master, let alone a wet-behind-the-ears brat like you. With a snap of his fingers, the wave beneath him surged forward, crashing toward Jiang Chen. Is that the best you can do? Suddenly, the old man's face stiffened. He raised an arm to defend himself. Stunned to realize the attack was actually the nine-winged barrier, Jiang Chen stared him down, his voice drop-dead serious. Did you really think I didn't know my blade couldn't kill you? That was just a distraction. Besides, in this duel, nobody said forbidden techniques were off-limits. Terror flashed in Yuan Shan's eyes as countless barriers encased him. 100,000 nine-winged barriers. Jiang Chen smirked, his eyes blazing with intensity. He clenched his fist and commanded, "Detonate!" A massive explosion swallowed the old man instantly, though Yuan Shan stood firm amidst the chaotic smoke. Seeing the old man still standing, Jiang Chen triggered a chain reaction. Not enough again. Blast him again and again. Behan spun around, screaming in panic. Run, everyone run. Inside the smoke, Yuan Shan's eyes glowed with murderous intent. I must kill this weed at the root, or he'll become a catastrophe later. He unleashed a barrage of crimson magic toward Jiang Chen. Water forbidden curse blood explosion. Jiang Chen froze. A blood-red magic circle had locked him in place. A forbidden curse. He watched in horror as red liquid began to drain from his own body. This is bad. The blood inside my veins is under Xiao Yuan Shan's control. Jiang Chen watched helplessly as his life force began to pour out like a tragic scene from a dark awakening manhwa. Yuan Shan saw his chance and clenched his fist tight. Compress. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt his body being crushed by invisible pressure, blood spurting uncontrollably. Qigang slammed his fists against the barrier in a blind rage. Little Chen, damn it, break you cursed barrier. Hongjiao and Kadian were ready to intervene, but seeing Jiang Chen's horrific state, their hearts sank into the abyss. Yonchu, Sumsa for Jinni, your brother Os. The disciples on Han Q's side lost all reason and rushed forward. Benefactor master? But suddenly crimson ropes shot out, seizing them by the waist. It was Henian scolding them for their recklessness. Are you trying to throw your lives away in a situation like this? Only after being pulled back did Han Q recognize him. Grandpa? Please, I beg you, save Jiang Chen. Beside her, Sundao was equally panicked. Dad, does our family have any artifact that can save him? Badao looked at his daughter with utter helplessness. I am sorry, sweetheart. We don't. Henian explained grimly. That is the blood explosion curse. Once you are caught in it, there is no cure. You can only wait for death, especially since it was cast by a guardian general. The Heavenly Blade King and the others have gone over there. We can only hope they can force Xiao Yuan Shan to show mercy. At that moment, Kaiqian charged with his weapon. Stop, you mongrel! Hongjiao was right behind him, aura blazing. You old bastard, release my junior brother this instant. Yuan Shan remained calm. It is too late. Jiang Chen is about to pop. This drama ends now. The masters didn't hesitate, swinging their blades at him. You have a death wish. Facing Kaiqian. Yuan Shan didn't flinch. He gracefully deployed his technique. Supreme goodness is like water. Softness conquers hardness. Kaiqian, your blade is not bad. But did you honestly think you could cut me? The provocation only fueled Kaiqian's rage. Then I will just have to see how many of my strikes you can handle. Hongjiao roared with determination. Master, let us hack this guy into mincemeat together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was in agony, clutching his head and screaming. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth like a river. Seeing him like this broke their hearts. Little brother. Little Chen. Yuan Shan watched the suffering with a twisted smile of satisfaction. Your disciple has reached his limit. Why not finish it? He clenched his hand again, fully activating the blood explosion curse. Instantly, the blood circle crushed Jiang Chen's limbs. It expanded rapidly, swelling his body until he was on the brink of total annihilation. A deafening boom shook the earth. In a split second, everything was blown to smithereens. Qigong couldn't accept reality, screaming in anguish. No! Tears streamed down Hongjiao's face. Junior brother. Kaiqian stood frozen like a statue. Han Qiu smiled vacantly, trying to deceive herself. This can't be real. The benefactor is just joking with us. Sundao looked just as lost. Right. He never plays by the rules. This is just another trick. Only Yuan Shan smiled, his vengeance complete. Behan, grandfather has finally avenged you. Kaiqian snapped. Even if I have to burn my old life away, I will destroy you today. Hongjiao's hatred boiled over. Master and disciple united in heart. Let's kill this dog. Xinghai watched the chaos from below with a heavy heart. It seems a battle to the death is unavoidable now. Senior Martial God, if you do not step in, Jiangnan will be drowned in blood. Suddenly, a voice commanded from the void. That is enough. If you want to fight, take it somewhere else. Hongjiao's body betrayed her. Paralyzed by an invisible force, she could only curse in frustration, unable to move a single muscle. Behind Yuan Shan, a swarm of insects manifested, screeching a challenge to the old master. Let's settle this here. In a flash of light, Jiang Chen's silhouette solidified once more, standing tall before the stunned crowd. Hongjiao and Kaitian stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Chen strode toward Yuan Shan, his presence radiating an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Old man Shiao, did you really think a main character like me would perish so easily? Let me educate you, my trump cards are far beyond anything your narrow mind can comprehend. Yuan Shan's expression darkened instantly. Impossible. I watched his life force extinguish with my own eyes. Baifeng, trembling, could barely stutter out his confusion. Jiang Chen, just what kind of monster are you? Wu Shuang's jaw hit the floor. Resurrection was unheard of. Meanwhile, Han Qiu and the others clung to each other, tears of sheer relief streaming down their faces. Master. He played us all. Bulang stood agape. Wait, that energy radiance. It's the aura of the necromancer. The undead metal's effect. Shao Kahn nodded sharply. That's right. It's the legendary artifact we secured from the zombie village Hidden Realm. It grants a one-time defiance of death. At that precise moment, Jiang Chen raised his hand, channeling his mana. Since you failed to kill me, old dog, it is now my turn to hunt. Answering his call, the void tore open. I have raised an army for 1,000 days for this single moment. Rise, my million nine-winged cicadas, devour him. Yuan Shan recoiled in horror. A calamity-class swarm. How does a mere brat command such power? Even Ling Qiu, a veteran of countless wars, gasped. This density. It defies all logic. The martial god Xuanji narrowed his eyes. I heard he only completed his job awakening recently. To cultivate such a terrifying force in so little time, a flicker of regret crossed the martial god's face. It seems I severely underestimated his potential. Then, realizing the strategy, he let out a cold huff. I see his game now. So you sly old fox, you finally made your decision, haven't you? Jiang Chen's eyes burned with killing intent. Even if I have to sacrifice every single one of my cicadas today, you die. Go blast that old bastard into oblivion. Unaware of the true danger, Yuan Shan prepared a forbidden defensive spell. But suddenly, terror gripped him. I can't move the martial god. He has locked my spiritual pressure. Why? Before he could scream further, Jiang Chen's venomous swarm slammed into him. A symphony of catastrophic explosions erupted, shaking the heavens. Mu Qiu frowned, puzzled. Why would the martial god intervene to help him? Badao replied calmly. The logic is simple. Think of it like my family's loan shark business. If someone owes us 1,000,000 coins, they are just livestock leeks to be harvested. If they don't pay, we send thugs to break their legs. But if they owe 100 million, we treat them gently. And if they owe 1,000,000,000,000, we worship them like our own ancestors to ensure they survive to pay us back. Sandao tilted her head. But what does high-interest debt have to do with the martial god restraining Yuan Shan? Use your head, Badao urged. Realization dawned on her. I get it. Usually Great Xia exterminates forbidden class users immediately to avoid risk. Those who learn forbidden techniques are usually leashed. But Jiang Chen, he bred an army of millions in a blink of an eye. This is a leveling Manhwa miracle. His talent is peerless. An existence like him has transcended the rules of the system. The nation has no choice but to protect and nurture him. So Master created this spectacle not out of recklessness, but to prove his value. Badao smiled, proud of his daughter's deduction. Exactly. Meanwhile, Yuan Shan was being crushed under the weight of the insect tide. He roared in agony and rage. Damn you all, everyone in Great Xia deserves to rot in hell. His sanity crumbling, Yuan Shan refused to yield. You think this is enough to kill me? I still have one final card. The explosions intensified, battering against his defense. He was burning his life force to resist. This is just a phantom projection of Xuanji. Yet even with my full cultivation, I can't shatter his seal. Honor be damned, survival is everything. I must break out and flee Great Xia territory. Abandoning his body, he condensed his spirit. A blood-red barrier enveloped him as he shot out like a meteor. Murderous intent locked onto the protagonist. Die, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. The situation had spiraled. Crap, this is bad. The old monster had shattered the martial god's seal. But just as death seemed imminent, a streak of emerald sword light pierced the heavens and Yuan Shan's soul. Yuan Shan halted, vomiting a mouthful of spiritual essence. A booming voice echoed from the void. Yuan Shan, it is over. Move 1 inch and I will sever your existence. With his soul crumbling, the former general stood powerless. Even sword god Ling Qiu is stealing the kill. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He commanded his cicadas to deliver the final judgment. Another massive explosion swallowed the sky. Blasted into a corner, Yuan Shan's spirit thrashed in madness. No, impossible. You cannot treat a hero of the nation like this. I am a grand general. I bled for great Xia. I crushed the beast tides, suppressed the rebellions, and slaughtered the ancient god cult. Though his form was fading, his arrogance remained unbreakable. I am the pillar that holds up the sky. As he screamed, his spiritual body began to dissolve into particles of light. Trembling, he looked up at the young man. Jiang Chen, do you truly dare to commit regicide against an elder? Jiang Chen let out a cold, mocking laugh. Your body is dust and your soul is fading, yet you still ask such idiotic questions. Terror finally shattered his pride. He dropped to his knees. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I'll give you the entire Shiao family fortune, anything you want, just please spare my soul. Jiang Chen didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head. Master Jigang, what is the verdict? Kai Tian and the others froze, unsure how to respond to such dominance. Desperate Yuan Shan turned his pleading eyes toward the martial god. Martial god Xuan Ji, save me. If I live, I swear I'll guard the abyss dungeons for eternity. The martial god looked down from the heavens, his silence heavy with judgment. Finally, the verdict came down like a hammer. Xiao Yuanshan, you were a general of the Jiangnan war zone. Yet you allowed your clan to tyranny, plunder, and oppress the weak. Do you plead guilty? Xiao Yuanshan didn't hesitate for a microsecond. I admit it. I confess to everything. Just let me live. Master Xuanji delivered the final verdict. In light of his past service to Great Xia, the Xiao family's assets would be spared. But for Xiao Yuanshan, a darker fate awaited. A soul seal was branded upon him, and he was exiled to the subterranean abyss to fight as a vanguard until his final breath. Do you submit? The old man didn't hesitate for a second. I submit, I accept my fate. Xuanji instantly waved his hand, casting the spell. A streak of golden light, the soul seal, surged into the old man's body. The moment you harbor a thought of escape, your soul will detonate, scattering your existence into nothingness. Jiang Chen watched it all unfold, awestruck. So this is the power of one of Great Xia's 3 invincible martial gods. Even a mere projection carries such suffocating pressure. My goal has been achieved. The old Xiao patriarch served his purpose in the end. It is time to lay low. Suddenly, Xuanji materialized right behind him. Little one, does this judgment quell the rage in your heart? Jiang Chen spun around instantly. My anger is gone, martial god. Jiang's judgment is wise and absolute. Of course I am satisfied. Xuanji chuckled. Actually, I wasn't truly angry either. It was just a performance. Hearing the boy's answer, his evaluation of Jiang Chen skyrocketed. Not only does he possess genius talent, but he knows when to advance and when to retreat. For those 2 qualities alone, my trip here today was not in vain. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully. Thank you for your praise, Lord Martial God. Xinghai pointed to the sky, anxiety written on his face. Lord Martial God, that toxic miasma hasn't dispersed. I fear this area will mutate into an abyss of pollution. Xuanji glanced up with supreme confidence. With a simple snap of his fingers, a wave of azure energy swept through, purifying the space in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen stared at the transformation, deep in thought. My deadliest poison. Erased with a casual wave of his hand, a 9th revolution invincible entity is truly terrifying, the peak of power in this leveling Manhwa world. With the crisis averted, Xuanji's voice boomed across the battlefield. Hear my command. From this day forth, Great Xia's taboo restrictions are abolished. Any wielder of forbidden arts who serves the country with a loyal heart shall be considered a friend. Conversely, even those without forbidden arts will be deemed enemies if they betray us. Take Xiao Zhengguo as an example. He narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto the protagonist. As for Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat at the mention of his name. Elder. Henian suddenly stepped in, draping his arm around Jiang Chen to defend him. The martial god is wise. My young friend Jiang Chen rose from humble beginnings. He is chivalrous, brave, and possesses a heart of steel. Even if he wields the 9-winged taboo, he would never do anything detrimental to Great Xia. Mo Henian, representing the Mo family, am willing to guarantee it with my life. With him leading the charge, others quickly stepped up. I, Tang Wanchuan, representing the Tang family, also pledge my guarantee. The Jiangnan war zone stands ready to vouch for him. We welcome young Mr. Jiang to join. The military resources will be unlimited. The Jiangnan Martial Academy also guarantees him. Whatever you wish to study, our academy system is the strongest. Seeing the bidding war, Sandao frantically nudged his father. Dad, look, they are fighting over him. Hurry up and show your stance. But Dao's face turned red as he suppressed his panic. Finally, he roared at the top of his lungs. Me, too. Sandao shook his head in despair. Useless old man. That is the price of being uncultured. Meanwhile, Hongjiao watched the scene in utter shock. The martial god didn't just intervene. He abolished the taboo laws completely. Even the king-level elders are vouching for little Chen. It felt like a dream, but Katian remained calm. Little Chen likely anticipated all of this. That is why he deliberately drew his blade against Zhenguo. She was stunned. What the junior brother's scheming runs that deep, Katian slowly explained. The cruel acts of Xiao Yunshan were no secret. The martial god didn't just find out today. If he hadn't seen little Chen's magnificent potential, he wouldn't have acted so swiftly. Hong Jiao quickly grasped the situation. I get it. The nine-winged taboo was already exposed. Hiding would only make him a target. Instead, he advanced to retreat, showcasing his comprehensive potential to force a hand. Katian nodded in confirmation. Exactly. A calamity like the nine-winged taboo terrifies not only humans, but even the myriad races of the subterranean world. She then sighed with regret. It is just a pity that all of little Chen's nine-winged insects detonated during the fight. The old master remained unbothered. If they blew up, he can simply breed more. With little Chen's intelligence, he definitely kept the mother specimen safe. Back in the center, everyone continued to pledge their support for Jiang Chen, the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. The king-level Chen family of Jiangnan guarantees him. The Qi family guarantees him too. Jiang Chen was incredibly satisfied with the unfolding drama. Just as I planned. If you have to show your cards, you do it with a bang. After gathering the consensus, Xuanji made his decision. Since everyone has made their stance clear and we are united, there is nothing left to discuss. Jiang Chen, I expect you to handle yourself well. Make good use of your taboo. Jiang Chen bowed deeply. Yes, senior martial god. I will engrave your words in my heart. Xuanji took the opportunity to make another announcement. 10 days from now, the Great Xia Heaven's Chosen Tournament will begin. I am personally adding to the prize pool. The champion of this season will become the first divine son of Great Xia, granted authority and resources equivalent to an 8th Revolution guardian of the state. The crowd gasped in shock. The reward was astronomical. However, Xuanji added a sharp caveat. But in this tournament, you are forbidden from using the nine-winged taboo. Jiang Chen hesitated. Is the martial god doing this for Jiang Wushuang's sake? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Number. If the martial god only cared about Jiang Wushuang, he wouldn't have abolished the taboo laws. I cannot judge a man of his vision with such petty suspicions. Jiang Chen accepted the order respectfully. Understood, Lord Martial God. I will not use the nine-winged taboo in the Heaven's Chosen Tournament. Xuanji noted his attitude and sighed in approval. This child is teachable. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's mind was racing. Not using the insects is fine. As long as I complete the mission, I can acquire a new mother insect anyway. Wait. Is the martial god restricting the taboo to test my true potential in the tournament? Like a hidden quest in a system, Manhwa. Very well. When that time comes, I will not let the world down. Xuanji suddenly tore open a rift in midair. All right, time to clean up the aftermath. Dream Master, wake up and get to work. Everyone present was confused. The terrifying abyss of pollution had already been eradicated. What was left to clean? While the crowd murmured in confusion, a stuffed animal materialized from the void, followed by a figure stepping out from the rift. The Dream Master. The commander of Great Xia's Night Watch. Is this another one of the 3 invincibles of Great Xia? Hanya was jolted awake, her jaw cracking in a massive yawn that refused to end. The drowsiness was heavy, dragging her eyelids down. She floated mid-air, rubbing her eyes like a child while a sea of people below gazed up at her in awe. The crowd was dense, packed with high-tier mentalists. This job was going to be a massive headache. Xuanji frowned, his voice cutting through her stupor. Just wipe the memories of everyone related to the nine-winged expansion below the king rank. Do this, and you can sleep for an entire year. The moment the word sleep hit her ears, Huan Yue lit up. Really, you promise? Her mood swung instantly, but then she shot a pouty glare at Xuanji. Come to think of it, the Night Watch commander is such a pain. Let someone else do it. I just want to crash. Xuanji didn't argue. Fine, I will consider it when we return. Just handle the mess in front of us first. Reluctantly, Huan Yue raised her hand, lazily snapping 2 fingers. Boom. An explosion of radiant energy burst forth, taking the shape of bizarre, colorful creatures dancing in the light. The technique was legendary. Zhuangzhou dreams of the butterfly. The light descended, wrapping around the crowd below. Was it the man dreaming he was a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming it was a man? Yawns spread through the crowd like a contagion. Reality blurred. In the blink of an eye, the entire army collapsed, sinking into a deep, magical slumber. Hongjiao turned to her master Kaitian. Teacher, why did the martial god and the dream master have to go this far? The old man's voice was grave as he explained. It is to protect Jiang Chen. If his secret leaks, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Great Xia is not safe. Aside from the 8 terrifying forbidden zones, there are still 3 massive dungeons threatening us. The myriad races watch us like starving tigers, and the ancient god church is a cancer rotting us from the inside. Hong Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were shut tight. I understand the stakes, but looking at our junior brother, why seal his memories too? Han Yu overheard the question and spun around to correct her. It is not a seal, little girl. It is a buff. I am reinforcing his soul to prevent long-distance assassinations and curses. His cultivation base is too low, his soul too fragile. Hong Jiao nodded, realizing the wisdom. But suddenly Huan Yue's eyes snapped wide open. She stared at Jiang Chen in shock. The brat was immune to her ability. Annoyance flashed across her face as she dove down from the sky. The audacity to lie there and fake it. How irritating. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lay perfectly still on the grass, his mind racing. A wave of drowsiness had hit him earlier, but the world tree in his system had repelled it instantly. Everyone under king rank was out cold. He had to play dead to give the Dream Master some face. She was after all Ji Gang's superior. Better not offend her. In his subconscious, Jiang Chen saw Xiaozhou. The creature was sobbing, devastated that so many of its children had died. But a second later, Xiaozhou was grinning ear to ear. Since it hit Tier 3, it could breed again immediately. Jiang Chen could only sigh internally. The mood swings of his summons were giving him whiplash. A voice whispered right in his ear, shattering his thoughts. Hey you. Stop pretending. I know you are awake. Huan Yue leaned in close, her breath tickling his ear. Wake up right now. Jiang Chen jolted up, acting startled. He scratched his head, retreating instinctively. Sister, Huan Yue. Huan Yue blinked, stunned. Sister A, massive grin spread across her face. He called her sister. Little Xuan, did you hear that he called me sister? I am a big sister now. Cadian nodded outwardly, saying good, but internally he was roasting her. You are 800 years old and still have the heart of a teenage girl. He wisely kept his mouth shut to avoid a rampage. Han Yue reached out, squishing Jiang Chen's cheeks with delight. She examined him like a prize before nodding. Jiang Chen, was it? I accept this little brother from now on in the great Xia. I have got your back. If anyone bullies you, just call my name in your dreams. Jiang Chen froze, utterly confused by this turn of events. Han Yue spun around, tossing a ring toward him. Your soul is strong enough now, so I do not need to reinforce it. That ring will block prying eyes, mental probes, and curses. Consider it a meeting gift from your big sister. Before floating away, she glanced back with a playful wink. I am going back to sleep. Remember to visit my dreams often, okay? And just like that, she vanished. Jiang Chen stood there holding the ring, still processing the chaos. Did he just become the sworn brother of a national powerhouse just by calling her sister? Hong Jiao watched her leave with regret. Is it too late for me to chase her down and call her sister too? Xuanji, however, ignored the comedy and looked down at Jiang Chen, his expression turning deadly serious. Jiang Chen. 10 days from now is the Heaven's Pride tournament. If you can take first place without using your summons, it will prove you are worthy of the nation's full resources. This is a classic awakening Manhwa challenge. A new era is dawning. The time of chaos is approaching. You do not have the luxury of time. Jiang Chen straightened his back, his voice booming. Understood, thank you, martial god. But the man turned away coldly. Do not thank me. Anything you get, you earn with your own hands. Ling Qiu yawned, following behind Xuanji. All right, show is over. Time to go deal with that black dragon in the Yangtze River. Immediately, 3 men rushed toward Jiang Chen, desperate to recruit him. Jiang Chen, my niece Tang Ying is perfect for you. Why not marry into the Tang family? We can be relatives. Brother Tang, you are too late. My daughter Sandao is the main wife material here. My family will give 20% of our shares as a dowry. Get out of the way. None of you stand a chance. My little Chu is already pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Hong Jiao turned to Keiqian with puppy dog eyes. Master, do I still have a chance? He smacked her on the head. In your dreams. The scene shifted as twilight fell over the city. Jiang Chen stood behind closed doors, finally free of the crowd. Now he could finally focus on the real work. It was time for a leveling Manhwa grind session. Xiaozhou needed to breed, and he needed his second-class advancement. He extended his hand, a violet light pulsing from his palm. Divine skill activated. Evolution acceleration. Breeding frenzy. Go, my child. Breed. Create an army. The acceleration was complete. This cycle would take 1 hour, and the result would be 5,000 new units. Jiang Chen pulled up his status window. System Manhwa interface active. Second-class advancement initiated. User level 30. Combat power evaluation 237 stars. Conditions met. Quest location: the Tower of Babel in the Demon Capital. Objective: clear the tower, slay the floor 50 boss, and obtain its blade. The mission requirement was strict solo entry only. Time limit 1 day. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, formulating a plan. Tonight he would sell off billions worth of gear and convert it all into beast blood. Tomorrow morning he heads to the Demon Capital. He would storm the Tower of Babel. With hundreds of thousands of summons, nothing would stand in his way. This manhwa recap was just getting started. Suddenly Jiang Chen noticed a crimson fruit dangling from a branch. Did the tree itself just spawn a treasure? In the next heartbeat, the red fruit plummeted toward the ground. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. His hand snapped out to catch it. He instantly acquired the red ability Eye of the Void. This was a top-tier skill often seen in a high-stakes system, manhwa granting him the power to see through illusions, detect stealth, and analyze everything. The range depended entirely on his soul power. Currently, his vision covered a 10-kilometer radius. The description noted 2 active skills, but maintaining them would drain his mental energy. Jiang Chen turned his head, his gaze piercing through the walls to the outside world. "This ability is incredible," he muttered. "Let's test the limits." Jiang Chen focused his sights on the figure of a woman moving through the streets outside. As the image sharpened, he jumped in surprise. It was Tang Ying. Why was she out there? The system window popped up. Name Tang Ying, class, the unique hidden class, Nightmare Hunter. Her strength was terrifying. Level 43 with a combat power of 149 stars. She was the favored daughter of the heavens, the assassin class prodigy, and the precious jewel of the Tang family. Yet she looked miserable, weighed down by an arranged marriage her grandfather had forced upon her. "I have no idea how to even approach a target like that," Jiang Chen thought. His vision was so powerful he could even read the text messages on the phone Tang Ying was holding. Realizing he was prying too deep, he quickly decided, "I should probably turn off the lights. Some things are better left unseen. I'll sleep like a log tonight," he resolved. "Tomorrow I head to the Tower of Heaven. Completing the second-class advancement mission is the only thing that matters." The scene shifts to the next day at the Magic City War Zone. The Tower of Heaven stood like a titan surrounded by a bustling sea of people. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa. On the giant screens, the records for the second advancement sky ladder flashed, and one name dominated them all: Ji Xuanyu. The crowd watched in awe. Ji Xuanyu really is the pride and glory of the Magic City War Zone, someone whispered reverently. Her record from 6 months ago still stands untouched. Look at the speed for the 10th floor of the sky ladder. Ji Xuanyu cleared it in 1 minute and 13 seconds. On the 20th floor, she clocked in at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Floor 37 minutes and 32 seconds. And the 40th floor took her just 12 minutes and 15 seconds. A challenger sighed. "She isn't just glory. She is an untouchable goddess in my heart. I just entered the tower to train, and I can't even reach 1/10 of her speed." "Hey, us not dying inside is an achievement in itself." Jiang Chen observed the massive screen, lost in thought. Ji Xuanyue. Is she truly the #1 prodigy of Great Shep? Is her ability really stronger than Jiang Wushuang's? She's completely monopolized every record on the second advancement ladder. I'll definitely have to test my strength against her during the prodigy ranking war. Just then, glowing halos materialized around Jiang Chen. The system prompted, "Do you wish to enter the Tower of Heaven?" "My turn already," Jiang Chen smirked. "Let's go." He stepped into the portal. Inside the Tower of Heaven, the difficulty was dynamic. The monster's power would automatically scale to match the level of the challenger entering the tower. Jiang Chen immediately activated the Eye of the Void. The data flooded his mind. Name Corrupted Elf Commoner. Level 40. HP. 790,000 out of 790,000. Their skills included Elven Poison Arrow and Illusion. Their combat power rating was 42 stars. Jiang Chen waved his hand, unleashing waves of energy that blasted toward the monsters. High-level mobs on the very first floor, and their combat power isn't low either. By the time I hit floor 50, won't I be facing level 90 monsters? No wonder. Even a chosen one like Ji Xuanyue could only reach the 40th floor. It's a bit tough, but, he smirked. They're just food for my little glutton. Meanwhile, Xiaozhou was ecstatic, pouncing forward to feast. Master eats meat. Xiaozhou wants meat too. Jiang Chen held her back gently. Don't rush, little one. These taste bad. Wait a bit, and Papa will feed you something delicious. Somewhere else, a white-haired man sat shirtless in a pool of crimson water. This was the undisputed #1 prodigy of Great Sha Yingzhan. Suddenly a man rushed in holding a document high. Yingzhan latest intelligence. You need to see this. Yingzhan remained motionless, his expression calm. Uncle Fang, I really don't need updates on Jiang Wushuang or Ji Xuanyue. They may be god-tier classes, but there is a heaven and earth difference between their power and mine. Uncle Fang shook his head urgently. It's not them this time. It's Jiang Chen, the disciple Gukadian just accepted. The god-tier spirit enchanter. Yingzhan scoffed, a mocking smile touching his lips. Uncle Fang, are you joking? A lifestyle class user? Why would I waste my time on a support character? Uncle Fang waved his hands, his face grave. He annihilated Xiao Behan, and rumor has it he drew his blade against a national guardian and lived to tell the tale. Finally, Ying Chen stood up, the water rippling around him. He took the paper from Uncle Fang. Is that so? As he read the details, a rare look of intrigue crossed his face. 9 wings expansion, heaven opening 4 slashes, 8-turn national guardian, the martial god Jiang. He chuckled, tossing the paper aside. Interesting. It sounds like a plot twist from an awakening manhwa. It's a pity he couldn't use those 9 wings at the prodigy tournament. If he could, he might actually make me break a sweat. The scene cuts to another location. A powerful arrow slammed into a monster with devastating force. Above, a girl wearing a blindfold drew her bow again. This was Great Sia's second-ranked prodigy, Ji Xuanyue. She fired arrows like a torrential rainstorm, obliterating the monsters below. The onlookers gasped in pure shock. The young miss is terrifying. She rivals the top grandmasters. Grandmaster Old Li, your vision is too narrow. Jiang Wu is the third prodigy of Great Xia, and he has a battle record of fighting a 5th-turn expert. My young miss is a tier above him. She's definitely on par with a 5th turn at the very least. When it comes to ranged combat, she is invincible. She's training in close combat now to counter Jiang Wu, right? Jiang Wu is nothing. Even Ying Zhan from the capital can't compare to our young miss. Suddenly, Ji Hongan appeared, cradling a small cat in his arms. He raised a hand and called out, "My good daughter, take a break." This was the commander-in-chief of the Magic City War Zone, Ji Hongan. The bystanders immediately bowed in respect. Patriarch. Seeing her father, Xuan Yu happily removed her blindfold. Father. She rushed over to show off her progress. Look, father, I've improved so much today. But Hongan didn't want his daughter suffering through such grueling training. Why work so hard? It's just the prodigy ranking. What's the point of being number 1? He started lecturing her again. You should learn from your father. If you can let it go, just let it go. Xuan Yu pouted at his words. Do you even believe that yourself? You slacked off for 30 years and still became the commander of the Magic City War Zone. You're the 4th king of Great Xia, you call that letting go? Hongan didn't argue. Instead, he handed a phone to Xuan Yu. Fine, fine. Although I did ignore the world, I can't win an argument with you. Here are the documents on the prodigies you wanted. Read them carefully, especially the info on Jiang Chen. Xuan Yu took the phone and scanned the data intently. Hongan watched his daughter's expression change and asked seriously, "So how confident are you in winning?" Xuan Yu's face darkened with worry as she gave her verdict. This Jiang Chen, he's powerful. And he's too strange. I'm afraid he might be even stronger than Ying Zhan. Hongan nodded in agreement, his mind drifting back to the imposing image of Ling Chu. That kid is a complete anomaly, he mused, reminiscent of the sword god Ling Chu. Despite being over a century old, he looks eternally youthful. Your great-grandfather sent a warning during the Clash of Titans tournament. You must be wary of that boy. Yet Xuan Yu radiated blind confidence. Father, I'm heading to the Tower of Heaven. If I can conquer the 50th floor, my odds of securing the championship will skyrocket. Hongan could only sigh, the weight of a father's worry in his breath. My dear daughter, doesn't your endless thirst for victory ever exhaust you? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, panic written on his face. Miss your speedrun record on the 10th floor of the tower. Jiang Chen just shattered it. She started calculating, unfazed. I took 1 minute 13 seconds. Did he get 1, 12, maybe 111? The messenger gulped. Jiang Chen, 37 seconds. Her composure cracked instantly. Impossible, she snapped, disbelief washing over her. Someone at my cultivation realm needs at least a minute to clear that stage. The guard stared at his phone, eyes widening. Wait. Breaking news. He just obliterated your record on the 20th floor, too. A scream of frustration tore from Xuan Yu's throat. What? Fury blazed in her eyes as she stormed off. Is Jiang Chen mocking me? Is he trying to crush my spirit before the tournament even begins? I'm going to the tower. I'll fight him to the bitter end. Hongan watched his daughter storm away, shaking his head in resignation. How did a laid-back man like me spawn such a competitive firecracker? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jiang Chen, where system notifications flooded his vision. Floor 20 record broken. Reward Spirit Arrow skill. Book grade 6. Level 40. Job unlock map fragment of the 9 Lie God treasure. Collect 16 fragments to open the special hidden realm. Jiang Chen stood with hands on his hips, grinning like the main character of a leveling manhwa. The tower rewards are generous, but mostly useless for me. The treasure map is the only real prize. Hopefully I can farm the rest of the set during this run. A new prompt flashed. Floor 21 initiating. Continue. Jiang Chen stepped forward without hesitation. Let's go. Outside, the crowd was glued to the massive screens. Insane. He's leaving the Ji family's little princess in the dust. Look at that time. Is Jiang Chen even human? If I recall correctly, the floor 20 boss is level 50, right? Elsewhere, Sandao lay lounging on her bed, scrolling through her phone. She spat out her drink as the headline hit her. Shocking. The demon princess Xuanyue brutally humiliated by mystery youth. Records shattered. Xuanyue got crushed. No way. This is just clickbait streaming trash. Wait, isn't this the tower ranking? It looks real. Sandao scrolled down frantically. Second awakening speed ranking. Floor 10 Jiang Chen 37 seconds. Floor 20 Jiang Chen 1 minute 18. Floor 30. 2 minutes 32. Her eyes locked onto the name. Wait, that name on the leaderboard? She read the toxic comments and rage flared within her. Those bastards from the demon capital war zone dare insult my benefactor, she screamed at her phone. Start the live stream now. I won't let these demon capital trash talkers slander my hero. I'll get an army to flame them back. If that fails, we're flying there to settle it in person. Back at the arena, Xuanyue gripped her bow, the deafening cheers of the crowd surrounding her. The Skyladder ranking cannot fall to an outsider. The glory of the demon capital is at stake. Princess of the Ji family, please destroy Jiang Chen. Xuanyue stepped into the teleportation circle, determination radiating from her aura. I, Xuanyue, will reclaim the second awakening Skyladder. Entering the first floor, she clenched her weapon. Last time I was fresh into my second awakening. I was weak, but now, my gear and skills are fully upgraded. Taking back the crown is inevitable. The system logged her frantic progress as she unleashed hell. 1 minute later, floor 10 cleared. Time, 59 seconds. Xuanyue stared at the result, dissatisfaction twisting her face. 59. No way I gave it everything. How is he still faster? Jiang Chen did this in 30-something seconds. How? She analyzed the situation desperately. It's the class difference. My Sun Destroyer class is God tier, sure. But I'm a ranged archer. On a mob-heavy floor like 10, he has the edge. I need to skip to floor 40. I'll start my run where the real challenge begins. After floor 41, it's only high-level bosses. No mobs. Jiang Chen won't have the AoE advantage there. Once I clear floor 50, his early lead won't matter. 5 minutes later, Xuanyue was locked in a life-or-death duel. Tentacles ensnared her, but she didn't flinch. With deadly precision, she fired an arrow through the golden firebird's skull. The notification popped. 5 minutes 29 seconds. New record set for floor 50. Xuanyue bent over, gasping for air. Finally, twice as fast as my last attempt. I have defended the glory of the demon capital. Jiang Chen, try as you might, you can't touch this record. This is the first time you've lost to me, but it won't be the last. In the tournament, I will crush you again. Meanwhile, on floor 50. Jiang Chen was busy analyzing the boss's corpse. Just waiting for the larvae to finish eating and I'll have a third generation of bugs. Floor 50 cleared. Reward saber. Second awakening complete. And finally, the second queen bug has arrived. Xiaozhou tugged at him, drooling. Meat. Xiaozhou wants to eat too. He patted her head. Be good, Xiaozhou. Let the bugs eat this one. Daddy will sell the loot and buy you delicious food later. The crowd outside froze as Xuanyue emerged. Look, the princess is out. Shh, keep it down. Xuanyue sensed the strange atmosphere immediately. I just shattered the floor 50 record. Where is the applause? Why does everyone look like they've seen a ghost? Then her eyes found the big screen. Her soul left her body. 4 minutes. 9 seconds. Jiang Chen was faster by a whole minute. Floor 50. Jiang Chen 4 minutes, 9 seconds. Xuanyue gritted her teeth, humiliation burning like acid. She clutched a red pill in her hand, eyes wild with desperation. I have to go back in. Even if it kills me, I won't let him win. Even if this rapid growth pill burns away a fraction of his foundation, there was no time to hesitate. Power demands sacrifice. On the 50th floor, Jiang Chen stood as a pillar of calm amidst the chaos. The larvae began to swarm, yet after clearing the stage, where was the loot? A system window materialized with the rewards. It was a high-stakes gamble between an epic-grade armor set or the coveted epic-grade saber, but fate played a cruel joke. He pulled the armor. Jiang Chen grit his teeth in frustration. This trash system Manhwa mechanic is scamming me? There was only one choice: grind levels 41 through 50 all over again. The insect swarm emerged, but to Jiang Chen they were just fodder. Xiaozhou dinner time. The beast appeared with ravenous glee, unleashing a golden petrifying strike. Suddenly a global announcement rang out. Capital Glory Ji Xuanyu. Clear time 3 minutes 7 seconds. New record established for the 50th floor. She let out a breath she'd been holding. The throne was hers again. Leading by over a minute, she was certain Jiang Chen couldn't possibly bridge that gap. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Xiaozhou was having the time of its life. So many legs, so crunchy. The gluttonous pet chirped in delight. Jiang Chen's patience was wearing thin. Quit playing and finish them. I need you to spawn more offspring. Xiaozhou pouted. No master doesn't need a second child. Only me. Where did you even learn to talk back like that? Jiang Chen barked. Relax, even with a new sibling, you're still the boss. If the new kid acts up, you can just beat them up. Think about it. You're the eldest, the strongest, the alpha. Xiaozhou considered this logic. A scapegoat to bully that actually sounded pretty good. Motivated by violence, Xiaozhou unleashed a devastating combo, skyrocketing from level 35 to 37 instantly. Moments later, the system chimed. Outside, the leaderboard still showed Ji Xuanyu at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Hua Wenfei sneered arrogantly. Jiang Chen is finished. Our goddess Xuanyu is the undisputed ruler. You Jiangnan trash should crawl back to your little swamp where you belong. This loudmouth was Hua Wenfei, the capital's #2 genius, and Xuanyue's biggest simp. The crowd glared at him, wishing he would shut his toxic trap. You idiots don't get it, a bystander scoffed. Jiang Chen isn't competing. He's just farming for a quest. Exactly, his supporter nodded. My master is just warming up. Suddenly, a thunderous chime echoed through the plaza as the massive screen flickered with an update. Floor 50, Jiang Chen, clear time. 2 minutes 58 seconds. Hua Wenfei's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Impossible, the girl smirked viciously. We told you. Crushing your precious goddess wasn't a challenge for him, it was collateral damage. Ji Xuanyu's face went pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Again, how? Denial consumed her. No, I just need to refresh the board. It's a glitch, but the nightmare was just beginning. The system updated again. History refreshed. Jiang Chen 2 minutes 55 seconds, 2 minutes 49 seconds, then 2 minutes 47 seconds. The notifications hammered down like nails in a coffin. Xuanyu stood frozen, her soul leaving her body. She burst into tears, shattering her icy image. Instantly, a terrifying aura descended. Hongen stepped out, radiating bloodlust. Who dares make my princess cry? I'll slaughter them. After hearing her sob story, Hongen's eyes blazed with fury. This Jiang Chen, he has gone too far. Hush now, sweetheart. Once he exits the tower, Daddy will teach him a lesson. Yet inwardly he was puzzled. Does a second awakening quest really require spamming the leaderboard like this? Rumor has it he uncovered the tower's secret and is hunting the legendary treasure of the Nine Li clan. Hongen shook his head. Impossible. The God Emperor's legacy consists of 12 artifacts, each fragmented into countless shards. My powerful Ji family has spent generations searching and only found 4 fragments. A nobody like him couldn't possibly assemble a full map so quickly. Unaware of the drama outside, Jiang Chen stood in the instance holding the final glowing fragment. It was time to combine the map. To satisfy his obsessive need for perfection, he had run the dungeon multiple times just to get the pristine fragments necessary for the combination. It was a hidden mechanic of this leveling Manhwa speedrunning specific floors under a time limit triggered the drop. Finally, the system chimed. Synthesis complete map of the God Emperor, mythical grade. The Nine Li clan, a supreme ancient race that once ranked 53rd among the 10,000 races before merging into humanity. Artifact unlocks the location of one of the 12 divine armaments, the Amber Saber. Usage upon activation reveals a hidden realm. No entry limits on party size, level, or duration. Warning: extreme danger, extreme danger, extreme danger. Jiang Chen frowned. The Amber Saber is a dream weapon for my build, but a triple danger warning from the system isn't something to ignore. I shouldn't rush in blindly. I have all the catalysts for my weapon and my awakening. Priority 1, complete the second-class advancement. He initiated the process. The system dissolved his materials into pure energy. A blinding pillar of light engulfed him as the ritual began. Class advancement successful, divine entomancer. He gained a massive stat boost, but the most intriguing reward was a special status, serendipity. Serendipity, Jiang Chen mused. Vague, but I'll take it. Now for the main event, drawing my new broodmother. Second awakening complete. Unlocking random broodmother gotcha. The wheel spun, and a heavy ancient presence filled the room. Congratulations, obtained calamity rank, Crimson Purgatory Colossus. Originating from the eternal hell, this horror gestates within the souls of fallen gods, feeding on their undying rage and resentment. It was a creature thought to be extinct, having vanished when the eternal hell itself shattered eons ago. Jiang Chen's jaw dropped as he read the stats. Trait 1, Swarm Genesis. For every 10 levels gained, it can spawn a legion of 49 to 108 elites. Trait 2, Abyssal Evolution. Every 30 levels, the Colossus evolves, granting the master a chance to draw a new divine ability. Jiang Chen focused his gaze on the red-armored elephant beetle resting in his palm. The stats matched Xiaozhou's rank, yet the creature was smaller and radiated a strange alien aura completely unlike the friendly vibe of his other pet. Without hesitation, he triggered the god-level evolution skill. In a blinding flash of light, the beetle transformed, taking on the shape of a human boy. The boy bowed with perfect military discipline. Jiang Chen grinned, satisfied. Excellent. You're calm and mature, much more reliable than that chaotic Xiaozhou. From now on, your name is Jiang Xiaojia. He mused to himself, I didn't expect the mother bug's evolution to produce a young boy. Then again, insect reproduction defied gender norms. The form was purely up to the RNG gods of this system, Manhwa. The interface popped up. Character Red Armored Calamity Beetle. Name Jiang Xiaojia. Loyalty 100% soulbound. Offspring 0. Talents included invulnerability and titanic force. The list went on berserk mode, elephant strength, spear-tip carapace, and demon wings. But the real kicker was the purgatory furnace, an internal engine capable of refining the essence of the sun, moon, and stars into pure life force. Jiang Chen gasped. This kid, his potential is absolutely terrifying. That purgatory furnace is broken. If I can extract that skill for myself, I won't even need to train. I'll become invincible just by eating. Jiang Xiaojia spoke up. Father, help me complete my first rebirth. I don't need level 30, just 10 drops of god demon essence blood to unlock my first ability draw. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Xiaojia, seriously. You have such expensive taste. You want to feast on gods and demons right out of the womb. Look, go meet your sister in the nest for now. As for the god demon blood, I'll have to beg my master for that once we leave this dungeon. The boy nodded obediently. Yes, father. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Xinghai was in full panic mode. Old Gu, hurry! We need to teleport to the demon capital's Babel Tower right now. Kai Tian scoffed unbothered. It's just a second-class advancement quest. Why the full-scale mobilization? Xinghai didn't look up from his phone screen. I just saw Ji Xuanyu crying on a live stream. Her father is a lunatic who ignores everything except when it comes to his precious daughter. He sprinted off before finishing his sentence. Kai Tian chased after him. Wait up! The crowd buzzed with excitement. Jiang Chen is out. This is going to be better than any manhwa recap drama. Hong'an saw his target and rolled up his sleeves. That brat Jiang Chen is finally out. Just watch how I discipline him. Yuan Wu panicked, trying to hold him back. Dad, please, this is embarrassing. He patted her head. Don't worry, sweetie. I know exactly how much force to use. Jiang Chen blinked, oblivious to the impending doom. Why is everyone staring at me? Suddenly, Xinghai materialized out of nowhere and grabbed him. Master Commander Duan. Xinghai didn't let go. Run now, explain later. But before they could tactically retreat, Hong'an blocked their path. Duan, Xinghai, freeze! Your Jiangnan brat made my little girl cry, and you think you can just leave hand over your territory as compensation. I want the 3 major dungeons in Sky Dragon River transferred to the demon capital. I'll rename the whole area Xuanyu Valley. Xinghai stood his ground. You're dreaming hand over what? Listen here, Jiangnan has risen on this year's Sky Pride leaderboard. It's you demon capital folks who will be ceding territory to us. Hong'an wasn't listening. Think you can run, little moon? Wait here. Daddy's going to take a trip to Jiangnan to vent your anger for you. Even if they beg on their knees, it's not enough. I'm dragging that Jiang Chen back to the Ji family estate to torture him day and night. Xuanyu's face turned as red as a tomato. Dad. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hong'an clenched his fist. Anything? As long as it makes you smile, I'll do whatever it takes. Xuanyu pleaded. Let's just go home. Besides, leaving Jiang Chen alone is better. He's the perfect rival to motivate my training for the leveling manhwa-style tournament arc. Moments later, the scene shifted to Hong'an's living room. He stared at the 3 uninvited guests with pure disgust. Am I hallucinating? This is my house. Why are you 3 sitting on my couch? Kai Tian sipped his tea slowly. We came to visit. Well, to be honest, this old man has a favor to ask. Jiang Chen sighed internally. Jiang Xiaojia. Just for your first sip of milk, my master has to lower his head. Hong'an's expression softened. If the Heavenly Blade King asks, the Ji family will naturally assist. He thought to himself, I can bicker with Xinghai all day, but I must maintain face before a legend like the Blade King. Kai Tian cut to the chase. Here's the situation. My disciple's class advancement quest requires 10 drops of god demon essence blood. Only the Ji family possesses such a treasure. Xinghai chimed in quickly. Old Ji, our generation's beef shouldn't affect the kids. Jiang Chen needs to advance his class and we're out of options. Of course, in return, Jiangnan is willing to trade the Sky Dragon Valley rights. Hong'an slammed the table. Who cares about Sky Dragon Valley? That garbage isn't worth a single drop. However, for the sake of the Heavenly Blade King, I can part with 10 drops. Consider it a favor owed. But I have one additional condition. Jiang Chen must marry into the Ji family and become Xuanyue's husband. Xuanyu buried her face in her hands. Dad, are you insane? Hong'an ignored her. Daughter, think about it. Having Jiang Chen by your side is the ultimate training hack. Every day you see his face, you'll be filled with endless rage and motivation to surpass him, to become strong enough to protect the demon capital. Xuanyu paused. That actually sounds logical. She frowned. Wait, why does it still feel weird? Xinghai exploded, seeing the trap. You calculating old fox. You want to poach our talent. Believe me, I'll leak this demand to the other high commanders and have them sanction you. Jiang Chen stood in the corner praying to every god he knew. Kai Tian glared. Patriarch Ji, choose your words carefully. Hong En shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, if he won't marry in immediately, we can start with an engagement. Yuan Wu snapped. Dad, you just wanted to sell me off. I refuse. If you want a marriage so bad, you marry him yourself. Seeing her fury, he tried to backtrack. Sweetheart, feelings can be cultivated, isn't marriage first, love later a popular trope with you kids these days? She stormed out of the room, ignoring him. Hong En turned back to the men. Anyway, let's have young Jiang stay here for a few days. Consider it a trial run. If they really don't click, we'll drop it. Jiang Chen could only manage an awkward smile. This was turning into a chaotic awakening manhwa romance plot. Fine by me. I'll follow Ji Gang's arrangement. Jiang Chen calculated internally. Ji Xuanyue doesn't like me anyway, so staying a few days won't hurt. Besides, giving face to this carefree king gets me that fiend god blood essence sooner. Darkness had swallowed the villa outside. Inside, his gaze locked onto the vials resting in the box, his mind racing with calculations. Fiend god blood essence, a supreme treasure with terrifying potential. Just one drop could skyrocket a mortal straight to the king tier, but the price, your body explodes and your soul scatters into nothingness. He recalled Uncle Hong's grave warning. It contains a will of absolute terror. You must be careful. Understood. Thanks, Uncle. Decision made, he commanded Jiang Xiaojia come out. The summon materialized, looking completely drained. Jiang Chen asked concerned, "Why do you look so withered?" The creature replied gloomily, "Xiaozhou hates me. She wants to kick me out of the insect nest." Jiang Chen frowned. "Did she hit you?" He shook his head. "No. Besides, I don't fight females." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. "You say that like you could actually win." The pet admitted, "Okay, fine. I'm not her match, so I ran away fast." Hearing this, Jiang Chen mused. "The words are fine, but something about that attitude feels off." He sighed internally. "You are a terrifying existence from the eternal hell. Can't you be a little tougher?" He shook his head. "Whatever. Kids should solve their own problems." Aloud he said, "All right, time to eat." The creature replied reluctantly, "Yes, master." He popped the vials open. Instantly, drops of blood essence shot out. Jiang Xiaojia opened wide and devoured them all. Transformation began immediately. The red-armored elephant beetle completed its life-level transition and started the ability lottery. Jiang Chen cheered, excitement bubbling over. "Time to gamble on my luck again. Come on." He prayed silently. "Please be the hell furnace." The system panel flashed. Divine elephant prison suppressing body introduced. This is the peak of any leveling manhwa. A special constitution-type divine ability. The human body is composed of 840 million tiny particles. Every single particle holds the power of a giant elephant. If fully awakened, one becomes a godly elephant capable of moving mountains, filling seas, roaring down stars, and swallowing the heavens in a single blink. Special note: the red-armored elephant beetle can become the source of these particles, fusing directly into the host's body. Jiang Chen gasped in shock. Is the divine elephant prison suppressing body an upgrade of the hell furnace? This system manhwa power is insane. He couldn't hide his thrill. This physical power is overwhelming. If I can breed 2 generations in the next few days, I might actually be able to throw hands with Jiang Wushuang. The best part is Jiang Xiaojia fusing with me. It boosts my strength instantly, and he won't have to fight Xiaozhou for nest space anymore. It's literally perfect. Jiang Xiaojia looked up and chirped, "Papa hungry, want eat fiend god meat." Jiang Chen started. "Why are you repeating words suddenly? You never did that before." The bug explained, "I'm copying Xiaozhou. I want her to accept me." The scene shifts. The ancient god cult inside the Jiangnan temple. Lian Ren sat upon the throne, her voice low. "Has the arbiter sent news yet?" A subordinate below bowed nervously. "Reporting to Lord 7th Seat. News just arrived. Jiang Chen of the Jiangnan war zone has indeed learned the sky-opening blade. Furthermore, he deduced 4 moves. The final strike is named Great Dao, suspected to be a divine ability." He continued, sweating. "Also, the matter between him and General Xiao Yuanshan is being deliberately covered up. Our people, even the super souls, couldn't find a trace. They even suffered backlash." She stood up slowly. "It must be the Dream Master's doing. Stop investigating that secret." Her eyes narrowed. "Instead, adjust the Great Xia Heaven's Pride hunting list. The top 3 remain unchanged. Move Jiang Chen to 4th place, and raise the bounty on all 4 of them again. Whoever eliminates one of them will receive the ancient god's baptism and advance directly to rank 6 spirit." She walked forward, addressing the room. "Ever since the 2nd and 5th seats were destroyed by Jilingqiu, our ancient god cult has been silent for too long." Lian Ren murmured, We have received God's grace, even been granted divine machines. Now it is time we do something for the ancient god in return. Lianren ventured deep into a cavern, speaking respectfully. Honorable Spider Emperor, greetings. I am the 7th seat of the ancient god cult. She continued. I have come to discuss forming an alliance with you. The Spider Emperor replied coldly, Human. This seat does not trust humans. She bowed slightly. No. Strictly speaking, while we possess filthy human bodies, our souls have long since fallen into the ancient god's embrace. You may call us the ancient god apostles, the power backing you. WAS belongs to the top 100 of the 10,000 races in the burrow. Surely you've received instructions to cooperate with us. After all, we share the same goal. The Spider Emperor sighed, bored. This seat does not want to hear nonsense. State your purpose. Lianren smiled charmingly. Jiangnan, right. I want to invite you to launch a beast tide to destroy Sohu City in Jiangnan when the Great Xia Heaven's Pride tournament begins. She affirmed. We will use the slaughter as a sacrifice to welcome an ancient god's descent. When that happens, Lord Spider Emperor may make any request he wishes. The next day at the Ji residence, Yuan Wu pounded on the door. Hey Jiang, something up yet? Jiang Chen stepped out unexpectedly. Let's go. She blushed, flustered. Go where? He looked confused. Aren't we going on a date? Or did you want to come into my room? Isn't that moving too fast? She snapped. Get lost. Turning away sharply, she added. Follow me. My father has arrangements for you. At the Ji family martial arts arena, Hong En was already waiting. Seeing him, he called out, Jiang Chen, you're here. Jiang Chen looked at him thinking, this carefree king lives up to his name. Lying down first thing in the morning. Hong En pointed to 2 men nearby. These lads are the Heaven's Pride seeds from the Magic City war zone. In a few days, they'll be your enemies. Hong En pointed at the blonde youth. The leader there is Hua Yunfei, unique hidden class elven sacrificer. His ability is... Yuan Yu immediately interjected. Dad, why are you revealing his background to the enemy before they even start? Whose side are you on? Hua Yunfei gasped, dumbfounded. Commander Ji, are you... The man replied calmly. Sorry, just woke up. I tend to talk too much when I'm groggy. Jiang Chen thought this lazy king really doesn't treat me like an outsider. Although with my eye of nothingness, I didn't need the introduction. Hong En continued. There are 8 days left until the Great Xia Heaven's Pride ranking tournament. To help everyone step up to a new level, I have an idea. I'm opening the Julie God Treasury for your trial, a classic trope for an awakening manhwa. Yuan Yu's eyes popped. Dad, you're investing that heavily. Hua Yunfei couldn't believe his ears. The Julie God Treasury. The #1 secret realm in Great Xia. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Being summoned here specifically. Surely they didn't see him as bait? Or perhaps they wanted something far more personal. Clan head Ji Hong'an laid out the truth. Their destination was the legendary 3rd Nine Li Divine Repository. A massive dimensional space located inside the corpse of a fallen ancient god. Though 80% of this realm had been conquered, death still lurked in every shadow. The head region was absolutely forbidden. Step foot there, and your life ends instantly. Zhang Xiaojia popped out drooling. Daddy hungry, hungry god corpse, yummy, yummy. Jiang Chen immediately silenced him. First rule, stop speaking in doubles. It ruins my cool image. Second rule, don't do it again. Whether he could sneak his gluttonous son inside depended entirely on what terms that carefree clan head proposed. Ji Hong'an took the lead. All right, everyone follow me. He glanced back. Jiang Chen, why the hesitation? Getting cold feet. Jiang Chen snapped to attention. No, absolutely not. Internally, he was baffled. No conditions from the old fox. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojia was vibrating with excitement. Dinner time, just waiting to eat. But then Yunfei voiced his displeasure. Commander Ji, Yunfei sneered. Jiang Chen is an outsider. Why is he allowed in the divine repository? The old man replied smoothly, an outsider today perhaps. But who knows, he might become family tomorrow. The clan head threw a sly wink at Jiang Chen. Listen, kid. Once you're inside the system Manhwa dungeon, make sure you protect little Yue with your life. Support each other and you'll reach heights others only dream of. Xuan Yue's face turned crimson. Dad, shut up. Who says I need protecting? The laughter died down as the danger became real. Ji Hong'an led the juniors to the entrance, bowing respectfully. The Ji family head requests the ancestor to open the gates. The guardian monk nodded, a serene smile on his face. Clan head Ji, please proceed. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation. The Ji family's dominance came from their reverence for this place. He needed to learn from this manhwa recap moment before unlocking the repository in his own possession. The secret realm cracked open. A crimson light blasted outward, freezing him in place. What is this energy? Jiang Chen gasped. The spiritual pressure is suffocating. Ji Hong'an explained quickly. This anomaly is like an event from an awakening manhwa. It originates from the ancient god's soul. See the 20% we haven't conquered. His expression darkened. It's likely a mutation. Do not venture deep into that zone. Keep your teleportation flags in hand. At the first sign of danger, get out immediately. Xuanyue waved him off urgently. Dad, we get it. Go home already. She turned to the group. All right, stick close to me. As they ventured deeper, she explained. We are currently in the ancient god's leg region. This path beneath our feet. It's one of his massive meridians. I've run this route countless times. It's safe, mostly. Just watch out for blood beasts. Killing them grants massive experience and reinforces your physical body, a classic leveling manhwa perk. Jiang Chen looked up in awe. The meridian alone was dozens of meters wide. If this was just a vessel, how colossal was the ancient god when he was alive? Zhang Xiaojia's voice echoed in his mind, trembling with joy. Daddy? Is this the buffet you promised? A whole ancient god corpse? Daddy is the greatest, Jiang Chen smirked. Learning to flatter me for food now, he whispered a command. Be discreet. Don't get caught. But whatever you can eat is yours. Yes, sir. Suddenly a guttural roar shook the tunnel. The group recoiled in shock. It's a blood beast! The system chimed instantly. Target elite blood beast, level 35. Skills blood illusion, blood explosion, crimson arrow. Jiang Chen calculated the odds. The level was decent, but Zhang Xiaojia had already zoomed off to find better snacks. Before he could act, Yunfei charged forward. Heroic spirit energy, purge. Yunfei smirked arrogantly. Jiang Chen, I can slaughter a dozen of these trash mobs in a blink. Can you even handle one? Jiang Chen gave a lazy thumbs up. Wow. So cool. Internally he sighed. Finally found a generic young master with 0 brain cells. Xuanyue rolled her eyes. Enough showing off. Yunfei instantly crumbled into a simp. Yes, my goddess. Whatever you say is law. Jiang Chen looked at him with pity. Brainless simp, Xuanyue pointed forward. Our destination is the ancient god's heart region. The monster density is higher there. Perfect for grinding. This god has a unique anatomy, 3 hearts. Suddenly Jiang Xiaojia's voice cut in. Daddy, don't listen to her lies. The 9 Li ancient god has 4 hearts. As long as the hidden one survives, he can resurrect. Jiang Chen froze. Wait, you mean this thing is still alive? Daddy, I found the 4th heart. It's beating. Jiang Chen's face went pale. This was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Jiang Xiaojia, get back here. Right now. The bug sounded innocent. But Daddy, I'm figuring out how to eat it. Can I have a nibble first? Jiang Chen panicked. Absolutely not. Come back and I'll buy you an all-you-can-eat buffet later. Okay. With the crisis temporarily averted, Jiang Chen blocked the path. Stop. It's too dangerous ahead. We need to turn back. Yunfei frowned. What are you babbling about? Jiang Chen shouted. Grab your teleportation flags. We need to evacuate this instance immediately. Yunfei burst into laughter. Dangerous. You're just terrified of those weaklings from earlier, aren't you? What a coward. You don't deserve to be here. Jiang Chen, are you for real? Yunfei stepped closer, mocking him. Jiang Chen sighed. This idiot. He made a split-second decision. If he injured Yunfei, the mission would be aborted. He threw a heavy punch straight at the rival's face. Xuanyue screamed, Jiang Chen, have you lost your mind? He shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much. My hands were just itching for a fight. Yunfei scrambled up, blood boiling. I've hated your face for a long time. You asked for death. He unleashed his full power, heroic spirit sacrifice. Jiang Chen scoffed, trying to look big, flashy but useless. Just then Zhang Xiaojia zoomed back. Daddy, I'm home. Jiang Chen nodded. Perfect timing. Yunfei roared. Die! Jiang Chen didn't flinch. Energy surged through his veins. He clenched his fist eyes, glowing with golden light. Time to test the might of the hell-suppressing idol physique. Boom! In a single clash, he shattered Yunfei's ultimate attack like glass. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. One hit is he a monster? Yunfei stood trembling, face pale as a sheet. Impossible! Jiang Chen's voice was ice-cold. Have another one. He unleashed a storm of fists, sending the rival flying. Xuanyue couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Chen, are you insane? What the hell is wrong with you? Heavens, Jiang Chen didn't even draw his blade, nor did he summon the 9-winged swarm. He crushed Hua Yunfei with a single devastating punch. With a cold smirk, he warned, that wound won't kill you. Yet. But if you don't treat it now, your cultivation path ends here. And you can kiss the upcoming prodigy tournament goodbye. She furrowed her brows in anger. Jiang Chen, did you cripple him just because you were too scared to stay? Is that why you want to leave? He turned away, eyes cold. Keep talking, and he really will become a cripple. The team exchanged helpless glances. They couldn't defeat the main character, so they had no choice. The leader raised the signal. Teleportation flag, get us out of here. But panic instantly gripped the squad. What's wrong? Why isn't it working? The teleportation failed. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Damn it. His mind raced. Just as Jiang Xiaojia located the heart, the enemy sealed the trap. It made sense. This was an ancient god after all. His master's words echoed in his mind. Above the ninth revolution lies the realm of true gods. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. Were they facing an entity at the ninth revolution? Or something even more terrifying? If that were true, they were all walking corpses. No, he told himself. Calm down. Panic is death. He analyzed the situation. The enemy only sealed the space. They didn't wipe them out instantly. That meant the enemy was restricted. They couldn't attack directly. Jiang Chen moved like a bolt of lightning. There's still a chance we kill him before he breaks free, he shouted. Jiang Xiaojia, lead the way to the heart. We end this now. Ji Xuanyue watched, stunned. Jiang Chen, you sensed the anomaly ages ago, didn't you? Is that why you forced our hand? She sprinted after him. Don't just run, answer me. The team realized the gravity of the situation. Following the protagonist was their best bet. Liu Fei, carry Hua Yunfei, Zhang Yi, treat him while we move. Don't stop. Roger. Jiang Chen charged into the horde. The system interface flashed before his eyes. Target Special Blood Beast, level 70 to 120. Skills Blood Mist, Illusion, Blood Explosion, Blood Arrow. His senses screamed danger. The path ahead and behind was completely choked by beasts. And their power levels. They had doubled since the last wave. Despair rose in the ranks. We're done for level 120, beasts are already here. What's next? Level 150. Jiang Chen barked his orders. Xiaojia used the swarm to hold the front. The creature chirped excitedly. Dinner time. Jiang Chen turned to Ji Xuanyu. You lead the team to defend the rear. His voice was urgent. I'm going to blast a hole right here and end the source of this nightmare. Her face paled. Are you crazy? These are the meridians of an ancient god. You can't break them. His eyes burned with resolve. Hold this line. Just survive until I return. Jiang Chen roared. God elephant prison suppressing physique. Boom. His fist slammed into the flesh wall. But to his horror, the tissue began to regenerate instantly before their eyes. Xuanyu shouted over the chaos. It's useless. Even if you damage it, the ancient god's body heals too fast. He didn't flinch. I still have to try. Crimson energy flooded Jiang Chen's eyes. He drew back his fist, channeling every ounce of his strength for one final strike. If they couldn't even breach a meridian, breaking the outer seal was impossible. In this awakening Manhwa scenario, diving deeper into the danger was the only path to survival. Crash dust and debris exploded into the air, obscuring everything. Had he done it? The flesh wall tore open. Jiang Chen shouted, "It's open now!" He dove through the breach without hesitation. Wait for me and don't you dare die. Xuanyu reached out. Jiang Chen, watch out. But it was too late. The wall of flesh sealed shut behind him, leaving them alone. She swallowed her fear and took command. Liu Fei, Song Yuming, tankers to the left flank. Hold that line with your lives. The tanks nodded grimly. She continued. Shumanman Ningba Jiang Chujing. You three focus fire on the left, Xu Jiao, and I will handle the right. The squad formed an impenetrable defensive circle. Xuanyu's voice rang out. Our survival depends entirely on us now. Hold on, my great-grandfather Ji Lingqiu will sense this. Reinforcements are coming. The team roared in affirmation. Meanwhile, in the high office, Hongyan leaped from his chair. What do you mean we lost contact? The monk beside him answered quickly. 3 minutes ago. A massive energy fluctuation. Something we've never seen before. I checked the divine storehouse room. The ancient god corpse has sealed itself completely. The old man's face turned grave. The strange thing is, the corpse hasn't vanished. It's still sitting in the original dimension. The connection point to the burning truth dimension is still within our formation's range. Hongyan rubbed his temples in frustration. The Ji family spent centuries just to open a crack into the burning truth. Breaking that ancient god's defense from the outside impossible. Summon the old master immediately. He's our only hope. And send word to Gukadian and Jiangnan. Back in the belly of the beast, Jiang Chen was a whirlwind of destruction. Exhaustion set in, so he drew his blades. Blade of man. Blade of earth. Blade of heaven. Blood demons fell like wheat before a scythe. Jiang Xiaojia tore through the enemies. I'm done eating this garbage. The main course is waiting for me up ahead. But deep in the shadows, eyes were watching Jiang Chen's slaughter. Through a scrying orb, a figure observed the carnage. Unexpected, he muttered. Duan Shu spoke up. Brother Man Long, who would have thought a human brat possessed such terrifying talent? Manlong nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. Indeed. Brother Duan Shu, you faked your death to cheat the heavenly tribulation. You hid your heart for centuries waiting for the new era. And now this Manhwa recap moment features a mere kid stumbling upon your greatest secret. Duan Shu pointed at the image of Xiao Zhou. Brother Manlong, look closely. That's no ordinary boy. Those insects, that's the calamity of the nine-winged swarm. His techniques are far from common. Manlong scoffed, unimpressed. So what? The space is sealed. He has nowhere to run. It's a dead end. But then a flicker of doubt crossed the old monster's face as he deactivated the scrying mirror. Though, that boy reeks of strange anomalies. I fear he might actually reach my heart. I can spawn more blood beasts, but looking at him now, I'm afraid my minions won't be enough to stop him. If he destroys that heart, I can no longer absorb you. We will both fade into nothingness. Manlong panicked, trying to calm the situation. Brother Duan, relax. My foundation is damaged, but crushing an ant like him, easy work. A spectral green flame ignited in his hand, fusing back into the ancient god's corpse. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood panting amidst a sea of carnage, his breath ragged. These blood beasts are evolving. Level 150 behind them, Ji Xuanyue's team can't hold out much longer. In this brutal leveling, Manhwa time was a luxury he didn't have. I have to move now. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaojia signaled. Papa, just past that path ahead. Jiang Chen sprinted forward. Perfect. This ancient god knew how to hide his heart in the belly of the beast, yet suspicion gnawed at him. Why did the beasts flee? No! When the tide turns this fast, a predator is near. A sudden spike pierced his spiritual sense. His entire mind palace went dark. Even the ancestral tree vanished into the void. His eyes snapped open in terror. A massive dragon loomed over him, claws raised high. What the... Before he could react, the beast crushed him in its grip. A scream tore from his throat. What is this power? Back in the shadows, Duan Shu smirked, watching the boy suffer. The brat is finished. Jiang Chen trembled, paralyzed by an invisible force. Why can't I move? So cold. Just want to sleep. In the physical world, Jiang Xiaojia scrambled frantically around his frozen master. Papa, what's wrong? Wake up! Jiang Chen screamed internally, trapped in his own body. Jiang Xiaojia, I can't speak. Suddenly, the ring on his finger erupted with blinding light, shattering the mental chains binding his soul. A blue screen flashed. System alert unknown. Curse detected. Defense activated. The spirit heart has intercepted the attack. Typical system Manhwa plot armor. Status spirit heart critically damaged. The shield was broken, but the warrior was awake. And now it was payback time. He marched toward the dragon illusion blade in hand. The spirit heart. That gift from the Huan Yue. That curse bypassed my defenses and aimed straight for my soul. Without this ring, I'd be dead. Calling that woman Big Sister was the best investment he ever made. A demonic grin split his face. He dragged his sword forward. It destroyed a god-tier item. Impressive. His aura exploded. But since you failed to kill me, prepare to die. Duan Shu watched in disbelief, sweat forming on his brow. Manlong hit him again. Do it now. There is no way he can survive a second curse strike. But Manlong collapsed, writhing in agony. I can't. That curse took everything I had. My soul is crumbling from the backlash. Another cast means eternal slumber. He looked up, fear in his eyes. Duan Shu, if I fall, will you save me or consume me? Duan Shu didn't answer. His eyes glowed, crimson lips curling into a sinister sneer. Manlong gasped. Brother, since you're useless. Duan Shu's voice dropped to absolute zero. Die. Instantly, a swarm of bladed wings shredded Manlong's flesh. How do you control them? No, don't kill me. I can still. Too late. Duan Shu scoffed. I have a much better plan. He inhaled Manlong's remaining essence, drunk on power. Hey, brat, go ahead, destroy the final heart. It doesn't matter anymore. I'll use this dragon's essence to plant a karma seed in your soul. It will drag you right to me. He laughed maniacally. And then, you will become my new vessel. Deep within the ancient god's chest, Jiang Chen assessed the massive organ. Jiang Xiaojia, how long to break the seal? Easy peasy, papa. Just give me a second. Jiang Xiaojia split into thousands of tiny beetles swarming over the pulsating heart like a living plague. As the bugs devoured the hardened arteries, Jiang Chen watched closely. He's tearing through the vascular defenses. The seal is breaking. Suddenly, Jiang Chen clutched his chest. Thump. Thump. Why was his heart beating in sync with the ancient gods? Is this an illusion? Before he could dwell on it, Jiang Xiaojia chirped, Open sesame, papa. Wet, tearing sounds filled the air as Jiang Xiaojia feasted on the massive organ. But Jiang Chen couldn't celebrate. Something felt wrong. What is this feeling? Unnoticed, a dark aura wrapped around Jiang Chen like a shroud. He gripped his chest in agony. The ancient god's heart is stopping. But why? Why does it feel like my life is fading with it? Just as quickly the black aura detached and flew off. Gasping, a foreign thought invaded his mind. Go to the brain domain. Ultimate power awaits. Beside him, Jiang Xiaojia had picked the giant heart clean. Jiang Chen checked his pulse. Normal. So where did that impulse come from? Is it the heavens guiding me? A legendary encounter. Jiang Chen shook his head, slapping his cheeks. No. Focus. The brain domain is a death trap. I need to get Ji Xuanyue's squad out first. Jiang Xiaojia waddled over, his belly round as a beach ball. Papa, I'm stuffed. I can't take another bite. What about the leftovers? Don't worry, Jiang Xiaojia burped. I refined it all into blood essence. Doggy bag secured. Jiang Chen smirked. Excellent work. Jiang Xiaojia had hit level 30. Evolution was imminent. But we're out of time. We have to regroup with the others. Far away, Duan Shu held the last wisp of Manlong's soul fire. The karma seed has taken root, little rat. He crushed the flame into oblivion. There is no escape. If you want to struggle, I'll enjoy playing with my food a little longer. You will come to the brain domain. It is destiny. Meanwhile, the situation for Ji Xuanyue was critical. Bodies littered the ground. Ji Xuanyue drew her bowstring back. Divine archery art. But the horde was endless. 5th transition blood beasts on the left flank. Brace yourselves. Her heart sank as she looked at her fallen comrades. Her stamina was bottoming out. It's no use, she thought, despair creeping in. I can't even scratch them anymore, let alone kill them. Xuanyue knit her brows, a wave of despair crashing over her. The Nine Wings camp was drowning in their own battle. There was no hope of them coming to the rescue. Just then, a blood beast shattered their defensive line. She lowered her weapon, accepting her fate. Was this truly the end? Would the entire Devil City faction be wiped from history? Debris rained down like hail as Xuanyue shielded herself, tears silently tracing her cheeks. The stone walls screamed under the pressure cracks, spreading like spiderwebs as shrapnel exploded everywhere. In that split second between life and death, Jiang Chen descended like a god of war. With a single earth-shattering punch, he blasted the hideous blood beast backward, sending it skidding dozens of meters across the ground. Xuanyue, who had closed her eyes awaiting death, slowly fluttered them open. Pure joy erupted in her voice. Jiang Chen, you survived. He turned with a confident smirk. Great to see you. Sorry I kept you waiting. He activated his ring, channeling the spirit blessing. This artifact might not block attacks, but its healing properties are absolute, he thought. Golden light bathed the area. In an instant, the injured warriors of Devil City felt their vitality surging back. The crowd gasped in relief. This feels incredible. My wounds are knitting together. Seeing this, Jiang Chen telepathically commanded, Xiaozhou, bring the larvae back. He felt a pang of guilt. He had really pushed them to their limits in this Manhwa recap. Xiaozhou materialized, wailing dramatically. Father, you took that stinky brother out to play but left me behind. I'm exhausted from fighting. My babies died too. I want a hug. Jiang Chen sighed, petting her gently. You worked hard, Xiaozhou. Didn't I come back just to pick you up? Now return to the void stele and rest. However, the jealous spirit glared at Jiang Xiaojia, transmitting a vicious threat. You nasty brother. One day I'm going to beat the life out of you until you're nothing but tears. What a terrifying big sister. Once the chaos settled, Jiang Chen's voice boomed with authority. Is everyone's condition stable? The blood beasts are regrouping. I've already blasted a hole in this meridian channel. Follow me double time. Defense mages hold the line for just a few more seconds. We're with you, they roared in unison. Jiang Chen wasted no time. Jiang Xiaojia fused with the Hell Idol suppression body. The creature obeyed instantly. Yes, father. Man and beast merged into one entity. Jiang Chen unleashed a devastating punch against the flesh wall. Boom. A gaping tunnel was instantly torn open. Jiang Chen braced his arms against the fleshy opening muscles, straining. Move, go, now. Everyone obeyed, rushing through the gap one by one. Xuanyue couldn't hide her shock. Before, it took him dozens of strikes to rupture a meridian. Now, he does it with a single punch. But Jiang Chen didn't have time for awe. He kept shouting, All right, mages retreat. Get in here, move. Seeing her frozen in place, he scooped her onto his shoulder like a sack of rice. Ji Xuanyue, why are you spacing out? If you don't move, you'll be crushed when this heals. Snapped back to reality, her face exploded into a shade of tomato red. The moment they cleared the threshold, the flesh wall sealed shut behind them, muffling the frenzied roars of the blood beasts on the other side. It's sealed, Jiang Chen announced. Those animals can't follow us. Xuanyue murmured softly. Thank you for everything. But the romance was cut short. He was still sprinting with her on his shoulder, barking orders. Keep moving. We need to find cover before the beasts in this sector catch our scent. Head for that tissue gap ahead. Suddenly realizing their position, Xuanyue shrieked in embarrassment. Put me down this instant. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he dropped her like a hot potato. Thud. We should be safe for now. The survivors collapsed, gasping. I really thought I was a goner back there. Jiang Chen nodded. Everyone hide here and recover your stamina. Jiang Chen sat beside Yuan Wu, his expression turning serious. This area... Is this the formation array that connects to the Ji clan's divine repository? She pointed towards a pulsating vein. That's the formation core. If we detonate it, the path to the divine repository opens. But be warned, the outer defense membrane is far tougher than the internal meridians. Jiang Chen immediately crossed his legs into a lotus position. No excuses. I'm going to break through right now. Once I level up, I'll shatter that wall. Understood, she replied. Diving into his consciousness, Jiang Chen issued a command. Jiang Xiaojia, come out. It's time to breed. The loyal pet responded, yes, father. Suddenly Xiaozhou stomped over, tears welling up. Daddy, this is my territory. Jiang Chen sighed, soothing the dramatic spirit. We're just borrowing it. Once your brother finishes his work, he'll leave. Okay, Jiang Xiaojia blinked innocently. Father, why don't I have my own house? Jiang Chen sweated. I'll buy you a luxury suite when we get out, deal? Jiang Xiaojia nodded happily. Deal. Then I shall begin propagation. Jiang Xiaojia reverted to his primal insect form. Jiang Chen focused his will. Myriad things, growth accelerate. The system Manhwa interface instantly flashed with blue notifications. Hellfire red armored elephant beetle, first propagation. Quantity 108. Evolution time with divine speed 30 minutes. Second propagation 108 units. Evolution time 30 minutes. Third propagation 108 units. Total evolution time approx 30 minutes. Finally, it is complete. Jiang Chen was awestruck. Over 300 elites in such a short time. This ancient god corpse is a treasure trove. If the heart allows this much growth, just imagine the power within the brain domain. Suddenly a scream pierced the mental link. Father, save me! Xiaozhou, transformed into the mother bug, was trying to drag Jiang Xiaojia away in her jaws. Jiang Chen roared, Xiaozhou, spit him out right now, Ai. Moments later, sporting a fresh bump on her head, Xiaozhou rolled on the floor, crying. Daddy is biased. You value boys more than girls. Wah! Jiang Chen facepalmed, completely done with this drama. What kind of big sister tries to eat her own little brother? She crossed her arms, tears streaming. I don't care. He looked tasty. Jiang Chen ignored the tantrum, his expression darkening as he focused on his internal state. All red-armored elephant beetles. Integrate. Fusing the power of over 300 mythical beetles. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying density of his muscles. With this strength, I can finally stand toe-to-toe with Jiang Wuxiang. He looked up, eyes blazing. Now let's see if I can punch a hole in the heavens. Everyone, combat readiness. The moment the barrier breaks, we move. Do not hesitate. The survivors shouted with renewed hope. Yes, sir. Outside the corpse, Elder Ling Qiu paced anxiously. The passage is sealed tight. Trying to slice through the god corpse's skin from the outside would take too long. The only way is an internal detonation. But do those brats have that kind of firepower? Hong'an couldn't contain his panic. Then what do we do? Ling Qiu's eyes narrowed, a grim resolve settling in. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. If we detect any anomaly, we destroy the divine repository and banish this ancient god corpse into the eternal chaos dimension. The plea fell on deaf ears. Master Xuan Yue is still trapped inside. But Lin Qiu's gaze was cold, countering with a ruthless question. Do you truly believe one life outweighs the billions of souls in Great Xia? If the horror within the ancient god corpse escapes, it spells eternal damnation for us all. Gu Keiqian's hand snapped to his blade, rage exploding in his eyes. You may be the sword god who serves the realm, but I'm just a crude old man. 8th turn, 9th turn, none of that matters to me. Anyone who dares harm my disciple will face my full wrath. Lin Qiu's voice cut through the air. Gu Keiqian, do not destroy yourself over a moment of foolish sentiment. But the old master stepped forward, his aura blazing. Perhaps I am a fool, but I must be worthy of the title Master when my disciple calls my name. Suddenly a cataclysmic boom echoed from the gate. A shockwave of pure energy blasted outward, forcing the three legends to turn in horror. Hong'an gasped. What is this energy? Keiqian sensed the familiar power immediately, while Lin Qiu frowned in disbelief. Impossible. Could it really be? Keiqian roared. Snap out of it, unleash your power and assist them now. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the ancient god, Jiang Chen unleashed a barrage of fists. Divine, elephant prison, suppressing, fist, shatter. The impact was so devastating that the survivors had to shield themselves from the shockwaves. Xuan Yue shouted over the roar. The recoil is lethal. Everyone back. Don't let the shockwave kill you before he breaks the barrier. After a grueling assault, the flesh wall finally tore open, but the regeneration speed was terrifying. Jiang Chen screamed, "Go now!" But before they could take a single step, the flesh knit itself back together. Despair washed over the crowd. "It's no use. The regeneration is instantaneous." Jiang Chen refused to yield. He cocked his fist back. "Then we do it again," he commanded telepathically. "Xiaozhou, send the insect swarm, detonate everything on my signal." Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the chamber, sending gore and debris flying. Hope returned as the crowd cheered. "The path is open. Run." But Xuanyue's heart sank. "No. Look at the wounds." In the blink of an eye, the monstrous flesh sealed itself shut once more. The survivors cursed in frustration. "Damn it! How is it healing that fast?" Suddenly, two razor-sharp sword beams slashed from the outside, shocking Jiang Chen. Steel sang through the air, slicing a massive chunk out of the flesh wall. A voice cried out, "That's the sword! God's light!" Lin Qiu and Kai Tian had combined their might. Jiang Chen and Xuanyue shouted in unison, "Master Elder Gu!" Lin Qiu urged them urgently, "Don't waste this chance, get out now." The survivors from the Magic City wept with relief, snatched from the jaws of death. But Hong'en scanned the exit frantically. "Where are little Yue and Jiang Chen? Thank the heavens, I thought I was dead meat." But the flesh wall was already knitting itself back together. "Hurry, it's sealing up again. Move, Xuanyue, you have to go." As she moved to the exit, the flesh tunnel constricted, suffocating the space. She reached back, desperate, to pull him with her. "Jiang Chen, take my hand." But he shook his head, his eyes determined. "The passage is collapsing. It won't fit both of us. Go." She shook her head violently, refusing to leave him. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Damn it. Why are women so stubborn in life and death situations? Jiang Chen activated his skill, Nature's Growth. Instantly vines erupted, wrapping around Xuanyue and dragging her toward the exit. She screamed, fighting the vines. "Jiang Chen, no." His voice turned ice cold. "Get the hell out of here." She stretched her hand out, fingers grazing the air, but the vines were too fast. "No, Jiang Chen." She was flung into the safety of the outside world. Hong'en rushed over little Yue, but Katian stared at the gate in fury. Damn it, it's sealed tight again. Jiang Chen was trapped. Hong'en held the trembling girl. "You're safe, child." "Thank God." But Xuanyue could only weep uncontrollably. "Jiang Chen. He's still inside. We have to save him." Hong'en tried to calm her. "Don't panic. If he coordinates with Elder Gu one more time, they can blast it open again." Lin Qiu began channeling his aura, his voice grim. "Old Gu, prepare for another strike." Keiichian gripped his blade. "You don't need to tell me twice, old man. You senile fool." Suddenly massive veins bulged on the flesh wall, pulsating with a sinister black aura. Both masters froze in shock. "This is bad. The ancient god corpse's defense just spiked." Lin Qiu realized the terrifying truth. It's not a passive reaction. It's active defense. Keiichian scowled. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means something inside the ancient god corpse is awakening." Lin Qiu whispered, horror dawning on him. "Something is controlling this body." Lin Qiu lowered his sword, defeated. "It's over. Even with combined force, we can't breach this." But Keiichian roared back, "Bullshit, I don't believe in impossible." He swung his weapon with earth-shattering force, heaven-splitting blade. But as Lin Qiu predicted, the attack did nothing. "Stop wasting your strength. The corpse has mutated. We must revert to the containment protocol." Lin Qiu turned his back, his voice void of emotion. "If the mutation threatens to breach the outside world, we banish this entire dimension." Pure fury twisted Katian's aged face. "You heartless bastard!" Hearing this, Xuanyue collapsed, tears streaming down her face as hope shattered. "Jiang Chen," she sobbed. As Lin Qiu walked away, he cast a cold glance back. "Do not do anything foolish, Katian." Yunfei gazed at the monolithic corpse. "Jiang Chen, he sacrificed himself for us." His teammate lowered his head in sorrow. "We owe him a life debt we can never repay." Back in the belly of the beast, Jiang Chen was surrounded by swirling dark energy, his footsteps heavy enough to crush steel. "I'm not leaving just yet. I need to reach the ancient god's brain. A legendary opportunity awaits me there." This was the true nature of an awakening manhwa protagonist, turning danger into power. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Duanshu watched with a twisted grin. Duanshu cackled maliciously, "Come to me, the fish has finally taken the bait. With this living vessel, my resurrection is at hand. Come merge with me and become a god." After navigating the labyrinth, Jiang Chen stood before a colossal gate. He traced the scars on the metal. These sword marks, this inscription, they must be over a century old. Yet the remnant sword intent was still suffocating. The warning was clear. Descendants of the Ji family who enter here shall die. Jiang Chen realized, This must be the work of the sword god from his first expedition. Behind this lies the god's brain. Without hesitation, he shoved the heavy doors open. Jiang Xiao, conceal yourselves. You are my trump cards now. Do not reveal yourselves until I give the command. Yes, Master Daisar, they chirped. As he stepped across the threshold, a piercing screech of necrotic energy assaulted him, forcing him to cover his ears against the mental attack. What is this noise? 1,000 voices are whispering inside my skull. Jiang Chen collapsed, clutching his head in agony. Shut up, just die already. Suddenly the noise vanished as he was pulled into a different dimension. A voice ancient and soothing echoed. My child, you have finally arrived. It was Duan Shu. I have waited an eternity for you in this void. It feels so warm. You are Duan Shu. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. I am the ancient god Duan Shu, the entity smiled. And at the same time, I am you. You are me. What kind of nonsense is that? But before his eyes, the old man morphed, taking on Jiang Chen's exact appearance. He reached out a welcoming hand. I am you and you are me. Come, let us become one. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, staring at his own reflection in shock. But hesitation lasted only a split second. Jiang Chen slashed forward. Stop playing God, you imposter, great Dao blade. The entity reverted to his true form, catching the terrifying blade aura with a bare hand. What an interesting strike. To think human martial arts in the new era have evolved to this level. Jiang Chen gasped. He blocked the blade aura with his bare hands. Duan Shu crushed the energy like glass. My origin power is running low and you made me waste it. For that, you deserve death. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the terrifying barbarian dragons. If I didn't need your body, I would have already torn your soul apart in the most horrific way possible. Jiang Chen scanned the beasts, his heart sinking. The weakest is a 6th transformation. And there are even 9th transformation monsters here. No wonder the sword god nearly perished here. This is a death trap. Gritting his teeth, he played his final card. Jiang Xiaozhou, everyone attack. But silence answered him. Jiang Chen froze, cold sweat running down his back. It's over. My spiritual connection has been severed. In a blink, Duan Shu was already there. His clawed hand clamped around Jiang Chen's throat, a sinister smile twisting his face. I have you now. Let us end this charade. Jiang Chen screamed as dark magic crushed his body, paralyzing him completely. Rest easy. I will make good use of your life. Suddenly a blinding light erupted. The white ancestral tree materialized within his soul. A magnificent rainbow-colored fruit sprouted instantly from the branches. The next moment, Jiang Chen found himself sitting safely beneath the great white tree. He blinked, dazed. Am I inside my consciousness? Didn't the ancient god just take over my body? What just happened? His eyes locked onto the glowing fruit above. The ancestral tree bore fruit again, and it's rainbow-colored. He stood up, rubbing his sore wrists. With the tree's current level, a rainbow fruit should be impossible. The system interface flashed, fruit unripe. Information unavailable. It was a mystery typical of a leveling manhwa. Explanation created by a powerful divine soul acting as the seed. Contains the essence of a godhood. Tip nourish with the souls of living creatures to accelerate ripening. Jiang Chen grinned, stroking his chin. So that ancient god tried to possess me, but the tree turned him into fertilizer instead. Talk about a bad day for him. The tree might struggle with curses, but against spiritual attacks, it is invincible. However, feeding it living souls to ripen the fruit. That requirement is a bit demonic, isn't it? Suddenly a cheerful voice rang out. Papa, you're awake. Jiang Chen looked down. Jiang Xiaojia. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, his eyes popping out of his head. Jiang Xiaojia was casually riding a massive, terrifying monster. It was a nether demon. Papa, I taught these bad guys a lesson for you. Jiang Chen's jaw dropped. Look at my new mount. Isn't he cool? Jiang Chen was speechless. That is a soul-eater beast from the Sea of Consciousness. That is a 9th transformation monster. Even the legendary Jiling Q couldn't handle them. He looked around and saw his swarm of bugs bullying the remaining monsters. The terrifying beasts were cowering before Jiang Xiaojia. Seeing Jiang Chen's stunned silence, the little bug tilted his head. Papa. He grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and patted the nether demon's head. Papa, this mount is super obedient. Big sister didn't like it, but I knew you would hop on. Jiang Chen hesitated, eyeing the drooling beast. Wait, you actually have this thing under control? Jiang Xiaojia nodded vigorously. Yup. Jiang Chen was still processing the absurdity of the situation. Jiang Xiaojia explained. This big guy is called a nether demon. My inherited memories say my species is their natural predator. I just slapped a slave seal on him and now he's a good boy. Extremely useful. 9th transformation? Natural suppression? Jiang Chen muttered, his gamer brain working fast. Can we take him outside into the real world? Of course, but if he stays out too long, the laws of heaven will detect and erase him. Jiang Chen nodded. It made sense. These creatures belong to the eternal hell. A pity we can't keep him out permanently. Still, as a temporary summon during a crisis, this is the ultimate trump card. Suddenly a thought struck him. Wait a minute. If I recall correctly, there were at least 4 or 5 of these nether demons earlier. Where are the others? Zhang Xiaojia looked away shyly. Oh, the babies ate them. Excuse me. Didn't you guys just gorge yourselves on hearts earlier? Well, making babies makes us hungry again. Beneath them, the surviving nether demons sweated profusely in terror. Jiang Chen patted Zhang Xiaojia's shoulder, his soul weeping. You did... Great. Let's get down. Papa needs a moment of silence. He walked to a corner, tears streaming down his face. My kids are such gluttonous spendthrifts. But I must look on the bright side. At least they saved one for me. Contentment is key to happiness. Right? Jiang Xiaojia watched his father's breakdown with confusion. Suddenly, the sound of battle and shouting penetrated the barrier. That technique. The sky-opening blade. Jiang Chen wiped his tears. It's Master. With the ancient god gone, the dimension was collapsing. Master and the Ji family are breaking in. Jiang Chen turned to his swarm. Jiang Xiaojia. Tell the kids to finish eating, pack up whatever isn't finished, we need to move now. Jiang Xiaojia tilted his head, puzzled. But Papa, can't we just leave the leftovers and come back for a snack later? I'm not done yet. I want more, Jiang Chen pleaded. But a voice scolded him in sheer helplessness. Hey brat, do you think this is an all-you-can-eat buffet? There is no next time we are raiding someone else's holy treasure trove here. However, Jiang Chen's mind was racing with a different worry. As the image of sword god Ling Chu flashed in his mind, a revelation struck him. The reason Ling Chu became the 9-Revolution sword god was definitely linked to the destiny hidden within this place. If that old man walks in and sees this devastation, he will absolutely lose his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaojia had already efficiently packed away the nether demons and every other creature in sight. Father, I can only drain the water and compress them for now. Where do I put them? Jiang Chen cut him off instantly. Just stash them with your sister for now. Jiang Xiaojia frowned, staring at the chaotic mess in front of him with disgust. Of course it was a mountain of monsters. She screamed in pure rage. What is this ball of filth? It reeks of death. I can't take this anymore. You stinky little brother. What kind of disaster did you cause this time? At that very moment, Jiang Chen was already sprinting toward Keitian, screaming for his partner. It's clean, Jiang Xiaojia, retreat. We picked the place bone dry. Tell Master we need to withdraw immediately. Outside the barrier, Keitian retracted his blade. After slicing off a massive chunk of the ancient god's body, he smirked with arrogance. Who said this thing couldn't be blown apart? Hasn't the path opened up, and it is not closing? Ling Qiu analyzed the situation, realizing the ancient god's defenses were crumbling. In fact, they seemed to be vanishing into thin air. Ignoring the danger, he stepped forward. I need to go in and check. Little Chen, your master is coming to save you. Keitian immediately added, I am coming too. Suddenly, Jiang Chen shot out from the void like a cannonball, raising his hand and screaming desperately, Master, get me out of here now! Keitian gasped in shock. Little Chen. Ling Qiu also called out Jiang Chen, but before the two elders could react, Yuan Wu dashed forward with supernatural speed and threw herself into his arms. Jiang Chen, you are safe. That is wonderful. Seeing this, Jiang Chen winced awkwardly. Lady, please do not do this right now. In the next second, Jiang Chen ruthlessly shoved her away. Move. There is no time left. Yuan Wu stood there confused and hurt. Jiang Chen, what is wrong? No time for what? He rushed to Keitian and whispered urgently, Master, hurry, if we do not leave now, we are dead meat. His words made the old man's face turn pale. Without hesitation, both of them jumped onto the flying sword and fled the scene. As they fled, Keitian did not forget to leave a parting message. The green hills remain, and the water flows forever. This old man will not stay in this broken place for a single second longer. Farewell, everyone. In stark contrast, tears welled up in Xuan Yue's eyes. Jiang Chen, do you really dislike me that much? Meanwhile, her father Hongan was boiling with fury. Oh, that ungrateful brat, I wasted a super god demon spirit on him, and he does not even know how to cherish a jade-like beauty. Immediately his daughter turned on him. Father, why are you scolding Jiang Chen? He risked his life to save me from danger. That was true. Her words made the old man scratch his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xuan Yue began to comfort her own heart. He risked his life for me. He definitely cares about me. Suddenly, she recalled the scene right before Jiang Chen fled, and a realization dawned on her. But if he cares so much, why leave? She remembered his cold words. There is no time left. She quickly found a reason. The heavenly prodigy ranking. He was afraid of affecting my performance, so he did it on purpose. A few minutes later, as if her spirit had reignited, Yuan Wu declared with burning determination, Jiang Chen, I will not let you down. In the battle for the heavenly prodigy ranking, I will show you the most perfect version of myself. Hong En was moved to tears by her words. My daughter. But on the other side, Ling Chu felt something was off. Jiang Chen's reaction was suspicious. I must go in and check. The moment he stepped inside, he realized his entire treasure trove had vanished into thin air. The sea of consciousness that was once teeming with monsters was now barren. Not a single creature remained. Ling Chu remembered how quickly Jiang Chen had fled and clutched his head in fury. Jiang Chen, that brat, ran so fast because he had a guilty conscience. He was guarding against me. He stripped it clean. Damn it. You could have at least left a little scraps for this old man. Suddenly he remembered how he had fought those monsters alone in the past. Wait a minute. How did he even do it? Those were 9 revolution monsters swarming him. Even I had to expend massive energy to escape. Ling Chu walked deeper inside. Although he complained, he thought, this kid is truly not simple. Forget it. If this is related to the future of humanity, I will swallow this bitterness. You wicked brat, I have to admit you have exceeded my vision. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had confessed everything. Katian screamed in shock. So what you are saying is you completely looted the sword god's treasure trove. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. You could understand it that way. The master closed his eyes, feeling helpless. I, Katian, lived a peaceful life. What kind of chaotic disciples did I pick up? My eldest disciple calls himself the Blood Slaughterblade King and massacred the Azure War Zone. The second disciple snatched the groom from the Kingdom Protector. And now the third one is beyond words. At this moment, Jiang Chen was buzzing with excitement. Master, the Grand Tournament of Geniuses is in 3 days. With my current combat power, how do I stack up against Jiang Wu, Shuangji, Xuanyue, and Yingzhan? Hearing this, Katian sped up the flight before answering slowly. Judging from this event, dealing with Ji Xuanyue should be no problem for you. But during your time in the demon capital, I heard Jiang Wu Shuang made a massive breakthrough. Never underestimate the 8-armed war god body. As for Yingzhan, he is currently training like a madman. You must understand, he is not just the #1 prodigy of your generation. His talent is hailed as the greatest in Great Xia for the past 800 years. Furthermore, the mystery surrounding him is always a hot topic. Normally, people in a leveling Manhwa world transfer classes at 18 when the soul matures enough to open the origin. But Yingzhan is different. He opened his at age 3. By 9, he was recognized by the human emperor sword. At 12, he entered the Forbidden Zone. He returned at 15 and has been in seclusion in the capital Forbidden Zone for 3 years. As the words settled, Jiang Chen was puzzled. If he awakened that early, why hasn't he reached the 3rd revolution level yet? An image of Yingzhan standing beneath a massive blood dragon appeared in Katian's mind as he replied, that is because aside from the system, he also cultivates the supreme techniques of the all heavens and 10,000 races. Hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but shout, Yingzhan, the supreme techniques of the all heavens. At that same moment, Yingzhan wiped a trace of blood from his face and asked his subordinate, my blood slaughter physique is nearly complete. Is there any news on Jiang Chen yet? Back in the sky with the master and disciple, those words truly stimulated Jiang Chen. He asked curiously, Master, can I also practice the techniques of the 10,000 races? The old man shook his head coldly. I do not know. This path has never been walked before. Those techniques are almost against the heavenly Tao itself. But Yingzhan succeeded. He is the only one in Great Xia to do so in recent years. Kaidian added a grim reminder. Even if you are also an exception, I do not have the skill to teach you those techniques. After all, Yingzhan is the descendant of the Great Xia human emperor. The human emperor once led a glorious counterattack against the 10,000 races. But his expression now held only bitter disappointment. Unlike the passive defense of Xuanji today, these two were different. As master and disciple soared through the sky on a flying sword, Katian offered words of encouragement. If you can seize the 1st rank on the Heaven's Pride list, we can leverage that authority to command resources from the capital. Jiang Chen nodded obediently. Understood, master. Not long after they arrived back at Jiang Chen's residence, where the warm glow of lights already welcomed him home. Stepping inside, Jiang Chen examined his hands now wreathed in a crimson aura. The trip to the ancient god's corpse was a massive haul tonight. The offspring of the 9-winged cicada and red armor beetles would multiply once more. Suddenly the ancestral tree manifested from his consciousness. A new fruit had formed a mesmerizing azure orb. The ancestral tree of all creation bears fruit again. Is this due to the rapid growth of the insect swarm? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen reached out and grasped the azure karmic fruit. A holographic interface flashed before his eyes, a classic trope in this system Manhwa. Consumed blue lightning fruit. Activating unique hidden class. Class lightning ruler. Acquired red tier origin talent. Ability to transform into pure electricity and teleport instantly within the released electrostatic field. Obstacles nullified. Current field range 50 meters. Acquired red tier lightning assimilation, absorb energy from any lightning source, store it within cellular structures and release as offensive power. Acquired purple tier god's punishment palms, convert into power sources, unleashing instant super high voltage lightning. A grin of pure ecstasy spread across his face. My second class is now god tier lightning spirit tamer. I've officially become a dual class powerhouse. But the system wasn't done yet. Red armor beetle offspring reproduction complete. Total 3,000 units. Nine-winged cicada reproduction complete. Total 12 million units. Jiang Chen ignored the chaotic scene of Xiaozhou bullying Zhang Xiaojia in the background. His focus was entirely locked on sensing this surging new mana. The collective power of 3,000 elites. This strength is intoxicating. Moments later, the status window updated. Name Jiang Chen. Level 36 second transition. Status species ruler. Class god tier spirit tamer and lightning ruler. Wrapped in a whirlwind of chaotic mana energies, he gazed at the panel with satisfaction. Between the insect swarm's expansion and the lightning ruler class, his combat power was skyrocketing in this leveling Manhwa. His subordinate's stats evolved as well. Mother insect Xiaoju, level 36. Species Nine-Winged Cicada Calamity Grade. Offspring 12 million. Mother insect Zhang Xiaojia, level 32. Species Red Armor Elephant Beetle Calamity Grade. Offspring 3000. Thanks to the red armor attributes, Jiang Chen's physical constitution had nearly doubled. He swung his arm to test the power. Instantly, a layer of impenetrable armor materialized, crackling with violent streaks of lightning. Even though I can't unleash the nine-winged cicadas during the prodigy tournament, these lightning-infused fists and blade techniques will be more than enough to dominate. And if push comes to shove, I'll just reveal Zhang Xiaojia and the Hellwheel Ghost. Meanwhile, deep within the Qinluo war zone, a massive dragon soared freely through the sky, carrying a man dressed in a gaudy floral shirt. It was Zhan Tian. "What's this? Everyone arrived already?" A cold snort echoed from the side. Still as flashy as ever. "We arrived early, unlike someone who flew from Guanghai until his mount nearly died of exhaustion." Xing He forced a bitter smile. "Just look at that grand entrance from the Guanghai town protector. Compared to us, it's humiliating." Zhan Tian laughed. "We are all town protectors, so why is the gap in style so massive?" Suddenly, a gray-haired man interjected. "If sarcasm was a ranked sport, you'd be world champion." Zhan Tian leaned lazily against his dragon. "Can't help it. We Guanghai people value presentation." The man in the fur coat slammed the table. "Bah, all flash and no substance." But the white-bearded elder patted his shoulder to diffuse the tension. "All right, settle down. Everyone is present, so let's discuss the main agenda." The elder got straight to the point. "Regarding the summary of this year's prodigy list, the landscape has shifted. Apart from the capital remaining Supreme Magic City and Jiangnan have risen as threats." The gray-haired man nodded gravely. "Especially Jiangnan. They don't just have Jiang Wushuang anymore. That monster Jiang Chen has appeared. Their overall strength might even surpass Magic City." "Indeed. In the past, the Jiangnan War Zone called us brothers to fight against the capital and Magic City. But this year, they have zero intention of allying with us." The white-bearded man frowned. "It's worse. My old friend Xiao Yuanshan was suddenly exiled to the catacombs." Xing, he smiled with a vicious proposal. "Then let's unite and eliminate Jiangnan first." Another added, "After all, the 6 great war zones gained nothing from teaming up against the capital last time." A voice agreed. "Sister Xing, he is right. Taking down the boss is hard, so let's fight for second place instead." The elder announced, "Let's put it to a vote." Qinglan War Zone agrees. One by one hands went up. Yushuang agrees, Tianfu agrees, Yanqinglan follows suit. Seeing Zhentian silent, the fur-coated man barked, "Only you are left." Zhentian simply dug his finger into his ear, pretending not to hear. "Huh, you guys finished plotting already?" A mischievous, arrogant grin split his face. "So sorry, brothers, but I didn't come here to play your little alliance games. I'm here to tell you bunch of bottom feeders something important." Zhan Tian suddenly raised his voice, his aura exploding. "The champion of this year's Heaven's Pride tournament will be the Guanghai War Zone." The gray-haired man looked baffled. "What kind of idiocy is spewing from your mouth?" Zhan Tian roared back. "The #1 spot belongs to us." Zhan Tian couldn't help but shout to the heavens, "Oh God, it feels so damn good to finally say that out loud." The others were trembling with rage. The gray-haired man crushed his teacup into dust, but Zhan Tian just laughed maniacally. "See ya, losers." He soared into the sky, leaving a parting gift. Rest assured I don't care about you lot, but I won't snitch on your little plan either. Once the dust settled, the fur-coated man looked confused. Did Jiang Chen suffer brain damage? Or has he found some new confidence? Perhaps a trump card we don't know about. The white-bearded elder narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter. Ignore him. Our 4 great war zones need to formulate a flawless plan to crush the opposition. Jiangnan had fallen. Night draped its heavy veil over Chujiang City. Atop the peaks of Mount Wu, a cloaked cabal gathered in the shadows. The leader draped in blood-red robes broke the silence. Report on the Divine Son. Has he encountered any complications? A subordinate bowed low voice trembling with reverence. Rest assured, 7th seat. His Highness is flawless. He has successfully infiltrated the Guanghai war zone, posing as their #1 prodigy. He has even secured the absolute trust of their national guardian Yun Jantian. The minion continued. With the Divine Son's power, the top rank in this tournament is already in his grasp. The figure in red was none other than the notorious Lian Ren. She clicked her tongue, a sound like dry bones breaking. To think Great Shia's highest honor will be stolen by our ancient god sect. I can't wait to see the despair on those arrogant guardians' faces. Her hand-clenched veins bulging with dark anticipation. The pieces are set on the board. We wait only for the prodigy tournament to begin when all of Great Xia is watching. She threw her arms wide, demonic energy swirling around her like a storm. Her voice dropped to a terrifying chant. The beast tide will swallow this city whole. Sacrifice Chujiang. The ancient god returns. Sacrifice Chujiang. The ancient god returns. The next day arrived with a tense atmosphere. At the Jiangnan War Zone's central plaza, a figure stood high on the podium addressing the gathered elites. It was Commander Xinghai announcing the commencement of the grand tournament. Listen up, I'll repeat the rules one last time for those with short memories. This is a standard setup for any manhwa recap, so pay attention. Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. Repeating the rules is Commander Duan calling me out specifically because I wasn't here last time. The commander pointed to the massive screen. The grand tournament involves 8 war zones and 80 prodigies. It is divided into 2 brutal rounds. Round 1 is squad survival. All teams from the 8 zones will be dropped into the Eternal Secret Realm. It's a battle royale, eliminate the opposition. The 4 zones with the lowest survival count are out. Whispers erupted from the crowd below, anxiety rippling through the students. But Jiang Chen stood there calm as a still lake. Xinghai's voice boomed. This round tests unity. Personal strength means nothing if you can't protect your squad. In a leveling manhwa, a solo player dies alone, but a leader conquers. He continued with a grim warning. And don't think you can camp in one spot. Stay still too long and the system will strike you with lightning. Furthermore, the safe zone shrinks every hour. Step outside, and you're eliminated. Death inside the realm is simulated, but the pain is real. Once you die, you wake up outside. The screen flashed with a simulation of the shrinking barrier. Hearing this, a sly grin crept onto Jiang Chen's face. Lightning strikes. Wait a minute. I'm the Lord of Thunder. That's not a penalty. That's a free battery recharge. He didn't even notice the crackling sparks already dancing off his back, making the students near him nervous. Xinghai then revealed the next stage. Round 2 is the individual ranking battle. The 30 survivors from the Battle Royale will face off in a freestyle duel format. The rules are simple. Win and rise. Lose and leave. He glared down at the group. Now you 10. Pick a captain. Immediately. The crowd buzzed with confusion again. A team battle needs a leader, obviously. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, suddenly feeling the weight of multiple gazes burning into him. Exactly as he feared, Han Qiu and her friend were already making heart signs with their hands, shouting, "We vote for Jiang Chen, love you." Lei Zhe didn't hesitate either, his voice booming. "I also choose Jiang Chen." Even Zilei nodded in agreement. Agreed. Taoist Jiang is the one. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he should be happy or terrified. However, not everyone was on the hype train. "Tang Ying and I vote for Jiang Wushuang," one student stated. "Jiang Chen is strong, sure, but Wushuang is more stable for a tactical command." Another student stepped forward, eyes shining. "I vote for Jiang Chen too, he's just too handsome to ignore." Someone else chimed in. "+1 to that." Jiang Chen scratched his head, flushing with awkwardness. Thanks, but I don't even know who you guys are." A purple-haired girl stepped up. "I'm Li Bing, mage class." A blonde guy beside her pointed a thumb at himself. "My name is easy to remember. I'm Wang Zi. That means prince, literally." Suddenly, Wu Shuang walked over, grinning. "Jiang Chen, I'm casting my vote for you too. Just to make it unanimous." Jiang Chen looked betrayed. "Even you? Come on, man. I have a fragile heart. I can't handle the pressure of being a captain in this system, Manhwa." Commander Xinghai lost his patience, his roar shaking the ground. Cut the crap, you brat. If you want to act humble, go train for another 100 years. If your team trusts you, then step up and lead. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a magnificent bridge of ice ascending into the sky. Our Jiangnan sector has been bullied for years. Whether we rise from the ashes or remain in the dirt depends on you lot. This stairway leads to the teleportation gate. Consider it my final gift. Climb to the top. The Heavenly King awaits you there to escort you to the Qinluo base. Yes, sir, they shouted in unison. Moments later, the prodigies arrived at the Qinluo war zone, standing before the entrance to the eternal secret realm. The portal was a massive construct of green energy shaped like a towering mountain. High above in the VIP seats, the most powerful figures in the nation watched with heavy gazes. Kaitian and Hong En looked particularly grim. Sandao scanned the stands and gasped. Look, our Heavenly King is sitting in the front row with the National Guardians. Jiang Chen looked up puzzled. That makes sense for his status, but hasn't Ji Hongan already been titled? Why is he sitting in the National Guardian section? Suddenly Zhan Yue appeared, blushing furiously as she explained. Jiang Chen, that's because the Demon Capital War Zone doesn't have a guardian yet, so my father is filling in. Before Jiang Chen could react, Sandao and Han Qiu formed a human wall blocking her. Hey, you're the enemy captain. Stop looking at our leader with that tea-kettle red face. Just then the sky tore open. A colossal warship ripped through the clouds, its presence dominating the atmosphere. The crowd gasped in awe. The capital city sector has arrived. Look at that aura. That ship's firepower rivals an 8-turn guardian. Does the capital's guardian Fang Zhenghao have to flex his wealth this hard? A figure leaped from the shipblade in hand. Yingzhen. Jiang Chen recognized him instantly. Yingzhen, so he's here. His aura is extraordinary, but before the dust could settle, another massive presence descended. A voice boomed like thunder before the person was even visible. Damn, the capital really loves showing off. It was Zhan Tian riding a majestic 9-headed golden dragon. He smirked. But when it comes to being flashy, my Guanghai war zone refuses to lose. The crowd went wild. Did the Guanghai battle god lose his mind today? Why is he making such a grand spectacle? The 9 dragons' coffin formation dwarfed even the capital in grandeur. Zhan Tian reached out toward the casket. They called this formation Seeking Survival in the Jaws of Death. Suddenly the scene shifted, focusing on the arrogance of the Guanghai prodigies. The top spot on the prodigy leaderboard, my Guanghai war zone, has already claimed it. As the dramatic intro ended, the announcer laid down the law for this team battle. 8 great war zones would be whittled down to 4. Inside the secret realm, the safe zone would shrink every hour. Any team that refused to move, they would face the wrath of heavenly lightning. Immediately, the 10-man squad led by Captain Jiang Chen began their march. A system notification rang out from the heavens. The Jiangnan squad has entered the secret realm. Jiang Chen scanned the horizon, muttering to himself. Is this really the battlefield of the war zones? Someone pointed out the final circle in the distance. Jiang Chen, you are the captain. We follow your lead. He turned around, completely caught off guard. My lead, Beifeng answered coolly. Of course. Only the elite of the elite make it to this 8-zone war. If we want to crush the competition, we must strike first. Han Qiu snapped immediately. Watch your tone with the captain. Have some respect. But Jiang Chen pushed her head down to stop her, his voice awkward. Beifeng makes a solid point. The current situation definitely calls for some preparation. He reached into the void. Hold on a second. Let me dig through my spatial inventory. The team watched in awe. As expected, the captain came prepared for war. But in the blink of an eye, a sofa, a grill, raw meat, and vegetables materialized. Jiang Chen sat down comfortably. All set. The entire squad stood frozen in disbelief. Sandao stammered as he listed the items. Long grill skewers, meatballs, fries, chili powder, cumin oil, brushes, charcoal. Their jaws hit the floor. Is this a barbecue party? Han Qiu tried to reason with him. Master, your actions are always absolute. But isn't this a bit inappropriate for the occasion? Sandao nodded in agreement. Exactly, benefactor. We are staring death in the face here. Tang Ying covered her face, unable to watch. Jiang Chen was talented, sure, but he was absolutely unfit to be a captain. Beifeng stepped forward with a grim warning. Jiang Chen, have you forgotten the rules? If we stand still, the lightning will strike us down. Zizi chimed in. That is right, Taoist Jiang. But Jiang Chen calmly skewered a piece of meat. I know the rules, but grilling a little meat shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you cannot fight on an empty stomach. Suddenly, Wu Shuang's eyes lit up with interest. A barbecue, I see now. I understand everything. Let me help you with the skewers. And just like that, Zhang Wushuang and Jiang Chen were happily prepping meat together. The rest of the team looked on dumbfounded. Even Zhang Wushuang is joining in. They thought to themselves, do we have 2 unreliable idiots in this squad, or Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Sandow's eyes suddenly flashed with realization. Benefactor. It really is UZZ, and Lei Zi also gasped, pretending to see the profound wisdom. I get it now. Taoist Jiang is truly a genius. The group immediately split up to help. Lei Zi shouted, "Let's listen to the captain, get that grill fired up." Li Bing skewered with joy. "I love crispy fries, I need more skewers." Jiang Chen watched them utterly confused. "I am just grilling because I am actually starving." He sighed deeply. "Ever since those baby insects started breeding again, my appetite has skyrocketed. Besides, I'm not afraid of the lightning penalty. I actually want to use it to charge my energy." He glanced at his teammates. Judging by their intense expressions, they seemed to think something complicated is going on. Suddenly, Han Qiu appeared before him. "I understand now, Master." Jiang Chen blinked. "You understand what?" She bowed. "Master's layout is truly profound. I was too foolish to see it before." Jiang Chen was even more bewildered. "Then why did you say you understood?" Han Qiu put on a slightly airheaded expression. "Everyone else said they understood. If I said I didn't, wouldn't that make me the idiot?" Jiang Chen fought the urge to laugh. Does that logic even make sense? Nearby, Wu Shuang's hands were grilling, but his mind was racing. Jiang Chen. This strategy has only appeared once in history. If I hadn't studied the records of thousands of prodigies, I would never have grasped it. I never expected you to risk so much for this assessment. You truly deserve the title of captain. He glanced at Jiang Chen with pure admiration. Using leisure to defeat exhaustion, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. But the risk of this strategy is astronomically high. Aren't you afraid of being swarmed by enemies? Or do you simply not know the meaning of fear? Jiang Chen just stared blankly, clueless to the internal monologue. Wu Shuang's thoughts spiraled deeper. Is this the legendary heart of invincibility? No wonder grandfather told me to observe him closely. What I lack isn't raw power. It is the resolve to face anything. Jiang Chen frowned at the intense staring. Jiang Wu Shuang. Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Shuang admitted calmly. Jiang Chen. I am truly inferior to you. Jiang Chen was baffled. What the hell are you talking about? Wait. What is that smell? Suddenly Jiang Chen screamed. Your skewer is burning. Meanwhile, outside the Manhwa recap secret realm, everyone watched the screens in shock. Kadian muttered. Everyone else is fighting or exploring. But this brat is having a picnic. His face darkened as he cursed internally. He definitely learned this nonsense from Hong Jiao. As the eldest sister, she only teaches bad habits. Such a disgrace. How am I supposed to explain this to old Duan when I get back? The red-haired guardian general beside him burst into laughter. The Jiangnan team came fully prepared, didn't they? It reminds me of the human emperor in his youth. He also stopped to wait for the lightning penalty. This comment instantly grabbed the attention of Katian and Hong An. They recalled the ancient legends. He baited 4 entire teams to investigate. 1 battle, total annihilation. He acted alone. Ruthless. Valiant. Decisive. It was enough to make anyone bow in respect. The general scoffed with disdain. Centuries have passed since then, and the human emperor's descendants haven't seen a victory since. You think this trash can mimic a legend? Are they even worthy? Hong An exploded with rage. Worthy or not is not for a deserter like you to decide. She turned to comfort Kadian. Old Gu, don't let him provoke you. But the red-haired guardian kept pushing. Just look at the screen. Qinluo, Wu Shuang, Qinglan, and Tianfu are forming an alliance. The capital is about to face a catastrophe, Kaitian replied with absolute certainty. That is only because your prodigies are too weak. I'm afraid the capital is about to flip the table on you. The elder furrowed his brows in disgust. A bunch of trash dared to stroke the dragon's beard. Do they have a death wish against the capital? Suddenly, Hong An realized the terrifying truth. Wait a minute. The elites of the 4 districts aren't targeting the capital. Their killing intent is locked onto Jiangnan. On the screen, the encirclement tightened. Kadian cursed, furious. Damn it, instead of crushing the hard rocks, they're squeezing the soft persimmons. Do they really think they can swallow them whole? The red-haired Zhenguo chuckled with glee. At least these guys brought their brains. Now this is a Manhwa recap worth watching. Inside the secret realm, the hunters zeroed in on Jiang Chen's location. A shout echoed through the team. Target locked 10 kilometers northwest. But confusion followed. Are they throwing a barbecue party? There wasn't a single defensive formation in sight. Is this a trap in a leveling Manhwa anomaly usually means danger? Are they baiting us, or are they just genuinely starving? Someone immediately denied it. Impossible. What the hell kind of strategy is that? A burly warrior cut off the chatter. Shut up and focus. If they have no defenses, then they are lambs to the slaughter. Ignore their antics. We proceed exactly as planned. The speaker was none other than the top prodigy of the Tianfu Alliance, Luo Xun. His eyes were cold. Don't forget we have allies watching our backs. This must be a blitzkrieg strike, fast strike hard, 20 elites split into 3 squads. He pointed forward. My team will hold off the monster Jiang Wushuang. Wu Qingqing, your squad takes down Jiang Chen. Upon hearing her target, she scoffed. Jiang Chen might control natural disasters, but in this terrain he is powerless. This was the pride of Qin Luo, the assassin Wu Qingqing. Her killing intent sharpened. If we don't give him a chance to unsheath his weapon, this ends in seconds. Luo Xun turned to the final group. Dan Licheng, you have the dirty work. Wipe out the rest of the trash from the Jiangnan war zone. The top prodigy of Wuchang, Dan Licheng, narrowed her eyes. A cruel smile played on her lips. Consider them sent to the afterlife. Luo Xun glanced back. Liu Hang provides spatial support for everyone. The azure mist prodigy nodded. Move out, no delays. Space warped as a portal tore open. Outside, Keichin watched Jiang Chen leisurely eating meat and panicked. Are you kidding me? The enemy is 500 meters out. How have you not sensed their aura yet? This can't be real. Even if my disciple is clueless, surely Jiang Wushuang sensed them. Jiang Chen, you brat. Put down the food, one more bite and you're dead meat. Suddenly Wushuang leaped into the air, aura exploding. Jiang Chen, you sensed them ages ago, didn't you? You possess the patience of a saint. Jiang Chen sat calmly wiping his mouth. Ancient warriors smashed cups for signals. I simply tossed a bone. Same difference. Wushuang poked the shimmering barrier, trapping them. Triple void restriction mixed with an illusion cycle, impressive. Too bad you idiots walked right into Jiang Chen's trap. With a deafening rip, the illusion shattered. Reality crashed back in. Luo Xun raged, veins bulging. If you knew why wait, you dare humiliate us. Wushuang snorted. You talk too much. Luo Xun gritted his teeth. Retreat is death attack. Stick to the formation today. The legend of Jiangnan ends here. Jiang Chen's squad stepped into the light. Sandao roared. Captain is godlike. Another chimed in. Jiang, my brother, your foresight is terrifying. Even Bai Feng smirked. All right, I admit it. You're formidable. Hanqiu burst into laughter. So that was the play, I finally understand. Sandao puffed out his chest. I knew it all along. But his smile was stiff. Actually, I had no clue. He shook his head. Since the guests are here, let's start the party. He charged forward like a tank. Protect Li Bing and Wang Zi, don't let anyone touch our backline. Sandao's voice boomed. Understood. Jiang Chen cracked his neck. Guess it's time to stretch my muscles. At the eye of the storm, Wushuang was a force of nature. Jiang Chen watched. With that momentum, he doesn't even need help. Wushuang grabbed an enemy by the skull. Tyrant war body full release. Luo Xun's arrogance crumbled into dust. Jiang Wushuang is a monster. We can't hold him requesting immediate support. Liu Hang hesitated. He's that strong. But seeing the carnage, he opened a portal. Dan Licheng's squad, get over here now. This wasn't in the script. Before the words landed, a shadow loomed overhead. It was Jiang Chen, ghost-like and terrifying. Going somewhere, spatial user. Liu Hang's face went pale as death. Jiang Chen's sword descended like judgment. I don't think so. Liu Hang barely slipped into a spatial rift. Damn it, I have to hide in the void, he screamed into his comms. Wu Qingqing, why isn't your squad containing Jiang Chen? But the assassin was fighting for her life. Her voice crackled with strain. I can't, Tang Ying is blocking my path. Tang Ying grinned, daggers dancing. We're both assassins. They say you're number 1 and I'm number 2. Let's see if the rumors are true. Liu Hang panicked. Then where is Dan Licheng? A roar answered him. Bai Feng stood with his sword drawn. You want to touch my teammates? You have to get past the little Asura first. Dan Licheng weaved through the attack. Fine. I'll purify your wretched soul before hunting the others. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. A fist met a palm. Tai Chi Bagua formation. Flame Emperor sword art void splitting palm. In the distance, Sandao stood like a mountain. Eternal Earth Shield. A massive barrier rose up encompassing his team. He barked orders. Li Bing, stick to my shadow, use the shield and snipe their support. She knocked an arrow. Roger that. Frost arrow. Meanwhile, Hanqiu charged with dual blades. Wang Zi cursed them, cover my advance. On it, Wang Zi unleashed the lightning origin orb. The enemy froze, paralyzed by the spell. Before he could scream, Hanqiu carved him up. Mental defense, acti. Hidden in the void, Liu Hang watched the disaster unfold. Despair crept into his heart. This is bad. At this rate, our entire formation will collapse. Seizing the opening, Jiang Chen's blade danced through the air, carving a rift in the very fabric of space, forcing his cowardly opponent to retreat like a turtle hiding in its shell. You seem to enjoy this game of cosmic whack-a-mole, don't you? Fine, then I'll entertain you for a bit. Luo Xun dodged frantically, fear gripping his heart like a vice. The pressure was suffocating. Jiang Chen had him completely pinned down. He could barely save his own skin, let alone transport his teammates through the spatial rifts. Without even looking, he sensed the two rats trying to ambush him. With a casual wave of the sky-opening blade, two arcs of energy flashed, and the attackers were instantly cut down. Jiang Chen sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Trying to pick off the weaklings, not on my watch. I can crush you bugs and slaughter your friends at the same time without breaking a sweat. Captain Luo Shun was running on fumes, blood spraying from his wounds, while Wu Shuang stood before him like an immovable mountain. Even if you brought 8 more fighters, you still wouldn't be able to scratch me. I could take on 10 more of you trash. The question is, do you even have the manpower left? Looking at his decimated squad, alarm bells finally started ringing in Luo Shun's mind. This was a disaster. Their battle formation was in shambles, Jiang Wushuang was an absolute monster, and the terrifying Jiang Chen was still roaming the battlefield unchecked. Just as Luo Shun thought his life was over, the sky suddenly darkened. Gray clouds swirled and lightning crackled with insane intensity. His despair turned to manic joy. It's the tribulation cloud. The judgment has finally arrived. High above, Dan Lichang floated like a divine maiden, her eyes glowing with power as she buffed her own stats to the limit. Luo Shun screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. Thunder Sovereign Dan Lichang, it's your turn. Guide the lightning, bring down the heavens upon them. Wu Shuang turned, spotting Baifeng still locked in combat with the sorceress, and the realization hit him like a truck. Damn it. So this was their master plan all along. Everyone target Dan Lichang immediately, Wu Shuang roared. But the enemy was one step ahead. Luo Shun unleashed a mysterious ancient energy that began to distort the surrounding space. It's too late for that now. Chaotic illusions and domains of destruction crashed down. Even the mighty Wu Shuang was forced to his knees, suppressed by the chaotic aura. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. I got careless. Looking at his trapped foe, Luo Shun muttered, Jiang Wushuang, I know my illusions can't hold a monster like you forever. Clutching his wounded shoulder, he limped closer to Wu Shuang. But I don't need forever. 10 breaths is all I need to end this. By the time you break free, Jiang Chen will be nothing but ash. Seeing Dan Lichang still struggling against Baifeng, he bellowed his final order. Dan Lichang, do it now. We're out of time. Hearing the command, she unleashed a surging wave of azure energy. Water Dragon Dance. Baifeng instantly raised his sword, activating his divine demon body protection, but the impact was devastating. Crap, he thought as he was blasted backward. Her power level is insane. Seizing the moment, she thrust her palms forward, screaming, Blue Sky Autumn Dragon Ascension. A massive shockwave rippled out. Watching from a distance, Jiang Chen remained ice-cold. Forbidden spell. Activate. Somme Trey. It's over, everyone fall back. The team shouted, retreat. As Jiang Chen summoned a defensive pillar, he finally noticed something peculiar. Every member of his party had a strange mark hovering over their heads. Suddenly the dark heavens split open. A colossal dragon descended, its massive maw gaping wide as it let out a world-shaking roar, eyes burning with blinding light. Its horns were forged from pure lightning. Below, the crowd trembled. Look at that. Is that the physical manifestation of lightning? Sandao panicked. We're done for. The thunder penalty has locked onto us. The power of this thunder penalty rivals a 7th rotation Wind King. With this kind of range, there's absolutely no escape. Li Bing stood frozen in terror, but Tang Ying remained stone-faced, her focus entirely locked on her opponent. I've slashed you 3 times. The last one nearly took your life. You've lost. Wu Qingqing, clutching her severed arm, laughed bitterly. So what, you lot are just losers in this year's Heaven's Pride tournament, and history never remembers the failures. Lei Zhe looked up at the sky, frustrated. Damn it. We were so close to winning, Zixi whispered. Are we fighting against the will of the heavens themselves? Beifeng lost his temper. Dan Lichang, stop hiding in the void like a coward. He slashed wildly at the air, but she flickered around him like a ghost. Useless, she taunted. You are about to be purified. The prince waited helplessly. Mu Hanqiu, is this where our story ends? Hanqiu clutched her head, tears streaming down her face. Get away from me, who wants to die with you? I want my master. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was still struggling against his restraints, straining every muscle to break free. His voice dropped to a terrifying growl. You all deserve to die. If Jiang Chen falls here, your 49 great zones will never ascend. This lightning won't kill me. The moment I shatter this illusion, I will hunt you down until my last breath. Luo Shun smirked arrogantly. Save your threats for when or if you survive. No one noticed a lone figure launching himself into the sky. It was Jiang Chen. As he soared toward the massive dragon, someone below finally pointed up. Look, Jiang Chen is charging straight into the thunder penalty. Jiang Chen scoffed as he flew. It's just a little lightning. Is there really a need for such despair? Luo Shun burst into maniacal laughter. Has Jiang Chen lost his mind? He's actively seeking death. Does he think the lightning isn't falling fast enough? But Jiang Chen ignored the noise, his gaze locked on the thunder dragon. I've been waiting for you, he smirked. By the way, is this oversized lizard supposed to be your trump card? It's a bit weak. Suddenly the sky warped. The single dragon head split, multiplying into 9 terrifying thunder dragons. Yet Jiang Chen remained calm. The enemy paused. Wait. Something feels wrong. All 9 thunder dragons roared and charged, not at the group but straight toward Jiang Chen Luo. Shun screamed, Dan Lichang, what the hell are you doing? Drop the lightning on them now. But Dan Lichang was trembling, her eyes rolled back in her head, her face a mask of pure shock. I can't, it's impossible. How can my forbidden spell break free from my control? Jiang Chen didn't let her wonder for long. He descended like a god, raw lightning fusing in his palm. It's simple, he declared. Your elemental water was never pure enough to begin with. Jiang Chen's expression turned razor sharp, his eye glowing with blinding electricity. In this Manhwa recap, the tables were about to turn. I am the Lord of Thunder, obey me. He rocketed into the sky, absorbing the bolts. Tang Ying scoffed coldly. Looks like the only losers here are you people. Wu Qingqing and Han Qiu looked up in total awe. Master, he saved us. The survivors couldn't believe their eyes. Our benefactor, does he have a dual-class profession? This Jiang fellow still has so many cards left to play? After charging his arc to the limit, Jiang Chen unleashed a storm of raw voltage. Lightning crackled wildly around him like a living beast. He roared, declaring, from this moment on, the hunt begins. Heaven-Splitter blade of thunder. Hey, you spatial rat. Let's see which is faster, your dimension hopping or my lightning execution? Jiang Chen looked like a demon god. His eyes rolled back into pure white fury, crackling with voltage. He slashed a tearing arc through the air, aiming his thunderblade right at the cowards hiding in the void. Agonized screams echoed. Luo Shun frowned, stunned by the impossible reality. Jiang Chen's attack could actually sever the void itself. It was over, this battle was already lost. Suddenly he felt a terrifying shift in Jiang Wushuang's aura. Something monstrous was waking up. He screamed the command, break the formation, move, break out now. Jiang Chen had forged lightning into a weapon of mass destruction. Unstoppable strikes rained down from the void. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang was on the brink of losing all control. The enemy scrambled to escape, trying to save their core forces. Inside the spatial dimension, Liu Hang peeked out, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Was it really going to be this easy? Sandao channeled massive energy into her right arm. You think you can flee, you'll have to shatter my defense first, she roared. Eternal Earth Shield Reinforced Edition, Henkai Chos. A colossal barrier erupted from the ground. Not even an ant could slip past this blockade. On the other side, Luo Shun howled in despair. We're trapped. Seeing this, Qingqing cursed. Idiots focus fire on the shield. But before a second passed, Tang Ying intercepted her path. Wu Qingqing, with me here. Where exactly do you think you're going? She screamed in rage. Tang Ying, damn you! The chaotic melee resumed. Bai Feng slashed the air, declaring, Dan Li Chang, your opponent is me, the Heavenly Sword. Dan Li Chang sneered with contempt. I'll be blunt, you aren't worthy, he replied calmly. Worthy or not, my blade will decide. Nearby, Lazy shouted, Sister New, stop watching the show, get back in the fight. She instantly blasted a palm strike at a fleeing enemy. Turning your back on a predator, that is a fatal mistake. Hankyo waited, hand hovering over his flood dragon blade. Master, it's a massacre out here. I need to display my worth too. Wang Zhu waved her hand, eyes glowing with purple spiritual energy. You're right. Our teamwork is flawless. Let's make sure we take at least one of them to hell. Black arcs of mana swept across the dark, stormy sky. This was the terrifying might of Jiang Chen's lightning. In a blink, he tore open their spatial sanctuary again, plunging them into sheer terror. Screams echoed everywhere as 2 more enemies were obliterated. Luo Shun barked an order. Liu Hang, Void Iron Sand, use the Void Iron Sand. You must restrain Jiang Chen first. Liu Hang poked his head out, eyes rolled back white with strain. Understood. He reached out to pull a comrade into the spatial rift, but the moment his fingers brushed them, the man was decapitated. Jiang Chen laughed cruelly. Always a step behind. In this world, being slow means being dead. Liu Hang screamed, I can't. He's too fast. I can't track him at all. On the other side, Luo Shun pushed his power to the limit. Yuan can track his movements. I'm linking our consciousness now. Receive the coordinates. Receiving the data, he gritted his teeth. Got it. Burning origin essence dual processing mind. But Jiang Chen was already above them. He swung his blade back, voice icy cold. I was waiting for that. You sewer rat, you're far too slow. Inside the void, Liu Hang froze, his jaw dropping. It's over. I'm dead. Jiang Chen unleashed a double slash, Heaven Splitter Great Dao Thunder. A massive pillar of judgment, lightning crashed straight down on him. The impact was catastrophic. When the dust settled, only Jiang Chen stood amidst the ruin. The enemies shrieked, Liu Hang! Jiang Chen powered down his aura, glancing to the side. To be honest, that kill belonged to you. I didn't want to steal your fun. Luo Shun trembled with pure rage. Just then Wu Shuang slowly rose, breaking free from his restraints. Leave him. To me. A dangerous red aura engulfed his body, forcing him to stumble back as the power overflowed. Damn it, Zhang Wu Shuang can't be held back anymore. Suddenly the remaining members charged forward at light speed, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Brother Luo, we're here to assist. Luo Shun clutched his chest, gritting his teeth. Good. There's no escape now. We fight until our last breath. Everyone cover me. From Wu Shuang's position, a pillar of crimson spiritual energy pierced the heavens. The shockwave blasted dust and debris in every direction. The attackers met a grim fate. Some were swatted away like flies, others had their skulls crushed into the earth. They sought death and found it. The survivors faltered in fear. Ah, it's over. He's a monster. Jiang Chen flew over to Wu Shuang, laughing with wild delight. So you're finally out to play. These weaklings aren't nearly enough to satisfy us, are they? Eyes glowing blood red, he replied. Then we'll just have to rely on speed to exterminate them. Suddenly, Li Chang interrupted. You're celebrating a bit too early. She barked a command. Azure. Chart to falling orders and purify. Water tendrils tightened around Bai Feng, crushing him. No matter how he struggled, he was trapped. He screamed, Jiang Chen, save me. Wu Shuang and Jiang Chen shouted in unison, incoming, and launched themselves forward. But when Wu Shuang looked up, he saw only a fading trail of lightning. Jiang Chen had already vanished. Less than a second later, Jiang Chen's voice boomed, Heaven Splitter. By the time Wu Shuang looked, Jiang Chen was already holding Bai Feng, shattering Li Chang's water wave with his free hand. The sorceress stood there, completely stunned, unable to process what had just happened. The onlookers gasped in awe. How could Jiang Chen move that fast? Without pausing, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Nature's growth. A massive vine snatched Bai Feng and tossed him towards Sandao. Luo Sandao, catch Li Bing, heal him up. Both responded instantly. On it? Luo Shen narrowed his eyes, calculating rapidly. I see it now. It's an electric field of 50-meter radius. The outer ring is Lei Zi and Sister Niu, then Tang Ying and Wu Qingqing. Deep inside are me and Wu Shuang, followed by Mo Hangqiu and Wang Ziyu. Jiang Chen is the center, outsize. It clicked. This wasn't just physical speed, it was a mechanic worthy of a top-tier system Manhwa. Jiang Chen was riding the currents of his own electric field. It was equivalent to teleporting through a conductive medium. Luo Shun immediately barked orders. Dan Li Chang, insulate his electric field, cut off his conductivity, and break that speed now. She summoned a massive wave. Understood. Li Chang chanted, Crimson Gold Water, Absolute Isolation. The liquid prison surged toward Jiang Chen, attempting to seal him in a non-conductive cage. But Jiang Chen didn't even flinch. He scoffed. You think a wall of water can stop a god? Impossible. He spread his stance and swung his blade down with apocalyptic force. Heaven Splitter. Shatter. The force of his slash was heavy enough to split mountains, yet the barrier stitched itself back together in a heartbeat. Jiang Chen frowned, surprised by its resilience. Floating above her voice dripped with arrogant mockery. Jiang Chen, have you never heard the old saying, draw a blade to cut water, and the water only flows faster. It nurtures all things without conflict. But your blade. The harder and stronger it is, the easier it is to break against my defense. Hearing this, a faint smile played on his lips. He tossed his sword into the spatial void without a second thought. If that's the logic, then I have no need for a blade. He gave a gentle command. Xiao, just store Daddy's blade for now, and no eating it. The spirit beast chirped happily. Understood, Papa. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy exploded outward. He looked up at Dan Lixuang. You say hardness is a weakness, I don't buy it. She only sneered, her pride still blinding her to the danger. Suddenly his aura shifted into something predatory. His eyes flashed crimson, radiating pure killing intent. He wound up his arm. Is my mouth hard, or is your defense weak? Let's find out. Jiang Chen roared, hell-suppressing god fist. A punch capable of toppling heavens blasted upward. The sheer impact force tore her absolute water barrier to shreds. The surrounding earth shattered into dust. She thought the pressure would hold him. But in the blink of an eye, his fist was already inches from Lixuang's face. Frozen in terror, her mind raced. My red gold marrow is the ultimate defense in this awakening Manhwa world. How could he breach it so easily? There was no time for regrets. The fist connected with the force of a meteor. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, taking the full brunt of the death god's strike. She plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth with a boom that kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Jiang Chen looked down coldly. You brought this upon yourself. Lixuang lay in the crater, battered and humiliated. Yet he added salt to the wound. Don't die just yet. Mind summoning a little more water? I need to wash my hands. Seeing the disaster, Luo Shun screamed in panic. Dan Lixuang's red gold water defense. It's been shattered. The battle on the other side froze. Even Jiang Wushuang paused, his eyes wide with shock at the devastating display. 10 seconds. Jiang Chen ended it in 10 seconds, and I'm still playing around here. Frustrated, he launched himself into the air, aiming a heavy fist at Luo Shun. Not enough. This isn't satisfying at all. I'll wipe out your entire war zone personally. None of you leave here alive. Accept your fate. Luo Shun raised a hand, desperation fueling his aura. Giant black eyes manifested from the void behind him. Burning origin, double pupil, primordial destruction realm. But the moment those eyes approached Wushuang, they cracked like fragile glass. He threw his head back and laughed. Useless. Do you really think the same trick will bind me twice? Wushuang's crimson killing intent wrapped around the illusions, crushing them into nothingness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scanned the perimeter. With Old Man Tree guarding the mental plane, no illusion stood a chance. Luo Shun lost all reason, charging forward like a mad beast. Jiang Wushuang, Jiang Chen. Even if I die, I'm taking one of you to hell with me for the hope of the other 4 war zones. A noble sentiment, too bad. Before he could even strike, Wushuang grabbed his head and slammed him into the unforgiving earth. Silence reigned. I told you I'd exterminate all 4 war zones, and I always keep my word. Dusting off his hands, he turned to report. Jiang Chen, it's done. Your strategy was flawless. But Jiang Chen just smirked and pointed skyward. Don't celebrate just yet. Look up. The sky itself was warping. Wushuang gasped. What is that? The secret realm is collapsing, Jiang Chen realized. Everyone clean up the loot and retreat. Now, outside in the observation deck, Elder Xuanji couldn't hide his admiration. This Jiang Chen, he keeps exceeding expectations. With his potential and the Nine-Winged Manual, he might just carve his name onto the legendary 10,000 races gold ranking in the future. Elder Spirit Hill nodded. Aside from Jiang Chen, that Jiang Wushuang is a monster too. The others had decent showings. Suddenly he facepalmed. Unlike my Xuan Yue, she's still leading her team in circles. Why are so many geniuses directionally challenged? On the other side, Hong'an was practically screaming with excitement. Did you see that Jiang Chen? He actually has a hidden lightning class profession. Well played, Jade Blade King. Even I have to bow to your teaching skills. Outwardly, Kadian looked serene. Internally, he was shaking with rage. That brat, hiding things from his own master. Where is the filial piety? But I absolutely cannot let these old coots know I had no idea. He stayed silent, adopting an air of profound wisdom. The best way to look smart is to say nothing. The other elder continued to gush over the lightning class's destructive power green, with envy at Keichen's luck in finding such a disciple. Kaidian simply smiled mysteriously. Inside he grumbled, stinky brat making me look good by accident. Is this the surprise he promised before entering the secret realm? He sighed with feigned regret. Such a pity. If only old Duan, the commander of Jiangnan, were here to see this. Just then the survivor count flashed on the main screen. System announcement: Capital War Zone 10 survivors. Jiangnan War Zone 10 survivors. Magic City War Zone 10 survivors. Guanghai War Zone 10 survivors. Wuxiang War Zone 5 survivors. Tianfu War Zone 5 survivors. Qinglin War Zone 5 survivors. Qinluo War Zone 5 survivors. Kadian chuckled internally. If that old man were here, he'd be so happy he'd probably start performing military martial arts katas right on the table. The chatter in the observation deck intensified. A man in fur armor frowned deeply. Half the participants eliminated already, and these are the elites of the elites. The gray-haired elder sighed heavily. It comes down to skill difference. 2 hours remain. Let's hope the survivors know how to hide. The fur-armored man slammed his fist. This is all because of the Jiangnan War Zone. They're experts at playing the pig to eat the tiger. Xinghe cast a knowing glance at Kadian. Using dirty tactics, Jiangnan seems to have secured an absolute victory. Old Kai, your teaching methods are truly vicious. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh cut through. Those who kill are destined to be killed. You tried to ambush them like rats in a sewer, and now that you've been counterwiped, you can't accept the loss. It was the red-haired National Guardian, always looking for a fight. Another observer chimed in. It seems Jiangnan is seriously gunning for the #1 spot this year. At this rate, even the mighty Capital War Zone might capsize in the gutter. He laughed arrogantly. Watch your tongue. The capital is nothing like your trash war zones. But another voice interrupted, pointing sharply at the screen. Save your breath. Instead of arguing, look at the garbage geniuses you have left. My Guanghai war zone is catching up. The fur-armored man exploded in rage. Jixiu. Yun Jiantian, are you plotting against us too? Jiantian put on a fake smile, casually picking his nose. Only a fool ignores a golden opportunity when it's staring them in the face. Rage exploded from the beast man as he roared in frustration. Damn it, you absolute piece of trash! But the enemy just smirked, flicking a projectile at them with utter disdain. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the battlefield was a slaughterhouse. The Guanghai elites slashed through the chaos, screaming, "For Song Chang'e Dai!" Resistance was futile. It was a one-sided massacre, the air filled with nothing but agonizing screams as the weak were purged. From the shadows, a figure observed the carnage. Humph. Looks like the trash took itself out. No need for me to intervene. Chang'e smirked arrogantly. Even trash has its uses. This is the #1 prodigy of Guanghai Song Chang'e. His mind drifted to how he had dominated those beauties into total submission. The ancient god church really outdid themselves this time. This cover identity is absolute perfection. Sure, the other prodigies resisted when I first arrived in Guanghai. Song Chang'e admired his own reflection. But my devastating good looks won them over. Call it narcissism, but facts are facts. Unrivaled power wrapped in gentlemanly grace. Who could possibly resist a man who dominates the battlefield with such humility? Watching the girls fight for him below, a dark ambition took root. Once I claim the top spot on the prodigy ranking, those other high and mighty girls will be mine too. Their bloodlines and souls are trash, but they serve their purpose. And speaking of purpose, the beauties in the other war zones are looking ripe for the picking. A subordinate interrupted his thoughts. Lord Chang'e, the zone is shrinking. Where do we strike next? Chang'e's eyes narrowed. Let's hunt down the demon capital team. Safety first, after all. What do you think? The girl bowed instantly. As you command. The scene shifts to a massive iron bridge. This desolate city was the final circle of the system Manhwa world, a fortress surrounded by impassable mountains. A natural stronghold. The only way in is across this very bridge. And the white-haired commander stood firm. One man guarding this pass is enough to stop an army. This is the capital's #1 prodigy Yingjian. His voice boomed with authority. We hold this line, let the prey come to us. Yingjian declared war on the world. We will annihilate the other 7 teams. By the end, the entire top 10 of the Great Summer ranking will belong to the capital. His team roared in unison, their morale piercing the heavens. Glory to the capital. Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a chilling update. Capital Zone 10 survivors. Jiangnan Zone 10 survivors. Demon Capital 10 survivors. Guanghai Zone 10 survivors. Wuxiang Zone 0. Eliminated. The eliminations continued. Tianfu Zone, eliminated. Qinglan Zone, eliminated. Qinluo Zone, eliminated. Yingjian froze, his confidence shaken. 4 war zones wiped out in an instant, and the winners suffered 0 casualties. Who else has that kind of power, Jiangnan? Or maybe the demon capital, Ski? He swept his hand, summoning a crimson dragon with eyes full of bloodlust. Plans change. Sitting around waiting for victory is too boring. We attack now, follow me, we'll hunt them down ourselves. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the demon capital team was in chaos. The harsh reality of this Manhwa recap turned into a nightmare. They were completely lost. Damn it. What is happening? 4 zones destroyed in under an hour. We barely found the right path, and the circle is already closing. Shut your mouth, our goddess captain never gets lost. Xuan Yu snapped, her patience wearing thin. Enough, keep moving. But internally, she was worried. I wanted to prove myself to Jiang Chen. It seems the other 4 zones formed an alliance against the capital. They'll just get crushed by the capital anyway. Jiangnan is still at full strength. They must be like us, lucky enough to avoid battle. Suddenly a chill ran down her spine. She sensed it immediately. Halt, killing intent detected. Who's there? Show yourself. Space warped and Song Chang'e emerged with his harem. A god-class profession. The sun-destroying archer. Armed with the divine weapon Extreme Flame. Impressive senses, Chang'e sneered. Worthy of the #2 rank on the Great Summer list. Such a pity. Under different circumstances, I'd show mercy to such a beauty. But this is war. A demon capital member stepped forward. Get lost. Chang'e ignored the fodder, his eyes locking onto Xuan Yue with a predator's gaze. Tell me, beautiful, are you ready to die? She didn't hesitate. She drew her bow instantly. Oh, it's the Guanghai team, the eternal losers. Her team roared, destroy him, Captain. Cut the chatter, heavenly fire meteor. The arrow screamed through the air like a falling star. The heat was so intense the enemy girls had to shield their eyes. Is this the pressure of a god-class profession? It's terrifying. The redhead quickly stepped in to calm them. Stay calm, Lord Chang is with us. And indeed, Chang didn't flinch. Not bad, you actually have some skill. Lord Cheng, his team cried out in panic. But he just sighed. It really is a shame that your opponent is me. With a casual flick, a single string stopped the ultimate attack. Xuan Yue's eyes widened in horror. Impossible, my extreme flame arrow. Stopped by a mere string, he retracted the wire, smirking. Call it courtesy. I want you to understand exactly how you died. Yi Songchang possessed two god-class professions. The first, as you saw, is the Star Weaver. And the second, the Great Cycle Shadow God. He activated it instantly. A shadow split from his body. In seconds, dozens of clones surrounded the demon capital team. The ambush was complete. Individually, neither of these classes can match your Sun Destroyer firepower. Yes, Kei Captain Yuhortui. Her team screamed as the shadows closed in. Chang's voice echoed from everywhere. But combined, they are a nightmare. Xiaosong gasped. Dual god classes Guanghai hid their trump card deep. Xuan Yue grit her teeth, her gaze sharp. Xiaosong, you're the sensor, find the main body. He shook his head in despair. It's no use, Captain. The clones act as anchor points. He can swap places instantly. That means every single one of them is the main body. Rage boiled over as curses filled the air. Guanghai, that cunning old fox. Why pick on us instead of challenging the capital's elites? They scrambled into a defensive circle, backing each other up as she barked out orders. Stick to the plan. We fight if we can, break through if we can't. But above all, protect me at all costs. The Dongcheng squad acknowledged, forming a human wall around Xuan Yue, confusing the enemy with their desperate protection. Yuan drew her bow, unleashing the scorching sun technique with a roar of golden crow fire dance. She summoned a majestic phoenix composed of pure raging flames. Guanghai's group gasped. Is that a sun? The phoenix flapped its wings, releasing heat so intense it defied logic, incinerating Chang'e's clones instantly. Yet the main body stood unmoved. Flashy indeed, but completely useless against true power. Those clones, I can create thousands. Destroying them means nothing to me. With a sneer of absolute contempt, he waved his hand. Heavenly silk. As he invoked the heaven and earth dragnet, an invisible web ensnared the fire phoenix, rendering it helpless. Xuan Yu's eyes widened in horror. Her ultimate move controlled so easily, he scoffed at her despair. Controlled? Don't be absurd. This is absolute domination. Collapse. Chang'e whispered the command, retract. In a heartbeat, the net constricted, crushing the majestic fire phoenix into nothingness. Xuan Yue watched, paralyzed by the sight. It shattered. I spent years perfecting the golden crow, and he destroyed it like a toy. Panic erupted as the squad realized the truth. Captain, the net is shrinking. He intends to butcher us all. She forced down her fear to command the squad. Unleash everything you have. Block it. Xuan Yue raised her bow high. Extreme flame barrier. An arc of fire materialized, desperately pushing back against Chang'e's suffocating cage. Now find a weak point and break out. Meanwhile, miles away, Jiang Chen saw the distant explosion. That signature flame. Could it be Xuan Yue and her team? His companion noticed his shift in focus. Jiang Chen, what's wrong? But his mind was already racing. This energy signature? They've encountered a catastrophic threat. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Listen up. I'm diverting to save the Magic City team. You guys follow as fast as you can. His declaration left the team's stunned gasps echoing in the silence. The screens displayed Song Chang'e's dominance. The audience trembled in awe. Dual god class, a legend unseen in Great Xia's history. Even the human emperor didn't possess such terrifying talent at this age. Realization dawned on them. No wonder he was so arrogant during the alliance talks. He didn't just look down on us. He saw us as ants. Jian Tian laughed, soaking in the despair. Apologies. I don't just look down on you lot. I despise everyone here. Jiang Wu Shuang Jiang Chen Ying Jan, before Song Chang'e, you're all just trash. His laughter grated on everyone's ears. Meanwhile, Hong En watched with heavy anxiety etched on his face. It looks grim for our Magic City sector. Defeat is common in this awakening Manhwa world, but I fear for little Yue's life. Keitian roared in anger. Ignore Jiang Tian's bragging. Jiang Chen is en route. The game isn't over until the final move. Back inside the secret realm, the shield was on the verge of collapse. Captain, the flame barrier was dimming rapidly. A teammate, drenched in cold sweat, screamed, Captain, we can't hold this any longer. Xuan Yu, the anchor of their defense, felt her heart sink. Is this it? Is the Magic City sector going to be wiped out here? I prepared so hard for this. I wanted to prove my strength to Jiang Chen during this assessment, not die a helpless death. Suddenly, Yunfei roared, "Heroic spirit sacrifice." A massive metallic monolith materialized from the void. She gasped, "Yunfei." He grinned with wild pride. "We are not dying today. Guy, I Hua Yunfei swear to protect my goddess until my last breath." He hurled the metal colossus at the constricting silk, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. "Break for me," he screamed. Song Changge watched from above, floating like a deity, unimpressed. "You think a mere heroic spirit sacrifice can tear my heavenly silk? Your talent is decent, I'll admit, but sadly, you're still not worthy of my attention." Just as Changge prepared to look away, he frowned. Yunfei was burning his very life force. His body twisted, bones cracking audibly under the strained screams of agony tearing from his throat. Changge's eyes narrowed. The pressure is rising. He's incinerating his own soul to amplify the explosive power. Is this kid trying to commit suicide? Before he could finish, Yunfei bellowed, "Take my body blood sacrifice." A blinding green aura engulfed him. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Zhuanyue watched through blurred, tear-filled eyes. Hua Yunfei. His sacrifice bore fruit. The metal monolith slammed into the silk with renewed fury, tearing a hole. The team erupted in hope. "He did it, a breach. We can escape." But as the metal shrapnel cleared, Song Changge emerged from the dust. The team's hope turned to ash. "What, there's another net above us?" He manipulated the silk threads with lazy fingers, sneering. "You blew yourself up for that, foolish. Who told you my web only had one layer?" Seeing the Magic City team drained of all hope, Changge ground his teeth. "I'm bored of playing with insects. Die." His fingers twitched, and the silk wires contracted instantly. Screams of agony filled the air. Even Zhuanyue couldn't withstand the pressure, collapsing to her knees in defeat. The shield shattered. Her teammates cried out her name, but she had nothing left. Her final thought drifted to him. "I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. I failed you." In the distance, the enemy team's elite girls sighed in admiration. As expected of Lord Changge, he wiped out an entire squad in moments. Suddenly the sky darkened. Arcs of violent lightning crackled, confusing the spectators. "What is that thunder?" Before they could react, a bolt of judgment crashed down, paralyzing the group amidst ear-splitting screams. The commotion finally caught Changge's eye. He turned, annoyed. "My useless teammates got wiped out. Is it the system's lightning penalty impossible that only targets campers?" Rage flared in his eyes. "Who goes there?" Jiang Chen descended from the heavens atop a thunderbird, his voice booming like thunder. "Ji Xuanyue, hold on just a little longer." Hearing that familiar voice, Xuanyue looked up, hope reigniting in her eyes. "Jiang Chen, he rode the lightning itself to save me." Her voice cracked, burning her very life essence just to stay conscious against the overwhelming pressure. High above, the King of Lightning sat upon his thunderbird like a god of war. "Strike them down." Countless bolts of judgment rained from the heavens, obliterating the clones instantly. Jiang Chen watched the destruction, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. The purity of this lightning. It was the dawn of a legendary new era. "The heavenly Tao really favors you humans," the enemy scoffed. "You get a class change and free runes effortlessly. It's like the plot armor in a system Manhwa. Meanwhile, my race suffers for centuries. It's sickeningly unfair." With a casual flick of his wrist, a massive golden net entrapped the entire battlefield. But Jiang Chen touched down like a feather, completely unfazed. "Thunderbird scatter, I'll handle the net." Jiang Chen unleashed the idol-suppressing physique. Break. The impact was devastating, snapping the silk threads like twigs amidst a cloud of dust. But the threads wove themselves back together in mere seconds. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Regeneration. How annoying. His fists became a blur of violence. "Let's see who's faster, your weaving or my destruction." With a final thunderous crash, the net was torn asunder, its recovery shattered beyond repair. He smirked, wiping dust from his knuckles. Too slow. But nearby, Ji Xuanyue was trembling, her limits reached. "Jiang Chen, my strength. I can't hold on." "Hold on, I'm coming." Jiang Chen rushed to her. But in the sky, Song Changge looked down with disdain, twisting his hand to summon a catastrophic tornado. "I admit you have some skill," the villain sneered from his vantage point. "But ignoring me, that is a fatal error." The heaven's secret whirlwind roared toward him, tearing up the earth. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in irritation. "You clingy pest. Why are you so annoying? Jiang Xiaojia, devour that net, keep it low-key." "Yes, master." Jiang Chen delivered a sky-shattering kick, reversing the tornado's flow. But strange sparkling lights began to twinkle within the wind. "What are those lights?" "They're actually corroding his ultimate technique." Ignoring the confusion for a split second, he flashed to Xuanyu's side. Tears welled in her eyes. "Jiang Chen, move now," he commanded. Above, the Thunderbird continued its relentless assault on the clones. My summon is running on fumes. You need to leave. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended. Yingzhan arrived with his elite squad. Going somewhere, the party is just starting. Damn it! Jiang Chen raged internally. But then a voice of salvation rang out from behind. Jiang Chen, we've got your back. Jiang Wu, perfect timing, Jiang Chen shouted. You handle the clone master. Leave Yingzhan to me. Wu stepped forward, aura blazing. Yingzhan, your opponent is me, the arrogant noble scoffed. You don't make me laugh. He threw a punch filled with contempt. That war god physique is trash before me. But Wu didn't speak. He roared, shattering the 9 shackles of confinement within his soul. Chains snapped like glass. Wu transformed phantom arms emerging from his back as his power level exploded. Even Yingzhan gasped. The undefeated war god body. Recovering his composure, Yingzhan summoned a massive blood dragon. Finally, a worthy warm-up. Legend says your grandfather slaughtered the dragon race in the dungeons. Let's see if the grandson has the same spine blood dragon armor. The beast lunged, jaws wide open. Wu didn't flinch. His phantom arms caught the dragon's tail and shattered its jaw in a display of raw power. Meanwhile, the support team caught the collapsing Yuan Wu. Go help the others in the capital. Yuan Wu gasped, clutching her chest. Han Q nodded firmly. Understood. We won't be a burden to the master. While Song Chang'e watched the Titan battle, a cold voice cut through the air. Hey, Song Chang'e. Jiang Chen patted his Thunderbird. Enjoying the show because you're next on the chopping block. Chang'e didn't even flinch, waving his hand with regal arrogance. Jiang Chen Yingzhan Wu Xuan Yue. Great Xia's 4 god-tier geniuses all in one grave. I don't need to hide my power anymore. 3%. No, 30% of my strength should suffice. Jiang Chen froze, confusion washing over him. Hide your power. 30%. What are you talking about? White wings burst from Changa's back. The human disguise shattered, revealing the terrifying aura of the Azure God clan. Secret realm. Lockdown. Jiang Chen stared up at the angelic nightmare. The Azure God clan, one of the forbidden races from the 10,000 clans. Yingzhan's face went pale with terror. Everyone self-destruct your avatars and escape now. But Wu collapsed, paralyzed. It's no use, I can't move. Struggle all you want. Chang'e smiled, a look of pure evil. This realm belongs to me now. No one enters and certainly no one leaves. Your precious reinforcements, they are locked out. Usually dying here means waking up safely outside. But I'm going to refine your souls right here. Today, you die for real. He laughed maniacally, looking at the sky. Xuanji Jilingchu. You old bats are watching from outside, aren't you? How does it feel to see your hope die? Xuanji. When you slaughtered my sister on the northern battlefield, did you imagine this day would come? Today, I sever the roots of Great Xia forever. Outside the realm, the National Guardians watched in horror. Impossible. An Azure God infiltrated the exam. The sound is cut. Read his lips. The realm has been hijacked. It's a trap. He's not just killing them. He's executing our entire generation of geniuses while we watch helplessly. Hong En's face twisted in recognition. That technique. It's the Azure God clan's ultimate art. Heaven's secret soul weaving. It shreds the soul into nothingness. Cadian trembled, fear gripping his heart. Little Chen and the others are paralyzed. They can't even force a logout. If that technique hits them, their souls will be erased from existence. Boom! The red-haired guardian exploded with rage, shattering the observation deck. Debris flew everywhere. Yun Zhantian, you traitorous scum! Yun Zhantian shielded his face, screaming, I didn't know, I swear, take me to the heart-querying stone. Let me prove my innocence. But the elder was past reason. His eyes burned with bloodlust, his roar shaking the very heavens. I am the only son of the human emperor. The last hope of our people, I will erase you from existence. The enemy merely shook his head. I truly know nothing. Even if you kill me now, they cannot be saved. Just then, a pillar of golden light crashed down from the heavens. The pressure forced everyone to freeze. They realized instantly it was the sword god and the martial god. Ling Qiu frowned, his voice sharp with authority. Panic over such a small matter, you truly disappoint me. You have lived in peace for too long. If the dungeon entrance breaks one day, will you just kneel and surrender? Xuanji turned to Cadian. Heavenly Blade King regarding the 9-winged swarm on Jiang Chen. How many has he bred? Is there 100,000? If he detonates them, we might turn the tide in this awakening Manhwa scenario. Cadian shook his head solemnly. I do not know. I never pry into Jiang Chen's secrets. Hearing this, the martial god frowned, calculating rapidly. The last detonation of 1 million was only a week ago. Breeding another 100,000 so quickly. That is nearly impossible. Ling Qiu's expression darkened, his killing intent rising. Old Jiang, the loss of these prodigies is tragic, but I fear this is no coincidence. The Azure God clan is deep within the dungeons. Disguising themselves to infiltrate Great Xia is no simple feat. I sense a storm brewing elsewhere as well. Xuanji recalled the past before replying. You are right, but my true body suppresses the dungeon entrance. They should not pass easily. If this is truly a chain of events, then they are aiming for the very heart of Great Xia. Aside from the internal threat, there are the 9 great forbidden zones, like the White Bone Temple deep in the Qin Mountains. Suddenly the earth trembled violently. Ling Qiu jolted. The chain reaction has begun. On the screen, a blood-red ancient temple materialized. A figure sat in meditation, radiating overwhelming murderous intent. Everyone gasped. What is that? A projection of the White Bone Temple. The figure beneath the temple began to speak. Why cling to the self, to the living, to lifespan? To let go of all forms is to become Buddha. Yes. Yes. A moment later, the evil monk turned a skeleton wrapped in skin-eyes empty voids. His voice was ghastly. Old friends, how is my Diamond Sutra? Ling Qiu drew his blade, his aura exploding. Old monk of the White Bone Temple, what is the meaning of this intrusion? Even Xuanji watched intensely, his power gathering as he waited for the answer. The skeletal monk cackled with twisted delight. Just as I thought. These little ones achieved enlightenment immediately upon hearing my words. Ling Qiu spun around in horror. The defeated prodigies. Their eyes had gone soulless. He understood instantly. His target is the failed contestants. Xuanji reacted instantly, unleashing his divine power. Wake up, do not listen to the scriptures. The prodigies snapped awake, gasping and clutching their chests in terror. What happened? The evil monk clicked his tongue in regret. Donor Jiang, interrupting enlightenment is forbidden by the heavens. Careful of divine punishment. He looked at the crowd with twisted satisfaction. Fortunate ones have already ascended. If only I had 2 more seconds, more would have reached paradise. Suddenly the number of survivors dropped drastically. Bodies fell, blood spraying across the ground. Ling Qiu soared into the air, eyes blazing with fury. Damn evil monk, I will handle him. Let us see if he can still dance after I shatter his bones. Old Jiang, the secret realm has shifted. It is a trap linked together. Guard the dungeon entrance. Do not turn back. Hearing this, Xuanji looked into the distance, helpless. Warning beacons smoke rose from every corner of the land. This is the great calamity of Great Xia. All kingdom-guarding kings return to your posts immediately. No mistakes allowed. The guardians responded in unison. Yes, for the greater good, martial god, I swear to protect Great Xia to the death. Leave the East Sea clan to me. They departed without hesitation. Kadian turned back to Xuanji. Martial god Jiang, if my disciple dies in there once this ends, I will follow you into the dungeon. I will slaughter the entire Azure God clan. Seeing Xuanji remain silent, staring at the screen, he called out again. Martial god Jiang. Kaidian followed his gaze and gasped. Wait, look at Song Changge and Jiang Chen. What is happening? Inside the secret realm. Jiang Chen stood tall. Song Changge was kneeling on the ground, drained of strength. Kadian burst into laughter. I do not know how, but a miracle has occurred. There is a massive twist in this leveling manhwa. That mongrel is kneeling before Jiang Chen. Xuanji smirked with satisfaction. Old Gu, we can rest easy. Back at the battle scene, Yingzhan shouted an order. Blood Dragon armor charge. Wait, let us rewind 5 minutes. Wu Shuang also commanded, War God body breakthrough. Changge floated above, sneering. Why waste energy? The harder you fight, the more the backlash will destroy you. Be patient. After I refine these beauties, it will be your turn. Everyone glared at him with hatred. He whispered a command. Heavenly Soul Guide, shatter their mental defenses. The bound women screamed in agony. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth watching. Xiaozhou roared in his mind. Master high-grade meat I want to eat. Jiang Chen stopped him. Xiaozhou, wait. We cannot reveal our trump card until the desperate end. Xiaozhou could easily counter the enemy, but Jiang Chen had promised not to use the 9-winged swarm in this match. He frowned, his mind racing for a solution. We have other cards, but without knowing the enemy's true nature, we cannot be reckless. One wrong move, and my teammates die. Then Jiang Chen opened his eyes of nothingness. The truth was laid bare before him. Name Mulan Feng. Identity Azure God Clan. Successor number 019. Rank 6 Strength. Detailed info, guided by the ancient god church from the dungeon, cracks to Great Xia. A spy disguised as a dual-class prodigy, a spy emissary. Jiang Chen analyzed quickly. A branch of the primordial god clan. I have it. He sent a mental message. Zhang Xiaojia. Do we still have the god demon blood essence from the 9th layer of Zhu Li? Give me a drop. Zhang Xiaojia responded instantly. It is all gone. Devoured completely. My head is pounding from the effort, but if Father desires it, I can refine the essence for you myself. The potency of this refined blood essence matches the original, yet the side effects are significantly suppressed. There is no risk of the body detonating this time. Jiang Chen smirked, his eyes gleaming with approval. Excellent work, kid. We will burn a portion to shatter this restriction. The rest is for our coordination. Suddenly energy surged into his veins like a breaking dam. A crimson aura erupted, engulfing his entire form in blinding light. Song Chang's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Chen, he can move. How did a rat like him slip through the net? Jiang Chen instantly erected a barrier, trapping them both inside. Yet the arrogance didn't fade from Chang's face. A soundproof barrier. Are you afraid your screams of agony will embarrass you when I destroy you? Suddenly Jiang Chen's voice thundered like a deity. Mulan Feng, you dared to sabotage this seat's grand plan. Do you confess your sin? Terrified by the voice, Chang'e descended and bowed, his mind reeling. Who are you? How do you know my true name? My identity in the myriad races is a top secret. How could he know? Jiang Chen unleashed his full pressure. Who am I? You lack the qualifications to ask. Chang'e shielded his ears, trembling violently. This terrifying aura. Is your excellency a senior from the Nether clan? In a flash, Jiang Chen materialized right before him, his eyes cold and judging. The Nether clan. The Celestial Azure God clan. Have you all become this incompetent? For the first successor of the Celestial Azure God clan, your perception is pathetically blind. Chang'e's mind shattered. The Nether clan was purged eons ago. He gritted his teeth in panic. I wanted to intimidate him, but he knows my supreme succession secret. Cold sweat drenched him. To know this much, his status must dwarf even the clan leader. He asked tremulously, Could your excellency be from the primordial god clan? Internally, Jiang Chen commanded the god-demon blood essence to evolve. Outwardly, he roared, Do you even need to ask? Can you not sense the ancient god aura radiating from me? The pressure was crushing Chang'e's bones. Jiang Chen continued his act. The ancient god sect is too rash, sending a fool like you to ruin my plans without investigation. You deserve death. They all deserve death. Crushed by the overwhelming bloodlust, Chang'e collapsed, kneeling in submission. Senior ancient god, spare my life. I know my wrong. I didn't know Senior was here. It is a grave misunderstanding. My Celestial Azure clan shares roots with the Primordial God clan. We are of the same origin. I beg you, please spare this worthless life. Jiang Chen calculated. Fighting him head-on might force a desperate counterattack and reveal my weakness. Better to entrap him now. As long as the nine-winged cicada didn't appear, the rules of this system, Manhwa world, were safe. Inside the void, Xiaozhou stared at Song Chang'e like a delicious snack. Jiang Chen sighed, feigning mercy. Fine. You have a point. We do share a common ancestry. Since my plan is mostly complete, I will spare your life today. Chang'e slammed his head on the ground. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Seeing him grovel, Jiang Chen reached out to help. It seems returning to the underground from Great Xia with your identity exposed will damage your cultivation foundation, won't it? Why not enter this seat's inner world? Once I deal with these so-called prodigies, I will personally escort you back to the underground. Tears of gratitude filled Chang'e's eyes, his voice shaking. Truly, thank you, Senior. Once I return, I swear I will never forget your great kindness. He transformed into a beam of light, flying into Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen's fingers curled shut, a sinister smirk forming. You thanked me a bit too early. He whispered, Xiaojio. Chang'e expected sanctuary, but opened his eyes to a void of infinite darkness surrounded by colossal, terrifying beasts, and a little girl. Seeing the fresh meat, Xiaozhou couldn't control herself. Her face flushed red with voracious hunger. Chateau dinner time. Without hesitation, she morphed into the mother brood and lunged, Master is the best nom-nom. Song Chang'e's scream echoed, Don't! Jiang Chen dusted off his hands and dissolved the barrier. All done. Why are you two still kneeling? Yingjian looked utterly bewildered. What just happened? Yingjian's eyes narrowed, trying to process the scene. Song Chang'e knelt, and then Jiang Chen absorbed him. What kind of ability is that? The battle didn't even start properly. Wu Shuang frowned deeply. What on earth did he whisper to Song Chang'e to make him submit? Xuanyu approached, her cheeks flushed pink. Jiang Chen, you saved my life again. Before she could finish, Sandao launched himself, hugging Jiang Chen's neck tight. Truly, my benefactor. Nearby Han Q blushed crimson. Master, you are my one and only god. Meanwhile, Yingjian's teammate whispered nervously. Captain, that Jiang Chen is terrifyingly cunning. Do we still fight him? Yingjian's face turned red with rage. Fight. Fight what exactly? He just saved all our lives. Do you have no shame? If we want to settle this, we wait for the ranking tournament outside. Jiang Chen patted Sandao's head. We still have an hour. Since no one wants to fight, let's head to the center of the ruins. I am thinking, barbecue while we wait. Moments later, a barbecue party was in full swing amidst the rubble. Yingzhan chewed a skewer loudly. Sandao stared at Jiang Chen. Benefactor, you really know how to enjoy a meal. Jiang Chen shrugged, taking a bite. I used up a lot of stamina. Suddenly, the interface chimed. Level 39 increased to level 48. Jiang Chen gasped internally. 9 levels in one go. Did that glutton eat the whole thing? Xiaozhou replied shyly. Yes, high-quality food. Xiaozhou ate it all. Wait, master. Stuck in throat. She pulled out a long, glowing thread. Jiang Chen inspected it, and his eyes lit up with delight. Shu Landuo's Heavenly Soul Guide. It survived digestion. The system window popped up with a description. Heavenly Soul Guide. Quality Tier 1. Divine Weapon damaged. Rank unlimited. Skills. Void Soul Shatter. Soul Chain. Combo Soul Descent. Active effect infiltrates enemy consciousness. C to destroy their origin. Reading the stats, Jiang Chen weighed the artifact in his hand. No wonder refining everyone took Shu Landuo so long it was incomplete. Still, this is a hidden trump card. I will nurture it in my consciousness C and bind it later. Though raising gear isn't as profitable as raising bugs. But suddenly the notification rang out. Heavenly Soul Guide, nurturing complete. Binding available. It made him jump. Already I just mentioned feeding it a soul as a joke. Both of them looked up as a branch gently lowered a glowing thread. Jiang Chen couldn't hide his admiration. Impressive. I didn't know you had hidden features like this old tree. It doesn't just protect my consciousness. It can block the Huan Yue's illusions, and even stop an ancient god from snatching a body. It's the ultimate defense. Then the familiar blue system screen appeared. Heavenly Soul Guide successfully bound. Owner Jiang Chen. He grinned, imagining the upgrades he could do later to the amber blade. Xiaozhou peeked out from behind, curious about the commotion. Suddenly the tree shimmered, bearing 3 new mystical fruits, 1 green, 2 blue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Quantity over quality this time, huh? He checked the stats like a pro in a leveling manhwa. Green fruit activated 3 times, experience card obtained. Duration 3 hours. Next he tapped the blue fruits to see what power-ups awaited. Blue fruit activated, class advancement, skip card obtained. This item allows you to bypass the quest for a single job class advancement. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, smirking. Skip card's perfect. Since I have dual classes, the system gave me 2. How generous. I'm already level 48. The third awakening is right around the corner. Skipping the tedious quests will save me so much trouble. The system refreshed his status window. Name Jiang Chen, level 48, second advancement. Identity Zerg Ruler. Class God Tier Spirit Nurturer, Hidden Lightning Lord. Offspring 12 million. He snapped his fingers. Time to grind. Once I get out of here, I need to find a grinding spot immediately. I might be able to complete the third awakening sooner than I thought. 3x experience card stored. Meanwhile, at the ancient god cult's headquarters, the 7th seat, codenamed The Lover, watched a projection of Song Chang'e. She threw her head back in manic laughter. I never expected the Divine Sun to wipe out Great Shia's geniuses before the ranking tournament even began, she sneered, dismissing the rest of the footage. No need to watch the rest. It is time for us to make our move. She swiped the screen away and barked orders. Notify all allies. The dungeons, the sea race, the forbidden zones. Unleash chaos across Great Xia. Xuanji will be tied down by the dungeons. The Huan Yue won't wake up anytime soon. When the war begins, every king-tier guardian will be stuck in the mud, unable to help. She lowered her hood, revealing glowing red eyes. Sujiang City will be isolated, abandoned. Once we sacrifice that city, the rift will be wide enough for the ancient god to descend. Her voice boomed with fanaticism. Our filthy human blood will be purified. The cultists below chanted in a frenzy. Purify the blood, return the ancient god. Purify the blood, return the ancient god. Meanwhile, back in the real world, on the walls of Sujiang City, Night Watchman Chigang looked down at the reports with a grim expression. 9 great forbidden zones are rioting, except for the Cloud Dream Swamp. He frowned deeply. The sea race, the dungeons. All 8 war zones are on level 1 combat alert. Sujiang might be small, but we must stay sharp. Tangjin smiled, trying to calm the tension. Don't worry. The city's defense array is active, full power in 30 minutes, but Qi Gong couldn't shake the dread. I wonder how little Chen is doing. Didn't the report say the Jiangnan squad made the top 3? She nodded happily. That's right. With little Chen and Zhang Wushuang taking first place shouldn't be an issue. We just have to wait for the individual ranking tournament results. Suddenly a deafening explosion shook the ground. Qi Gang shouted, "What the hell was that?" Duanfeng rushed in panic on his face. Boss, the teleportation gate is destroyed. Comms are down. A massive beast tide is surrounding Sujiang from all sides. Qigong looked over the wall. The horizon was black with monsters. Damn it. No teleportation, no communication. Sujiang has become an isolated island. The global riots were just a distraction to pull away the heavy hitters. Their real target is us. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Panic means death. Duanfeng, hold the wall. Speed up the defense array activation. Prep the nukes. Xiaoke, initiate the emergency plan. Find any awakener with telepathy skills? If they can't use telepathy, use loudspeakers. Bulan, gather every awakener in the city. Build a human wall at the front lines. Qigong leaped off the wall, energy flaring around him. I'll hold the front. I'm leaving the rear to you guys. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. Jiang Chen stepped out, looking around confusedly. Finally out. Wait. Where is everyone? Wu Shuang frowned. I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly a hologram of Xuanji flickered into existence. Two things. Jiang Chen jumped. Geez, you scared me. But the voice on the other end was grave. First, Great Xia is under total siege. All high-level commanders have been deployed. Second, 30 minutes ago we received a distress signal. The defense wards of Sujiang City nearby have been shattered by a beast tide. Jiang Chen's face went pale. What? What about my master, my senior sister? Are they helping? Zhuangji's expression darkened. The southeast coast is overrun. They are holding the line there. If that line breaks, all of Great Xia falls, Jiang Chen roared. Then who is going to Sujiang? Silence hung heavy in the air. No one can be spared. Sujiang is just one of many cities on the fringe. It is cruel. But the High Command has decided. To save the bigger picture, Sujiang City must be abandoned. Jiang Chen's fist clenched until his knuckles cracked. Abandoned. Did none of you idiots realize this was a lure the tiger away from the mountain trap? Yingjin turned to look at him, shock written all over his face. Master Xuanji remained silent for a heartbeat before dropping the heavy truth he had considered every angle, but compared to Sujiang City, a loss anywhere else would be bearable. No one could guarantee if Sujiang was the bait in this deadly game of lure the tiger from the mountain. Originally, your master forbade me from revealing this. But I left a spiritual projection here specifically to warn you. The old master fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen and asked, I ask you now, faced with this reality, what is your choice? Jiang Chen lowered his head, his voice steady. To you, the Great Xia is the home that must be protected. That is the greater good, and I understand. But to me... He looked up, his eyes sharp as daggers, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Sujiang City is my home. No matter how small or insignificant it may seem, I will never abandon it. I am going back. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the crowd behind him erupted in uproar. We are going too. When Sujiang is in trouble, the Jiangnan squad cannot stand idly by. Through mountains of blades or seas of fire, where the captain goes, we follow. We're following as well. When one side is in trouble, all sides support. Count me in. Me too. Their loyalty moved Jiang Chen, causing him to turn back and look at everyone with a touched expression. But Xuanji interrupted the moment, manifesting a terrifying beast in the palm of his hand. Let me remind everyone, this is a beast tide, where even those at the king rank face 9 deaths and only a slim chance of survival. You have all just ascended to the sun rank. Your path to immortality is boundless. Do you really want to throw your lives away when you know death is waiting? At this, Li Bing hesitated, trembling. This kind of battle might not be suitable for us. Prince Wang stammered, I'm scared. Another chimed in, I'm afraid I'm too weak. I'll just be a burden. Immediately, the others turned on them with blazing fury. Having teammates like you is a disgrace to our capital. You bring shame to us all. Cowards and weaklings shouldn't go anyway. You really would just drag us down. Look at them, only knowing how to cover their heads and hide. Ignoring the commotion, Xuanji asked solemnly, Jiang Chen, is this your final answer? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and replied, Even if 10 million stand against me, I will still go. Yingjian stepped forward, stretching his limbs. I am the descendant of the human emperor ancestor. This battle requires my presence. Wu Shuang clasped his hands and shouted, Grandpa, I swear on my heart, starting from now, Yuan Wu burned with fighting spirit. How could my great demon capital not have anyone step up? They all shouted in unison, How could we abandon our compatriots? Seeing this, Xuanji laughed heartily. Such spirit, no wonder you are the 10 geniuses of the Great Xia's new era. Exactly 10 of you remained. I hereby declare that the top 10 on the Heavenly Pride Board are the 10 of you. He didn't forget to announce the brutal reality for the rest. As for everyone else, you are eliminated. The dropouts gasped in shock. What? Xuanji's voice echoed with authority. The subsequent arena matches are cancelled and replaced by actual combat. A red bracelet materialized on the wrists of the chosen ones. Jiang Chen asked, "What is this?" The master explained, "Everyone keep this recording bracelet safe. Your final ranking will be determined by your battle achievements, a classic trope in any awakening manhwa scenario." He looked at them with deep concern and warned, "I will warn you one last time. Even if you die, Great Xia can still lose and it can still rise again. But if you truly die, it only proves you weren't qualified enough. So do not sacrifice yourselves needlessly. You must rely on your own strength to survive." But when Xuanji calmed down and looked up, he was dumbfounded. "Hey, where did they go?" Seeing this, Wushuang kindly turned back and called out, "Grandpa, you're getting old. Why are you so slow?" Yingzhen replied as he walked away. "We've grasped the martial god's good intentions perfectly. Stop using these outdated methods to provoke us. Rest assured, sir, we won't die that easily." Their cheeky words made the old master grit his teeth in a grudge. "These stinking brats dare to say I'm faking it. Wait until I return. I'll take you to the demon cave to witness my heroic and decisive destruction of the enemy. Will you dare talk nonsense then? However, these little rascals are truly rare superhumans. If they actually survive, it would be absolutely magnificent." Meanwhile, the cowards who quit were left holding their faces, crying ceaselessly. Li Bing asked in confusion, Did we do something wrong? We sincerely apologize to everyone." Prince Wang buried his face and wailed, "I don't know anymore, I'm just a coward, I didn't dare." Others tried to comfort them. "What is there to cry about as long as the green hills remain? There's no fear of running out of firewood." "That's right. If they all die in there, we'll have a chance to get our names on the leaderboard." A moment later, at the Jiangnan War Zone's East Sea defense line, everyone was engaged in a desperate battle. Someone lamented, "This beast tide seems endless." Looking at the situation, Kaitian realized something was wrong. No. This sea beast tide isn't right at all. In terms of scale, this is historically unprecedented, but the intensity of the battle is completely unbalanced. Shanghai observed with crossed arms. "Are you saying the other side is making a move?" Kaitian nodded grimly. "I suspect the sea race's outbreak this time is solely to draw the strongest combat forces into this specific location." Shanghai finished the thought. "And they are covering up something else." Kaitian instantly realized the truth, Chujiang City. But Shanghai still had doubts. It's hard to say. Aside from the sea race's forbidden zone and the riot in the catacombs, 5 other cities in Great Xia are under attack by beast tides. Moreover, they are all remote small towns, far from the main base. Chujiang is just one of them. No one can know what their true target is, or if there even is one. Suddenly, he touched his earpiece and shouted specifically. Jiang Wuchen sent a message. Jiang Chen and his group teleported directly from the Qinluo War Zone main base to Echeng in the Jiangnan War Zone. Hearing Echeng, Kaitian flinched visibly. Kaitian was already sprinting away and Shanghai rushed to follow. Kaitian screamed in frustration. "They are traveling from Echeng to Chujiang." Actually, I explicitly warned that the Chujiang beast tide matter was not to be reported to him. Zhang Xuanji, that bastard, is completely unreliable. "No, I have to go back. Sacrificing one disciple for the greater good is one thing, but now you want to sacrifice 2. To hell with the greater good." Shanghai shouted loudly to calm him down. "Old Gu, calm down. It's not just Jiang Chen, Ying Chanji, Xuan Yue, Jiang Wushuang, and the entire Jiangnan squad went with him." Old Gu looked quickly. "The rank 8 Sea Emperor has appeared. You cannot leave. If you do, they will break through. Once the defense line collapses, Jiangnan will face a catastrophe." In the distance, a colossal demon beast erupted from the water, opening a maw so large it seemed ready to swallow the sky. Kaitian lost control and launched himself into the air. "Bothaskin, you filthy beast, dare to show your face, eat my opening heaven blade today. I will personally send you to hell." At the same time, in Chujiang City, a desperate shout rang out. "Hurry! The southeast corner has been breached. Repair and reinforce it immediately. A crack has appeared in the northwest corner. Hold the line." A high-ranking officer in full battle gear roared with authority, identifying himself as Hang An, Grand Commander of the Sojiang City Defense Corps, overseeing the 4th, 2nd, 9th, and 11th Battalions. He commanded them to plug the breach and buy time for repairs, declaring that from this moment on, the chain of command was absolute. If a regiment leader falls, the battalion commander takes charge. If the battalion commander falls, the company captain takes the lead, and if the captain falls, the platoon leader must step up without hesitation. And if the platoon leader dies, the squad leader takes command. At all costs, they had to buy time for the brothers behind them. Kai Kuang swung his blade, decapitating a demon beast with the heaven-splitting saber technique. Duong Kan unleashed a devastating kick with the Red Lotus technique, while Batlang used his reinforced body to snap a beast's spine in half. The soul armor went into a frenzy as Tuka waved her hand, bathing the area in green light with her holy light healing spell. But suddenly someone screamed for Batlang to watch his back against a sky-devouring crow. Batlang was already pinned down by a swarm of beasts, and from above, the predator seized the opportunity to dive bomb him. He cursed, realizing he was completely immobilized and couldn't dodge the fatal strike. Just then, an arrow pierced the air and slammed into the beast, freezing it in its tracks. He looked up to see Dongfeng, who smirked and asked if he had arrived too late for the party. Batlang exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding, praising Dongfeng's timing, while Kai Kuang furrowed his brows, declaring that if they were to die, this was the place to make their last stand. He feared the night watchmen of Sojiang were facing extinction, but Dongfeng reminded him that the boss had worked too hard to restore their former glory to give up now. He told him to stop spouting such ominous words, reminding everyone that as long as little Chen was alive, the legacy of the Sojiang Night Watchman would exist for eternity. Yet, he still found the nerve to laugh amidst the chaos, noting that the rank 5 skeleton beasts and 2 rank 6 demon apes had shifted their focus from the barrier to them, signaling an imminent catastrophic clash. But it didn't matter. He was ready to fight a battle so thrilling it would shake the earth no matter the outcome. He revealed that if the defensive barrier shattered, 8 tactical nukes would launch, ensuring they would all perish together in a blaze of glory. Kai Kuang, surrounded by a red aura, raised his sword and asked who remembered their oath. He recited the creed, "The long night approaches, and I shall be the dawn." Duongkan and Batlang instantly joined in. Dongfeng and Tuka continued the chant in unison. "The long night approaches, and I shall be the dawn. The eternal flame burns for me, seeking no glory, looking only to the stars. Our duty stands tall like a mountain, and in death we shall have no regrets." As one, they swung their weapons, unleashing their ultimate moves. Heaven-splitting, saber, earth, severing, blade, heavenly fire, kick, and rapid wind shot, combined with Tuka's buffs in a symphony of destruction. The beast that survived the onslaught roared back, and Tuka's face went pale as she warned them of the rank 6 giant ape, its pressure so immense that escape was impossible. They had to pin it down now. The team struggled under the colossal weight of the beast's arm. Kai Kuang was nearing his limit, gritting his teeth as he urged them to push back with brute force. He screamed for them to hold, but Duongkan shook his head in despair. After fighting for so long, their stamina was completely depleted. With a violent swing, the beast sent them flying. Rocks shattered and dust billowed into the air as the monster, eyes glowing crimson with rage, raised its massive foot to crush them into oblivion. Kai Kuang looked up at the descending shadow, feeling helpless, wondering if this was how it ended, dying before he could see little Chen take the #1 spot on the Heaven's Pride leaderboard in this Manhwa recap. He regretted never showing his master that he had finally achieved the 4th job advancement for his heaven-splitting saber. But suddenly the demon beast's head was severed clean off, leaving everyone gasping in shock. As the dust settled, a figure landed atop the fallen corpse, and the squad instantly recognized the uniform of the Sojiang Night Watchman. Jiang Chen had returned. He waved his hand, casting "All Things Grow," and ordered Uncle Kai and the others to retreat inside the barrier to heal, taking full responsibility for the battlefield. A protective circle enveloped the exhausted team, and Kai Kuang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that little Chen was actually standing there. Duongchan cheered that it was no hallucination, but then realized the danger. This was a beast tide, and coming back now was practically a suicide mission. He called Jiang Chen a fool, fearing the Night Watchman would truly be wiped out. But Jiang Chen calmly brought up the past, showing how much he had grown in this leveling Manhwa. He told Uncle Kai he didn't blame them for erasing the memory of him using the 9 Wings formation against Xiao Zhenguo, but warned him not to underestimate the current situation outside. Kai Kuang stared in awe, realizing the entity before them was Jiang Chen's former 9-Wing summons, asking if this power had reached the level of a natural disaster. Jiang Chen scoffed, annoyed that the memory loss was inconvenient, and told him to just accept it. Looking at the battlefield, Kai Kuang broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered that these were rank 6 beasts comparable to a rank 6 spirit class awakened one, and Duongchan stood frozen, realizing the sheer number and power meant little Chen was on a completely different level. He declared that Sojiang was saved, and Jiang Chen confidently announced that he wasn't alone. His entire team had arrived to turn the tide. This wasn't just a rescue mission. It was the final stage of the Heaven's Pride competition, a war for merit points in this awakening Manhwa system. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Bak Fong swung his sword relentlessly, complaining that while it took them minutes to kill a single rank 4 or 5 beast with full power, Jiang Chen's 9-Wing summon was wiping out rank 6 beasts in seconds, making the grind for the merit leaderboard feel utterly pointless. Duong An countered that it was fair since kills by the summon only counted for 1/10 of the usual points, while nearby Loi Trach punched with explosive energy. He yelled that this was exhilarating, his first real beast tide, but warned his teammates to focus, as these wild beasts were far more dangerous than the ones in the training camp. In another corner, Tam Dao erected a defensive barrier around Han Thu, acting as the ultimate shield. He told Xiao Tu to attack without worry, promising to protect her from everything. Han Thu responded with fire in her eyes, declaring she would risk her life to defend her master's home. She didn't care about the Heaven's Pride rankings that the god-tier freaks were fighting for. Her only concern was her master, while Xuan Yue drew her bow, unleashing the Sun Crow Fire Rain. She admitted she hadn't performed well during the team battle in the Secret Realm, so this was her chance for redemption. She refused to be a burden to someone as powerful as Jiang Chen again. While Wu Shuang clasped his hands, summoning a massive multi-armed avatar, the invincible war god body. He roared that he had to prove his invincible heart, declaring that Jiang Chen couldn't hog all the glory, determined to show his worth in this system Manhwa showdown. My cultivation realm might be lower than yours, but every dog has its day. Yingzhan refused to be outdone. Standing atop a mountain of demon corpses, he roared, "Human Emperor sword descend. Jiang Chen, in the secret realm I thought I could crush you without this blade. But now, to defeat you I must unleash my full power. As the sole descendant of the human emperor, the top rank on the prodigy list belongs to me." Watching from afar, Tang Qin sighed. This new generation of prodigies is truly terrifying. Ji Gong nodded in agreement. Indeed. The waves of the new generation push the old ones forward. We really are getting old. Jiang Chen stood firm, radiating a strange new energy. He silently noted that Jiang Wushuang's aura had surpassed the secret realm, and Yingzhan's human emperor's sword even startled Ji Gong. Even with the nine-winged beetle swarm as his shield, Jiang Chen knew this was no time to relax. He launched himself into the skies, shouting back, "Jigong Ant Tang, watch closely. Today, I won't just annihilate this beast tide, I'm taking the #1 spot on the prodigy list. Little Chen, I believe in you." Seeing his resolve, Jigong stood up and barked orders to Duanfeng's squad. "The front lines are covered. You lot follow me, repair the defensive formation just in case." They responded in unison. "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, on a high peak, Lian Ren watched with a twisted expression. "Jiang Chen, how are they still breathing? I'm starting to suspect something happened to Lord Divine's son." She stared at the terrifying aura below. Those 9-winged beetles. Intel said he had them, but not a swarm of this magnitude. The intelligence department deserves to be executed. Lian Ren vanished into the shadows, barking a command. "I'm going to the rift beneath the Chu River to report to the Goo God. You all notify the Earth Abyss Spider Queen immediately. Tell her to strike ahead of schedule. She's the only one who can counter those bugs." Her subordinate knelt. "Understood." Back on the battlefield, this leveling Manhwa protagonist unleashed hell. With the sky-opening blade and great Dao Thunderblade, he carved a path of destruction through the beast horde. Suddenly, Xiaozhou in her broodmother form reported, "Master, I ate another beast." She was already munching away. Jiang Chen grinned. "Eat as much as you can." Xiaozhou was in paradise. So full, the system notifications went crazy. Experience points plus 20,172. Experience points plus 20,172. Experience points plus 20,172. Ding level rose from 48 straight to 57 under the ancestral tree. Jiang Chen realized the double experience buff had power leveled both him and Xiaozhou. This beast tide was basically a free buffet delivered to his doorstep. I still have 2 mission exemption cards. I can finally complete my 3rd job class awakening tonight. A new insect sample was acquired while Xiaozhou continued devouring the demon beast corpses. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojia popped up with a suggestion. "Daddy, there are so many remnant souls here. Should I collect them for you?" Jiang Chen raised a brow. "Why don't you just eat them?" Zhang Xiaojia looked visibly hurt. "No way you promised to take me to a god-demon buffet. I'm not filling up on this trash." This kid was getting spoiled and picky. Zhang Xiaojia hesitated, but the rainbow orb and the soul guide need feeding. Jiang Chen cut him off. "Go ahead, Zhang Xiaojia, but stay hidden. You're my trump card, don't reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary." "Yes, Daddy." Just then the great Shemerit leaderboard manifested in the sky. Rank 1 War God Xuanji. Rank 2 Sword God Jilingqiu. Rank 3 Dream Master Huan Yue. Rank 28 Heavenly Blade King Gu Keitian. Rank 296 Jiang Chen. Rank 401 Yingzhan. Rank 468 Jiang Wushuang. Yingzhan scowled in frustration. In such a short time, Jiang Chen had cracked the top 300 of the merit list. Meanwhile, Yingzhan, wielding the legendary human emperor sword, was stuck outside the top 400. Rage fueled his speed. "This isn't working to catch Jiang Chen. I need a different strategy." Merit wasn't just about kills. It was about contribution. A beast tide this massive had to have a teleportation gate somewhere. If I find and destroy that gate, my ranking will skyrocket. Meanwhile, Little K reported, "Boss, the defensive formation is fully repaired." Despite the good news, Jigong watched Jiang Chen with worry. "Isn't he pushing too deep into enemy territory?" Bulang crossed his arms, scoffing. "Boss, what are you afraid of? With millions of nine-winged beetles clearing the path, little Chen looks like a monarch touring his kingdom. However, Jiang smiled, realizing something. The kid must be leveling up. With this opportunity, he might trigger his third awakening. Bulang gasped. What, he's already approaching the third transition. Except for you, boss. The rest of us just barely reached that stage. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For the Rune Master class, the third transition is a massive power spike. But the quest to get there? That's a brutal threshold. I was stuck at that bottleneck for 4 long years. Jigong's expression darkened as he recalled the struggle. True. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th transitions are like 3 insurmountable mountains. Countless awakened ones spend their entire lives unable to cross them. But this generation of prodigies in this awakening Manhwa world is different. Yingzhanji Xuanyue, Jiang Wu Shuang. They all completed their 3rd transition before the tournament. They could step into the 4th at any moment. Compared to those monsters, little Chen is actually lagging behind. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light pierced the heavens. Jigong's jaw dropped, cold sweat drenching his face. Little Chen is starting his 3rd transition already. Wait. Why is he going straight to strengthening his origin runes? Did he skip the class change quest entirely? Seeing the phantom of the ancestral tree manifesting within the golden dome, Jigang was stunned. Does he possess a legendary quest exemption item? Strengthening the origin pulls him into the Genesis space. He'll be completely vulnerable. Everyone move. We must protect him at all costs. Baifeng and Tang Ying looked up in awe. Breaking through right in the middle of a war zone, that's insane. Hurry, we need to guard him. From afar, Sandao rode the wind toward the light. Little Chu, stop fighting, our benefactor is breaking through. We must defend him. Jiang Wushuang smiled and followed. I can't compare to him this time, but I can certainly stand guard for him. Simultaneously, the Blood Dragon reported the teleportation tunnel's location. Yingzhan spotted the yin-yang earth-burrowing beasts. Found it. The yang beast is here, so the yin beast must be underground. If I slash the first one, the portal collapses. He unleashed a terrifying aura that distorted the air around him. It felt like he wanted to drag me into a chaotic void of nothingness. But that won't be enough to stop me. You might be a 7th-rank entity, but do not forget one thing. I am the descendant of the human sovereign. Golden talismans manifested around Yingzhan in a dazzling display. With these 13 forbidden curses in hand, dealing with a rank 7 beast is child's play. The title of number 1 Heaven's Chosen still belongs to me. Suddenly a swirling vortex materialized, forcing him to halt. Pure murderous intent filled the air. Something was surging up from the ground below. Yingzhan furrowed his brows in alarm. When the Spider Emperor finally emerged, he couldn't believe his eyes. The creature spoke with a voice straight from hell. Little brat, you look absolutely delicious. It only took a second for Yingzhan to realize the horror before him. Is that the 8th-rank Spider Emperor from the Earth Abyss? He quickly analyzed the threat level. This monster survived the sword god Jiling Chu multiple times. Her power is unfathomable. My forbidden talismans won't scratch her. I am no match for this thing. I need to retreat immediately. Damn it all, it looks like Jiang Chen is still in the middle of his breakthrough. Yingzhan stepped back, his heart pounding in chaotic rhythm. Even if I flee, I have to find a way to warn the others. The Spider Emperor slammed down her massive pincers. Blood demon body blood explosion. He channeled his energy to escape at full speed. I must warn them before it's too late. Seeing his attempt, the beast swung its claws, sending webs flying everywhere. Trying to run, how naive. In an instant, the sticky threads bound Yingzhan's limbs tight. He gritted his teeth in fury. Don't you dare think you can hold me, he roared a command to his weapon. Human sovereign sword. Slash, a massive blade of light cut through the air in a horizontal arc. He followed up with a desperate technique, exploding the energy in his legs. Red flames propelled Yingzhan forward like a rocket. The Spider Emperor fired a condensed blood mist, but he had already vanished. One could not help but admire his tenacity. What a body full of vigorous life force. Moments later, 2 figures in black cloaks knelt before the Spider Emperor to report. Lord Spider Emperor Jiang Chen is currently breaking through. His consciousness has entered the origin space. It is the perfect opportunity. We must eliminate him now to prevent future troubles in this leveling Manhwa world. The beast let out a chilling demonic laugh. That makes sense. Meanwhile, back where Katian was fighting, he swung his blade at the demon beast. Katian blade split this filth in 2, but the strike only severed its tail, making Katian see stars in pure rage. Why does the sea race have such low-life trash like you? You run the moment we start fighting, and now you pop out again. If you don't have the guts to fight, then don't come out here and embarrass yourself. Just then, Shanghai sat atop a block of ice and called out. Old Guai, have good news. A message just came in from Crocodile City. The 9-winged beast seems to have controlled the Beast Tide's offensive. Furthermore, I discovered that Jiang Chen has already broken into the top 500. He is climbing the Great Xia Merit leaderboard fast. These words made Kei-Chen tremble with excitement. Really top 300 on the merit leaderboard. That is an achievement that even many grandmasters fail to reach in a lifetime. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder tore through the dark sky with a deafening roar. Shanghai furrowed his brows, sensing something wrong. Is that the legendary heavenly origin alarm? Kadian looked up and nodded grimly. That's right. It was created by the human sovereign of Great Xia years ago. We haven't seen it activated in a long time. When an enemy of the 8th rank or higher appears in a zone without a Great Xia master to defend it, the heavenly origin alarm is triggered immediately. The lightning in the sky transformed into a massive magic circle. It projected an image of a terrifying creature, a monster with dozens of crimson eyes covering its face. Kadian recognized it instantly and shouted, "That is the Spider Emperor from the Earth Abyss. It's at the Chu River. This is bad." Suddenly the water beneath them churned violently as the whale beast resurfaced. He gripped his sword and charged forward, shouting orders to Shanghai. "Old Duan, go handle the rank 7 sea beast on Hongdao's side. Tell that girl to return to the Chu River immediately. Her only mission is to protect the life of her junior brother. Tell her not to engage in a death match." The old man nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, at the sinking Dragon Pass dungeon, the entire dimension was dyed in an ominous crimson red. Below the deep pit, molten lava flowed like rivers of blood. An army of armored soldiers stood in formation, waiting for the command. The martial god has issued a decree. The commander's voice boomed. "If the 10,000 tribes of the crypt dare to take a single step forward, kill them all without mercy." The soldiers roared in unified excitement. "Kill without mercy. Glory to Great Xia. Glory to Great Xia." On the battlefield, Xuanji stood with one hand in his pocket, gripping his spear with the other. His heroic spirit surged, radiating an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a deep, gloomy voice echoed through the air. "Zhang Xuanji, you deserve death. The Nine-Winged Tent will bring about an apocalyptic calamity." Standing before him was a colossal monster with rippling muscles. Huge horns crowned its head, and its eyes glowed with a sinister red light. He questioned the human with a voice like an asura. "Yet you raised such a thing within Great Xia's territory, until their numbers reached the millions." This was none other than the 9th rank Tu Yang of the primordial demon race. He shouted in anger. "Are you not afraid that the 10,000 tribes of the crypt will join forces to wipe you out completely?" Xuanji raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Join forces? Have the blood feuds between the tribes of the crypt been settled already? Do you really think a few million nine-winged insects can make you put aside your hatred? You expect me to believe you'd shake hands? I don't buy it. Any cooperation between you lot is nothing more than a temporary distraction for this specific event." In the blink of an eye, Xuanji appeared behind the demon, gripping his shoulder. He whispered a cold reminder. "Furthermore, since when does the demon race get to dictate how Great Xia handles its business? Tu Yang, did you already forget the axe blow I gave you last time?" Suddenly a crimson lightning bolt flashed in the sky, catching Xuanji's attention. "That is the heavenly origin alarm over there." Perhaps Tu Yang hadn't noticed it yet as he retreated to a safe distance. "You're right, millions of nine-winged insects are indeed nothing. But today we will completely exterminate you, including those so-called geniuses you treasure so much." At that moment, Xuanji's body expanded, growing as titanic as the demon before him. Provoked, he slammed his massive spear down. However, Tu Yang caught the weapon with terrifying ease. Locked in a stalemate of strength, he roared his orders. "Azure Dragon Commander Shen Tufei, go to the Chu River immediately for support." The reply came instantly. "Yes, sir. Understood, Lord Martial God." Hearing this, Tu Yang let out a scornful sneer. "Rescue them. From what I see, you won't even make it in time to collect their corpses. Demon Sky Army attack." A legion of demons emerged from the void, their battle spirit burning high. He shouted to the heavens, "Today follow me and shatter Great Xi's defensive line." Xuanji refused to back down. He retracted his spear and issued his counter-command. "Keep dreaming, wipe them out, slaughter every last one of them. Come at me, you old monster." Meanwhile, at the Chu River battlefield, the Spider Emperor spoke with a frigid tone. "I will ask you one last time. Is Jiling Qiu truly being pinned down? If he shows up here and I am not dead, I will personally slaughter your entire ancient god church." The subordinate below bowed in affirmation. "Rest assured, Lord Spider Emperor." After inheriting the legacy of the old monk of Qinling, Jiling Qiu went to the 100,000 Great Mountains Forbidden Zone. I guarantee it. Right now, he is locked in combat with a 9th rank blood dragon. The blood dragon is determined to kill him. Jiling Qiu will not escape easily. The monster carefully lowered its legs, releasing a swarm of spiderlings onto the ground. Even so, I must remain cautious. My spiderlings scout the city of Suojiang, ensure Jilingqiu's aura is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained in a deep trance on the verge of a breakthrough. His allies formed a tight perimeter around the ancient tree guarding his slumber. Qigang stood like a fortress. Hold the line, don't let those beasts near him. Suddenly Wushuang spotted Yingjian crashing down from the sky. Yingjian, who did this to you? Yingjian didn't even stop to breathe. Run, everyone run, the level 8 Spider Empress from the Abyss. She's here. The news struck them like a physical blow. What, the Abyss Spider Empress? Qigang grit his teeth looking back at the glowing tree. Jiang Chen is in the middle of a critical awakening phenomenon. We can't move him now. We have to hold this ground until he wakes up. He barked orders. Injured prodigies get behind the barrier, heal up, and wait for reinforcements. The defensive array is reinforced. It should buy us a few minutes. Yingjian nodded, swallowing his pain. All right, I'm heading in to recover. Baifeng retreated as well. We stand no chance against a level 8 monster. Lazy agreed, fear in his eyes. This is a death trap. We need to bail now. But Bizi stood his ground. No fate favors the bold. My divination says this isn't a dead end yet. He pulled a mystical gourd from his spatial inventory. If we must fight, I'll call in the big guns. Treasure gourd, release the great ape. Lazy frowned. What is that thing? Bizi raised the gourd high. Mr. Ape, save me. I'm about to die. The great ape peeked out, took one look and panicked. A level 8 spider spirit. Are you crazy? I'm not getting drained dry today. Run. But suddenly the gourd sucked the ape back in. Bizi's jaw dropped. What, even Mr. Ape is bailing on me? What kind of useless summon are you? The suction force was so strong it started dragging Bizi inside too. Xuanyuan watched in disgust. Useless cowards, Xuanyuan will never run. Hanqiu stepped up, eyes cold. I live and die with my master. Sandao furrowed his brow, resolving himself. Worst case scenario, I detonate every divine artifact I have and take that monster down with me. Watching the girls stand firm, Wushuang sighed deeply. I'm terrified. But I can't leave. If I run while the girls fight, how can I ever claim to be a peerless warrior again? Qigong glanced back at the tree, praying silently. Jiang Chen, please wake up. We aren't afraid of dying, but we're terrified we can't protect you. 2 minutes earlier in the origin space. Jiang Chen looked around in shock. I didn't expect the class change skip card to pull my consciousness into this dimension. Glowing white orbs floated around Jiang Chen. This was the pivotal moment of this system, Manhwa. If I back out now, I'll have to restart the Tier 3 mission from scratch. My 9-winged insects outside are level 30. They should hold for a bit. He focused on the floating lights. Are these the class runes? The origin energy here is insane. The system interface suddenly flashed. Item used, class change skip card. Completing Tier 3 advancement Thunder Ruler. Status Tier 3. Assessment complete. Filtering Thunder origin runes. Processing. Jiang Chen analyzed the scene. Thousands of stars falling and reforming. Whatever remains will determine my new power. It has to be higher than a mere Thunder Ruler. Please let it be a God tier class. The system pinged. Filtering complete. Connection established. 9 stars remaining. The other stars continued to orbit him. A streak of black lightning shot into Jiang Chen's forehead. Hidden unique class Thunder Ruler has evolved into God tier Thunder God. His eyes widened. God tier. System update, new skill acquired. Eye of Thunder Punishment. Effect condenses a judgment eye in the void. Mental attack and paralysis on all targets with a lower level than the user. Jiang Chen smirked as he read the description. Thunder God, that name is domineering enough, and the skill is broken. He swiped to the Thunder God domain tab. Usually people only get their own domain at Tier 6. I wonder how mine compares to Masters and Senior Sisters. Suddenly a blinding light caught his attention. Wait, the runic stars that vanished. Why are they lighting up again? System notice class change. Skip card applied. Completing Tier 3 Advancement God Spirit Nurturer. Filtering origin runes. He stood before the world tree watching the notifications flood his vision. Class Evolution God Tier Spirit Nurturer, upgraded to Essence of All Creation. New skill. The Great Tao is simple. Chance to simplify cultivation techniques upon learning. Passive effect skills have a chance to auto-upgrade. New skill. Infinite Evolution. Accelerates growth for all nurtured living beings. Jiang Chen raised his hands. One crackled with divine lightning, the other hummed with the power of life. This dual-class setup is even more broken than just being a thunder god. With the Great Tao, I can learn any species technique like Yingjian. And Infinite Evolution. This is a massive buff for my insect army. Next time I breed the 9-winged insects, I won't stop at 1 billion. I'll make 10 billion a true natural disaster. Suddenly a figure materialized in his consciousness. A young girl pointed at him. Husband, I am Xiao Chan. Jiang Chen blinked. Xiao Chan, I haven't even used the evolution meds yet. How did you take human form? Meanwhile, in the real world, despair washed over the defenders. An endless tide of spiders, a true catastrophe-class swarm, was overwhelming Jiang Chen's insects. The difference in power was absolute. Don't rely on the insects anymore, Qigong roared. Prepare to die fighting. We have to stall the Spider Empress. Qigong unleashed his aura. Heaven-splitting slash. Huanyuan drew her bow. Golden crow, fire rain. Wushuang's muscles bulged. Invincible war god body. Sanda waved his staff, desperate to shield Jiang Chen. Azure protection, eternal earth shield, frozen barrier, void wall. Come any closer, you hag, and I'll blow us all to hell. But it was futile. With a single move, the Spider Empress shattered their defenses. You think a bunch of brats can stop me? You aren't even worth my time. Sandao coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely overpowered. Deep inside Jiang Chen's mind, a tiny voice sobbed. Master, master, wake up. The scary witch is going to kill us. Countless little ones had already been annihilated by the Spider Empress. At that critical moment, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. Xiaozhou cried out in relief. Master! But he just smiled warmly, comforting her. Xiaozhou, don't be afraid. Papa is awake now. Fresh from his cultivation, Jiang Chen knelt, slamming his palms into the earth and roaring, growth of all things. Instantly, emerald vines erupted from the ground like striking vipers, coiling around everyone in sight to pull them to safety. He commanded the vines to drag everyone back to the city, ordering Nine-Winged Barrier cover their retreat. Qigong screamed in panic. Little Chen, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? You can't fight her alone. Sandao shook his head violently. Benefactor, I can still fight Master if we die. We die together. But Jiang Chen just cracked his knuckles, his voice thundering. Cut the crap and get out of here. Go heal your wounds properly with you ladies here. I can't unleash my full power. Besides, he scoffed, looking at the enemy. Isn't she just an 8th turn nation suppressor? It's not like I haven't crushed one before. From the other side, Zhu Huang screeched with laughter. Human emotions are truly laughable. So arrogant, yet so ignorant. Xiaozhou whispered, trembling with worry. Master, are we going to self-destruct all the babies again? It hurts Xiaozhou's heart to see them die. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. Blowing them all up hurts Papa's heart too. Xiaozhou, you just handle those small spiders. Leave Zhu Huang to me. The beast opened its bloody maw, sneering. Even the 9-turn sword god couldn't destroy me. What makes a mere 3rd-turn brat like you think he can? Jiang Chen retorted with a smirk. How can a 9-turn sword god compare to me? I am a 3rd-turn grandmaster now. The sword god is nothing compared to me. Zhu Huang laughed maniacally as if hearing the world's most ridiculous joke. A subordinate below shouted frantically, Your Excellency Zhu Huang, stop laughing and kill him. If we delay, Ji Lingqiu will attack us. The Spider Empress scoffed. Stop trying to scare me, it's pathetic. But Jiang Chen remained calm, telepathically commanding, Jiang Xiaojia, give Papa a drop of pure ancient god blood. No need to share the burden this time. Jiang Xiaojia hesitated. Papa, are you sure? Can your body really withstand the backlash all alone? I'm sure, Jiang Chen replied with steel in his voice. He roared, idle prison-suppressing physique. As the drop of divine blood hit his system, his body erupted, blood spurting from his pores as he screamed in agony. From afar, Qigong gasped. That aura! It's the 7th turn. What on earth did little Chen just drink? Wushuang instantly recognized the energy. It's the breath of an ancient god. He swallowed a drop of ancient god blood. A 3rd-turn body can't withstand that. He'll explode. As the pain subsided, Jiang Chen's terrifying new form emerged. His eyes glowed crimson, sharp horns pierced from his shoulders, and his hair turned snow-white. So this is the power of the 7th turn, he thought. Good. I can handle this. He ascended into the sky, declaring with absolute authority, Today, Zhu Huang, you die. Zhu Huang sneered. I wondered where your confidence came from. So you used a hidden trump card to forcibly boost yourself to the 7th turn. Spewing a massive web while flying up, she mocked, but relying on a temporary boost to fight me. Don't be naive. Withered bone soul. Entanglement. Fozome. Jiang Chen's red eyes flashed with sharpness. Trying to latch onto me, he sidestepped effortlessly. Not good enough. Zhu Huang stared in shock. He dodged it. His face darkened instantly, cold sweat pouring down his skin as panic set in. This can't be happening, he thought, his mind racing. I definitely read his movements. Did he anticipate my prediction and counter it? How is his combat sense this sharp when his level is so much lower than mine? How is this even possible? High above, Jiang Chen swung his blade toward the heavens, summoning a violent storm of lightning. Thunder God! He bellowed, unleashing his power. The enemy gritted his teeth, snorting with rage. Don't get too arrogant just yet. But Jiang Chen wasn't done. A colossal, ominous eye manifested in the void behind him. Behold, the evil omen eye. Qiyong immediately covered his eyes, shouting, Don't look directly at it. It will damage your soul origin. Wushuang shielded himself, trembling. His lightning element has evolved to the god rank too. Yingjian squeezed his eyes shut. Great Xia's first dual god class user. This is the peak of a system Manhwa power fantasy. Jiang Chen swung his sword down. Evil omen eye lock onto that witch Zhu Huang. Instantly the eye fixated on her, and bolts of black lightning struck her body directly. Zhu Huang screamed, clutching her head, an attack that targets the consciousness, sea, and soul. As a beast, her soul origin was weaker than a human's. She could only defend. Zhu Huang hastily summoned Heavenly Silk Blood Shield. A crimson barrier materialized above her. Moments later, the bombardment ceased. Seizing the opening, Zhu Huang lunged forward with killing intent. My soul may be weaker, but my physical body is the ultimate weapon. She stomped down with crushing force. Let's see where you run now. But Jiang Chen activated Lightning Flash, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Zhu Huang looked around in confusion. What he dodged in advance, or is it pure lightning speed? Does he have foresight? No, not even a sensory type could do that. It must be luck. She unleashed countless blood-red threads moving at light speed within her electro field. 8 Desolation's blood. Fall you dare show off such cheap tricks before me. The threads hunted him relentlessly. Within seconds, Zhu Huang had woven a massive cocoon. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. She's using the webs to cover my electric field. She wants to teleport using the feedback from the web vibrations. As he landed, a massive spider leg stabbed down at his face, accompanied by Zhu Huang's guttural voice. Got you, trash, you can't dodge this time. But Jiang Chen remained stoic, his eyes rolling back into terrifying whiteness. The one who can't dodge is you. Jiang Chen roared. Heaven-splitting blade, great Tao thunderblade. A blade of pure lightning slashed upwards to meet the spider leg. Break! Squelched. Zhu Huang's massive leg was sliced clean in two, spraying crimson blood across the battlefield. She shrieked, my leg, my leg. The onlookers dropped their jaws, completely stunned. So strong that momentum, it's legendary. Does little Chen have another hidden class? This power spike is insane. Is he a sensory type? How else could he predict Zhu Huang's attack so perfectly? But Qigang shook his head grimly. Impossible. An 8th turn entity can shield heaven's secrets, unless his sensory ability overpowers hers. But not even a king class could do that. Despite his calm exterior, Jiang Chen was sweating. I hurt her, but relying on the ancient god blood is tearing me apart. My body can't hold on. That strike was my limit. I can't maintain the 7th turn state much longer. I have to end this now. One final absolute strike. I can't give her a chance to recover. Beast Emperor Zhu Huang completely lost his mind, bellowing with arrogant fury. I am a majestic 8th rank existence. How dare a lowly ant like you draw my blood? Jiang Chen smirked coldly. So this is the limit of an 8th rank beast. No wonder you hid in the abyss like a coward for centuries, afraid to show your face. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation calmly. Let his rage consume him. A beast without reason is easy prey. Just as predicted, Zhu Huang lost all control. His limbs thrashed chaotically as power exploded from his body in waves. You insolent wretch! What did you say? My origin source was damaged by Xuanji in the last war, so I didn't want to use it. But since you crave death so badly... His voice dripped with murderous intent. I will grant your wish. Crimson threads shot out like blood-soaked blades, carrying a terrifying new weight, unlike before. On the sidelines, Qigong trembled under the crushing pressure. This suffocating aura. Is this the legendary domain of an 8th rank? Can Jiang Chen survive this? The Beast Emperor grinned savagely. You're finished, brat! But Jiang Chen stood like a mountain, watching the chaotic attack and waiting for the perfect split second. Lightning began to crackle in his palm. Finally decided to use your origin source to cast a domain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with blue lightning. Too bad. You're one step too late. He slammed his palm against the earth. Eternal Thunder God Domain activate. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the ground, turning the entire zone into a prison of electricity. Caught off guard, Zhu Huang was smashed into the dirt by the sheer pressure, screaming in agony. Impossible. How did you predict I was about to expand my domain? No. You're just a 3rd rank awakener. How can you possess a domain stronger than mine? He struggled against the suppression panic setting in. Why, my technique. It's completely jammed. Jiang Chen charged his next attack, offering a cold explanation. Simple physics. 1, you were too slow. 2, my domain is simply superior. Zhu Huang's eyes widened in horror. No, this power. It defies logic. I'm done wasting breath on you. Jiang Chen raised his hand like a judge passing sentence. 3,000 thunder tribulations. He swung down. Obliterate him. The sky crashed down. Bolt after bolt of heavenly punishment struck the beast's body. His screams of defiance turned into wails of despair as his life force crumbled under the assault. Broken and bleeding, the beast Emperor slammed his head on the ground, kowtowing frantically. I yield. Please spare me. I know I was wrong. I swear I'll never leave the abyss again. Just let me live. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Even a remnant soul can be deadly. He calculated the timing. The lightning needed a few more moments to completely incinerate the beast's soul. As the thunder faded, Jiang Chen kept his guard up. Xiao Zhou, keep your eyes on him. Once he's no longer a threat, he's your dinner. The spirit beast chirped happily, drooling at the thought. Suddenly Jiang Chen's vision blurred. The world spun. Damn it. Has my body reached its limit? He forcefully deactivated his transformation. The backlash hit him like a truck. As he collapsed, clutching his splitting headache, a soft pair of hands caught him. Master Xiao Tian supported his weight, tears welling in her eyes. Forgive me, Master. I am so useless to you. Jiang Chen shook his head weakly. Don't say that. Without your foresight ability, I would have lost this battle. Her cheeks flushed pink at the praise. You are too kind, Master. Just then, the interface flashed before his eyes, a classic scene from a system Manhwa detailing her stats. Name Spring and Autumn Cicada. Alias Xiao Tian. Origin born at the source of the River of Time. Ability 3-second future sight. Rank 0. Clones remaining 18. Battle cost. 30 clones sacrificed. Reproduction condition. Only the matriarch can produce clones. Rate 1 clone per hour. Jiang Chen scanned the data quickly. Xiao Tian, I just need a moment to recover. Go back into hiding. Do not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. As you command, Master. She transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into his ear. Meanwhile, back at the safety line, the protective barrier finally lowered. Qi was hyperventilating. Was that... A domain Jiang Chen is only a third-rank. Domains are exclusive to 6th-rank awakeners and above. Is this guy a god or what? In this Manhwa recap, the power scaling just went off the charts. Yingjian clutched his shattered right arm, his pride stinging more than the wound. Jiang Chen soloed an 8th-rank beast emperor, while I stood here helpless. If I didn't have these healing elixirs, I'd be a cripple right now. Wu Shuang patted his shoulder, sighing. We are all supposed to be god-tier geniuses, but Jiang Chen just rubs our faces in the dirt. Yingjian gritted his teeth. Being born in the same era as this freak, it's truly a curse. I am the descendant of the human emperor. I refuse to accept this. I will surpass him even if I have to crawl through every hellish dungeon to find a lucky break. Nearby. Sandao laughed loudly. Face it, bro. In front of absolute talent, hard work is just a joke. The words pierced Yingjian like arrows. Han Qiu nodded in agreement. Sad, but true. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Chu River at a dark altar, Lian Ren stood within a blood array, bowing low. Exalted ancient god, your faithful servant, the 7th seat of the ancient god church, greets you. She knelt, voice trembling with urgency. Report. The beast tide has changed. Someone on the great Xia side is controlling the 9-winged cicadas. The swarm numbers in the millions. The ancient god's voice boomed. Impossible! His projection glared. Across all eras, the 9-winged cicadas are a taboo existence. If Xuanji dared to let the Mo clan breed them, he has declared war on the heavens. Lianren bowed her head until it touched the stone. It is the truth. I would never dare deceive you. Through the scrying orb, the ancient god saw the sky blackened by the insect swarm. Rage boiled over. Xuanji, how dare you? You deserve death. The entire human race of Great Xia deserves extinction. She shouted desperately. Great One, please quell your anger. I have already dispatched Beast Emperor Chu Huang to handle it. Suddenly, a crimson energy enveloped her, lifting her body into the air. The ancient god commanded, Open your mind, I am granting you a temporary blessing. For a short time, you will wield the power of a 9th-rank awakener. Your mission is absolute: exterminate the cicadas. Slaughter their master. Sacrifice every living soul in that city to prepare for my descent. Lianren's eyes rolled back, turning pure white. Her body convulsed in agony as the power forced its way in. 10 minutes later, she rose. Changed. Terrifying energy radiated from her as she knelt. O great ancient god, as your vessel I shall not fail this divine mission. The god snapped impatiently. Cut the drama, Chu Huang has already fallen. Go retrieve his soul immediately. A rank 8 soul can still be salvaged for the ritual. She bowed deeply. Understood. I depart at once. Night fell over the Dragon's Sink defense line. In the chaotic dungeon, the duel between Xuanji and Tu Yang raged on. But with a single strike, Xuanji shattered his opponent's weapon and stomped him into the dirt. Tu Yang, you were right. Your reinforcements won't make it in time to collect your corpse. However, Xuanji smirked. The corpse they find will be Chu Huang's. Suddenly the sky tore open. A massive blood-red vortex began to swirl violently above them. Tu Yang let out a sinister, distorted laugh. You fool. Did you really think the Beast Emperor was our final trump card? While the old master stood frozen in shock, the enemy seized the split-second opening to leap back into safety. But this sudden movement didn't just save his life. It triggered Xuanji's instincts, sounding the alarms of catastrophe. A ninth circle entity descending upon Sojang. Was this the demon tribe's dirty work all along? Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Tu Yang pointed a finger straight at the Grandmaster's face, mocking him with a twisted grin. Xuanji, how about a little game of cat and mouse? What do you say I hide and you seek? Of course, if you get bored and leave the playground early. Don't blame me when I order my armies to raze this city to the ground. Xuanji's voice boomed like thunder. Tu Yang, you've crossed the line. You won a game. Then Xuanji will play until the bitter end. Raising his spear high, the god-slaying army materialized a dragon soul ready to annihilate the enemy. The entire legion charged forward without a shred of hesitation. Not one to be outdone, Tu Yang roared his command to the heavens. Target the primordial demon territory. Slaughter every living soul in the city. 10 days of blood without rest. The demon horde went into a frenzy, chanting, "Exterminate, exterminate," like a mantra of death. In an instant, the two armies collided in a symphony of steel and bloodshed. Seeing the tides turn against him, the demon general shouted in disbelief. Xuanji, have you lost your mind? For decades you've only defended, never attacked. Are you declaring total war on the demon tribe now? Aren't you afraid of triggering the great war of 10,000 races, all for this tiny city of Sojiang, for one insignificant prodigy? Is it worth it? In response, Xuanji simply swung his spear with devastating force. Worth it. Let me tell you something. Since ancient times, anyone who dares invade Great Shiao will be obliterated no matter the distance. Tu Yang, you tried to snuff out my star. So today, your head will be the sacrifice on my banner. Meanwhile, under the cover of night at the Sojiang battlefield, Luyan Han arrived ready to breach Jiang Chen's territory. She crossed her arms, a look of utter disdain painted on her face. My scene. Lightning is this Jiang Chen's so-called domain. I can't believe Zhou Huang lost to such a cheap parlor trick. How dare a microscopic field like this act so arrogant before this seat? With a casual wave of her hand, she shattered Jiang Chen's domain like glass. Zhou Huang's face lit up with salvation. I'm saved, the 7th seat. That aura. Is it the pure essence of an ancient god? Down below, our main character was barely holding on, propping himself up with his sword. This pressure. It's the 9th tribulation. I can't move a muscle. Even if I could, I have 0 strength left to fight back. Luyan Han smiled, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 7th seat of the ancient god church, known as Luyan Han. A pleasure to finally meet you. She raised her hand, commanding a swarm of parasitic insects. Since you're about to take a one-way trip to the netherworld, allow this seat to give you a parting gift that will blow your mind. The 9-winged barrier revealed in its true form. Is this the power of a 9th circle entity? Before he could process it, she snapped her fingers, launching a gruesome display of fireworks. Boom! She detonated the barriers one by one, glancing back with a sadistic grin. Well, isn't it beautiful? On Jiang Chen's shoulder, Xiaozhou trembled, tears streaming down her face. Scared. Daddy, it's so scary. Save me. Jiang Chen quickly, telepathically reassured her. Xiaozhou, don't be afraid. Just hide and stay inside. Seeing his silence, Luyan Nan frowned and telekinetically lifted him into the air. You don't seem very impressed, do you? Fine then. Let's turn that dissatisfaction of yours into a firework display. His entire body was crushed by invisible chains, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his throat as pain surged through every nerve. Uncle Qigang and the others were frozen in place. He panicked. Little Chen. Someone save little Chen. Doan Qin grit his teeth, despair setting in. We're all locked down by the aura of a 9th circle master. I'm afraid today is the day we all die. But in the face of death, Jiang Chen barked a command. Zhang Xiaojia manifest, release the nether demon. Instantly, the nether demon tore through reality, shattering Luyan Nan's chains like wet paper. Zhang Xiaojia's voice chimed in. I'm here, Daddy. The beast lunged at the villainess, its massive razor-sharp maw gaping wide, leaving her in total shock. Is that the 9th circle nether demon from the ancient god consciousness? How can a brat like you summon such a thing? Before she could finish, the beast impaled her, sending her screaming into a void of agony. Jiang Chen leaned on his blade, forcing his broken body to stand. His eyes burned with fury. 7th seat. You shouldn't have destroyed my swarm. Now go to hell. The nether demon charged a massive sphere of dark energy, cutting off her escape. Panic seized her as she shrieked, "Light of the ancient god, protect me!" Jiang Xiaojia transmitted a frantic message. "Daddy, even though the seventh seat can't beat the nether demon, finishing her off will take time. The nether demon can only exist for 10 seconds before the heavenly Tao erases it." Time was running out. Jiang Chen made a ruthless decision. There's no other choice. Let it perish together with that witch. Just then a flash of steel Hong Jiao appeared, slashing at Luyan Nan's neck. Sky-opening blade, Jr. "Brother, your senior sister is here to save you." Following her lead, Dongfei unleashed his own strike. Earth-splitting axe. The warrior announced his arrival with a boom. "I am Dongfei of the Azure Dragon Battalion. The god-slaying army has arrived. You filth better know your place." Halos of judgment appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen shouted, "Jiang Xiaojia, the heavenly Tao is descending, recall the nether demon now." In a split second, Jiang Xiaojia opened its mouth and swallowed the beast back into the void. Just in time. On the other side, Luyan Yan was pinned, Hong Jiao's blade buried deep in her chest. Writhing in excruciating pain, she begged, "Don't kill me. Please, I can tell you a secret." She was crushed into the dirt by 2 legendary weapons. The cold steel against her skin sent shivers of terror through her soul. "No. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll confess everything." Recognizing the intel's value, Hong Jiao shouted, "Hold your fire, let her speak." She turned her blade, slightly threatening the captive. "Talk. If it's good, you might just keep your head." Luyan Nan spilled her guts instantly. "I'll talk. Deep beneath Sojiang, there's a sacrificial altar built over a dimensional rift." Seeing the cold silence of her captors, she screamed desperately to prove her worth. "If they sacrifice the living souls of Sojiang City, their fresh life force and spirits will be absorbed by the ancient god corpse of the primordial demon tribe down there. It will revive him. He will descend upon Great Xia." Jiang Chen merely frowned, his voice cold as ice. "Is that it? Are you hiding anything else?" The blade and axe pressed closer to her neck, drawing blood. "That's everything. It's the truth, I swear by the ancient god." Seeing her pathetic state, Jiang Chen's eyes darkened. "If there is even half a word of lies—" Suddenly, a massive crimson monstrosity materialized before her eyes. Facing that gaping maw, her mind snapped and she screamed in pure terror. Jiang Xiaojia sniffed the prey and gave a verdict. "This one reeks of ancient god flavor. Passable. Edible." Meanwhile, the traitor Zhou Huang was sweating bullets. He tried to slink away into the shadows. "I have to get out of here, now." But he wasn't quiet enough. Jiang Chen turned his head slowly. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." He summoned his other pet. "Xiao Zhou." The spirit girl appeared, chanting excitedly, "Eat, eat, eat." She skipped over, grabbed him, and tore into Zhou Huang's flesh like a savage beast. As Zhou Huang's agonizing screams echoed through the night, the leveling Manhwa interface lit up. Experience points plus 1 million. Experience points plus 1 million. The gains were rolling in. Watching the carnage, even Hong Jiao felt a chill run down her spine. Did my junior brother create these things? What kind of terrifying monsters has he been raising? Dongfei looked up at the glowing sigils in the sky. The Tianyuan warning is broadcasting. This incident is going to shake Great Xia to its core. But suddenly Jiang Chen collapsed, clutching his body in sudden agony. Hong Jiao rushed over, panic in her voice. "Junior brother, what's wrong?" A bizarre, ominous aura leaked from his pores. He struggled to keep himself upright, roaring through gritted teeth. "Damn it, this body! It can't handle the overload!" It felt like 1,000 insects were devouring him from the inside out. Blue veins bulged across his skin as his muscles went into violent spasms. The price of power was claiming its debt. Panic erupted among the allies as they rushed toward him. "Jiang Chen, junior brother, what's happening to you?" Chigang caught him before he fell, his face grim. "It's the backlash. He's completely drained his spiritual energy. I have to get him to the Jiangnan base military hospital immediately. That's the only place with high-level priests and the best medicinal ingredients to treat this." Hong Jiao stepped up, her aura flaring. "The main teleportation gate is shattered. I'll warp us there myself. My spatial arts are faster. Let me take him." Tu Fei moved to follow, but Chigang stopped him with a sharp command. "No. Senior Sister General Shen, don't forget the underground rift in Chujiang still needs purging. You must handle it." Qigong barked orders while moving. Xiaokei attended to him on the road. Then he roared to the skies, his voice infused with mana. "Nine-winged guards. If you want your master to live, get here at Godspeed." Instantly, a swarm of insects materialized from the void, forming a protective cocoon around the trio. As Xiaokei began emergency treatment, Chigang shouted back, "I leave the cleanup of the Chujiang battlefield in your hands." The team nodded grimly. "Don't worry, boss. Han Q watched them leave, her eyes red and brimming with tears, terrified for Jiang Chen's life. Master is invincible. He'll be fine. Tam Dao gripped her shoulder reassuringly. Why are you crying? He defeated a 9th Revolution powerhouse. Do you really think he'd fall to mere exhaustion? Xuanyue scolded them sharply to snap them out of it. Save your tears. If you have time to cry, use it to slaughter the remnant beast tied down below. We can't let him worry about us. Wu Shuang clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. Let's move. We might not equal Jiang Chen's power, but every beast we kill is one less burden for him. Ying Jin cracked his neck, his battle spirit recovering as he healed. True enough. Something is better than nothing. He believed their gap in power was just motivation to grind harder. Meanwhile, deep within the underground altar, Hong Zhao and Tu Fei unleashed hell, their weapons dancing in a symphony of destruction. Heaven-splitting blade. Earth-shattering axe. They annihilated the demon hordes with every swing. Suddenly a terrifying pressure descended. A pair of crimson eyes opened in the void, burning with rage. Wretched humans, you dare destroy my altar, I am— Before the entity could finish, Hong Zhao slashed across its spectral face. I am your grandmother. You perverted lackey. If I don't beat you until you cry for your mommy today, I'm not worthy of my name. Tu Fei watched in awe, sweat dropping. Her insults are legendary. Truly the disciple of the Heavenly Blade King. Her tongue is as sharp as her sword. The entity, though severed, scoffed with arrogance. My altar is ruined, limiting my power. But do you think mere ants like you can stop me? Tu Fei charged forward, cutting him off. Shut your trap. The entity realized it was at a disadvantage and began to fade away, feigning indifference to save face. So rude. This lord has no interest in playing with you further. As his voice echoed, Hong Zhao screamed in frustration. You piece of trash, where do you think you're going? The voice faded into the darkness. The sacrifice failed, but I have eternity. I will return to conquer this world. Hong Zhao prepared to give chase, veins popping on her forehead. You cowardly scum, get back here. But Tu Fei grabbed her shoulder to stop her. He's right. With our current power, we can't kill him permanently. We need to report to the martial god immediately and awaken the Huan Yue to seal this rift. 1 week later. Jiangnan Base Military Hospital. Jiang Chen's eyes fluttered open. This sterile scent. The hum of machines. Am I in the hospital? Right. I overexerted myself using the ancient god elixir during the battle. He wondered how much time had passed in this awakening Manhwa world. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojia tackled his face with affection. Master. You're finally awake. Everything is safe outside. Xiaozhou chimed in, eagerly clinging to him. Master, I've produced more offspring. The little ones want to breed too. Jiang Chen held her, gently stroking her hair. Good job, Xiaozhou. But wait. Our current soul space is too small. Wait until I upgrade us to a mansion before you expand the army, okay? Xiaozhou did a happy dance within his spiritual sea. Big house, Xiaozhou wants a big house. Wait. Zhang Xiaojia looked at his senior sister in confusion. Jiang Chen began calculating silently. With the new evolution support from the system, this next brood will be at least several 100 million. I hope the Tree of Life can grow a hive capable of holding at least 1 billion units. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaojia popped up, whispering, Father, my swarm needs to split and evolve too. When do I get a big house? Jiang Chen looked at him with amusement. With your massive size, aren't you comfortable anywhere? Jiang Xiaojia shrugged nonchalantly. I guess. It's normal. Very normal. Jiang Chen proposed, be a good boy. When your sister moves, you can take her old room. How about that? Jiang Xiaojia fumed, crossing his arms. Father, I am a manly man. I can't just take my sister's hand-me-downs forever. Jiang Chen sighed and switched tactics. Fine. How about this? I'll take you to the 9-Li treasury for an all-you-can-eat god-devil buffet later. What do you say? Jiang Xiaojia immediately struck a cool pose. That is acceptable. As long as there is good food, a manly man cares not where he sleeps. Jiang Chen face-palmed, chuckling. Raising a large family is harder than fighting dungeon bosses. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaojia pointed at the healing fluid in the tank. Father, can I drink this stuff? Jiang Chen blinked in confusion. Is that even edible? Jiang Xiaojia nodded vigorously. Yes. If the flesh of gods and demons is top-tier food, this is at least 3rd tier. Jiang Chen shrugged. Knock yourself out. Jiang Xiaojia bent down and started chugging the fluid. Jiang Chen asked curiously. How is it? Does it taste like my feet? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaojia froze mid-gulp. Jiang Chen panicked. Why did you stop? Is it bad? But a second later, Jiang Xiaojia released his mini-swarm. Thousands of tiny beetles flew out and started drinking greedily. If I have to suffer the taste, my descendants must suffer too. Jiang Chen sighed. Great, now the tank is just bug soup. Remembering something, he opened his status window. I didn't get to check Xiao Chan's abilities during the chaos. Time to analyze her stats properly. Scanning the description, his eyes widened. Origin existence. Is this the same tier as the ancestor of all things? The system text glowed, born at the source of the river of time. An existence that shares its origin with time itself. Jiang Chen connected the dots. On the battlefield, I only used her basic foresight ability. He fell into deep thought. As an origin entity, she must have hidden skills. But her talent is a question mark. Do I need to ascend to the next rank to unlock it? He decided to ask directly. Xiao Chan, come out for a moment. A small pink cicada materialized. Husband. She transformed into her human form right on top of him, leaving Jiang Chen stunned. You're lying on top of me. Jiang Chen blushed, his heart racing. Xiao Chan, don't you think this is a bit too close? Little Tian retreated, her face flushed with shyness. I apologize, my lord. Jiang Chen coughed loudly, trying to dispel the sudden awkward atmosphere. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he voiced his doubts. Little Tian, answer me this. You were just born. Without the system Manhwa evolution blessing or a rank breakthrough, how did you achieve human form so quickly? She averted her gaze, her voice soft but firm. All living things require time to grow. But I am different. I am time itself, my lord. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Of course! How could I forget? Green energy surged from Jiang Chen's hand, wrapping gently around little Tian. His mind raced with calculations. Even so, unlocking your true potential won't be easy. A rank breakthrough is an absolute necessity. A sumo evolution lesson to show me the requirements for her breakthrough. The familiar chime of the system echoed in his ears. Initiating rank breakthrough for the spring-autumn time insect. Select 1 sacrificial condition. 1 10 drops of holy light water. 2 a tributary from the river of time. 3 time fragments. Or 4 time attribute divine weapons grade 4 or higher. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, baffled. I haven't heard of a single one of these. He'd have to ask his master. He pressed the green release button. I've been in here long enough. Time to face the world. As the pod opened, a nurse appeared with a look of relief. Major Jiang, you're finally awake. Jiang Chen blinked, confused. Major, are you talking to me? She nodded enthusiastically. While you were unconscious, the top 10 geniuses of Great Shiao were all promoted. You're a hero. The reality slowly sank in. Is that so? Seeing his blank stare, she explained further. Major Jiang, it's a miracle. When you arrived, you were knocking on death's door. Your body was on the verge of total collapse. We thought we'd lost you. How are you feeling now? Any pain? Jiang Chen shook his head, flexing his muscles. I feel incredible. That's a relief. I'll just retrieve the soul fluid and life essence from the nutrient pod. Those materials are priceless treasures. They were rushed here from the capital just to save you. Whatever is left can save another soldier's life. But when she looked inside the pod, her jaw dropped. Where is it? Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. I woke up thirsty, so I drank it all. The nurse stood frozen in shock. Mortified, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and mentally projected to the creature playing dead on his shoulder. You gluttonous little brat, Daddy has to take the fall for your hunger again. Suddenly, Katian burst into the room. I told you this kid is too stubborn to die awake after only a week. Oh, Master, Jiang Chen greeted. Officer Xinghai noticed the nurse's expression. What happened? After she whispered the news, he simply nodded. Understood. You may leave. Seeing Xinghai's dark expression, Kaitian scoffed. Why the long face? The kid just drank some water. Xinghai hesitated before dropping the bomb. That water was worth 200,000 merit points. Should we deduct it from his account? Kaitian exploded with rage. You bastard, write it off as a medical expense. Do you know how hard my disciple worked for his points? He grabbed Jiang Chen in a bear hug, laughing. Good job drinking it. That stuff could make a mortal live 100 years. Now he understood why Jiang Xiaojia had slurped it up. Kaitian winked mischievously. Kid, you don't realize the power of merit points yet. Things money can't buy, merit points can. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Really? Then, Master, can I trade for holy light water? Kaitian's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a stern frown. Absolutely not. That is a legend found only in the deepest dungeons. No one has ever seen it. Jiang Chen pressed on. What about a tributary of the river of time? Kaitian shook his head grimly. Impossible. Time attribute divine weapons. We'd need 3 grade 4 or higher. Is this kid dreaming? Jiang Chen looked desperate. Heaven help me, there's only one option left. What about time fragments? Kaitian turned to his colleague. Old Duan, don't we have those in the vault? Xinghai jumped, startled, before racking his brain. Now you acknowledge me. For Jiang Chen's sake, I'll ignore your rudeness. He cleared his throat. Time fragments are formed when an ancient dimensional ruin collapses, Great Xia currently holds 2. 150,000 points each. Jiang Chen shouted, I'll take both. Is there any way to get a third? Xinghai sighed helplessly. There are no more. Ancient ruins are independent timelines. They can only collapse naturally. When they fall, time solidifies into a crystal state. That is the fragment you seek. However, you might ask the Huan Yue when she returns. Jiang Chen perked up. Sister Huan Yue, where is she now? She is sealing a rift at the bottom of the Chu River. She should return soon. Kai Tian interrupted. Since you're healthy, discharge yourself and rest. The title ceremony is in 3 days. Xinghai nodded vigorously. Correct, it's a monumental event. But Jiang Chen rubbed his neck awkwardly. Can I skip the ceremony? I prefer to keep a low profile. Kai Tian glared at him. You annihilated a rank 8. You crushed an invincible, and now you want to be humble. It is far too late for that. After being kicked out of the hospital, Jiang Chen returned home. Back in the safety of his room, Jiang Chen lay back plotting his next move. My insect army needs to multiply. Zhang Xiaojia needs his new skill, and the world tree has borne fruit. I must finish everything before Sister Huan Yue returns. He raised his hand, and spiritual energy materialized in the air, weaving together like a giant silken cocoon. It began to spin violently. First, I'll extract the ability from the red armor elephant beetle. The system interface flashed into existence. Extraction target Calamity rank Mother Beetle. Ability Spear of the Underworld God. Trait the ultimate magic attack. Hellish illusions flickered as the power condensed. Jiang Chen gasped. The ultimate attack. This house won't survive a test run. I'll have to find a boss in the wilderness later. With that settled, he dove into his spiritual sea. The green fruit was dripping with power. Tree God, hear my prayer, give me the 1 billion insect nest. Suddenly the familiar mechanical chime of the system echoed through his mind. System notification. You have activated the Azure Fruit function. Reward. 1 insect queen. Nest capable of housing 10 billion units. Ecstasy flooded his veins as he shouted. Master Tree never fails to deliver a masterpiece. He spun around, calling out to his 2 summons with unbridled joy. Xiaozhou Jiang Xiaojia, we are moving to a new home to create an army. Xiaozhou danced wildly, its limbs flailing in excitement. New home. New home time to make babies. Descendants, let's go. Jiang Xiaojia was equally hyped, buzzing with energy. Moving houses. Time to breed. Seeing their pure happiness, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. He exhaled deeply, and a multicolored fruit materialized in his palm. Now that the insect army was settled, only this fruit formed from a divine soul remained. Back on the battlefield, thanks to Jiang Xiaojia collecting the remnant souls to irrigate it, this treasure had finally ripened. In an instant, the dreamlike fruit transformed into a strange, beautiful shape resembling a piece of azure jade. The system pinged again. You have activated the rainbow fruit capability. Reward 1 Julie tribe godhood. Do you wish to fuse? Reading the notification, he grasped the gravity of the situation, his brows furrowing slightly. The energy within this godhood was terrifyingly potent. If Master Tree hadn't been here to suppress it, his spiritual sea would have detonated long ago. His master once said that to surpass the 9th turn and reach the 10th turn, God rank one must condense a godhood. And now Master Tree had simply grown one for him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen roared, Fuse! The jade dissolved into a stream of energy drilling into his forehead as system windows popped up frantically. Notification. You have fused with the Julie tribe godhood. New class unlocked God of War. Tyrant Heaven. God rank. Acquired divinity. Undefeated. Acquired divine skill. Killing state. Acquired skill, God of War, transformation. God rank buff. Acquired skill, Emperor's earthly march, God rank military formation. After absorbing the surge of new mana, he clenched his fist, feeling the raw power coursing through him. Another God rank class. He was now a triple threat God class holder. Although the name sounded a bit over the top, this class was perfect for close quarters combat. It would be his new trump card. Combined with the idol-suppressing prison body, he could now surpass even Jiang Wushuang's war god physique. Just then the system chimed again. 9-winged bugs breeding complete. Total count 800 million. Red armor elephant bugs breeding complete. Total count 6 million. Hearing the numbers, Jiang Chen whipped his head around, eyes wide with shock. That fast? That many already? The infinite evolution ability combined with random speed and quantity boosts was absolutely broken. His legendary leveling Manhwa-style Calamity Bug Tribe was finally taking shape. Simultaneously, his status panel updated. Name Jiang Chen. Rank 3rd turn, level 66. Identity ruler of the Bug Tribe. Classes, origin of all races, God Thunder, God of War, Tyrant Heaven God. Returning to reality, the doorbell rang. Jiang Chen paused. Could it be Sister Huan Yue coming back? But when he opened the door, he was surprised to see two old men. Master Commander Duan. Xinghai scratched his head awkwardly. Little Chen, we brought the Dream Master to visit you. Cadian looked at him with a grave expression. Little Chen, remember. Even as a man, you must protect your virtue. Hanya stepped forward, slapping the doorframe like a queen commanding her subjects. Your job is done here. Leave. Aren't you going to invite me in? Kaitian gasped. Little Chen. Then he turned to Jiang Chen, speaking slowly. If you can't resist. But before he could finish, he was shoved out. She slammed the door. Get lost. Kaitian cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting his final wisdom through the wood. If you can't resist, just learn to submit. A wife 3 years older is golden happiness. A woman 30 years older will boost your career. And if she's 300 years older, it's like swallowing a divine immortality pill. Watching this scene, Xinghai held his forehead in helplessness. Old Gu, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Inside, Huan Yue was already closing in on Jiang Chen. You smelly little brat. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he realized he might have understood his master's warning too late. She sniffed the air, whispering, the aura of a god. He leaned back against the sofa, trying to guard his body. Sister Huan Yue, your outfit is very different from last time. Huan Yue narrowed her eyes, her voice cutting through his defense. You bad boy, did you become a god? Hearing this, Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly, turning his face away to avoid her gaze. Maybe it's just the residual aura from Chiyu's spirit. She didn't press further, simply sitting down beside him. I suppose so. I told you you're only at the 3rd turn. How could you possibly be a god? He didn't argue. It was better to keep the secret of the condensed godhood for now. After all, he was already attracting too much attention. Seeing Jiang Chen look uncomfortable, Huan Yue teased, You bad boy, why so tense? I'm your big sister. Did you think I was going to eat you? I heard from old Gu that you want a time fragment, correct? He nodded. That's right. Do you know a way? She continued. There are none left within the territory of Great Xia. But there is one place where they can be found. Han Yue leaned in. The overseas 3 islands. Have you heard of them? Jiang Chen shook his head, bewildered. No. Where is that? Seeing his confusion, she explained. The overseas 3 islands lie to the southeast of Great Xia. Originally a dungeon relic. Jiang Chen gasped. A relic. She nodded. Later it fused with the real world, forming the 3 islands Penglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou. Huan Yue began to recount the ancient history. 500 years ago, Great Xia's first 9th turn invincible powerhouse was born. The human emperor. Soon after, another 9th turn appeared in Great Xia. The Flame Venerable. The human emperor advocated for conquering the dungeons, but the Flame Venerable insisted on avoiding war. They argued endlessly, eventually parting on bad terms. Afterward, the Flame Venerable took a massive following and left Great Xia, establishing his own domain at the overseas 3 islands. At this point, she reached into her spatial storage. Back then, the Flame Venerable took many treasures from Great Xia, including the time fragments. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Excellent. So is this Flame Venerable dead yet? Huan Yue pulled out a stalk of sugarcane, furrowing her brows. A 9th turn powerhouse has a lifespan of 3,000 years. He is still living comfortably. He won't die that easily. Furthermore, don't even think about launching an attack there to steal it. Although the territory of the overseas 3 islands can't compare to Great Xia, they have spent centuries training elites. They actually have more 7th and 8th turn experts than we do. Jiang Chen leaned forward, curiosity piqued. Then haven't they ever thought about coming back to conquer Great Xia? She snapped a piece of sugarcane. Great Xia is protected by national fate. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. He frowned, worry etched on his face. So is there no way to get my time fragment? Huan Yue chewed on the cane loudly before handing him a piece. There is. Although ties were cut long ago, we still compete. Since the split 400 years ago, the top geniuses from both sides engage in a duel. Until 50 years ago, Great Xia sealed its borders tight, forbidding any rivals from entering, setting the stage for this epic awakening. Manhwa. He looked confused by her sudden melancholy. She lowered her gaze and revealed the bitter truth. For a century, we suffered crushing defeats. We were beaten until we couldn't fight back, losing all dignity. So we simply looked away to save ourselves the shame. But this year, the winds have changed. Great Xia has you. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with hope. Does that mean if I win, I can claim the legendary time shards? Yanni nodded solemnly. Precisely. But patience is key. Reopening the tournament requires strict protocol. I will summon you when the time is right. However, the ancient rules state that each side sends prodigies under 30. You're at a disadvantage regarding experience. Yet excitement only blazed brighter in his eyes. It matters not. As long as the time shards are within reach, I'll face anything. Finishing her sugarcane, Cece pushed herself up. I admire your spirit, but never underestimate the monsters lurking in the shadows. My time here is up. Remain in the sanctuary for the coming days. The wilderness is off limits. Suddenly, Huan Yue's expression darkened with grave intensity. A warning before I go. You've become a target on the heavenly rank assassin list. Top-tier killers from the Sakura Nation, the Kingdom of Shiva, and even the Vatican's Paladin Order are hunting for your head. Watch your back. Meanwhile, at the main Jiangnan base. The era of job transitions year, 793, May 13th. Crowds gathered as whispers of the ceremony's massive scale rippled through the air. This is unprecedented in Great Shia's history, isn't it? Just how god-tier is this Jiang Chen? A mere third awakening standing against 8th and 9th rank legends. Finally, the Jiangnan war zone has its own supreme being. In the corner, Hongjiao chatted with Qi Gang. Junior brother Qi, are you truly stepping down to train in the catacombs? He nodded firmly. It's not just a plan. The higher-ups have already stamped the approval. Once the medal ceremony concludes, I depart. Sudden hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Bulang approached with a grin, pointing at himself. Don't think the boss is going alone. We're tagging along for the ride. Qigong sighed heavily. He had intended a solo journey. But Hongjiao clicked her tongue in amusement. It seems everyone has been triggered by our little junior brother's insane growth. It brings back the fire of our youth. Indeed. The catacombs are the convergence point of 10,000 races. It is the ultimate grinding spot in this leveling manhwa where surviving means a legendary rebirth. Nearby, Yingzhan furrowed his brows. Staying in Great Xia means I'll never catch up to his shadow. I'm heading to the catacombs too. What about you? Wu Shuang nodded in agreement. Let's hunt together. Inside the catacombs, slaughtering the alien races grants rewards from the heavenly Tao itself. It suits our battle styles perfectly. He chuckled, offering a rare compliment. Finally showing some of your grandfather's grit. But remember, the score between us isn't settled yet. We still have a duel to finish. To the death then, moments later on the grand stage. Xinghai stepped forward, his face a mask of solemn authority as the commander of the Jiangnan war zone. First, allow me to deliver a standard speech for about 30 minutes. Immediately, a voice from the crowd roared back. We know it's cliché, so skip the nonsense. Start the show already. My ass is going numb sitting here. Qinghai recognized the voice instantly and clicked his tongue. It seems a certain old master has run out of patience. Xinghai scanned the crowd again. I only jested because the atmosphere was too stiff. No more delays. Let us proceed to the moment you've all been waiting for. For this medal ceremony, we have invited one of Great Shia's 3 legendary 9th Awakening powerhouses, the Supreme Commander of the Night Watch and the Capital War Zone. The Dreamweaver Huan Yue will present the honors and announce Jiang Chen's official title. As the words fell, a majestic purple aura erupted, flooding the area. From within a tearing spatial rift, Huan Yue emerged, dragging someone by the hand. We're here, you little rascal. Jiang Chen has arrived, so stop hiding. Jiang Chen looked at her with helpless resentment. Who's shy? You're just making things up. As they stepped out, the portal vanished. She slapped his shoulder playfully. What's wrong, nervous? He cracked his neck, feigning confidence. Me nervous never. Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated through the stadium, and a dazzling golden insignia materialized on Jiang Chen's chest. Hongjiao covered her nose and shot to her feet. Oh no. I know I'm his senior sister, but my heart can't take this level of charisma. Qiyang crossed his arms, shaking his head. That brat. I've lived a whole life and never looked that cool. What a waste. Tang Jin blushed into silence while Bulang couldn't hold back. Holy crap, little Chen's visual level just broke the scale. This is the highlight of our manhwa recap. Beside him, Han Q was practically drooling, her face bright red. Master, Sandao chuckled. Little Chu, careful. Your eyeballs are about to pop out of your skull. Even the illusions seemed captivated, whispering Jiang Lang with flushed cheeks. Beside him, Huan Yue herself beamed with pride. Little brother, you actually look decent for once. Jiang Chen felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Sister, please stop teasing me. Xinghai's voice boomed once more. All right, let's follow protocol. Everyone let me hear you scream Jiang Chen's title. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of excitement. So, Insect Demon, Insect Demon, Insect Demon. Only now did he learn his nickname. His lip twitched as his face went dark. You have to be kidding me. Is this title for real? Insect Demon. Could you pick a nastier name? I finally dress up like a human being and this is what I get. Unbelievable. Xinghai nodded. Excellent. The voice of the people has spoken. On behalf of the Night Watch. But before he could finish, Huan Yue cut in, silencing the crowd. I hereby grant Jiang Chen of the Jiangnan War Zone the true title Monarch of Natural Disasters. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression brightened instantly. Monarch of Natural Disasters. Now that is a title I can work with. Hey, did you set up that insect demon chant just to mess with me? She winked playfully. But the show wasn't over. Huan Yue turned back to the crowd, her aura shifting to absolute dominance. Furthermore, I bestow upon Jiang Chen the title, King of the Suppressed Seas. The 4 oceans are now his personal domain. He is granted the authority to govern the nation's defense roam all war zones of Great Xia, and holds the power of life and death. His status is equal to the unrivaled guardians of the state. Down below, Qigong frowned, sensing the weight of those words. Boss. What did the Dreamweaver mean by that last part? I don't dare to guess. Tang Jin hesitated. I'm not sure either. Qigong stared ahead. It means exactly what you heard. She stammered in disbelief. But he's only 18. That's too heaven-defying. Hongjiao's brows knit together, her gaze turning dark and calculating. King of the Suppressed Seas. It seems the higher-ups are preparing to re-establish contact with the 3 overseas islands. If the 4 seas are his fiefdom, that implies the 3 overseas islands are now technically Jiang Chen's private property. Song turned to Kadian, clicking his tongue. Old Gu, your disciple, is being pushed into the eye of the storm. Aren't you worried? The old master just laughed heartily. Bah, I'm too lazy to worry about such trivial things. The shifting tides of fate were finally beginning, and it was time to reclaim the Tamdao Islands. Katian swelled with pride, thinking that in this classic leveling Manhwa underdog story, what others failed to do, his disciple would surely achieve. On the podium, Huan Yue presented a box containing the legendary Peerless token. Take this, little brother. Jiang Chen accepted the destiny-altering gift with both hands, his eyes warm. Thank you, sister. Suddenly the sky darkened as a figure descended atop a white tiger voice, booming like thunder. I am Zuoshu Yuan of the Sakura Nation, by order of the great god Yamata. I have come to congratulate Jiang Chen of Great Xia. With a challenge, his gaze dripped with the arrogance of a typical awakening Manhwa villain. Though merely a 3rd-tier prodigy, his aura screamed the power of a peak 5th-tier master. To think a tiny land like the Sakura Nation bred such a seed. Hong En leaned in, his smile tight and dangerous. Old Gu, do you intend to draw your blade and bully the young? Katian shook his head dismissively. The Huan Yue is on stage. It's not my place. Indeed, Huan Yue's eyes narrowed with killing intent as the sacred ritual was interrupted. You court death, but Jiang Chen raised a hand, halting her wrath. Sister, no need to dirty your hands on such a pest. Let me handle this. Hearing the confidence in his voice, she relented. Very well. Show me a good performance. High above, Zuoshu Yuan began his descent, smirking with arrogance. Now that is what I like to see. I challenge you openly out of respect for Great Xi's etiquette. After all, when a friend comes from afar. His ceaseless prattle was already exhausting Jiang Chen's patience. Cut the chatter. Aren't assassins supposed to lurk in the shadows? Yet here you are challenging me under the broad daylight like a fool. Jiang Chen exposed the truth with a smirk. This only proves one thing. You're nothing but sacrificial cannon fodder. Zuoshu Yuan bristled, pointing a trembling finger. Cannon fodder or not, my blade will decide that, but on one condition. Dare you fight without your 9 wings defense? If you're scared, just say so. I won't laugh. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, channeling his energy until lightning crackled around his form. Your provocation is clumsy at best. However, letting this grand stage be tainted by your poison would be truly unsightly. As you wish. At the center of the arena, a sphere of lightning materialized. Jiang Chen's voice echoed like a deity. Thunder God Domain. 3,000 lightning calamities. The impact was blinding. Spectators hurriedly shielded their eyes from the flash. Caught off guard, both Zuoshu Yuan and his white tiger howled as high voltage tore through them. But Jiang Chen frowned, sensing something off. Is that it? How did you dare come here with such weakness? Suddenly the white tiger lunged, roaring ferociously. Jiang Chen dodged, realization dawning. Genjutsu. Seeing the beast's maw gaping wide, he unleashed the divine elephant prison suppressing body. One punch shattered its fangs, followed immediately by a hell-suppressing fist. The massive beast flew back, but upon impact it dissolved into black smoke. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Still an illusion. In a blink, Zuoshu Yuan materialized above him, slashing down with killing intent. Jiang Chen, you've lost. My body was mere illusion. Know this. My energy acts as insulation, the perfect counter to your lightning element. The blade descended with crushing force. In that critical split second, Jiang Chen shouted, "Lightning flash!" Smoke billowed out, obscuring the outcome of the clash. He evaded the fatal blow, but a shallow cut marred his skin. Zuoshu Yuan laughed triumphantly. Don't think your lightning is the fastest. Before a supreme assassin, it is nothing worth mentioning. It seems your past victories were sheer luck. Now my poison courses through your veins. Without the antidote, you are finished. Witnessing this, Keichen's expression darkened. Little Chen fell into his trap. Huan Yue was no better power erupting from her palm. You dare poison my brother, you seek your own grave, but Jiang Chen's voice boomed, halting them in their tracks. Everyone stand down. If I do not resolve this battle myself, this entire ceremony becomes meaningless. The assassin cackled, his disdain palpable. That's the spirit. But don't tell me you're planning to rely on your Nine Wings defense now. That would be humiliating. Or perhaps you'll drink the ancient god syrup and sleep for a week, or summon your 9-cycle nether demon to be destroyed by the laws of heaven. These taunts only made Jiang Chen chuckle as pitch-black energy began to radiate from his form. Very good. You have successfully angered me. Today, I shall use you to test a new technique. Zhou Shuyuan watched in horror. My poison. Why are you unaffected? Jiang Chen moved freely, his energy surging without hindrance. Fussy. Poison, did you forget my nickname used to be the Poison Demon? Your petty toxins are nothing to me. Not keeping him waiting, Jiang Chen's right arm morphed into a terrifyingly sharp blade. Yaoseki Spear of the Nether God. Panic seized Zhou Shuyuan. That's the dark element, you possess the power of darkness too. His instincts screamed danger. This is bad, I must retreat. Zhou Shuyuan shouted a hasty farewell. Jiang Chen, we shall meet again. But the terror on his face betrayed his false bravado. Jiang Chen sneered, cold as ice. Meet again. Do you really think you can escape? With a deafening hum, his spear sliced through the very space Zhou Shuyuan occupied. The assassin looked up in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be the spear? It acts like a living thing. Zhou Shuyuan twisted in the air to flee. He dodged, but the blade corrected its course instantly. It can turn, he shrieked in despair. The next second, the obsidian blade impaled his chest, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream. Jiang Chen recalled the blade, and the assassin's body plummeted to the earth. Jiang Chen calmly walked back to the main hall. The pest has been exterminated. Let the ceremony proceed. The crowd erupted in disbelief, gasps filling the air. Heavens, he took down a 5th transition assassin in just a few moves. And he didn't even use the Nine Wings defense. What was that skill? It wasn't the Keichin style, nor lightning. I've never seen such power. That black spear. Even from this distance I could feel the sheer terror radiating from it. Hongan whispered a tease. Old Gu, you panicked too soon. It seems you don't even know the true depths of your disciple's power. Keichin sputtered. Of course I know. How could I not know my own student? I was just momentarily flushed with concern. Internally, he wanted to throttle Jiang Chen. That brat. Just how many trump cards is he hiding from me? Recovering, he turned his gaze back to the stage, confused by the system Manhwa mechanics at play. Old G, I'm not a system user, so I'm not versed in these matters. You have seen much of the world. In your opinion, what exactly was that black spear little Chen just used? Hongan pondered deeply before answering. Based on my experience, that was pure darkness element, and very likely a god-tier class ability. A 3rd awakened class, he gasped. 3 god-tier classes and a 3rd soul transformation. How can his body withstand it? On the podium, Huan Yue leaned back, beaming. Well done, you brat. You've truly brought glory to us today. Jiang Chen scratched his head, offering a humble smile typical of a Manhwa recap protagonist. It wasn't that impressive. Next time I'll make sure to end it in a single strike. With a sharp wave of Commander Xinghai's hand, the order was given. Boom. The sky erupted into flames as cannon fire shook the heavens, the deafening roar matched only by the thunderous cheers of the crowd below. Congratulations to the Calamity Monarch, all hail King Zhenhai. The excitement was palpable as the people chanted his title in a frenzy. But amidst the chaos, Jiang Chen's sharp eyes caught movement below. It was the father-daughter duo from the Luo family. Luo Badao stepped forward with pride to present his gift. Representing the great Xia merchant guilds, he and his daughter Sandao offered a legendary divine weapon to the new Calamity Monarch. Sandao stood obediently, cradling the heavy treasure in her arms. Up on the high platform, Tang Wanchuan was fuming with rage. Damn that old man. He fought so hard to be the first to present a gift, only to have that merchant Luo Badao steal his thunder at the last second. He Tian sighed, shaking his head helplessly. I never expected the Luo family to be so bold. To cut in line like that? How utterly disrespectful. Hongan looked at Kadian with eyes full of regret and blame. See, just because I stopped to chat with you, old Gu, I missed my chance to shine first. The old master snapped back irritably. Don't pin that on me. Without hesitating, Sandao opened the box. A sharp blade lay inside, unleashing a terrifying aura that shocked everyone. Even Jiang Chen felt the pressure. What an incredible power. The moment Jiang Chen reached out and touched the hilt, the weapon's power exploded outwards. the aura intensifying tenfold. Interesting. This blade wants to devour its own master. Jiang Chen tightened his grip, a demonic shadow crossing his face as he whispered to the rebellious spirit. But listen closely. I'm not some soft target you can bully. Tree spirit, teach this thing a lesson. Instantly, the phantom of the massive world tree manifested behind him. In seconds, the azure dragon blade went silent, completely tamed. Jiang Chen gave it a test swing. From today on, I am your master. Luo Badao's jaw hit the floor. Did he just force a bond that easily? Sandao was bouncing with excitement. Father, I told you. My benefactor is amazing. He can make anyone or anything bow down in respect. Her father nodded, stroking his chin. Seems we picked the right gift. My daughter really does know her future husband best. Sandao's face turned beet red. Dad, stop talking nonsense. Nothing has happened between us yet. Luo Badao turned to Jiang Chen to explain the weapon's dark history. This azure dragon blade is named Heavenly Sin. It is a Tier 4 divine weapon. It ranks 11th on the Great Shiao divine weapon list. This isn't just a sword, it's a ferocious beast. Once Heavenly Sin is unsheathed, it must take a life, or it will turn on its master and devour their soul. Then Luo Badao coughed awkwardly. Actually, I tried to gift this blade once before. Back when your master was crowned the Heavenly Blade King. Hearing his name, Keitian started coughing violently, signaling him to shut up. Changing the subject, Badao continued. Your master didn't seem to like it much back then. But suddenly, Auntie Huanyue stepped in with a smirk. I recall old Gu liking it a little too much. The problem was, he couldn't tame it. In fact, he was almost devoured by the backlash. Jiang Chen's face went dark. Wait. Master couldn't tame this blade, but I just did. And I just called its previous victims soft weaklings. Oh no. I just inadvertently insulted my teacher. Back on the platform, everyone stared at Keitian. His face was burning with embarrassment, but he puffed out his chest. What are you all looking at? Isn't it normal for a student to surpass his teacher? With your terrible judgment, none of you will ever find a disciple as legendary as mine. Hongen leaned in with a grin. Old Gu, did your mental defense just crumble? Keitian roared back. Crumble my ass. Shut up. Next came the second treasure. He Tian and Han Qiu stepped forward. Representing the Jiangnan war zone, King Mu Henian presents the Sea God Pearl. Congratulations to the monarch on this epic Manhwa recap moment. Hongen gasped loudly. The Sea God Pearl. Good heavens, the Mu family really spent a fortune this time. He Tian explained this treasure was seized from the sea folk 30 years ago by the Jiangnan army. It is a supreme water element artifact. It contains the essence of an entire ocean. Release it, and you could flood a continent. Of course. In a pinch, it makes a very heavy brick to smash people with. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully, accepting the orb. Thank you, Elder Mu. The old man laughed heartily, patting Han Qiu on the back. My dear granddaughter, no need for formalities. We're all going to be one family soon anyway. Han Qiu blushed furiously while Jiang Chen stood there in awkward silence. The gifting competition continued. Tang Wanchuan yelled, Old man, hurry up and get down, representing the Great Jiangnan War Zone. King Tang Wanchuan presents 3 Rank 8 Beast Cores. Congratulations to the Calamity Monarch. Not wanting to be outdone, Hongen stepped up with a booming voice. Commander of the Demon City War Zone King. Ji Hongen presents 20 drops of God Demon Essence Blood. Congratulations to King Zhenhai. Below the stage, Xiao Ke sighed. It's a shame our night watchmen are so broke. We have nothing that compares to these treasures. Duan Feng nodded. Forget having gifts. Sometimes we even have to borrow money from little Chen. Hearing this, Jigang stood up abruptly. We may be poor, but who says we have nothing to give? He walked onto the stage, pulling out his own offering. Great Xia Night Watchman Jigang representing the entire Chujiang branch. Jiang Chen looked confused. What is this? Jigang smiled softly. A strand of pure faith origin. Senior sister Hongjiao frowned, whispering to Keitian. Master isn't Jigang's gift a bit. Cheap Keitian shook his head solemnly. This is a difficult gift to judge. Faith is the purest, most fanatical and selfless force. It can be worthless to some, but priceless to others. It all depends on the beholder. On stage, Jigang explained little Chen this strand contains the hopes and prayers of 760,000 people from Chujiang City. It carries enough power to block a full strike from a nation-suppressing level attack. It was a simple gift, yet it made Jiang Chen tremble with emotion. Jigang. The crowd below finally understood. No wonder their boss hadn't slept for days running around mysteriously. He had been secretly gathering this faith. We are about to enter the perilous catacombs. This is his final parting gift to protect little Chen. Suddenly Jiang Chen leaped forward, wrapping Jigang in a tight bear hug. The older man was startled but quickly caught him. "Hey kid, what's gotten into you?" Next up was Kadian. "Disciple, today is your big day. As your unreliable master and sister, we had to get you something special. This heavenly blade talisman was forged by your sister and me using the very source essence of the opening heaven blade. Once activated, it unleashes a strike equal to a nation-suppressing warrior. It's only one hit, but it might save your life in a crisis." Jiang Chen took it with both hands. "Thank you, master." "Sister master, can I do whatever I want with this talisman?" The old man nodded. "Of course it's yours now." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen bowed deeply and held the talisman out to Jigang. "Jigang, you guys are heading into the catacombs. Please take this blade talisman with you for protection." Jigang looked at him, feeling a mix of pride and refusal. "Little Chen, do you look down on us that much?" But Jiang Chen didn't raise his head. He ignored the scolding and shouted his plea, desperate to keep his family safe. "Call me arrogant, call me reckless, or say I have no respect for my elders. I do not care. Uncle, I am begging you because you are the only family I have left in this world. The martial god forbade me from entering the catacombs before reaching the sixth awakening. But listen to me, I absolutely cannot tolerate the thought of you, or the others, facing any danger." Hearing the desperation in his voice, the uncle finally relented, placing a heavy hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "All right, I will listen to you. I swear one day we will stand by your side and fight as true powerhouses. You must accept this strand of faith energy." Jiang Chen beamed with joy. "Of course you should take it. This power is the very foundation of my strength." He didn't stop there. He dumped the entire mountain of treasures everyone had just gifted him onto Jigang, his voice serious. "This includes my old equipment and every single gift I received today. Uncle, take these back and distribute them to the clan. Do not refuse me." Jigang froze for a second before reaching out with trembling hands. "Very well, today Jigang will follow your lead." Below them, Tangjin, Duanfeng, Little K, and Bulang watched with tears welling in their eyes. Why is it that we always have to rely on Little Chen for everything? We are family, so there is no need for polite formalities. But because of that, we must train harder. We have to become strong enough to be worthy of calling ourselves his kin. Suddenly, the sky above tore open. A crimson dimension cracked the firmament and a deep voice echoed. "I hope I haven't arrived too late." The crowd looked up in terror. What is that sound? Is it another assassin? But terror turned to awe as they recognized Ji Lingqiu standing atop a massive blood demon. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting, "Great Xia!" The old man pointed at himself, his voice booming like thunder. "I am Ji Lingqiu." He descended slowly, having crushed the blood dragon swamp, and severed the head of the rank 9 beast, the Blood Dragon King, as a tribute to Great Xia's calamity monarch, the king of suppression. Huan Yue sighed in admiration. Little Ji really went all out this time. Seeing the massive carcass, Jiang Chen only had one thought. That beast is huge. It's enough to keep Xiaozhou and the pets fed for a long time. Ever since they started breeding, keeping those gluttonous beasts fed has been a real headache. Kai Tian nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the sword god, the blood dragon swamp will definitely be removed from the list of the 9 great forbidden zones. Hong Jiao looked up with stars in her eyes. "Master, when will we be strong enough to do something like that?" He replied calmly, "Just keep training." Then raising his blade to the heavens, he shouted, "May Great Xia stand eternal." The crowd below roared in unison, their voices shaking the earth. "May Great Xia stand eternal. May the flame of humanity burn bright." Meanwhile, deep within the dimensional rift, 4 ancient terrors gathered to discuss the latest threat in this leveling Manhwa world. The white-haired demon with horns spoke first. "Surely you have all heard the news, the Nine-Winged Summoner has appeared in Great Xia. Even though the 10th ancient god sect borrowed the power of my clan to wipe out millions last time, we cannot underestimate humanity. Furthermore, Xuanji shattered all precedents. If he leads the war god army into the catacombs to annihilate the 10 demon cities. Had our ancestor not detected it in time, the demon race would have faced extinction." This speaker was the primordial T-spirit demon lord. He continued darkly. "Great Xia has an old saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth get cold." He clenched his fist. "I propose a grand alliance of all races to exterminate Great Xia." Hearing this, the long-bearded elder stroked his chin. "The immortal clan will not participate in this scheme. To be honest, your destruction was brought upon by your own stupidity. I find Great Xia quite pleasant. They are polite. If you don't provoke them, they don't provoke you." This was the immortal elder Yun Shu of the ancient immortal clan. He added a warning. Besides, the immortal clan formed an alliance with humanity 400 years ago. We cannot betray our vows. Chaling, the demon lord, exploded in rage. "Stop spouting such nonsense. Everyone knows you immortals have been secretly collaborating with the tribes of the catacombs." He leaned forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yunshu's face. What alliance? It is nothing but schemes and conspiracies. For the past 400 years, you have supported the 3 overseas islands hoping they would swallow Great Xia whole. Your ultimate goal is to monopolize the origin star for yourselves, isn't it? But let me tell you, time is not on your side for such a long con. The old immortal calmly rebutted. Demon Lord, your words are becoming quite unpleasant. The fact that the immortal clan deigned to show up today is already a great benevolence. Do you see the primordial god clan or the other major powers paying any attention to you? While they bickered, a figure in white robes intervened with a casual tone. Gentlemen, are we not here to discuss an alliance today? Why are we fighting amongst ourselves? This was the dragon god Xuanshang. He cut to the chase. The dragon clan agrees to wipe out Great Xia, but who will lead the charge? Great Xia only has 3 major strongholds in the Catacombs, Broken Army, Greedy Wolf, and 7 kills. Destroying them would be simple. However, Xuanshang thought of Huan Yue and issued a grim warning. But striking Great Xia's headquarters from the Catacombs means facing the Dreamer. She is an awakened legend who has existed for eons. If she decides to burn her life force and gather the mental energy of 100 billion citizens, her power would rival an ancestral god. He estimated that a direct attack now would cost the lives of at least 100 rank 9 existences. Ask yourselves which of the myriad races is willing to pay that price. The demon race has many experts. Why don't you go first, and the dragon clan will back you up? Silence fell over the group. No one wanted to be the cannon fodder. After a long pause, the bull-horned figure finally spoke. Because the heavenly Tao seals all rank 9 existences, anyone who strikes now will be obliterated by the laws of the world. Such a suicide attack is like drinking boiling water to quench your thirst. This was the Beast King Zhu Yi. He revealed that the heavenly Tao's seal on the 10th rank was already halfway open. Within half a year, it would vanish completely, allowing the Ancient Ones to unleash their full godlike power. Zhou Yi calculated coldly. Great Xia only has 3 rank 9 warriors, and they need time to advance. That moment will be our perfect window of opportunity. Yunshu nodded in agreement. Precisely. Demon Lord, you must understand that no one wants to pay for the demon race's recklessness, and certainly no one wants to die first. Xuanshang added, I agree. For the next few months, we stick to the old plan, secretly support the human factions to slowly devour Great Xia from within. Zhou Yi, however, looked skeptical. I only fear that if you withdraw too soon, you will regret it. He gazed down at the projection of Jiang Chen. That brat is the protagonist of a system Manhwa, yet he is currently only at the 3rd awakening. He is not a threat yet. My monster clan has already bribed the top assassins across the origin star. I believe that with their combined efforts, his death is only a matter of time. Even if you fail, it matters not. The 3 overseas islands and the internal turmoil within Great Xia will activate in 3 months. Xuanshang cut in with a sinister smile. Indeed. My clan has already bestowed dragon blood upon the sea race of the origin star. When the time comes, the human-dragon hybrids of the sea will join the fray. With such meticulous preparation, the wielder of the 9-winged horde would surely face death without a doubt. Moments later, deep within the Jiangnan base inside Jiang Chen's manor, Jiang Chen asked with a sigh, Master, it's been 3 days. When can I finally go outside? Tian replied, I came to tell you that the wave of assassins who sneaked into Great Xia has been nearly wiped out. Among them, 8 6th rankers and 3 7th rankers were executed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked, Does that mean I'm finally free? The old man shook his head. Not exactly. Rumor has it an 8th rank assassin is still at large. Besides, the higher-ups fear they won't give up and will send even stronger killers. Jiang Chen looked up with sorrowful eyes. Master, if people always want to kill me, must I remain protected like a useless invalid forever? With your skills and trump cards, can't you face them yourself? Don't you feel that this so-called protection is actually a shackle on your personal growth? He immediately proved his point, reaching into the void to pinch the cheek of Tang Ying, who was hiding in a spatial pocket. Master, should I give you a demonstration? Come on out. Tang Ying replied shyly. My father told me to come protect you. Hearing this, he politely refused. I appreciate the kindness, but it's really not necessary. Go back and rest early. She walked to the door, feeling a bit aggrieved. Sorry for the intrusion. Chen pointed at the door, puzzled. When did she start hiding here? Jiang Chen remained calm. She's been there for a while. She was too embarrassed to come out. Although she suppressed her energy fluctuations, she couldn't hide from our eyes. The old man shouted in shock. What? Suddenly Jiang Chen mentioned Mulan Feng. Master, do you remember Mulan Feng? You mean Mulan Feng, of the Azure God clan. Do you know how I tricked him to his death? Tian immediately sat down, leaning closer. Jiang Chen began to explain. Back then, within a radius of 30,000 meters, I only needed a glance to see everyone's status window. This is the classic advantage of a system manhwa protagonist. These words easily convinced the old man. He laughed triumphantly. So, that's it. I didn't know you had such a move. Fine, leave the assassins to me. Or rather, you handle them. Right now, due to the situation with the 3 outer islands, Great Xia is indeed short of manpower. Jiang Chen grinned with excitement. Then master, tomorrow I will go hunt them down. Instead of passive defense, it's better to take the initiative. Katian still warned him. Youthful blood is good, but don't underestimate your opponents. He replied obediently, yes, master. Just then, Han Q stepped forward from nowhere. Master Senior Dao King, please have some tea. The old man gasped in shock. Huh, there's another one, is that all? She confessed on her own. San Dao is helping Master Jiang make the bed, and Ji Xuan is using his fire element to roast a suckling pig for him. Katian could only praise helplessly. All right, you brat, are you exploiting all this manpower? But Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. I didn't ask for this. The trouble came to me. Jiang Chen finally spoke up. Everyone, work ends here for today. No need to come tomorrow. I have a new mission for you. Help me hunt and destroy as many high-level beasts in the secret realm as possible. San Dao took the lead in answering, understood. I will claim the top spot. The scene shifted to a desolate place, 2,000 miles southwest of the border city in the Gobi Desert. An armored figure reported, bad news. Almost all assassins sent by the world's nations to Great Xia have been wiped out. But here is the good news, Great Xia has lowered its guard. Jiang Chen has started coming out. The higher-ups are cheering for our alliance to ensure no mistakes happen. A squad of ironclad cavalry moved forward. Dais replied, naturally. More importantly, to ensure no internal conflict once this manhwa recap-worthy operation succeeds, every participating nation will receive a key to enter the 9th rank Holy Knight Temple. Looking at the numbers, it seems unfair. This time, there are 6 of us. Other nations have at most 3. Yet the rewards are equal. From the distance, a solitary figure appeared and asked, what is unfair? Your captain is only 3rd on the assassin list. My nation, Sakura country's god of assassins, Mr. Saito, is also here. He has dominated the #1 spot for over 10 years. Your captain only recently stepped into the 8th rank, but Mr. Saito reached the 8th rank 10 years ago. The man frowned and pulled out a flute. Furthermore, without the divine artifact, the Takamagahara bone flute, who among you can deal with Jiang Chen's millions of 9-winged bugs, this was none other than Sakura country's Kato Kazuha, a peak 7th rank assassin, ranked 7th on the god list. Dias refused to back down. I can't deny your flute is decent, but where is this legendary god of assassins? In my opinion, you people are just blowing hot air. Isn't he just an old man with nothing left but a name? Before he finished, the 2 men behind him were decapitated instantly. Kato shouted, shut your mouth, do not speak of Lord Saito like that. The person beside him gasped in terror. This is... From afar, someone recognized him. It's Lord Saito, Sakura country's Saito Kenichi, the 8th rank assassin #1 on the god list. The old man glanced at Dais. Now that the numbers are sufficient, does anyone else have an objection? Dais, terrified, hurriedly bowed with respect. Greetings, Lord Saito. It was my lack of discipline. Please quell your anger. Saito waved it off. Forget it. Let's discuss the division of labor. Suddenly a seductive woman appeared. First, our great Han has sent 2 assassins deep into Great Xia to lure Jiang Chen here. Second, using my nation as the origin of elements. This crystal ball in my hand can completely suppress Jiang Chen's lightning element. She was Park Yeon-yoon, of Great Han, a peak 7th rank assassin, and #5 on the god list. John Jin spoke with immense arrogance. Forget the origin talk. If you can lure the enemy and counter the lightning, you might actually be useful. Saito countered, as I said, I will handle the control of the 9-winged horde. Additionally, the prodigies of our clan risked their lives fighting Jiang Chen and discovered he possesses a dark ability. His strength is not weak. A bald man dressed like a monk stepped forward. Lord Shiva above. Dark elements do not naturally exist in this world. They must be borrowed from the 9 underworlds or hell. I conceal these dark fissures so he cannot use any darkness skills. He was Ma from the Shiva nation, a peak 7th rank assassin and #4 on the god list. Saito let out a satisfied chuckle. Excellent. Now only 2 questions remain. First, how do we handle the 9 turns nether demon? Second, this location near Mount Kun isn't just rich in divine essence. It is dangerously close to the dungeon entrance. How do we ensure we don't trigger the wrath of the great powers? Hearing this, he reached into his spatial inventory, his hand searching for the answer. Behold the holy relic from my temple. He held up a glowing white parchment. The refracting holy light. It masks our aura and completely suppresses energy fluctuations. He demonstrated immediately. Deus vanished instantly, leaving only a wisp of white smoke and a disembodied voice. Observe. This is absolute concealment. It puts the stealth skills found in a typical system manhwa to shame. Fundamentally, we exist within a reflected world of light. No detection skill can touch us. Suddenly, a blinding azure light erupted, dazzling everyone. This was the true power of the refracting holy light. The group found themselves in a distorted dimension. Incredible. Have we been pulled into the mirror world? Deus explained calmly. Ignore the great powers in the catacombs. Their main bodies are sealed. They cannot step into the surface world. Even if they descend, we simply drag Jiang Chen into this mirror dimension. Not even a 9-turns entity can track him from the outside. He rolled the parchment back up, returning to the strategy against the nether demon. The moment it spawns, we cast the refracting holy light to isolate it. It won't hold long, but we only need 10 seconds. After that, the laws of heaven will obliterate it. Saito scoffed with arrogant pride. Without his abyssal staff, he loses his lightning, his darkness, and his summoning arts. Even if Jiang Chen forces a breakthrough to the 7th turn using ancient godblood, I am certain I can kill him in a single strike. Deus nodded in agreement. Precisely, Lord Saito. The trap is perfect. Now we simply wait for the prey. Back in the daylight of the Jiangnan base, the crowd erupted in excitement. Look, the Calamity Monarch is patrolling, walking on poison mist. That is the definition of dominance. The people roared, "Long live the sea-suppressing king." Jiang Chen intentionally flared his aura. To lure out the rats, he had to make some noise. Xiaozhou in mini-armor sat on his shoulder, their eyes wide. "Father, why do the little humans on the street look like us? And why do they carry those bags?" Jiang Chen smiled gently. "Because they go to school." The spirits were confused. "School? Why don't we go?" He paused, stumped. "That is a good question. When we finish our mission, I'll think about it." But the questions kept coming. "So, what is our mission now?" Jiang Chen hushed them. "Daddy is looking for your mommy." His mind drifted to the 2 sisters. Kim Bin, the white-haired beauty, a Korean assassin. 6th turn strength, a master of seduction and charm. And the little one Zixuan. 7th turn, a prodigy of disguise and stealth. Jiang Chen sent his insect swarm ahead, calculating. Attacking in the base is too risky for civilians. I need a desolate location. Give them an opening to strike while ensuring no bystanders get caught in the crossfire. Watching him from the shadows, Kim Bin smirked. Jiang Chen's movements are too loud, and he has no guards. He's completely dropped his defenses. This is our chance. The higher-ups ordered the 2 of us to eliminate him personally. If we succeed, Korea's prestige skyrockets. If we fail, we resort to the ambush in the Gobi Desert. She turned to her side. "What do you think? Hey, sister." But Zixuan had already vanished into thin air. Always so talkative. "Does she actually think she's my sister?" Kim Bin muttered before darting off. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen found the perfect stage. "This spot is suitable. I should slow the swarm down a bit. Wouldn't want our guests to lose the trail." Suddenly, Zixuan lunged out, clinging to Jiang Chen's leg, wailing loudly. "Help save us. Someone save my sister. She's been bitten by a poisonous snake." Jiang Chen landed, fighting back laughter. Terrible acting. "Who uses a broccoli snake as a prop?" She screamed again. "Big brother, please save her." As he approached, he mentally critiqued them. Zero common sense. Zero professionalism. Is this a joke? He put on his playboy mask. "Oh my, such a beautiful lady in distress. Don't fear, I am here." Kim Bin looked up with watery eyes. "Young master." She activated her charm. Secret art. Jiang Chen clutched his chest, feigning a hit. "Ah, my heart. It's been struck. Beautiful lady, I don't just want to save you. I want to marry you." Inside his consciousness, little Tian cringed. "Oh, master. Your acting skills are truly tragic to behold." Jiang Chen pointed to his shoulder. "Quick, come here. I must suck the poison out." Kim Bin smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Zixuan cheered. "You're such a good man." Just as they prepared to strike, Jiang Chen's expression shifted to a demonic grin. "Is that so? You're saved, are you?" Boom boom, 2 casual strikes of the divine elephant prison fist. Instant knockout. The insect swarm immediately engulfed the little one. Zixuan scrambled back in terror. "Poison bones, we've been played, plan B." She fled instantly. "Don't kill me. I have a treasure hidden away. I'll give it to you." Jiang Chen pursued, impressed. "Her speed is extraordinary. She's actually faster than my lightning flash step." Lightning flash is for short-range teleportation. For long-distance chases without a domain, she actually outpaces standard movement arts. A mischievous grin formed on his face. "And what's this about a treasure? Does she think I'm naive? She's leading me to an ambush. Perfect. I can wipe them all out in one breath instead of hunting them individually like a generic leveling Manhwa quest." The scene shifted abruptly to the Broken Army City dungeon 70,000 miles north. A red-haired youth sprinted frantically. "Run, brothers, I accidentally unleashed the Sea of Desire. Behold the Class 788 Heavenly Prodigy a peak, Tier 5 powerhouse. Ding Chunkyu." Panic erupted as the floodwaters surged. Those too slow were swallowed whole, cursing his name with their dying breaths. but he just stood there, hands on hips, mocking the chaos. "You want to kill me? With just a bunch of tier 6 trash," Chungkyu cackled like a madman. "At your snail's pace, you wouldn't even catch the wind of my fart." Once safe outside the cavern, the exhausted team collapsed, gasping for air. "Old monster Ding, have you lost your mind? Why play with death like that?" But Chungkyu just grinned. "Worth it. Intel says the Azure God clan already lost a divine son in our territory. 2 days ago, another one led a squad to Devil Valley to wipe us out. But we aren't soft persimmons. If we can't beat them head-on, we play dirty." A voice cut through the panting. "So you lured a torrent from the Sea of Desire to drown Devil Valley. Aren't you afraid that karma or that desire will backlash and kill you?" The question came from Nangong Yan, the tier 6 prodigy of class 790. Chungkyu burst into laughter again. "My class is Dark Water Mage. A little caution is all I need." That wave crushed over 90 of them. Pity the divine son slipped away. Dogsht luck. Yan waved it off, her expression hardening. "Gear up. We return to Great Xia immediately. The competition with the 3 overseas islands is restarting. We must seize glory for our nation. Do you hear me?" A heavy sigh broke the silence. "That's going to be brutal. The 3 islands have evolved down different paths." Another nodded grimly. "Class Awakening Elemental Mastery Rune Inscription. They're leagues ahead of us. Sure, we have battle experience from this hellhole, but compared to their advanced systems, we're fighting an uphill battle." Yan frowned at the defeatism. "Giving up before the first clash, it's been 50 years. Who says their next generation isn't trash? Even if we lag behind, even if victory seems impossible, we will not lose our dignity." Chungkyu chimed in, nodding. "Nangongyan is right. 50 years is a long time. Anything could have changed. Besides, I heard the catalyst for this whole restart is a rookie from HQ, a kid named Jiang Chen, top of the class 793 Awakening Manhwa rankings. Rumor has it he wields a dual god class and controls the forbidden 9-winged barrier." Yan nodded, her eyes narrowing. "True. And that barrier has evolved into a swarm of millions. Martial God Jiang personally intervened, rewriting Great Xia's taboo laws just for him." Chungkyu flashed a thumbs up. "As expected of the class 790 valedictorian. Your intel network is scary. I heard you dragged the entire Azure Wave Warzone to victory back then, securing first place with sheer dominance against all the other monsters on the heavenly roll." Yan shot back. "You're not so bad yourself. Number 2 of class 788. Chungkyu's face twitched. "Hey, that was low. Why do you always bring up rankings?" She smirked. "Why want to test your skills against me?" Chungkyu immediately backed down. "Forget it, I can't beat you, and I certainly can't afford to offend you." The banter died down as the atmosphere turned heavy. For this tournament, the top 3 from classes 781 to 792 have been summoned. But for class 793, only Jiang Chen, Jiyan of the Ji family, captured by the Primal God clan, tortured until his soul shattered. Grim realization settled in. Of all the prodigies from those years, less than half remain. Fortunately, the champion of class 781, Yuan Wu is still breathing. He'll be our captain. 3 years ago, he slaughtered the number 2 demon prodigy. 2 years ago, ambushed by the Primal Demon clan. He fought 3 tier 6 monsters alone and vanished into the shadows. He's currently at Broken Army City meeting Martial God Jiang. He'll join us soon. Chungkyu leaped up, eyes shining with fanboy intensity. "The legend lives, Great Xia is blessed. Let's move. I need to meet my idol." Meanwhile, deep in the dungeons of Broken Army City, Xuanji looked at the warrior before him. "Last we met, you were just a spirited boy. Who knew 10 years would forge you into the infamous sword demon?" Wuji lowered his head humbly. "Martial God, you flatter me. I only survived this hellhole by sheer luck." Xuanji's tone shifted. "You're leading the squad against the 3 overseas islands. Are you confident?" Wuji hesitated. "Those islands have evolved their class transfer system into something monstrous, even creating artificial divinity. Honestly, I can't promise victory. Just give it your all. This restart is merely the opening move. Victory or defeat here is secondary." Wuji's eyes sharpened. "Jiang Chen. Is he the trigger?" "He is, and that kid is far from simple. King of the sea. If this chess game ends perfectly, handing the 3 islands over to him would be a small price." Wuji understood instantly. "I will guard him with my life." Xuanji blinked, genuinely taken aback. "Coming from you, that's a surprise. I may walk the path of the ruthless sword, but the name of my country is carved into my very soul. That loyalty cannot be erased. Jiang Chen is the martial god's chosen successor, the future of Great Xia. Protecting him is my duty." Xuanji leaned back, a relieved smile on his face. "With a generation like yours, I can rest easy. By the way, when you leave, detour to Mado City, 2,000 miles southwest of the Gobi. I sensed a bizarre energy spike there that vanished too quickly. I suspect an assassination trap." and Jiang Chen is being lured right into its jaws. Wuji frowned. If you know, why not stop him? Xuanji shook his head. First, Master believes he needs the tempering of pain and blood. Second, that boy hides terrifying trump cards. He won't die easily. I'm sending you only as a failsafe. Third, I can protect him, but I cannot interfere with his path. Wuji pressed on. But why? Xuanji placed a finger to his lips. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Now. Jiang Chen has arrived. In the scorching winds of the Gobi Desert, Jiang Chen had lost the trail. Searching blindly, he muttered, "That crazy woman is fast. She changed direction 3 times since we left the base." By the time he arrived, she had vanished into thin air. No breath, no aura. Even his all-seeing void eye couldn't pick up a single trace. To disappear so thoroughly, something felt wrong. Immediately, Jiang Chen issued a mental command. Xiao Chan, predict the future. 30 seconds. The golden cicada avatar materialized instantly. As you wish, my lord. The prediction flashed through his mind. Seeing the ambush awaiting him, a cold smirk curled his lips. So the whole gang is here, huh? Even an 8th turn powerhouse joined the party. Perfect. Since this barrier blocks all prying eyes, I can slaughter you all without holding back. Meanwhile, Deus grew impatient. Can we trigger the holy light trap yet? Why did he stop moving? Did he spot us? Another denied it immediately. Impossible. If he knew we were here, he would have fled by now. He's just cautious because the target vanished too abruptly. They bickered among themselves. You said we could lure him in. The range is still too short. This is the absolute limit of the holy light seal. We need him to take just a few more steps forward. Should we move the formation toward him? No. If we move, he'll definitely spot us. Suddenly, Deus froze. Trouble, don't move, reinforcements might be here. In a flash, Chunchu sprinted onto the scene like a madman. Jiang Chen, it's a trap. Wait for us. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned, rage bubbling up. Damn it, I already knew there was an ambush. Are these guys trying to play hero? He placed a hand on the barrier, calculating rapidly. I can't drag them into this awakening Manhwa chaos. I have to end this slaughter quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen stepped through the veil and vanished from reality. Chunchu trembled with frustration. What is wrong with that brat? The more we call, the faster he runs. Does he think we're the villains? Come on, let's go. But as they reached the perimeter, they hit a wall. Crap. The barrier is sealed shut. Space-time is distorted. We can't breach it. Someone asked, now what? We can only watch and pray for his luck now. Inside, seeing Jiang Chen voluntarily step into the trap, Deus and the assassins erupted in excitement. They mocked him ruthlessly. That foolish hypocrite, he stepped in first just to keep his friends from getting slaughtered. The holy light seal is closed. No one can save you now. As they say in Great Xia, you're a turtle caught in a jar. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples annoyed. Cut the chatter. Come out and die together. They laughed maniacally. Hilarious, we're assassins. Hiding is what we do. I've never heard of assassins announcing their presence before killing. He tilted his head toward the sound eyes narrowing. You talk too much. If you won't come out, don't blame me for dragging you out by force. Jiang Chen released a massive swarm of insects. Your barrier only blocks the outside world. Your so-called stealth is pathetic. He roared a command. My children, feast on them. Immediately, someone screamed. Kato, control the 9-winged insects. His godlike reaction speed was the only thing that saved him from losing an arm. Seeing the tide turn, Xiaozhou wailed. Papa, danger. The new babies are being mind-controlled. Jiang Chen frowned, unimpressed. Stop pretending to be weak. He's barely struggling to control a few hundred of these new bugs, let alone kill them. Just keep swarming him until his mind breaks and that flute shatters. She nodded. Understood. Jiang Chen floated in the air, mocking them as thousands more surged forward. Did you really think I only possess 1,000,000 9-winged insects? How adorably naive. Kato's mental defense began to crack. The intel was wrong. Help me. I can't hold them back. Suddenly, sharp condensed air arrows materialized behind Jiang Chen. He raised a hand to block. Dagger's dark attribute aura. What kind of skill attacks the soul and physical bodies simultaneously? Jiang Chen stomped down. Divine Elephant Prison Suppression, full release world tree, go play with them. His aura exploded outward, blasting the ambushers away. Treat them exactly how you'd treat me. Next, Jiang Chen activated his ultimate forms. Eternal Thunder God Domain, Evil Eye of Thunder Punishment open. Endless lightning tore through the air, shaking the barrier to its core. While others cowered, Zane pulled out an artifact, frantically absorbing the lightning element. Jiang Chen smirked. You guys really came prepared. He shifted his stance to unleash a new power. Then let's see how you handle this. Spear of the Nether God. His arm transformed into a legendary spear instantly. Seeing the threat, Sama clasped his hands, chanting rapidly. One thought becomes Buddha. One thought becomes demon. I use my Buddha nature to suppress all evil. Blinding golden light erupted from him. Sama sat in meditation before his two subordinates, maintaining the formation without flinching. My two juniors sacrificed their lives to summon the guardian of the nether prison. Rest in peace. I will ensure not a trace of dark energy remains in this world. Hearing this, Jiang Chen threw his head back and laughed. Who the hell told you this power was merely the dark element? He turned his attention to his summon. Hey Jiang Xiaojia, someone right in front of you is talking about the nether prison. As the king of hell, surely you have an opinion. Jiang Xiaojia's voice was ice cold. I see him. Unacceptable. Jiang Chen launched himself forward like a cannonball, his arm wreathed in black-red energy smashing towards Sama. Jiang Xiaojia, the quality is trash, but have a snack. Sama froze, staring up in horror at the monstrosity looming over him. Why is this happening? This isn't dark magic. This is literal hell. Sama's golden shield began to fracture, groaning under the overwhelming pressure. Desperate, he chanted, golden light body protection. Ancient runes materialized frantically, trying to reinforce the crumbling barrier. Jiang Chen looked down like a god of destruction. 1,000,000 souls. Merge into the spear of the nether god. With a sickening crack, the golden shield shattered like glass, and the spear pierced straight through Sama. The assassins screamed in terror. Bad news, we lost one. Jiang Chen didn't stop swinging a bladed leg. Next target. Realizing the danger, they panicked. He's coming for Blake, Xion, and Zane. Zhang Jie-in was paralyzed with fear, clutching the lightning orb as she dodged. Help me stop him, or the lightning system will detonate. But Kato was already crumbling. My limit. Reached attack. Now the 9 serpent barrier is breaking. The Night Order charged, screaming for annihilation. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed in surprise. Perfect. He sent a mental command. Ya, Jiang Xiaojia million fusion. Return. The beast obeyed instantly. Yes, father. The knights roared, closing in for the kill. A blade pierced Jiang Chen's chest. But then boom, the idle prison. Suppressing physique erupted. Weapons shattered against his skin, and warhorses bolted in pure fear. Our attacks did 0 damage. Jiang Chen glared, flames igniting in his palm. What kind of monster is this? Is that all the strength you have? Did you skip lunch? Temple Knights. You trespassed here 400 years ago. A fist descended like a meteor. 3 cardinals already died at the border. Do I need to take a sightseeing trip to the Vatican next? The survivors stared at the crater left by the punch. Melee combat is suicide. He shrieked, Lord Saito. Why aren't you attacking? Jiang Chen froze, senses spiking. Saito's curse, he calculated instantly. Tree Elder, destroy him. From the shadows, Saito watched in disbelief. My curse. Failed. How is that possible? Is he immune? I need a guaranteed kill shot. If I miss, I'm dead. Jiang Chen frowned, his mind racing. He'll change tactics. I need to end this fast before they pincer me. Shai King Nashur Jiang Xiaojia 9-turn nether demon, so. Yes, father. As the demon rose from the abyss, Saito grinned. Finally. He revealed it. Deus raised a holy scroll high. Holy light wing break. A spatial rift tore open, threatening to devour everything in its path. The demon thrashed in panic. Deus laughed maniacally. Seal! Jiang Chen shouted a command. Nether demon, shatter that space. The beast roared, struggling against the void, but the rift swallowed it whole. Gone, Jiang Chen cursed. My nether demon. Taken, you bastards. He leaped into the sky, golden aura exploding. I'll slaughter you knights first. Idle prison, suppressing fist. Deus scrambled to react. Garifis, the holy artifact mirror of reflection. A mystical mirror materialized just as Jiang Chen's fist connected. Bang, the force rebounded instantly. Jiang Chen was hurled backward by his own overwhelming power. He recovered midair, analyzing reflection damage. They block the front, but their backs are wide open. A cold smirk curled his lips. Idle prison, suppressing fist. Internal order nether spear, 600,000 armor insects. Transfer. Jiang Xiaojia returned instantly. Zhang Jie-in gasped. The spear, it vanished. Are we saved? She gasped for air. Finally, I can breathe. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen wound up for another devastating strike. Deus sneered. Brain damage from the last hit. Go ahead, break your own hand. Jiang Chen charged like a lightning bolt, but at the last second, a gentle tap. Deus blinked. No force. Deus spun around. Horror gripped him, his squad behind him, obliterated. When, not finished yet, Jiang Chen vaulted over the mirror and slammed into its rear. No reflection from this side. Crack, the mirror shattered into dust. Saito seized the moment. His link to the spear leaves his body vulnerable. Now is his weakest moment. Die. Saito struck like the Reaper. Jiang Chen froze. What I feel? Nothing. He snapped back to reality. Instinct took over. His palm glowed with blinding white light, the power of faith passively activated. What is this pressure? Saito gritted his teeth. This brat is unkillable. Another trump card. Jiang Chen threw a counterpunch. You wasted the kindness of Jigong and my people. Damn it, spear of the underworld. He struck Zhang Jian's vital point, crushing the orb like a classic scene from a leveling manhwa. Target neutralized. Jiang Chen sent a mental command. Xiaozhou release the swarm charge now, or no food for 3 days. Xiaozhou panicked. Oh no, father is mad. Get them babies. A tidal wave of insects devoured Kato's barrier. Cough. Kato hacked up blood. Kato swallowed the blood. Burning soul sacrifice Lord Saito for the Empire. This is your chance. Long live the Empire. A warning cry rang out. Saito is using the 10,000 sword curse. Jiang Chen sneered. Old tricks don't work on me. Xiao-chan. Yes, husband. Precognition active. A spectral skull manifested and Jiang Chen dodged the fatal blow effortlessly. Lightning crackled around him. Tree Elder, handle the curse. Saito trembled with rage. He dodged my ultimate art. How is this possible? Xiaozhou cheered. Father, look, I did it. Saito finally realized. Kato. Jiang Chen smirked, offering a rare compliment to his companion. Beautiful work, Xiaozhou. In a heartbeat, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The Nether God Spear materialized, locking onto Saito Kenichi's very soul for total eradication. Even with his position exposed, Saito's arrogance knew no bounds. He believed he could turn the tables and pinpoint Jiang Chen's exact location in the shadows. Meoste, impossible. My concealment arts are #1 in the world. How could this happen? But in Jiang Chen's palm, a cataclysmic energy gathered. The 9 wings expansion fused with the 3,000 thunder tribulations. Elsewhere, a group debated Jiang Chen's fate. Still no sign of him. He must be dead by now. Another scoffed. Speaking of which, isn't that Jiang Chen a bit too reckless? He doesn't live up to the legends of a leveling manhwa protagonist at all. Don't speak too soon. He possesses the 9-turn nether demon. There is still a chance he could turn the tide of this battle. The enemy laid a meticulous ambush, calculating every variable. They came fully prepared for this kill. Wuji offered a cold assessment. Even if we intervened, victory would not be guaranteed. And he is merely a 3rd-turn awakener. A prodigy with talent, but perhaps lacking the brains to use it. On the battlefield of the catacombs, his stupidity would only lead to the deaths of countless soldiers. Bringing someone like him to face the 3 overseas islands would be nothing but trouble. He lost interest completely. To think martial god Jiang chose such a fool. How disappointing. Let's move out. There is no point in wasting resources on a lost cause. The team obeyed instantly. Understood, Captain. But just then a disturbance from behind froze them in their tracks. Everyone sensed the terrifying pressure of the mysterious figure, the aura of an 8th-turn powerhouse. Wuji shouted, "All units prepare for combat." The squad responded in unison. "Sir." "Where?" "Captain, look." To their disbelief, the mighty Saito was kneeling at Jiang Chen's feet. Chunkyu could not believe his eyes. Holy crap. What in the world is going on here? Just 60 seconds prior, the assassin had accepted his defeat. Wait. I surrender? I apologize. But Jiang Chen wasn't going to let him off that easily. Apologies. That is just a traditional performance. Let me be clear. If you try any tricks, you are a dead man. And if you truly want to live, a simple surrender will not suffice. Saito's voice trembled. Then, what must I do? Jiang Chen revealed his preparation, a forbidden item known as the Soul Contract Scroll. Sign this. Become my servant, and I may spare your life. The old assassin hesitated. A warrior can be killed, but never humiliated. Jiang Chen smirked, dropping a bombshell. What if I told you I have a way to help you break through to the 9th turn? Saito flinched, his eyes wide. What did you say? Jiang Chen displayed the treasure, the Taishu stone tablet. Have you heard of this? Saito gasped in pure shock. The dream artifact of the great Xia cultivators. He could not believe his eyes. Is this the gateway to the 9th turn? Before Saito could sense its full power, Jiang Chen snapped it shut. He knew he had him hooked. Seeing that look, Jiang Chen knew the deal was sealed. Saito immediately slammed his head on the ground in a deep kowtow. My lord, from this day forth, I, Saito Kenichi, pledge my loyalty to Jiang Chen. Saito did not hesitate to fuse his soul with the contract. If I betray you, may the heavens destroy me. A single thought from my master shall end my life instantly. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. With this contract, I can extinguish your life with a mere thought, no matter how far you run. Now, I have a task for you. The old man's eyes lit up with understanding. Master, do you wish for me to conquer the entire Cherry Blossom Nation for you? I will serve you with every ounce of my strength. I will walk through fire and water for you. He seemed strangely ecstatic about his new servitude. Yes, exactly. Do it your way. Internally, Jiang Chen sweated. Crap. I only wanted a mole inside their country, but he just cranked the difficulty setting to maximum. Calm down. Then again, worshipping the strong is an ancient tradition of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The harder you crush them, the more loyal they become. Jiang Chen noticed the holy light barrier crumbling away. Where's the nether demon? Did the heavenly Tao erase it? Zhang Xiaojia crept onto his shoulder and explained, Nope, it didn't come out in 5 seconds, so I ate it. Jiang Chen sighed. Fair enough, at least the power stays within the family. Saito looked on in sheer terror. You ate a 9-turn nether demon. Jiang Chen signaled him to shut up. Don't ask, you wouldn't understand. Jiang Chen confirmed the situation. The holy light relic is shattered. This entire dimension is about to collapse. Old Saito, when we leave, return immediately to your country and make preparations. In the future, I will raise you to become the Grand General. The old man bowed deeply. As you command, Master. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze, finally acknowledging the presence he had felt for a while. That sword intent. It's strong. Wuji stood there, his expression unreadable. He knew instantly who stood before him. Jiang Chen didn't bother hiding it. That's right. It's me. The interrogation began immediately. That man behind you. Was that the 8th turn assassin? Correct. The strongest warrior of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Saito Kenichi. The #1 assassin on the god list? Wuji narrowed his eyes. And he was kneeling. Was that a trick to ambush you? No, he is my servant now. You mean, you tamed him? Exactly. Jiang Chen cut the question short. I answered you. Now it is your turn. Jiang Chen eyed him curiously. Who are you? The man straightened his posture. Fengyun Wuji. Top scholar of the Great Shiao Heaven's Pride List class, 781. The ones behind me are the top 3 rankers from previous years. But you probably know that. Jiang Chen nodded. You all returned to represent Great Shiao in the 3 Overseas Islands tournament, correct? Wuji answered directly. That is correct. Jiang Chen shrugged. Good. I have no further questions. Chungqiu stood frozen, his jaw on the floor. Is this really how monsters communicate? Are we sure Jiang Chen isn't dangerous? Captain, you just believe him after a few words. Gong Yan offered a different perspective. The questioning itself was a form of observation. For him to survive alone in the catacombs for so many years, that is a miracle in itself. Chungqiu grumbled internally. Woman, did I offend your ancestors? Why do you always target me? Gong Yan watched the 2 leaders anxiously. They are still staring at each other. The atmosphere is heavy. Should we go up and help? Chungqiu waved it off. This is the world of monsters. Normies like us wouldn't understand. The 2 stood locked in a silent exchange of aura. Wuji finally broke the silence with humility. You are not bad. It seems your 9 Wings expansion is far more potent than I imagined. Jiang Chen returned the compliment. And your sword intent is impressive. It puts a heavy pressure on me. Wuji shook his head. I am a 6th turn. You are only a 3rd turn. If we were to fight to the death, I cannot say for certain that I would win. No wonder Martial God Jiang chose you as the next successor. You really are something else. Wuji pounded his chest with conviction. Jiang Chen in the duel against the 3 Overseas Islands, I doubt you'll even need to unleash the 7th swarm. Still, we must remain vigilant. When the time comes, I will guard you with my life. That is my oath to Martial God Jiang. Chunqiu urged from behind, his voice steady as rock. Boss, the sun is setting. We should head to the main base in the demon capital. You 2 can catch up properly once we are safe within the walls. He turned to issue a final command. Old Saito, return for now. Just stick to the plan we discussed. Saito bowed in absolute obedience. As you wish, my lord. The old man chuckled internally. These naive brats. Do they really think my master's power is limited to just the 9 striped beetles in his hand? Jiang Chen steeled his resolve to carve his own path. 29 years old, peak of the 6th turn. If I didn't have the cheat of this leveling Manhwa system and the insect race, could I have ever reached this height? If the Sky Cloud tournament bans all external aids, no swarm, just me. What are my odds? I have 2 months. I must upgrade the Tyrant War God art from level 1 to level 3 at all costs. Xiao Tian fluttered down to report. My lord, the ancestral tree of all creation has borne a multicolored fruit. Your aura feels stabilized. Excellent. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. Last time the prismatic fruit granted me divinity activated the Tyrant War God and paved my path straight to the 10th turn. What kind of power awaits me this time? Even Jiang Chen was stunned. The previous fruit only ripened after Jiang Xiaojia harvested countless remnant souls from the Chu River battlefield. How did it mature so instantly this time? Seeing his confusion, she offered a soft explanation. When you accepted Saito's servitude, the ancestral tree devoured every remnant soul on that battlefield to forge this fruit. He couldn't hide his exhilaration. Incredible. To think the ancestral tree has evolved enough to harvest souls on its own now. The awakening Manhwa interface materialized before him. System alert. You have activated the prismatic fruit. Reward, special item. The Faith brand. Activation. Prerequisites. Slaughter a deity. Shatter the backbone. Erase a civilization. Effect imprints fanatical devotion onto the soul origin of any target species. Those bound by this artifact will offer you supreme worship and undying fanaticism. Regardless of realm reincarnation or rebirth, this brand of faith is eternal. It can never be erased. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. To subjugate an entire race from its very origin, no matter how powerful they become in the future. The implications were terrifying. Once branded, neither reincarnation nor future generations can escape my grasp. This power, it defies the very laws of heaven. The system reiterated the brutal price. Conditions: slaughter a deity, shatter the backbone, annihilate a civilization. Jiang Chen analyzed the data meticulously. The conditions are harsh, but for a god-tier ability like this, the price is justified. Slaughter a deity. That must refer to the flame venerable of the 3 overseas islands. I'll need to verify the rest. The system prompted him, do you wish to bind, yes or no? A glowing sigil materialized on Jiang Chen's palm. Bind. System. You have successfully bound the unique eternal item Faith brand. Xiao Tian looked at him with concern. My lord, is something wrong? Jiang Chen quickly waved it off. No, I'm fine. Just contemplating my next move. In reality, his mind was already weaving a master plan. Master said the great era is opening. A new epoch is dawning. Even the first ancestor raised an army at his peak, but the human heart is fickle. 400 years ago, the human emperor was betrayed by his own kin and dismembered in a dark dungeon. But with this artifact, I can eliminate the risk of treason at its very root. If I want to build an empire, those 3 overseas islands are prime real estate. They'll make the perfect testing ground. What do you think, Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian beamed with blind faith. If my lord says so, then it must be right. This lowly concubine supports you fully. The status window flickered into view. Name Jiang Chen. Rank 3rd turn, level 69. Class Zerg Overlord. Titles: Monarch of Calamity. King of the Suppressed Seas. Buff Great Xia National Fortune. Bloodline. Last survivor of the 9 Li. Gear: Heavenly Sin Armor. Tier 4. Godly Weapon. Shattered Heart of the Stars. The scene shifted to Jiang Chen's residence. Master Cadian stormed in, scolding him immediately. You stinking brat. Do you have any idea how depressed the Heavenly Punishment Squad is right now? They spent ages tracking planning strategies and setting traps. And you dove straight into the ambush alone, wiped everyone out, and even captured that 8th turn expert. He was practically fuming. Tell me the truth right now. How did you do it? Was it the 9-striped beetles? Jiang Chen sighed, admitting the truth. Yes, master. Cold sweat beaded on Cadian's forehead. I knew it. So your current swarm size, is it approaching 10 million, or have you already surpassed it? He ventured a bold guess. Did you use 120,000 just now? Jiang Chen nodded calmly. Yes. Cadian wouldn't let up. 1 million, 2 million. Finally he stammered out, 80 million. Jiang Chen tried to speak. Master, actually. But Cadian was already hyperventilating. Stop. Don't say a word. Let me stabilize my heart. Jiang Chen watched with amusement. All right. The old man was murmuring, 80 million. 80 million. Jiang Chen decided to spare him. If I tell him the real number, this old man might actually drop dead from a heart attack. Cadian finally caught his breath. Listen, the Dream Master has already blocked information leaks from Great Xia. The official report states you have no more than 10 million, just in case. In the future, keep your mouth shut about the real numbers. The less they know, the deadlier your trump card becomes. Jiang Chen nodded obediently. Don't worry, Master, I understand. Then a thought struck him. Master, how many beetles would it take to kill the Flame Venerable? Cadian froze. You want to assassinate the Flame Venerable? No, just asking out of curiosity. Cadian, a walking encyclopedia, explained. The Flame Venerable reached the 9th turn over 400 years ago. His current power is a mystery, but regarding the 3 overseas islands, they've managed to synthesize artificial deity parts. If you want to stand a chance against him, you'd need a swarm of at least 100 million just to form a small abyss domain for suppression. And that is merely the entry ticket. Even Cadian felt the weight of that number. Wait a minute. He narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking? Do you have a method to breed 100 million before the Sky Cloud tournament? It doesn't add up. Half a month ago, you were down to a few 100,000. Now you have 80 million. That's a tenfold increase. How are these bugs that easy to feed? Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Well, they had a really big feast on the battlefield's beast corpses. Kadian couldn't believe his ears. You mean to tell me they only need to consume beast flesh to reproduce? That sounds suspiciously simple. Jiang Chen laid out the brutal truth. The sheer scale was the problem. Even the carcass of the Blood Dragon King, a gift from the sword god himself, wouldn't provide a single bite for every mouth in the swarm. Suddenly a crazy idea sparked. Why not issue the peerless order? We can mobilize the entire nation to hunt and feed them. The gloom vanished from his face. Who knew a supreme command could be used for catering? Kadian didn't hesitate for a second. His spirit soared at the audacity of the plan. Done, I'll issue the command first thing tomorrow morning. However, the old master knew the path ahead wasn't paved with roses. The Three Islands faction would definitely rig the upcoming duel. The Nine-Winged Swarm was powerful, but he couldn't rely on it during the match. Tradition dictated 2 rounds with the first rule set by the enemy. There was zero chance they would allow Jiang Chen to use his external summoning powers to sweep the board. Jiang Chen wasn't about to let his master lose face. I understand, master. Don't worry. I still have 2 months before the storm hits, don't I? Aside from breeding the swarm, I'll forge my own body into a weapon. This reassured the old man. His troublesome disciple had never once let him down before. All right, it's getting late. I'm heading back. Jiang Chen watched his master leave, then turned his gaze to the glowing blue interface floating in the air. Currently, his Tyrant War God class was stuck at the first transfer. He had to push it to the 3rd transfer before the grand tournament, or he wouldn't be able to synchronize his 4th awakening. Possessing 3 divine classes sounded great, until you realized the leveling speed was a nightmare. Experience points were split 3 ways, dragging his progress to a crawl. According to his calculations, the quest for the Tyrant War God's 2nd transfer was actually deceptively simple. The interface flashed, level 30 condition use class skills to slaughter 1,000 beasts. But as any expert of a system Manhwa knows, to reach the absolute peak, one must reject the easy path and crank the difficulty up to hell mode. Jiang Chen locked onto his next objective. Once the peerless order went out tomorrow, the Nine-Winged Swarm would undergo another massive evolution. By then, their numbers would hit at least 800 million. He couldn't keep relying on the Shu family's resources to feed an army that size. He needed a grinding spot that matched his ambition. The abyss where the 8th-rank Spider Emperor once nested seemed like the perfect hive for his swarm. The Tyrant War, God's ascension, shall happen in the abyss. Meanwhile, miles away, Hong An was busy polishing boots. The Ji family in the magic capital really knows how to live. Look at these petals, they seem alive. Lin Qiu saw right through the display. You ripped this peach tree straight from the wood spirit territory, didn't you? Impressive that it survived. The host started sweating bullets. Were they planning to confiscate his tree? He had spent a fortune keeping that thing alive. He quickly tried to shoo Hong'an away. All right, Hong'an, get lost. They don't have time for a nobody like you. Hong'an bowed and scraped his voice, trembling. Yes, Elder is right. I'll vanish. As the nuisance left, Lin Qiu's expression darkened. Let's get to business. The new era is dawning, and the catacombs are on the brink of war. We need the mainland to be absolutely secure. Huan Yu pinpointed the critical issue. If we want stability before the Great War, we must bring the overseas 3 islands back under our control. The question is how. He threw up his hands in frustration. We simply don't have the firepower to force their submission. I proposed a strategy last year and ran dozens of simulations. But as you all know, every single outcome ended in failure. That bastard the Flame Venerable is stronger than me. Unless we can eliminate him, reclaiming the islands is nothing but a pipe dream. Xuanji sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. My main body is shackled to the catacombs. I can't leave. And my power is defensive, bound to the great Xia territory. I can't lead an offensive. Lin Qiu shook his head in defeat. And don't look at me. I wouldn't last 5 minutes against the Flame Venerable. They both turned to the old strategist. We're out of options. You're the one with the plan, aren't you? Come on, you old fox, stop keeping us in suspense. Xuanji dropped a bombshell. We do nothing. Our only mission is to protect Jiang Chen. Lin Qiu was dumbfounded. Protect him? Isn't he just the bait? You're jumping topics. She slammed her hand down. What the hell does that mean? If you keep speaking in riddles, I'm going to lose my temper. He offered a chilling example. Aren't you curious, years ago when Jiang Chen first grasped that forbidden power? Why did I personally intervene to save him? The room went deathly silent. Huan Yue and Lin Qiu stared at him, the air thick with tension. Why tell us? Lin Qiu tried to analyze the situation logically. Things look calm, but the undercurrents are deadly. Introducing the Nine-Winged Swarm to the catacombs is a massive risk. It could undo a century of progress. That swarm is an ancient calamity. It's a ticking time bomb. With your ruthless personality, you should have ordered its extermination immediately. Voices raised in disbelief. Did something happen? Did you see a future that made you risk everything? Xuanji had a reason for his silence. Yes. I have to protect him even if it crushes me. I can't say much, or the backlash of causality will wipe us from existence. I can only tell you this. His eyes looked past them into a memory. Years ago, a man carrying a cicada returned from 10 years in the future just to see me. Manhwa slammed the table, shattering the tension. Reversing the river of time, he must be at least a 10th transfer. No. Even beyond that. Who was it? What did he say? Xuanji raised a hand to stop them. Don't ask. If I speak any more, the weight of destiny will kill all three of us instantly. Lin Qiu was still reeling. So, we sit on our hands. Our entire strategy is just protect Jiang Chen. Xuanji nodded solemnly. Correct. Protect him at all costs. Mobilize the entire country to aid him. Lin Qiu frowned. If he's that important, maybe we shouldn't let him fight in the Skycloud tournament. Han Yu agreed. The islands can mass-produce artificial gods. Even with a guardian, I worry Jiang Chen might get slaughtered in the first round. Are you saying you already know the outcome? Xuanji shook his head immediately. I know nothing. The only truth I possess is that Jiang Chen must survive. Xuanji left them with a final ominous warning. Do not interfere with his choices. If you try to steer his fate, he will be the one to suffer the backlash. Protect him. Don't control him. Cooperate with him. That is all. I must return to the catacombs. Lin Qiu only wanted the answer to one burning question. Old Jiang is the future of Great Xia Bright. But Xuanji remained silent, unable to speak the truth. Suddenly, the vision shifted. Great Xia was no longer a paradise, but a slaughterhouse where countless lives had been extinguished. His severed head hung grimly from a spear tip. Ling Qiu's body was riddled with lances, and amidst the blood-soaked battlefield sat the shattered remains of Huan Yue. Yet even in death, a peaceful smile graced his lips as if to say, Great Xia is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, at the sacred hall of Penglai within the Three Islands, a figure stepped forward to discuss a matter that would shake the world. Today, I represent the Flame Venerable to summon the 7 institutes and 12 clans. Our agenda? The Heavenly Cloud Grand Tournament. Though his introduction was brief, his analysis cut through the room with terrifying precision. Let me start with the conclusion: we must win the Heavenly Cloud Tournament. Under the banner of the Flame Venerable, his first disciple Blood Asura Yang Ming will not just win, he will achieve a crushing absolute victory. Elder Mo sneered openly, slandering the champion. Elder Chen, I heard this Yang Ming might be the first disciple, but rumor has it his talent is the worst among them all. He looks to be only rank 7. Is he really fit to represent the Flame Venerable in this council? Elder Chen sweated, terrified of offending the powerful faction. Pa Yang Ming rarely shows his face, and the Mo clan lives under a rock. Elder Mo, you clearly don't realize that while Yang Ming's cultivation might seem the lowest, his terror level is in a league of its own. Elder Chen knows the dark history. 400 years ago, this man was the personal bodyguard of the great Xia human emperor. Yang Ming betrayed the human emperor, leading the elites of the 10,000 races to dismember him. He then bowed to the Flame Venerable, skyrocketing to the position of first disciple. His ruthless methods prove he is no ordinary human. Whatever doubts existed about the Flame Venerable's representative vanished. The traitorous guard of legend stood before them. Yang Ming asked for objections, though it was clearly just a formality. Well, does any elder beneath the stage disagree with my words? Panic swept through the room. No, never, we wouldn't dare. Yang Ming didn't have time to care about the whispers of ants. Good. Now regarding the mission before the tournament. The Heavenly Cloud forces will fully mobilize and lie in wait within Great Xia. We will ignite the fires of war before the grand tournament begins. Spread the word of the human emperor's incompetence. We must prove that the 3 overseas islands are the true orthodox rulers of Great Xia. Yang Ming moved to the final bloody point on the agenda. During this tournament, sword demon Feng Yuan Wu Ji must die. The king of the sea, Jiang Chen, must also die. This is the will of the Flame Venerable. Do you all understand? A chill ran through the audience as the truth clicked. The big fish were making their move. The Heavenly Cloud Tournament was merely a pretext. This was an abrupt declaration of war. A bald elder stammered, still processing the shock. Hall Master Yang, are we finally counterattacking the mainland? Yang Ming dodged the direct answer. You have been hiding for too long. Has the hot blood in your veins turned to ice? His voice burned with arrogant ambition. The great trend is shifting. The new era is upon us. It has been over 400 years. Great Xia has toiled in the fields, and now, it is time for us to harvest the fruits of their labor. The elders weighed the risks. Our peak combat power surpasses the mainland, yes, but if total war breaks out, we lack low-level soldiers. And don't forget, Great Xia still has the Huan Yue guarding their headquarters. True enough. Yang Ming let out a mocking laugh, looking down on the cowardly elders. But who said we are fighting alone? Do you know why the Lord Flame Venerable is not present today? He revealed the shocking secret. He is currently having tea with the sea race. When the time comes, the armies of the deep will march with us to complete our great unification. Furthermore, the sea race is sending their own heaven-defying prodigies to represent the 3 islands in the tournament. Yang Ming had crafted a flawless plan. We have 2 months. To ensure 0 errors, the Holy Temple will grant God-tier components to our champions. Eye of God, Heart of God, Eye of Divinity. Even God-tier inscription classes will be provided. The 3 islands are mighty. The 3 islands will prevail. Meanwhile, on the mainland, Katian released a bombshell announcement specifically to assist Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen requires transfer materials, I use the authority of the King of the Sea to issue a peerless order to all awakened in Great Xia. It is a nationwide hunt. Slay beasts, submit corpses, and receive merit points. A student burst into the room, gasping for air. Brothers, get up, we're going outside the city to grind mobs. His dorm mates looked at him like he was insane. Huh, have you lost your mind? The brown-haired boy only cared about his own comfort. We have class this afternoon. We won't make it back. Old 4. Why are you panicking like the world is ending? We're about to graduate. Fighting monsters isn't as important as our GPA. Old 4 shoved his phone in their faces. Oh my God, do you guys live under a rock? Look at the news. Our idol has issued a peerless order. Do you understand what that means? It ranks even higher than a national defense order. This is a legendary event straight out of a leveling manhwa. The student in the brown shirt jumped out of bed. Holy crap, our martial arts academy is mobilizing too. Everyone is answering the call. The lazy boy's eyes lit up with excitement. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Students poured out of the dormitories like a flood. Who cares about grades now? Go, 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 get out of the city. The King of the Sea is too cool. Killing a Tier 3 beast grants 1 merit point, that's double the usual battlefield rate. And look, the Academy just announced extra credit for kills. In the wilderness outside the city, a student surveyed the chaos. There are more awakened out here than there are monsters. Panic set in as targets became scarce. No good. We need to move to the Mu family's territory. I have to max out my credits and farm those merit points today. At the Jiangnan Warzone headquarters, Henian rallied the troops. Gentlemen, a peerless order is a once-in-a-century event. We must go all out to support my son-in-law. Yuan Wu saw the profit, but also the duty. Our family's inventory goes to him too. Even if we go bankrupt, I don't care. Meanwhile, deep in the underground vault, Katian reported to Jiang Chen. The order has only been active for half a day. I have transported Great Xia's entire stockpile here. I doubt even you expected this much. That was fast. Kaiqian guided Jiang Chen through the massive vault. Let's inspect the goods. The system displayed the staggering inventory: Tier 8 26, Tier 7 104, Tier 6 376, 711 total high-tier items. Tier 5 7,920,000. Tier 4 53,200,000. Kaiqian noted, the multi-treasure pavilion, the Mu family and the Tang family emptied their pockets for this. They essentially liquidated their assets for you. Jiang Chen looked genuinely moved. I've really troubled them this time. Katian smiled, fully dedicated to the young king's cause. Don't just stand there spacing out, summon your swarm and let them feast. If they don't start eating soon, this warehouse is going to burst. Xiaoju's eyes sparkled with pure gluttony. The meat, so much meat, eat, eat, eat. Jiang Chen stopped the chaotic rush. Xiaoju, hold on. Lead the 80 million newborns to eat first. You take the high-tier loot, let the little ones have the low-tier fodder. Xiaoju pouted, acting cute. Can I go with them? Jiang Chen remained firm. No. It's too conspicuous. And there isn't enough for everyone at once. We'll feed them in waves to maximize the efficiency. He opened the portal, unleashing the swarm. Come on out, my little ones, dinner is served. Watching the endless tide of insects, Kaiqian couldn't help but feel a shiver of awe. 80 million. Now that is a truly magnificent sight. With nearly 1 billion beast corpses consumed, surely a new wave would spawn. Jiang Chen knew better. The system wasn't that generous. Most were trash-tier mobs. To trigger a respawn, he'd need 10, maybe 100 times that mass. The old master's eyes nearly popped out. 100 times? What kind of monstrous appetite was this? Kaiqian tried to rationalize it. These were the Nine-Winged Scourge, after all. Walking natural disasters don't eat light. Just feeding them was a nightmare. But mobilizing the entire nation to hunt, that was feasible. Give it a month and the job would be done. Before making his move, Jiang Chen dropped a bombshell. Master, my inventory is full. I'm heading to the Earth Abyss to clear it out and set up a new base. Kaiqian didn't hesitate. Why go alone? I'll deploy the National Army. We'll steamroll the place for you. No. I need to grind in the abyss personally. No help, no summons. Keiichian frowned, anxiety spiking. That place is a death trap, kid. Master, did you forget the rules of the Skycloud trial? Keiichian sighed, clapping his shoulder. Fine. But if you die, I'll kill you myself. Stay safe. Trust me, Master. I've got hidden aces I haven't even played yet. I'll be fine. I'll babysit your gluttonous pets while they digest, Keiichian grumbled. By the time you return from the abyss, they should be ready. Jiang Chen grinned. Suddenly a weight landed on his shoulder. Xiaozhou, aren't you supposed to be eating? The girl clung to him like a koala. I don't want to stay here. I want to go with Papa. Papa has the best meat. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine. At least you chose me over food for once. Then Jiang Xiaojia popped up, eyes gleaming. Father, are we going to an all-you-can-eat buffet? Count me in. Jiang Chen tossed him a vial of divine blood. Take this appetizer. Once I'm done, I promise the Skycloud trial will be your feast. I'll trust you for now, the boy huffed. But don't sell me dreams, old man, and stop favoring her just because she's a girl. This kid was getting too smart. It wasn't about favoritism. Jiang Chen had his eyes on the Julie Divine Treasury. That amber saber was calling his name, but that treasury lay deep in the Forbidden Zone. Rumor had it a 9th-rank deity guarded it. He needed to power up before even thinking about that death wish. Meanwhile, at the Ji family estate, Huan Yue hugged her pillow, whining. I just want to sleep. Why wake me? My cultivation relies on napping. If you people stopped bothering me, I'd be rank 5 by now. Ling Qiu looked apologetic but firm. Sorry, sleepyhead. But this is an emergency. We need you. Ling Qiu briefed her. Voices are rising in the Empire claiming the 3 islands are the true orthodoxy linking the Skycloud trial to the Flame Emperor's legacy. Some media war. Huan Yue's eyes narrowed. They're playing dirty before the real fight even starts. She yawned, unbothered. Chaos requires a heavy hand. Just slaughter the paid shills. Anyone who needs dying, kill them. Ling Qiu nodded. Way ahead of you. The rats are dead, but rumors spread like plague. Huan Yue sighed and cast a spell. Then I'll just purge the dreams of 1 billion citizens. Rumors stop at the wise. Truly, the guardian goddess of Xia, Ling Qiu marveled. Huan Yue rolled her eyes. Cut the flattery. What else? It's your brother, Ling Qiu said. He's hoarding beast corpses under the guise of a class change quest. But not even a rank 6 quest needs a mountain of bodies. Huan Yue sat up, tension radiating from her. Did you sense something wrong? Ling Qiu slammed the table. The excuse is flimsy. We need a cover. Let's leak that we're crafting an imperial weapon. 7 parts truth, 3 parts lie. The logic was sound. Done. Let's go with that narrative. So, Huan Yue asked, hugging her pillow again. Where is my little brother anyway? Master Gu says he's grinding in the Earth Abyss. Deep in the abyss, Jiang Chen unleashed hell. Tyrant war god undefeated divine fist. Dust settled, but the rank 2 beast still stood. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. A god-tier class means nothing if the skill level is trash. 3 more beasts lunged, adrenaline spiked. With my current agility, dodging this triple threat is going to be tight. Papa, watch out! Xiaozhou screamed, ready to jump in. Jiang Chen barked back. Stay put. Who told you to come out? You'll scare the EXP away. Stay in the hive until I kill them. Xiaozhou pouted, eyes wide with fear. But Papa, you'll get hurt. He patted her head, smiling. Don't worry, sweetie. I've got the thunder system and the heaven-opening saber. I'm invincible. They can't scratch me. I'm just tempering my body. This is basically a workout. Jiang Chen charged, fists blazing. If 1 punch doesn't kill you, I'll just rain down 100 more. A satisfying crunch echoed. The system chimed like a choir of angels. Tyrant War God XP plus 1086. 2 weeks of slaughter later, the sector was a graveyard. Jiang Chen grinned. Finally. First Awakening XP is maxed out. Time for the class change quest. The notification popped up, a classic trope in this leveling manhwa. Rank 2, quest eliminate 10. Rank 3 beasts in 3 hours. But first a break. Even gods need to eat. He roasted some meat, savoring the flavor of victory. Xiao of a mouse, he called out. The buffet is open. Any beast rank 3 or below is yours. She didn't need telling twice. Burp. Rank 2 quest complete. 2 months flashed by. Now a mountain-sized shadow loomed over him, a rank 6 monstrosity. The beast's massive pincer snapped shut, but it grabbed only air. Jiang Chen was already gone, his blade singing a song of death. It seems you understand the terror of this beast. That venom looks absolutely fatal. Even Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. While he was immune to poison, taking a direct hit from that stinger would still be catastrophic. He charged in without a shred of fear. To crush this monster, he had to strike from the blind spot. Unleashing the undefeated divine fist. A toxic stream erupted from its tail, forcing Jiang Chen to dodge in a panic. That was close. Is this its trump card? Fine. Then energy surged through Jiang Chen's body like a breaking dam, no more holding back. Time to test the new limit, War God Transformation. He launched a devastating punch straight at the beast, the Tyrant War God Strike. The power was so immense, even Jiang Chen was stunned. What was that? It crumbled like paper. Nothing escapes his predator's gaze. Trying to flee. Too late, Jiang Chen leaped into the air and smashed his fist directly into the beast's skull. It was over. The system instantly flooded his vision with rewards. Experience points plus 10,086. His level skyrocketed from 61 straight to 69. Congratulations on completing the Tyrant War. God Third Revolution. The Undefeated Divine Fist. Combat power increased by 10%. The War God transformation duration extended by 10 seconds. And while in this state, the Undefeated Divine Fist's destructive force is now 10 times its normal output. The Imperial Weapon Form's combat stance is boosted by 10%. The overall power is scaled by the base strength of his soldiers. Jiang Chen studied the status panel with intense focus. This Third Revolution class doesn't level up the traditional way. Yet it's considered the supreme tier among all similar professions in this leveling Manhwa. He felt a pang of regret. There were still plenty of high-level monsters lurking in the abyss. But with the Heaven Cloud Conference approaching, he simply didn't have the time to continue the hunt. Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the cavern. Xiaozhou, let the swarm feast on this fresh flesh. Regardless of rank, devour everything from now on. This place is your new kingdom. He headed to the underground warehouse in Jiangnan to grab some gear, specifically clothes. Master Katian couldn't wrap his head around Jiang Chen's state. Brat, look at you. You're practically naked. Did you suffer that much in the abyss? Jiang Chen thought to himself. It was just so. After all, he couldn't exactly tell his master that his clothes were shredded by his own explosive power-up. The old man looked incredibly pleased. Little Chen, when you go in, don't be shocked by the sheer number of beast corpses. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it really that many? Kaidian replied with confidence. I haven't gone inside recently, but looking at the inventory list, I suspect the beasts in the Great Shiao secret realm have been hunted to extinction. He didn't know how to break the news. What is this? Kaidian froze. The warehouse was completely empty. Jiang Chen felt a wave of disappointment. Master, didn't you say there were mountains of them? The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Not a single one left, even if they can eat. This is absurd. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. His swarm's appetite had evolved. He commanded the insects to return to his body. You gluttons, get back here. Jiang Chen's confidence surged. His swarm had feasted well. With the current energy reserves, I can trigger the breeding cycle 2 or 3 times. The swarm in the abyss should be ready to multiply as well. Kaidian couldn't hold back his curiosity. Little Chen, after this cycle, will the 9-winged cicadas reach 100 million? Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. Easily. The master shouted in shock. That is magnificent. 100 million 9-winged cicadas can create a small-scale abyss. Even against the Flame Venerable, we would have the power to stand our ground. Jiang Chen held back the full truth. Just 100 million with the support of the proliferation of evolution. The numbers could increase 100-fold. For this breeding cycle, I need to return to the abyss. Master, thank you for the arrangements. From now on, seal off the abyss as a forbidden zone. No one enters. Katian agreed immediately. Consider it done. Jiang Chen summoned tens of thousands of insects from his body. Come forth. It is time to multiply. Proliferation of evolution. Activate. The system flashed urgent notifications. 9-winged cicadas breeding process initiated. Countdown. 10 minutes. 7 minutes. 3 minutes. The tension was palpable. A mysterious voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Calamity. Extinction. Devour everything. He froze in confusion. What was this sensation? It felt like some ancient will was trying to consume his very soul. 80 billion 9-winged cicadas. Has the swarm finally grown beyond his control? Suddenly the canopy above split open, blinding white light pouring out. Xiao knew exactly how to pull Jiang Chen back from the brink in this intense system Manhwa scene. My lord, this is the collective hunger of the cicadas. If you resist, you'll be assimilated. Let Xiao suppress it. Jiang Chen heeded her warning immediately. Xiao, her avatar emerged from his back. I am here. Xiao unleashed her authority, halting the abyss's encroachment. Even Jiang Chen was skeptical. Is this truly the power of the abyss? Terrifying. Even facing a 9th Revolution expert, I've never felt pressure this suffocating. The system chimed, 9-winged cicada breeding complete. Total count 80 billion. Jiang Chen deployed them to their designated zones. 10 billion elites to the hive. The rest garrison the abyss and continue the purge. Do not leave without my direct command. He finally let out a breath of relief. With an army of 80 billion abyss creatures destroying the Flame Venerable and flattening the 3 islands would be child's play. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan main base, Commander Xinghai was on edge. A deep rumble vibrated from deep underground. What is happening? Is the earth about to collapse? Kadian realized the cause instantly. 80% chance this tremor is from little Chen raising those 9-winged cicadas in the abyss. Fear flashed in his eyes. Did the swarm lose control? Panic set in. Old Gu, do you sense it? Kaitian barked at Xinghai, urging him to call for reinforcements. There's no time to explain. Evacuate the area. Activate the grand military formation. Summon everyone, get Jiang Chen here now. He slammed his sword into the ground, anchoring himself. Go, I'll hold the line. Xinghai rushed off. Understood. Katian stood alone, disbelief washing over him. This is abyss energy. The 9-winged cicadas. There can't be just 100 million of them. Did 8 million multiply tenfold to 80 million? Or 800 million? It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Above Ling Qiu hovered, establishing a soundproof barrier. He recognized the aura instantly. Ling Qiu. The sheer pressure nearly knocked the old master off his feet. Nasaniner. Oh, Heavenly Blade King told me the truth. How many cicadas does Jiang Chen actually control these vibrations from below? They're making my scalp crawl. Kaitian was at a loss for words. This. Ling Qiu regained his composure as the rumbling ceased. The tremors stopped. Did little Chen bring it under control? Kaitian could only guess. I believe so. Ling Qiu didn't mince words. You must give me an answer. After the Heaven Cloud secret realm war between Great Xia and the 3 overseas islands is inevitable. The 9-winged cicadas are one of Great Xia's ultimate trump cards. We need to know the numbers to plan our strategy. You can't keep this a secret any longer. Ling Qiu stared at the hand seal, his mind racing in a storm of calculation. 8 million. Or perhaps 80 million. The sheer scale of the number struck him with the force of a thunderclap. Could it be 8,800,000,000? The chaos of creation made certainty impossible. Just then, a familiar voice cut through his shock. Master, I have returned, and Jiang Chen is with me. The streets are in turmoil, and the Grand City Defense Array has been activated. Master, what catastrophe has befallen us? The old man looked furious, yet powerlessly clenched his fists. How does this brat still have time for questions? Ling Qiu sensed a terrifying shift in the atmosphere. Jiang Chen possessed no energy fluctuations, yet his very soul emitted a tremor so profound it forced a primal desire to submit onto everyone nearby. The words escaped the old man's lips before he could stop them. It is the life rank pressure. Jiang Chen frowned, hearing this term for the first time. Jiang Chen, what in the world is life rank pressure? Ling Qiu, a master of identification, explained with a trembling voice. Life rank pressure belongs to an entity that needs no energy to dominate. Their mere existence suppresses all opponents. Such an existence has transcended the mortal coil. They could be gods, or something far more terrifying. It is the ultimate evolution found in a high-stakes awakening Manhwa. However, 400 years ago, when the human emperor faced annihilation, beings of that legendary level intervened. Memories of a blood-soaked past flashed through the old man's mind. During the beast tide of Chu River, Jiang Wu, consumed by rage, led the god-killing legion to slaughter the demon race. But on the 7th day, he encountered an ancient demon elder. The enemy did not lift a single finger. A mere glance from those abyssal eyes was enough to send old man Jiang into a panic, forcing a retreat. Just a fragment of that void imprint brought back by old man Jiang was enough to terrify both me and the Dream Master. So that is the truth. It seems my 80 billion 9-winged cicadas are truly invincible in the eyes of humanity. But now that we have reached the catacombs, competition is fierce. Especially since most of these creatures are merely at level 1. Wait a moment. That demon expert did not attack Jiang Wu. Does this mean there is some kind of supreme restriction binding even the mightiest entities? Jiang Chen, have you never wondered why the highest-ranked weapons on the Divine Armament board are capped at Tier 6? It turns out this is also a form of cosmic limitation. Exactly. This restriction is known as the Heavenly Dao Seal. As a new era dawns, this seal was born to maintain a fragile balance, a classic plot twist you would see in a leveling manhwa. Take the human emperor sword, ranked first on the list. In reality, its power far exceeds Tier 6. But the seal suppresses it, allowing it to display only a fraction of its true devastating potential. For instance, 400 years ago, the Heavenly Dao Seal unlocked the 9th turn. Only then were the human emperor, the flame venerable, and others of our generation born into power. It is precisely because of the heavenly Tao seal that those existing beyond the 10th floor of the catacombs cannot act. If they strike, the heavenly Tao itself will obliterate them instantly. I am not an insider of these ancient circles, so this is the first time I am hearing such secrets. No wonder after my recent level up, a notification popped up saying I was restricted from attacking. It turns out the mechanics of this system Manhwa world are governed by the heavenly Tao seal. The Heavenly Cloud Grand Secret Realm opens in just a few days. We will depart from the Demon City Warzone port. Come back and regroup with me first. Alright, wait for me. Jiang Chen, when will the Heavenly Tao seal open the 10th turn? It is unraveling as we speak. I predict it will be fully unsealed in approximately 3 months. I tried to find a path to the 10th turn within the ancient god sea of consciousness, but I was captured. What a pity. Jiang Chen. What happens when the seal completely shatters? Old G spit it out, I need to know too. When the 10th turn opens, the divine origins deep within Kunlun will fully form. These divine origins are the shortcut to the 10th turn. Once the seal is broken, the Kunlun divine origin tree will immediately produce 10 divine origin fruits. After that, it will yield only 1 fruit per year, consuming a divine origin. Fruit grants a massive chance to step into the 10th turn. However, this power comes with a terrible side effect. If one advances this way, their potential is capped forever at the 10th turn. They can never evolve again. Old G husband Jiang, you have arrived. You are Ji Xuan Yue. Old G. The abacus beads of the G family just hit me right in the face. Enough talk, let us move out immediately. The grand secret is approaching, so relaxing is good, but you must prioritize safety above all else. Rest assured, senior. Demon City is my territory now. I will ensure nothing happens. Kid, I am not worried about you. I am worried about her. Do you understand? If husband Jiang desires it well, it is not impossible. This is for you, husband Jiang. My great-grandfather asked me to give this to you. It contains all the painstaking blood essence of the gods and demons collected by the G family. Please accept it. You are giving me all the god-fiend blood essence. This is too generous. Is there a condition attached to this treasure? No condition at all. My great-grandfather said that as long as our future son bears the surname Jiang, it is fine. But if we have a whole brood, could one carry the surname Ji? We can discuss family planning later. This is Su Qianqian, the saintess of the Green Hill Fox clan from the city of 10,000 demons. She is one of the teammates my great-grandfather found for you for the Heavenly Cloud Grand Secret. She promised me she would protect you with her life inside the secret realm. Jiang Chen, greetings. I have heard Leiza speak of you often. You are indeed a talent worthy of legends. Greetings. No wonder Ji Xuanyu looks so different today. She has befriended a fox spirit. Please, both of you get in the car. Hubby, let me tell you, Su Qianqian has reached the peak of Tier 6. She is no weaker than Feng Yuan Wuji. Everyone knows you are only at the 3rd turn and technically unqualified for this Manhwa recap-style tournament. But do not feel pressured. If we cannot win, we just forfeit. Alright, enough chatter, to the hotel. Why are we going to a hotel to do serious business? What business? And why does it sound so suspicious? Meanwhile, from the Immortal Isles, the supreme prodigy of the Dharma God Academy, Zubatian. He possesses the Fire God Eye. The power of his purgatory fire contract is devastating. A single glance can instant kill a Tier 6 beast. What a pity that I am only at Tier 6 myself, unable to unleash the full catastrophic potential of the Fire God Eye. But for this Heavenly Cloud competition, it is more than enough. After all, this is a genuine artifact of the gods. The head of that Jiang Chen from Great Shiao will be mine. Thunderous impacts echoed from the room. It was the 100 times gravity training chamber of the War God Academy. The source of the noise was none other than Ye Yang. She dodged the stone golem's attack with fluid grace. Ye Yang countered with a vicious kick to its face, then launched herself into the air, channeling all her fury into a scream. Hand of God, take this! Ye Yang spun mid-air, unleashing a follow-up attack that shook the very foundation of the earth. Ice Mountain Fist Howl. Her chest heaved, unable to mask the crushing exhaustion weighing down her soul. This was Ye Yang, the supreme heavenly prodigy of the War God Academy in the Overseas 3 Islands. As the heavy stone door groaned open, her master was already there, a silent sentinel awaiting her arrival. With a piercing gaze, he asked, Ye Yang, how goes the synchronization with the divine arm? She bowed with utmost respect, replying, Master. But the fatigue was too much. She collapsed onto a nearby stone, her energy spent. She confessed the truth with a trembling voice. Under normal conditions, the resonance rate sits between 95 and 96%. My melee combat arts flow perfectly through the divine arm. But the 2 golden tier skills remain flawed. They refuse to merge perfectly with my spiritual energy. The master's eyes widened in rare surprise. 95% child, that is already a miracle. You must remember you are dragging the limb of a god with the frail body of a mortal. His voice turned grave as he imparted his wisdom. Using a rank 6 physique to command the arm of a deity is a path of extreme hardship. To unleash its full potential perfectly is fundamentally impossible for a human. With your current power, even a rank 7 opponent would crumble before you. Yet doubt still lingered in Ye Yang's eyes. Master, she hesitated. Rumors say the Holy Temple has a rank 6 warrior equipped with 3 parts of the deity's body. Is this true? The master fell silent, a terrifying silhouette forming in his memory before he confirmed with a heavy sigh. It is true, and that is likely not even his limit. He is the first saint son of the Holy Temple, the prized disciple of the Flame Venerable, and the most horrifying monster our overseas 3 islands has ever produced, Yin Wuxi. Fear flashed through the old master's eyes as he recalled the image of that monster shackled in heavy chains, yet leaking a suffocating aura of pure darkness. The Flame Venerable unleashed him for one purpose: to slaughter the great Xia team until they kneel in terror. The entire massacre will be live-streamed. I wonder what kind of despair the great Xia faces will show this time. It is truly something to dread. Scene shift. It was October 24th, year 739 at the demon capital harbor. Jiang Chen and his guard navigated a sea of hundreds of screaming fans chanting his name like a mantra. "We're your mommy fan club, baby Jiang," they screamed. "Do your best, don't be nervous. If you can't win, just surrender immediately. When the insect plague disaster strikes, who dares compete? The king of calming seas is unparalleled. Destroy those island invaders." Jiang Chen could only force a wry smile at their paradoxical cheering. "Destroy them, please. The Chen family heir is only rank 3. The enemies are all rank 5 and rank 6 monsters. Just staying alive is a victory in itself. Exactly, just participating is enough. Don't pressure the boy." Hong'en looked on with annoyance as the fans practically suffocated Jiang Chen, grumbling under his breath. "I heard the term top-tier celebrity before the class awakening era, but I never understood it. Seeing Jiang Chen now, I finally get it." Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. "Right. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've witnessed such chaos." Finally breaking free from the horde, Jiang Chen collapsed, gasping for air. A voice chuckled, comforting him. "Dealing with that mob is honestly more exhausting than fighting a war." Master Ling Qiu cut through the noise. "You brat, stop acting like a victim when you're getting all the love." Suddenly, he pointed to a group of strangers. "Jiang Chen, these 3 are the elite teammates I've gathered from across the lands just for you." Su Qianqian hid behind him, stammering shyly, We meet again." A voice answered her timid greeting. "You already know, Su Qianqian," Ling Qiu continued. "Now meet the top scholar of the Horan Academy, Meng Xingchen, a rank 6 Confucian sage." Meng Xingchen nudged his halberd forward, reciting with flair, "Jiang Chen, fear not that the road ahead is lonely without friends. For in this vast world, who does not know your name?" Ling Qiu moved to the next figure. "This is the #1 genius of Wudang Zhang Mingchu, rank 6, Tai Chi secret master." The man radiated an aura of pure elegance as he bowed. "A pleasure, Jiang Chen." Su Qianqian helpfully pointed out, "One is an extrovert, the other is an introvert. Very easy to remember." Jiang Chen nodded. "Put that way, it is indeed easier. I look forward to your guidance." She flashed a mischievous grin before reassuring him. "Don't worry. We will protect you." Ling Qiu's face turned serious as he sat down heavily. "All right, everyone is here." Hong'en explained the rules of the competition. Hong'en bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." He used magic to project a hologram of the terrain. "First, the competition takes place on a small island located between the demon capital and the overseas 3 islands. This is Sky Cloud Island, hence the name, the Sky Cloud Grand Tournament." Hong'en began the serious briefing on the stages. The first round is the false god ranking regulated by the overseas faction. The false god realm creates a virtual reality using the soul consciousness of a 9th-tier demon whale. Inside this system, Manhwa-style simulation, you cannot use external items. No equipment effects, no buffs. The false god ranking is based on your speed in clearing the 5 passes and slaying 6 generals solo. The faster you clear, the higher you rank. Clearing the pass is a test of your 5 basic attributes: strength, speed, constitution, endurance, and spirit. It is a pure clash of your raw original power. Ling Qiu smiled confidently. And slaying the 6 generals means exactly that, killing 6 guardians. The enemy faction provides 6 gatekeepers. Eliminate them to pass. He looked directly at Jiang Chen and his squad, declaring, "Everyone participates in the first round individually. No teamwork, no interference. There are 100 participants total. Only the top 50 will advance. Those who pass will enter the secret realm for the second round, a true battle royale. The second round's secret realm is provided by Great Xia. I will explain the details later, but know this. Your ranking in round 1 directly determines your advantages in round 2. It is critical. Hong En summoned a spatial portal and added, the entire process will be broadcast live via water screen technology. So, if you win, win big. If you lose, lose with dignity. The group shouted in unison, understood. But the old man had one more point to emphasize. Wu Ji, you are the team captain for this tournament. Your burden is heavy. Technically, Jiang Chen's level is too low to even qualify for this tournament. But he is the king of calming seas. If he didn't show up, it would look suspicious. So your job is to help him. Treat him as a mascot to be protected. Jiang Chen and Wu Ji exchanged awkward glances while the others cheered. Roger that. Jiang Chen frowned, his pride stung. Mascot, do I not need face? You guys are too kind. Hong En replied casually. Just accept it happily. Round 1 sounds fine and round 2 allows for chaos, so you should be okay. But then his master approached him with the hard truth. Slaying the 6 generals in round 1 might be difficult for you. The false god realm has very few elemental particles. Your lightning system abilities will be severely nerfed. Jiang Chen shouted over the wind. Master, relax. My only goal for round 1 is a massive level up. I don't ask for anything more than that. The warship breached the dimensional barrier. Cheers erupted as the crew felt the shift. All right, everyone. 0 hour is here. It's time to move out. Jiang Chen gazed at the old man's surging mana flow eyes widening. This aura is insane. It makes the war camp's vessel look like a toy boat in comparison. His master smirked. Naturally, this battleship is a tier 3 divine weapon after all. Hong An's voice boomed. All hands on deck, set course for Tianyun Island immediately. They marched with burning fighting spirit, their voices uniting in a thunderous roar. Victory to Great Xia. Looming ahead was a colossal structure, the legendary Tianyun Island. As everyone took their positions, Jiang Chen stared in awe at the landscape. Is that a giant chessboard that is epic? The old man beside him leaned in to explain. That's the spirit chessboard. It's technically a tier 1 divine weapon, but honestly, it's mostly for show good, for trapping people, not much else. Suddenly a girl approached, handing him an object. This is your identity link for the Void God realm. All participants must bind it to their names and wear it on their wrists. Don't lose it. Jiang Chen turned to Chen Chen, brow furrowed. Hey, where's the competition? Are they no-shows? Chen Chen gave a mysterious smile. Why the rush? We still have 10 minutes. He scowled at her attitude. Can't you take anything seriously for once? But before she could answer, streaks of light tore through the sky. Speak of the devil, she whispered. Look. Jiang Chen followed her gaze. The new arrivals radiated a suffocating killing intent, but one figure among them stood out like a demon among men. The stranger locked eyes with Jiang Chen, a twisted, grotesque smile spreading across his face. Seeing their arrogant entrance after such a long wait made Yuan Wu snap. What the hell is with that posturing, using precious artifacts just to make a flashy entrance? Do they think this is a fashion show? Keng Yan rolled her eyes at his outburst. You know, if you kept your mouth shut, nobody would think you're mute. But Wu Ji's expression remained grave. Their aura is terrifying. At least 5 of them have cultivated divine parts. And that seed from the Holy Hall Yin Wu Xie, he's equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. Yuan Wu slumped down, grumbling. Damn it. Why are these bastards so arrogant? They aren't even bothering to suppress their spiritual pressure. Wu Ji lowered his voice. Focus, Yuan Wu. You can handle the first round alone, but once the second round starts, you need to regroup with me immediately. Chen Chen's eyes lit up with battle lust. That idiot with the fused divine eye from the Magic Academy, I'll take him. I've got a 50-50 shot at ending him. Ming Chu laughed, stepping up. Then leave the 5 elements guy to me. Even if I can't win, I'll drag him down to hell with me. Ting Dan calmly hefted his halberd, his gaze steady. The beauty from the War God Academy. She's mine. I'll get close enough to whisper poetry into her ear while I defeat her. Ignoring the banter, Wu Ji turned a serious gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, listen to me. I'm not confident I can defeat Yin Wu Xie. If you encounter him, surrender immediately and retreat. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Even the strongest among them was doubting victory. Suddenly Yin Wu Xie, the leader of the opposition, flashed a sinister grin. Jiang Chen, Feng Yun Wu Ji, make your peace. You're both dead men walking. Jiang Chen threw his head back and laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. Is that so terrifying? I better memorize your ugly mugs right now. Wouldn't want to accidentally miss one of you when I'm wiping you out. Suddenly a pillar of purple light tore open the sky. A voice boomed like thunder. So many old friends gathered in one place. We really should catch up. Yang Ming stepped out from the light, an arrogant smirk on his lips. It's been a long time, everyone. The crowd erupted in fury. The traitor of Great Xia, Yang Ming. Hong An pointed a trembling finger. So you've been hiding like a rat in the 3 overseas islands all these years. Kaichen didn't hesitate. He drew his blade, killing intent exploding. Since you've shown your face, prepare to die. I don't need help, I'll sever his head with a single strike. But Yang Ming remained infuriatingly calm. Gentlemen, please. There's no need to rush our reunion. We can talk after the tournament. If you win this grand competition, I'll gladly offer up my neck. A massive holographic display materialized in the sky. Behold the Void God ranking board. Every moment of the first round will be broadcast live for the world to see. But let's clarify the rules. Once you enter, there is no withdrawal. You either clear the stage, or you die trying. There is no time limit, but the bottom 50 participants will be eliminated. Kai Tian turned pale. They never mentioned a no withdrawal rule. Are they changing the rules just to target Jiang Chen? Lin Cao's voice trembled. Without external support, little Chen is walking into a death trap. Should we pull him out now? Kaichen gritted his teeth. If we forfeit before a single blow is struck, Great Shia's honor will be shattered. Then his eyes hardened. To hell with honor, I can't worry about politics right now. My disciple's life is worth more than everything else combined. Old Jiang was right, protecting Jiang Chen is the only priority. High above, Yang Ming let out a cruel laugh. Time is up, prepare for transport into the Void God realm. Kadian flashed to Jiang Chen's side, panic in his voice. Little Chen, take off the teleportation ring, we're withdrawing from the match right now. Above them, Yang Ming began the countdown. 8, 7, Jiang Chen remained calm. No, master, I can't run away. His eyes burned with resolve. If I quit, Great Xia loses everything. We have to take back the 3 islands. Kaichen grabbed his shoulders, shaking him desperately. You stubborn brat, if you don't quit now, it's too late. The countdown hit 1. Space warped around them. As Jiang Chen faded away, he smiled. I'm going in, master. Don't worry about me. Kaichen roared at the sky. Yang Ming, if my disciple loses even a hair on his head, I will slaughter everyone on the 3 islands. I'll bathe your home in blood. Hong An held him back. Old Gu panic will get us nowhere. It's done now. We have to watch. Who knows, Jiang Chen might be stronger than any of us realize. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen materialized in a frozen wasteland. Where am I? Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, system alert entering the 5th trial. Test of strength initiated. Mission destroy 50 stone gates to clear the corridor. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Flames erupted around his fist as he launched forward. This leveling Manhwa-style challenge is exactly my cup of tea, simple and violent. His fist collided with the ice wall. Boom, undefeated God Fist. The structure shattered, but a rune flashed, and the wall instantly reconstructed itself. Regeneration interesting. Jiang Chen unleashed a flurry of blows. If it heals, I just have to strike faster than it can recover. He stepped through the debris to the next barrier. The runes on the 2nd stone gate were far more intricate. I see. The difficulty ramps up with every step. This is going to be fun. The stone doors were forged with intensity matching tier 5 to 6. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Lightning elements were scarce in this void, but not non-existent. He could still infuse his fist with a thunderous arc. The violent lightning shattered the stone in an instant. The undefeated lightning fist was proving to be devastatingly effective. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, testing the limits of his lightning flash technique. Suddenly, Jiang Chen halted, his eyes scanning the wall with calculated precision. Relying on blind brute force would leave him in the dust of the tier 6 elites. He needed a perfect combo, a strategy to maximize his advantage in this leveling Manhwa. His fingers grazed the surface. He noticed a pattern. The runes glowed with varying intensity. The dimmer the light, the weaker the structural integrity. He had to identify the common weakness. Preparation was the key to victory. Just 2 more doors, and his hypothesis would be proven fact. Meanwhile, the system interface refreshed the Void God leaderboard. First place Yin Wuxi of the overseas 3 islands, smashing through the 17th stone gate. Second place Ouyang Ye. Third place Subaitian. Both titans of the overseas islands were deadlocked at the 15th gate. Fourth place Great Xia's Fengyun Wuji at gate 13. 10th place Su Xianxian fighting hard at the 11th gate. But at rank 100, Jiang Chen sat at the 3rd gate. The crowd exchanged anxious glances. This ranking was a disaster, with Great Xia having only 2 warriors in the top 10. Kadian roared with indignation. It was blatant injustice. External forces were banned, yet those with fused divine parts were allowed to run wild. Hongan frowned deeply. Once a divine part fuses with the body, it counts as one's own strength. There was nothing they could do against the rules of this system. Jiang Chen was at a massive disadvantage. A bald elder cackled mockingly. Look at that. The so-called genius, Jiang Chen, is dead last. Indeed, why did the Flame Venerable even worry about him? It seems all that concern was completely wasted. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes, cutting in. Caution is the ship that sails 1,000 miles. Humility is the mark of true greatness. Just because Jiang Chen is currently last does not invalidate the Venerable's foresight. The mockers fell silent. But staring at the screen, seeing Jiang Chen motionless, anxiety began to creep in. He cleared the first 2 gates with ease, so why stall at the third? Perhaps he wasn't stuck, but calculating a superior breakthrough method. Ling Qiu pondered deeply. Even so, with his current power level, the gap between him and the elites was still a vast chasm. But survival matters most. Even if he finishes last, returning safely is enough. Kachin chuckled. Old Gu, you have really softened up. I agree with your sentiment. But look there. The prodigies of the Dragon Man tribe ranked 19 to 22 are also taking their time. However, unlike Jiang Chen's calculated pause, they strolled leisurely to the gates before shattering them with a single casual strike. Suddenly, Katian's gaze locked onto the screen of Ao Qian, the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Man tribe. Ao Qian accelerated. The race for the leaderboard had truly begun. He smashed through wall after wall with terrifying speed. His pace rivaled the top rankers. The system flashed an update. Ao Qian had stormed into the top 10 rank 2, passing the 20th gate. Rank 13. Ao Kun was right on his heels, smashing through the 21st gate with ferocious momentum. Hongen gasped. In less than 2 minutes, Ao Qian pierced the top 5, surpassing Fengyun Wuji. But suddenly the crowd realized Jiang Chen had vanished from the display. Where did little Chen go? He unleashed a fusion of lightning and fire. Was that the legendary lightning flash technique? But the lightning mana here was too thin to destroy a gate in one blow. Suddenly a shout pierced the air. Old Gu, look at the leaderboard now. Jiang Chen was charging. The system interface updated frantically. Rank 51. Jiang Chen, Gate 17. Rank 50, Gate 18, Rank 49, Gate 19. He was climbing at an impossible speed. Katian's voice trembled with joy. Little Chen cracked the top 50, and he is not stopping inside. Jiang Chen rolled his wrist, feeling the strain. 30th gate. He could break them, but the stamina drain was severe. Using the ancient god blood meant a week-long coma. Too risky. If only he could fuse with the scarlet armor elephant bugs. It seemed impossible. But then a familiar voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Husband, Jiang Chen started. Little Tian, you can reach me even inside this sealed dimension. Little Tian manifested, smiling. You jest, my husband. I am the avatar of time itself. No space can bind me. Jiang Chen smacked his forehead. Right, how could I forget? She whispered urgently. Husband, I have detected that the divine parts fused to your enemies are fully functional in this space. What you mean, if it is fused directly to the body, it bypasses the restriction? Theoretically, yes. Your scarlet armor bugs couldn't manifest externally, but there is no rule preventing them from fusing with your flesh. So this place only restricts my 9 wings. Jiang Chen grinned, a plan forming. Jiang Xiaojia, fuse every single scarlet armor elephant bug into my body. Jiang Xiaojia adjusted his glasses indifferently. Apologies, father. I am currently occupied with my studies. I have no time. Jiang Chen froze. You said what? Heavens, where did you even learn that Jiang Xiaojia rested his chin on his hand? I observed humans studying. I decided to emulate them. Jiang Chen grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. I do not have time for this rebellion fuse now, and I will let you study forever. Jiang Xiaojia slowly turned his head. Really, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Cut the chatter. Don't make me use the Zerg Overlord's discipline on you, Jiang Xiaojia saluted. Understood, father. I obey. 6 million scarlet armor elephant bugs merged instantly. A torrent of unimaginable power surged through Jiang Chen's veins. He leaped into the air, overflowing with energy. Back then, a few hundred were enough to shatter the ancient god meridians. Now I wield 6 million. These stone doors are nothing but paper, hell-suppressing, heaven-dominating fist. The razor-sharp strikes tore through every barrier in the trial. The system notifications flashed wildly. Void God Rank 1. Jiang Chen of Great Xia has crushed the power test. He enters the speed trial instantly. Second place, Yin Wuxi. Third, Ao Qian from the 3 overseas islands. Fourth, Ouyang Ye. Fifth, Subaitian. Sixth, Fengyun Wuji. The crowd dropped their jaws in shock. What is this? Jiang Chen cleared it in 1 second. How is that even possible? Even Hong En couldn't hold back his gasp. I looked away for a moment. Old Gu, how did Jiang Chen pull this off? Gu Kaiqian stood there, equally stunned. He survived the Abyss trial 2 months ago. Combine that with his god-tier darkness element? To think he gained this much power in just 60 days. The elders from the rival factions refused to believe their eyes. We were pushed back by Jiang Chen. Even the ancestor of the Dharma Temple, Subaitian, fell to 5th place. The bald elder glared with venomous eyes. This Jiang Chen is abnormal. Is he cheating? Or did he swallow some forbidden elixir? Yang Ming only sneered coldly. Let him climb. The higher he stands, the harder he will fall. Stage 2 begins. The system interface materialized again. 2 out of 5 stages cleared. Welcome to the speed test. Warning: stone pillars will emit deadly sword chi. Survive to pass. This is what makes a top-tier leveling manhwa so intense. Option 1: survive in place for 3 minutes. Dodge the sword chi. One hit means immediate elimination. Option 2: locate the maze exit. You can take 5 hits before failure. Note: do not destroy the pillars or face instant disqualification. Jiang Chen scanned the arena. A maze combined with sword chi. How sadistic. A smirk played on his lips. But for me, this is a free win. His eyes snapped open. Void Eye activated full map reveal. With the entire route mapped in his mind, he moved. He unleashed lightning flash. Like a bolt of electricity, he tore toward the finish line at maximum velocity. Jiang Chen commanded, Xiaochan 3-second foresight. He wove through the traps with godlike reflexes. With the spring autumn bug protecting me, no sword chi can touch a hair on my head. Riding the lightning, Jiang Chen vanished into a blur. 3 seconds is all I need. The ranking board flashed with an update. Void God, rank 1. Jiang Chen of Great Xia speed test. Complete entering stage 3, physique test. The crowd erupted in shock. He cleared the second stage in a blink of an eye. Truly a legendary moment for this manhwa recap. At the 3 overseas islands seating the dean of the heavenly palace shot up, he screamed, "Impossible!" Every time the Void God board opens, the speed test maze resets its layout. Even I don't know the correct path. How could Jiang Chen possibly know it? They scrambled over to Yang Ming. Palace Master, Jiang Chen is definitely cheating. Gavaz Sumbrists, Force Master, stop the trial. We must investigate Jiang Chen thoroughly. Gu Ketian pointed a trembling finger in rage. Investigate, what you fools. My disciple simply has skill. You chose the exam mode, the Void. God realm belongs to you people. He scoffed. Now that you're getting beaten like dogs, you start barking and biting. The bald elder roared back. Gu Kaitian, watch your filthy mouth. Jiang Chen is a 1-step 3-turn weakling. Of course, he's cheating. Kaitian fired back instantly. Bullshit. A majestic rank 8 expert spewing such filth. I don't even care that you're dirty. But trash like you isn't fit to be an elder. This tension is typical of a high-stakes awakening manhwa. The bald elder cursed at Kaichen. Gu Kaichen, you may have power, but you're just a watchdog for Great Xia. Do you have no shame? Katian laughed. Another one looking to die. I see you've been a dog for the fairy and sea races for so long that your brain has finally rotted away. Yang Ming waved his hand. Silence. As the chief referee, I declare Jiang Chen under suspicion. Pause the trial. Clang Kaichen drew his blade and charged. You dare, you traitorous animal. The bald elder stepped in to intercept. Gu Kaitian, do you have a death wish? Suddenly, a beam of light slashed through the air, separating them. Ditamai. It's rank Janine Sordo intent. The crowd gasped in terror. A wooden tea table materialized in the center of the hall. Sitting there was Ji Lingqiu. Lingqiu spoke indifferently. Back down, all of you. Don't disturb my tea time. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Ji Lingqiu, are you trying to stage a coup? Do you think rank 9 scares me? Lingqiu cut him off, a wave of force blasting Yang Ming backward. Yang Ming, you aren't worthy of this table. Go sit with the flies where you belong. Yang Ming slammed back into his chair, humiliated. Ji Lingqiu, you... Suddenly a calm voice echoed in his mind. Yang Ming froze in disbelief. Xiao Zhano. Lord Flame Sovereign, Huakam Fura. Yang Ming projected his anger. Why did you stop me? Are we just going to watch Jiang Chen leave us in the dust? This is our home turf, yet Great Xia is humiliating us, the Flame Sovereign whispered softly. Yang Ming, you have many talents, but patience isn't one of them. It is only the second stage. Why the rush? Jiang Chen is merely having a moment of luck. We can still eliminate him during the 6 generals phase. If we act now, we lose the moral high ground, and our grand plan requires the guise of justice. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen cleared the stage and advanced to the 3rd. Yang Ming listened, stunned. Cut down the 6 generals, you mean? The Flame Sovereign replied. Precisely. Across the room, Ji Lingqiu suddenly spoke up. Senior Flame Sovereign has arrived. Why not show yourself? I have heard your name for ages, yet never met the man. Ripe. The space tore open, bleeding crimson light. The Flame Sovereign stepped out from the void. Since little friend Ji prepared tea, I shall grant you some face. The crowd bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord Flame Sovereign. He sat opposite the tea table. This scene, it feels like history repeating itself from 400 years ago. Ji Lingqiu took a slow sip of tea. If the human emperor were still in Great Xia, the scenery would be quite different. The Flame Sovereign scoffed. A destroyed nation fits the view better. A large empire that loves war is destined to perish. You people don't understand the ancestors' wisdom. You just cling to pathetic nostalgia for a dead man. Jiang chuckled. Loves war. Perhaps it was just that his knees were too stiff to bend. He preferred death over living as a dog. The Flame Sovereign smiled thinly. Oh, is little G trying to debate me? Lingqiu lowered his eyes. Not at all. I invited you for tea to ensure a fair environment for the children. In this system, Manhwa world fairness is rare. What do you say? The Sovereign's gaze drifted toward Jiang Chen. A cup of tea was exchanged. And just like that, the third stage of the physique trial was cleared. Yin Wuxi finally stumbled past the second stage. The Flame Sovereign nodded with feigned admiration. It seems your side has produced a brilliant talent. He tilted his head. I just wonder, will he survive long enough to grow up? Lingqiu remained calm. You need not worry about that. Great Xia has purged its filth. There are no traitors left among us. The system board flashed beside Jiang Chen. Stage 4 endurance test. Objective: traverse the high-pressure tunnel to the exit. Warning. The tunnel contracts randomly. Endure the pressure. Do not damage the structure. Jiang Chen observed quietly. The lightning elements in the Void God realm are thinning out. I'm afraid one lightning flash won't be enough to reach the end. Jiang Chen sized up the deadly tunnel of thorns before him. Even with the indomitable defense of his hell-suppressing physique tearing through this passage without collapsing, it would be a gamble. One wrong move, and he would be perforated into a sieve. This physical endurance test was exponentially more brutal than the previous trial. Little Tian materialized from the void. Master, perhaps the ancestral tree's all-creation growth ability can pave the way. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen charged his energy for a lightning flash combo. He vaulted upward with godlike speed, but the dungeon wasn't finished with him yet. The spikes bristled with malicious intent. Damn it. The walls were closing in. Jiang Chen slammed his palms out, manifesting a sphere of pure energy. All creation growth hold the line. But the crushing pressure was immense. His barrier wouldn't last forever. He conjured a vine to grapple forward, the emerald tendril guiding his path. The spikes retracted and lunged with terrifying velocity, inches from piercing Jiang Chen's flesh. It wasn't enough. The tunnel was shrinking again. With no other choice, he bet it all on one move. His eyes crackled with electricity. Final thunder flash. Miraculously, Jiang Chen blurred through the danger zone just as the trap snapped shut. He made it. As the heavy gates groaned open, the notification chimed. 5th trial cleared. Next up, the spirit examination. The objective was simple, yet deadly: endure a barrage of mental attacks while reaching the exit. Jiang Chen scoffed. A test of will. A smirk played on his lips. Wake up, Elder Tree. This next round is your stage. First place was within his grasp. The scene shifted, revealing a desolate, freezing landscape of snow-capped mountains. This was the divine source land of Great Xia. The Kunlun Divine Mountain stood tall, a sentinel overlooking the 8 great war zones, guarding the entrance to the subterranean depths. Beyond the peak lay Pangu City. Huan Yue was casting the Great Dream Awakening formation, causing starlight to cascade from the heavens. Mr. Fang, the heavenly secret barrier, now cloaks the entire city. Standing on the rooftop, she gazed down with authority. Total concealment achieved. No ability, no matter how obscure, can spy on us now. We are safe. The figure below responded, understood. He was the guardian of the dungeon entrance. Fang's voice turned grave. Prepare to welcome the god-slaying army. Space itself tore open as a legion of crimson-armored cavalry charged out. High above, Huan Yue observed their momentum with a cold, calculating gaze. Individually, they weren't extraordinary, but their combined aura created a terrifying resonance capable of shaking her very seals. Old man Jiang really outdid himself. I never expected the god-slaying army to reach this level of power. Yuanji bowed slightly. Receiving praise from you is truly an honor. Huan Yue cut him off instantly. Don't get cocky, old man. The god-slaying army should be guarding the dungeon, yet you recalled half of them. What is your game? Are you planning to flatten the 3 islands? Xuanji stepped forward. That thought crossed my mind, but it's not the priority. Their main mission is to protect Jiang Chen. I have a feeling a storm is coming. Huan Yue tilted her head. A storm? Xuanji spoke slowly, dropping a bombshell. Perhaps you aren't aware, but Jiang Chen's 9-winged cicadas have bred to over 10 billion. Huan Yue gasped, her composure cracking. What that brat never told me. Xuanji stopped her. Don't blame him. I was the one who forbade him from speaking of it. After all, not everyone has the talent for acting. He mused darkly. Only true ignorance allows for a perfect cover-up. Huan Yue placed hands on her hips, nodding. You're right. Neither Gu Keich and Little G nor I are good at hiding secrets. Is this the storm you mentioned? Xuanji's eyes turned somber. Down in the dungeon, an awakening ancient god has likely sensed something. They have issued a kill order on Jiang Chen at any cost. The primordial demon race, ancient immortals, dragons, and beast clans have all formed an alliance. They delivered a final ultimatum. Within 3 months, if we do not hand over Jiang Chen, the 10,000 races will launch a joint invasion on Great Xia. Hanya snapped, "Let them come, I'll slaughter every last one of them." Xuanji interrupted. "This time is different," he explained. "Normally they would wait 3 months for the heavenly demon seal to break. The reason for their desperation is the existence of the 9-winged cicadas. They are far more terrifying than we imagined. Once the swarm surpasses a certain threshold, they evolve into the 9 nether entity. And those ancient gods, they are absolutely petrified of the 9 nether." Huan Yu's voice trembled with worry. "So, Jiang Chen being in the 3 islands, he might face an ancient god." Xuanji walked past her. "Correct. But don't worry, we still have time." He turned back, a resolve of steel in his eyes. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life this time." Huan Yu retorted, "Stop talking nonsense, you are the soul of Great Xia. Without you, Little G and I would be lost." Xuanji sighed. "You, despite being older than us, you still have the heart of a young girl." Rain began to fall as the two leaned against each other, sharing a moment of melancholy. "Don't sleep anymore after this. Take a good look at the rivers and mountains of Great Xia. Visit more places. Spend more time with Jiang Chen. A wife 3 years older guarantees a full cup of happiness. A wife 30 years older is a powerful pillar for a career. But a wife 300 years older, she is as precious as an elixir of immortality." Meanwhile, in this system, Manhwa trial Jiang Chen strolled casually through the void. The interface popped up: 5th pass spirit assessment. Objective: resist mental attacks and reach the exit. He glanced around with disdain. If this is the extent of their power, I won't even need the ancestral tree. This is child's play. Suddenly, a colossal nightmare beast lunged from the darkness. Is this the main event? In his consciousness, Little Teen stirred. "Master, let the ancestral tree handle this trash." Jiang Chen covered one eye, the other glowing with divine luminosity. A beam of pure mental energy erupted, tearing the monster's avatar into oblivion. The system updated instantly. Void God ranking 1st place, Jiang Chen of Great Xia. 5th pass, cleared. Entering, slaying the 6 generals. 2nd place, Yin Wuxi of the overseas 3 islands. Currently attempting endurance test. 5th place, Fengyun Wuji of Great Xia. Currently attempting physique test. The crowd erupted. He already cleared the 5th pass. What kind of monster is he? Hong'an shouted in excitement. "Old G, did you see that? Little Chen is clearing stages at lightning speed." Katian roared with laughter. "I saw it. He's leading the 2nd place by a full 5 minutes. The elders from the opposing factions were seething. Impossible. Even a psychic specialist couldn't move that fast. It's fraud. He must be cheating." Ling Qiu coldly tossed his tea aside. This tea was excellent until a fly landed in it. Disgusting. He threw a sharp look sideways. "Wouldn't you agree, Venerable Yan?" Venerable Yan replied calmly, though his aura rippled. "Young Ji jests. With the 2 of us here, what fly would dare ruin the mood?" Ling Qiu smirked. "You're right, senior. My eyes must be playing tricks on me." However, inside Venerable Yan's mind, Yang Ming's voice echoed nervously. "Master Jiang Chen is far surpassing the Holy Sun. Are you certain we can trap him in the slaying the 6 generals stage?" Venerable Yan frowned. "Bastard! Do you dare question me?" Yang Ming mentally knelt. "Disciple wouldn't dare. Please quell your anger, master. I only—" Venerable Yan cut him off. "What is there to fear? The first 5 passes are non-combat trials. He could have relied on pills or luck to scrape by. The real hell begins now. Slaying the 6 generals. A mere 3rd-rank cultivator relying solely on physical strength thinks he can survive the combined assault of 6 6th-rankers. That is nothing but a delusional fever dream." His gaze turned dark and sinister. "Besides, among Jiang Chen's opponents, I have secretly planted a divine soul at the peak of the 8th rank. If things go south, he will awaken and end it." Yang Ming panicked. "An 8th rank, won't that be detected?" Venerable Yan sipped his tea with terrifying calmness. "The moves look the same, only the intensity differs. Who could possibly tell the difference? Inside the barrier, Jiang Chen is cut off from the world. He will never find the evidence." He sneered coldly. "Everyone knows Jiang Chen is only a 3rd rank. If a 6th rank kills him, who would question it? The dead cannot defend themselves." Yang Ming finally relaxed. Master is truly wise. Inside the void, God ranking the system announced the start of the slaying 6 generals trial. Objective: annihilate the generals and survive. This is the classic setup for a brutal leveling manhwa. Jiang Chen looked down at the magma cliffs below, sweat beading on his brow. This terrain is treacherous. One slip means instant death. He scanned the area. And there is 0 lightning essence here to borrow. Suddenly, soldiers materialized from the void, roaring as they charged. Jiang Chen looked up. Here they come. Judging by that overwhelming aura, they are definitely 6th rankers. He stomped the ground and launched himself airborne. Xiao Chan, 3-second prediction. She responded instantly. Yes, my lord. Jiang Chen flipped midair, dodging the assault. 3 blade wielders incoming. He unleashed his own technique. Idle suppressing prison physique, full activation. A pillar of devastating energy crashed down from the heavens, crushing the soldiers into the dirt. Jiang Chen caught a spear aimed right at his heart. Too easy. Physical strength alone is enough to wreck you lot. Hell-suppressing hegemon deity. The only weaklings here are you. He kicked a soldier straight into the boiling magma. The man flailed in despair before vanishing. The rest charged fearlessly, but Jiang Chen was ready to end them in a heartbeat. I see you people won't cry until you see your own coffins. Hell-suppressing God Fist. A blade wielder approached from behind, his aura shifting. To force this old man awake. You actually have some skill. But that is where it ends. Outside, Kaiqian stroked his beard, impressed. Little Chen has already cut down the 4th general. This match is in the bag. Hong'an nodded in agreement. Yin Wuxi has sped up too, but he is lagging too far behind to catch up. The elders behind them grumbled anxiously. At this rate, we are going to lose. Yang Ming sat there, smugness written all over his face. Why worry? The one who laughs last is the true winner. Ling Qiu narrowed her eyes. Venerable Yan's supervisor Yang seems awfully confident about victory all of a sudden. Venerable Yan smiled faintly. I just gave him a stern lecture. One must maintain a good mindset during a competition. Back in the void, God Realm, the soldiers charged again. Tyrant blade slash. Jiang Chen commanded. Forecast 3 seconds. He danced through their blades effortlessly. With swordsmanship, that sloppy you wouldn't even earn a penny performing on the streets. One enemy descended from the sky like a meteor. Tyrant blade slash. Jiang Chen's eyes went wide with horror. Too fast, I can't dodge. He instantly formed a shield. I have to tank it. Suddenly his body shuddered. There is something wrong with that blade aura. I can't move. The soldiers seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Tyrant blade slash. Immobilized, Jiang Chen took hit after devastating hit. Jiang Chen lost control and plummeted toward the magma, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Kadian screamed, Little Chen! Something was wrong. That blade aura shouldn't have hurt him before. What just happened? Hong'an shouted in outrage. Cheating! They are definitely cheating! Katian tried to rush forward. Let me go, I have to save Little Chen. Hong'an held him back desperately. Old man, calm down. The match isn't over, we can't interfere. Katian struggled. Even if I die, I am storming in there. Venerable Yan waved his hand dismissively. Little friend Ji, is it time for you all to admit defeat? Ling Qiu didn't bother explaining. Whether we admit defeat or not, you know the truth in your heart. Venerable Yan lowered his voice to a whisper. Of course I know. And the world sees it clearly too. Ling Qiu clenched her fist. It's fine if Little Chen loses, but he must survive. Otherwise, how can I face old man Jiang? Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen fell toward the abyss, Xiao Chan cried out, My lord. Jiang Chen stiffened, realizing something. The energy binding me. It is gone. He instantly activated Growth of All Living Things, creating a thin wooden plank under his feet to stabilize himself. He calculated rapidly. A 6th rank attack shouldn't have been able to breach my hell-suppressing physique. I need to investigate this blind spot before I make a move. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with power. Eye of Nothingness. System panels flooded his vision. Subject A315, 6th rank. Subject A316, 6th rank. Subject A317. Physical body, 6th rank. Divine Soul Peak. 8th rank name, Hu Tiandao. Note 3 islands of the Overseas God class profession. Specialty aura locking, Mad Blade, Demon Shadow. He finally spotted the anomaly. I knew there was a problem. Damn it. Hiding a peak 8th rank soul inside a 6th rank body that is vicious. He hid his locking aura within the blade strikes. Outsiders would just think I was exhausted and got hit by 3 slashes. This was a trap custom made for me. Jiang Chen asked Zhang Xiaojia, why was our defense breached? Zhang Xiaojia explained, the low-level bugs on your chest were wiped out by that energy blast earlier. We are currently repairing your wounds, father. Xiaojia appeared surrounded by gloomy energy. He dared to hurt father. I am going to eat him alive. Jiang Chen was surprised. Xiaozhou, you can come out. Xiaozhou fumed with rage. I couldn't before, but now I could tear this entire void god realm apart. Jiang Chen paused, stunned, then patted her head gently. Be a good girl, Xiaozhou. It is not your turn to take the stage yet. If the justification isn't right, the words won't carry weight. Wait a bit longer. Father has a way to clear this level. Xiaozhou blushed. Okay. Xiaozhou will wait. She faded back into his subconscious, but shot a glare at Zhang Xiaojia. You useless trash. If father gets hurt again, I will eat you and all your little brats. Zhang Xiaojia broke into a cold sweat. She is really mad. She stopped stuttering. Xiao Chan flew to Jiang Chen's side. My lord, this concubine has a plan. We could… Jiang Chen grinned. Perfect. You read my mind. Above, Hu Tiandao saw no movement and grew suspicious. Still not dead. Has Jiang Chen not passed on yet? Go down and check. The other soldiers moved out. Yes, sir. Suddenly vines shot up from the abyss, launching a surprise attack. Growth of all living things. Wood clone. Jiang Chen used the distraction to flash step right next to them. The soldiers swung their blades in panic. Is this… wood? Jiang Chen struck with precision. Hell, suppressing God Fist. Hu Tiandao remained calm and countered. Moi, tyrant blade slash. The strike sent Jiang Chen's head flying, but he didn't die. What? How is that possible? It was then Hu Tiandao realized Jiang Chen's body was connected by roots. He shifted his consciousness through the root system. They slashed wildly in terror. Jiang Chen seized the opening for a fatal blow. Hell-suppressing God Fist. One punch instantly annihilated them. First, I'll clean up the trash covering for you. Jiang Chen snatched the blade in a flash of speed. Show your true self right now, or I will obliterate your very soul. Hu Tiandao, let's see how long you can keep up this charade. Tiandao froze in shock. How did this brat know his real name? He couldn't let Jiang Chen leave this place alive. Suddenly, the system interface flashed a new update. The Void God leaderboard changed rank 1 Jiang Chen of Great Xia, slaying the 6th general rank, 2 Yin Wuxi of the Overseas Isles. He actually took down the 6th General Katian roared with delight. Little Chen, you magnificent beast! I can't hear a thing, but that looked absolutely legendary. Finish him. Hong En was trembling with excitement. This is too much. My heart can't take this intensity. Ling Qiu grinned from ear to ear. Senior, who's the sore loser now, watch closely. Inside the arena, Tiandao decided to unleash his full power. Tyrant blade slash. I'll cut you down to the roots. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Still acting fine, I'll force you out, he barked a command. Xiao Chan full prediction mode, 3-second intervals. Yes, my lord, she replied instantly. Jiang Chen transformed. His hair turned snow white as the idle prison suppression body activated at full power. He tore through the very fabric of space, stepping out with suffocating killing intent. War God transformation. He unleashed the full might of the sky-opening blade. Tiandao charged prison suppression blade of humanity. He launched a flurry of strikes, but something was wrong. Every move he made, it was like Jiang Chen knew it before it happened. Tiandao was blasted backward. Jiang Chen didn't let up. Prison suppression, blade of heaven. The onslaught was relentless. Tiandao couldn't defend. He was knocked right off the platform, screaming as he plummeted into the lava below. Jiang Chen stared down with cold, dead eyes. Boring. Keep pretending and you'll actually die this time. Tiandao finally revealed his true form. You arrogant little brat, you have no shame. Jiang Chen just asked calmly, is your soul fully exposed now? Tiandao sneered. Even if I'm exposed, killing you will be enough to atone for my crimes. Jiang Chen wasn't impressed. He analyzed his foe. That soul looks powerful. Close to the 9th revolution, isn't it? You people really went through a lot of trouble just to kill me. Tiandao raised his staff high. Die, crazy blade demon shadow. Jiang Chen froze. He was locked on the enemy's aura, had him pinned. Accept your defeat. Tiandao slashed down. Strange pillars of smoke erupted from the blade's path. The attack wasn't over yet. This was bad. Even with the prediction system, the area of effect was too massive. He couldn't dodge in time. Jiang Chen drew his sword. His war god transformation was running out of time. He had to gamble everything now. Prison suppression blade of the great Dao. He fired off defensive slashes. Tiandao scoffed, useless brat. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. The system only showed a 50% chance of victory. That wasn't enough. He needed a guaranteed kill. Xiao Chan appeared just in time. My lord, your hegemon. War god form has a hidden technique, the Imperial Army formation. Essentially, whether it's the 9 soldiers or the red armor, they are all your loyal troops. Jiang Chen paused. I see what you mean. He moved to execute the plan, first slicing through the locking aura of the crazy blade demon Shadow. He instantly followed up prison suppression sky defense armor. The attacks collided, creating a shockwave that shook the world. Hold it back. Jiang Xiaojia obeyed, pouring every ounce of strength into defense. Yes, Papa, if I fail, Big Sister will eat me. The enemy's form was punctured. Get out of my face, Jiang Chen roared. Good job, Jiang Xiaojia. Jiang Chen unleashed the finisher, prison suppression, Hegemon God Fist. Tiandao's jaw dropped. What? He was crushed into the ground by the overwhelming pressure. How did this kid possess such terrifying power? Jiang Chen leaped into the heavens, descending like a meteor with a fist of burning crimson. Imperial Army formation. Tiandao closed his eyes. It's over. Jiang Chen screamed. Explode, scatter your soul into nothingness. Tiandao howled. Damn you, you can't kill me. Jiang Chen smirked. Is that so? Then how about a taste of this? He concentrated a barrage of strikes on a single point. Can't handle it. Your soul is getting weaker by the second. Suddenly the energy in Jiang Chen's hand vanished. He collapsed. His transformation wore off. Too close. Tiandao floated above, realizing the truth. The brat is exhausted. Even if I can't kill you, I can drain you until you die. He laughed maniacally. Victory is mine! Jiang Chen grit his teeth. Is this really the end? Suddenly Xiao Chen crawled over. My lord. Jiang Chen looked at her. She blinked innocently. My lord, the ancestral tree is complaining. He's too noisy and disturbing its nap. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The ancestral tree. A white beetle buzzed and flew out. In an instant, Tiandao screamed in disbelief and agony as his entire being was sucked into Jiang Chen's body. He stood there stunned. Did I just absorb his soul? The system Manhwa interface popped up. Hegemon, War God evolved to Heaven-Swallowing War God, Undefeated God, Fist War God, Transformation and Imperial Army Formation enhanced by 30%. Jiang Chen gasped. My Hegemon War God form, leveled up. It didn't even level up at the third revolution. Did the ancestral tree share the absorbed soul energy with me? He wiped the sweat from his brow, exhausted. Hey tree, if you could do that, why didn't you help sooner? The final results flashed on the screen. Void God Leaderboard, Rank 1, Jiang Chen of Great Xia. Clear time 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Rank 2, Yin Wuxi of the Overseas Isles. He defeated the 6th General. The crowd went wild. He won. Jiang Chen actually won. The Overseas Isles cheated with their king-level interference, and they still lost. My God, he's the GOAT. Jiang Chen stepped out of the Void God realm, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Master, looks like my ranking isn't too shabby. Cadian beamed with pride. Not too shabby. You placed first in the entire competition. You little rascal, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You took a beating in there. Let me check your wounds. Ling Qiu chuckled softly. Senior, who would have thought Jiang Chen would make it out alive? It's a shame about that peak 8th revolution soul, though. Yanzhen's face was black with rage. That useless trash Hu Tiandao deserved to die for ruining my plans. Just then, Yin Wuxi exited the simulation. Master! Yanzhen glared at him. Yin Wuxi. Wuxi immediately dropped to his knees. Master, your disciple has fulfilled his mission and secured first place. Ling Qiu couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. He mocked the boy. Confidence is good, but maybe check the scoreboard before you speak, or at least look at which side is cheering right now. Wuxi froze and looked up at the ranking board. It was like a scene from a tragic Manhwa recap. Rank 1, Jiang Chen of Great Xia. Time 32 minutes 17 seconds. Rank 2, Yin Wuxi of the Overseas Isles. Clear time 32 minutes 27 seconds. Rage consumed him. What, I'm not first place? The shock was so severe he spat out a mouthful of blood. The flame venerable stood up, his aura freezing the air. Yin Wuxi, compose yourself. The real nightmare begins in the second round, the slaughter realm. Yin Wuxi swallowed his rage. Understood, master. His eyes bored into Jiang Chen, obsession twisting his face. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. The name played on a loop in his mind. Murderous intent exploded in Yin Wuxi's gaze. He ruined me. I must erase him from existence. Sword God Jiling Qiu waved a dismissive hand. Victory and defeat are common in war. Why get so worked up over a child's game? The flame venerable scoffed. Brother Ji, are you planning to retreat already? Jiling Qiu turned his back, cool as a mountain breeze. This tea has gone cold. Wait until the second round concludes tomorrow. I will brew you a cup worthy of the results. I look forward to it, the flame venerable sneered. Yin Wuxi's eyes narrowed into slits. Jiang Chen, you better hide well in the next round. Jiang Chen didn't speak. He only stared back with eyes deeper than the abyss. The dense killing intent radiating from him made Yuan Wu pause. That energy, it feels like he holds the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Could he possess a fragment of a true god? I possess the eye of the void, the spring-autumn cicada, and the ancestral tree. Yet on the void, god leaderboard, I was only 10 seconds ahead. Yuan Wu glared at Jiang Chen's back, then a realization struck. Wait. In the first round, I used forbidden techniques. He did not. It was a classic, leveling Manhwa twist, the protagonist holding back. His confidence returned like a tidal wave. It doesn't matter. In the second round, the first to fall loses everything. True god or false god, I will crush them all the same. 30 minutes later, the trials of the first round finally came to an end. The Void God leaderboard illuminated the sky. First place Jiang Chen. Second place Yuan Wu. Third place Aoqian. Fourth place Wu Yangye. Fifth place Feng Yunwuji. Aoqian stared at his name. His dragon pride stung. Only third place. Fine. I'll get serious in the next round. Feng Yunwuji stroked his chin deep in thought. Does a monster like Jiang Chen really need our protection? Su Qingqian giggled softly. This leaderboard is getting interesting. Hong'en frowned, analyzing the data. Jiang Chen took the crown, but the overall situation for Great Xia is grim. Out of 50 candidates, only 12 of ours advanced. The enemy outnumbers us 2-1. Ji Lingqiu shook his head. Forget it. For those eliminated, surviving with their lives is already a blessing from the heavens. Old Gu Hong'an arranged treatment for the wounded immediately. Everyone acknowledged the order. As twilight descended, Ji Lingqiu's voice boomed. All qualified prodigies follow me to the hotel. We need a strategy. Yes, sir. Back at the Great Xia base, Ji Lingqiu erected a soundproof barrier to block all prying ears. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. He pointed to a holographic projection. This is the complete map of the secret realm for the second round. It includes the overseas 3 islands. However, since we control this realm, we have left a backdoor for emergency retreats. Ji Lingqiu marked critical points. Etch these locations into your minds. First, the Windflame Valley. The fire elements there are violent and chaotic. Nangongyan, you cultivate the fire arts. Consider that valley your personal domain. Ji Lingqiu pointed to a frozen sector. The Ice Demon Cavern. Deep inside lies a slumbering ice flood dragon. He turned his gaze to a sinister-looking student. Ding Chunqiu. Lure the enemy there. That environment will amplify your toxic arts to their peak potential. The students roared in unison. Understood. Ji Lingqiu's expression turned grave. Feng Yunwuji. Your priority is to link up with Jiang Chen immediately. Protect him with your life. Su Qianqian Meng Xingchen Zhang Mingchu. You 3 will support Wuji. Form a defensive formation around Jiang Chen. Do not let him fall. Su Qianqian tilted her head, a playful smile on her lips. Lord Sword God. Do you honestly believe Jiang Chen needs us to babysit him? Meng Xingchen nodded in agreement. She's right. His performance in the Void God world crushed all of us. Plus, he has the legendary Nine-Winged treasury card in this realm. Ji Lingqiu sighed, his eyes weary. I understand your logic, but we cannot gamble with fate. If Jiang Chen really is the destined king of the sea, him walking out of that portal alive is the only victory that matters. The gravity of the situation settled on them. We understand. Rest assured, Lord Sword God. Ji Lingqiu waved his hand. Dismissed. Rest up for the battle tomorrow. As the room cleared, one figure remained. Ji Lingqiu raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chen brat, what's on your mind? Jiang Chen hesitated. Sword God Ji. Ji Lingqiu sealed the room with a flick of his wrist. Speak freely. He looked at the boy with paternal eyes. He may be a monster on the battlefield, but he's still a child. Nerves are natural. Listen, don't worry about the resources. 800 million might seem like... Jiang Chen cut him off. Lord Sword God, I wasn't going to hide it from you. Actually, my Nine-Winged card. It doesn't just have 800 million. Ji Lingqiu's eyes bulged. What? 80 billion. Why didn't you say so sooner? My entire strategy is useless now. I need to inform old Jiang immediately. Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, Jiang Wuchen already knows. He told me to keep it low profile. Ji Lingqiu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Old and young. Is there a single honest person in your family? Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yuan Wu walked behind the flame venerable. Master, I wish to fuse with the 10th divine fragment. The flame venerable stopped abruptly. Wuxi 9 is your absolute limit. Your soul is already strained. Fusing a 10th, it will shatter your spirit into oblivion. He lowered his voice. Besides, with 9 fragments you possess enough power to slaughter every genius of Great Xia. There is no need to court death. Yin Wuxi's eyes turned pitch-black void of light. Master, you also said 3 fragments would be enough to crush them in the first round. Smack the flame. Venerable backhanded him across the face. Insolent disciple, you dare lecture your master. Yin Wuxi fell to his knees. I dare not, but Jiang Chen is an anomaly. To ensure no mistakes, I am willing to sacrifice everything. The flame venerable sighed heavily. Fine. Stand up. I will allow you this one gamble. Yin Wuxi's eyes lit up with manic glee. Truly, the flame venerable produced a shattered orb. This is an incomplete divine origin fruit. He tossed it to Wuxi. I traded 3 spiritual minds with the sea folk for this single treasure. It will stabilize your soul enough to accommodate the 10th fragment of the God of Knowledge. His voice turned grim. Once fully activated, you will wield power equivalent to a 10-turn true god. But heed my warning. You can only maintain this state for 3 minutes. 1 second longer and your soul will be obliterated. No reincarnation, no afterlife. Fear flickered in Yin Wuxi's heart, but his resolve hardened. Thank you, Master, for this opportunity. Madness swirled in his gaze. I will tear him apart. In front of all Great Xia, I will execute their so-called Sea King. Neither Feng Yun Wuji nor his millions of resources can save him from me now. The flame venerable smirked in the shadows. Yes. If Jiang Chen falls, Great Xia's spirit will break. National morale will plummet, and the Great Dream's power will fade. That will be the moment the sanctuary descends upon them. He folded his arms. Oh, one more thing. Find an opportunity to frame Jiang Chen for attacking Ao Qian. Make it subtle. Yin Wuxi blinked in surprise. Ao Qian isn't the Sea Tribe our ally. The flame venerable's laugh was cold as the grave. Allies, we are merely partners of convenience. Only when their precious prince dies will the Sea Tribe wage total war against Great Xia. With a cunning glint in his eyes, Wu Shi laid out the strategy. If we let the sea race deal with the Huan Yues, our forces remain untouched. He nodded to himself, fully grasping the brilliance of the plan. The flame venerable let out a bone-chilling maniacal laugh. Once I seize the throne of Great Xia, my mission for the ancient immortal clan will finally be complete. They will crown me the new king, and under their protection my rule will be eternal. His voice dripped with arrogance. I will prove to the entire world that the path of the human emperor has always been a mistake. The following day, inside a mystical virtual dimension. This was the Lingyun's secret realm, the stage for the second round of the Tianyun Grand Competition. A booming voice announced, listen closely to the rules of this system, Manhwa-style battle. First, every hour 1 to 2 Lingyun flags will spawn at random. There are 9 in total. Whoever holds the most flags takes the crown. Jiang Chen's expression hardened as the gravity of the situation set in. Second, the realm remains open for 5 hours. During the first hour, escape is impossible. You are locked in. Only after that hour passes can you activate your Lingyun token to exit. Third, your spawn points are completely random, and every second of this battle is being broadcast live to the world. Jiang Chen materialized in a suffocatingly dark forest. Great. I'm in the Black Leaf Forest. Just my luck to be dropped at the southernmost edge of the map. He recalled the deadly lore of this zone. Every hour these black leaves turn white, and the ancient trees awaken. Their roots form colossi capable of slaughtering even rank 8 experts. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a colossal python lunged from the shadows. A desolate place like this, and I still run into a piece of trash from Great Xia. Maybe my luck isn't so bad after all. Jiang Chen glanced up at the Tier 6 beast, noticing the swarm of insects buzzing around it. Controlled. These aren't wild beasts. His eyes narrowed in deduction. Don't tell me. A beast tamer has arrived. Someone begging to be crushed. Correct. Meeting me is the worst misfortune of your life, the tamer gloated from the shadows. Prepare to be gnawed to the bone by my swarm. I control the beasts even without a divine shard. But Jiang Chen only smirked. Oh, is that so? The tamer froze as Jiang Chen's aura shifted. That's right, it's me. I was just bored looking for a punching bag, and you decide to play with pets in front of me. You've got guts, I'll give you that. The tamer turned and fled in terror, realizing who he was facing. Damn it, why did I have to run into this monster right at the start? I have to draw the monsters here to escape. He whipped out a flare gun and fired a blinding light into the sky. 10,000 beasts unbound. Before he could finish his chant, he was kicked into the abyss. Why? Jiang Chen scoffed, looking down. 10,000. If you can find even one wild beast around here, I'll admit defeat. Jiang Chen dusted off his hands. If I didn't want you to fire that signal flare, Did you really think you'd have lived long enough to pull the trigger? His eyes went cold. Surrounding him were tens of millions of level 5 nine-winged insects. At this level, they're basically free kills. Now, I just wait. He held back the swarm to avoid shocking the audience too much. Outside, Hong En's jaw hit the floor. Did I just see 10 million nine-winged insects? Katian closed his eyes, meditating calmly. That's just the tip of the iceberg. But hiding one's true strength is essential. Never show your ace until the final moment. The crowd was stunned. Wait, what is he doing? He could have just detonated the bugs. Why let the enemy signal his location to the entire map? Does he think 10 million insects make him invincible? The pressure shifted to Katian. Katian, you sure taught your disciple well, didn't you? He just ruined the entire plan. Now every competitor is rushing toward the Blackleaf Forest. It's going to be 12 of our students against 30 of theirs in a hellish landscape. Katian's face remained frosty. What are you panicking for? Just watch the show. Especially you, if you call yourself the king of carefree, then stop fretting like an old woman. Just wait. See what Jiang Chen brings to the table. Ling Qiu lowered her gaze mysteriously. This is just the appetizer. Hong En felt his blood boil with anticipation. Appetizer? Wait. The plan was yours, yet you're so calm. Does Jiang Chen have something bigger than 10 million bugs hidden up his sleeve? Kaidian frowned slightly. Jiang Chen is making me nervous. But the real number isn't 10 million, it's 800 million. That's the number I gave him. But facing a horde of prodigies fused with divine parts, is victory really 100% guaranteed? Meanwhile, in the heart of the realm, Ao Qian mused, the greatest invention of the human world is undoubtedly their cuisine. Pity. This beast's liver doesn't taste half as good as a human's. Now, if it were the liver of the king of Zhenhai, grilled to perfection, that would be a delicacy. Suddenly he spotted the signal flare. Found you, Jiang Chen. Ao Qian's eyes lit up with malicious delight. Grandfather's birthday is coming up. He transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. If I chop off Jiang Chen's head and turn it into a wine jar, the old man will love it. He flew toward the signal with terrifying speed. Years ago, the Jiangnian war zone stole 2 sea god pearls from my tribe. Today I'm taking them back with interest. Elsewhere, Wuxi also spotted the light. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, exposed so soon, your hide-and-seek skills need work. Boom, divine wings erupted from his back. He shot through the air like a meteor. We may be far apart, but don't worry. I'm coming for you. Somewhere else, a victim battered by Wu Ji laughed as he faded. Your precious king of Zhenhai has been found. Rest assured I won't let you leave to help him. The defeated foe ranted maniacally. You might be rank 5 on the Void God board, and I'm only rank 15, but even if I can't kill you, I can stall you. Just wait. Your king is finished. Clang chains tightened around the speaker's throat before he could finish. You talk too much. Wu Ji clenched his fist and the enemy shattered into light. Jiang Chen, hold on. Everyone in the secret realm gravitated toward the flare. Look at this chaos. The opening ceremony barely ended 2 minutes ago, and the final boss battle is starting. Jiang Chen is breaking the rules of this awakening Manhwa. They treated Jiang Chen as prey, oblivious that he was the apex predator. Ao Qian arrived first, his voice booming like thunder. Jiang Chen, the crown prince is here to borrow your head. Jiang Chen smiled lazily. You're fast. Since you're offering, I'll borrow your head to play with too. Ao Qian didn't waste words, he opened his maw. Sea God Pearl Mystic Ocean Descent. Thick, suffocating dark clouds rolled in. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This move. It reminds me of Xiao Yunshan. Ao Qian pointed a claw accusingly. Does it look familiar? Years ago, your great Xia thieves stole 2 sea god pearls from my tribe. One of them is in your hands right now, isn't it? Jiang Chen searched his memory. He recalled handing it out like cheap candy. Uncle, take this home. Share it with the others. Jigang, don't be polite, just take it. He shrugged lightly. I think someone gave me one, but it was useless trash, so I gave it away to someone else. Ao Qian gritted his teeth, veins popping with rage. Useless, gave it away, you uncultured swine. You possess a heavenly treasure and treat it like garbage. He waved his hand, commanding the dragon to charge. Today, you will taste the true terror of the sea god pearl. Heavenly dragon emerges from the sea. Ao Qian barked the order. Trap those 9-winged bugs for me. Jiang Chen leaped aside instantly. Going for the bugs first, fine then. The guests aren't all here yet, so I'll hold back the main course. He summoned his precious sword into his grip. If you want to play a different game, I'll play along. Jiang Chen slashed down. Hell. Suppressing physique activate, heavenly sin. God weapon. Hoan no Rixtuailed, suppressing king. Grains of sand swirled toward Ao Qian like a storm. Blade of the Great Tao. Ao Qian dodged in panic. What, he split it in half? Jiang Chen pursued him instantly. He unleashed another devastating strike. 3,000 lightning tribulations, eye of evil shine, thunder crashed from the heavens. Lock him down. Qian crumbled to his knees. This lightning. It can seal my consciousness. My connection to the sea. God Pearl. Severed. Rage consumed him. Jiang Chen, don't look down on me. Desperate Qian swung his trident wildly. Dragon-scale armor, Yaksha god weapon. Jiang Chen charged head-on to meet the blow. Qian sneered provocatively. Without your nine-winged bugs, you're nothing. Even without the Pearl's boost, I can crush you like an ant. Daring to engage a human dragon in melee combat, you clearly have a death wish. Jiang Chen remained calm. Is that so, war god transformation? His arms blackened with hockey-like intensity. One slash, and Qian was critically wounded. He stumbled back, screaming in agony. My dragon scales. How can your physical strength possibly pierce my defense? Wu Xi watched from the shadows, unimpressed. That Qian is trash. But it works out. If Jiang Chen kills him, that completes one of the missions. Jiang Chen, I've seen through all your tricks, now it's my turn. Cornered. Qian swallowed the pearl. His power multiplied instantly. The sea god pearl fortified his defense. Qian smirked. Competing in raw power, you are not worthy. Jiang Chen looked at him with pity. I already shattered your scales. Aside from empty threats, what can you actually do? Qian roared, swinging his trident. Come today, I will take your head. Hong'an watched intently without blinking. Qian is a peak tier 6 with true dragon bloodline and the sea god pearl. Even I couldn't guarantee a win. Yet Jiang Chen makes this look like a typical leveling Manhwa beatdown. Kadian smirked amidst the worry. Don't forget. That kid took first place in the first round for a reason. Jiang Chen struck, but Qian raised a barrier just in time. Sea God's Claw protection. Jiang Chen paused, analyzing the impregnable shield. Even in War God mode, the opening Heaven's Blade can't pierce the Pearl's defense. I'll need Uncle Qi to analyze this artifact later. Qian's rage boiled over. He could no longer maintain his human form. He soared into the sky. True dragon bloodline awakening. You deserve death. Qian transformed into a colossal dragon. I won't just kill you, I'll slaughter your family, I'll wipe out your entire race. I will drown all of Great Xia in a sea of blood. Jiang Chen's war god form faded. Oops, I played around too much. The time limit ran out. No matter. The hell-suppressing body only cost 1,000,000 red armor bugs anyway. Ling Qiu bit her lip. Jiang Chen is being too reckless. The human dragon lineage isn't pure compared to the Earth Core dragons. But make no mistake. That monster still carries true dragon blood. He assessed Qian grimly. Once that bloodline burns, the power unleashed is catastrophic. The crowd screamed, "Don't wait! Release the nine-winged bugs, kill Qian now or it's too late." Jiang Chen leaped. Lightning flash. Qian roared, "Burn true dragon blood," the crowd chanted. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Qian laughed scornfully. Competing in speed, you are not qualified. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. I've played with you long enough. It's time to end this. Agreed. You have no value left. He manifested a sword. Divine elephant, hell-suppressing body. 6 million pounds of force, full release. Qian slammed his claws down. Hell-suppressing sky armor. Jiang Chen slashed the dragon's arm. Sky-opening blade, dragon claw. He bellowed, imperial weapon form. Blood sprayed everywhere. Qian shrieked in agony and tried to flee. Jinxier, Jiang Chen, just you wait. The dragon emperor of the Sea Clan will butcher your entire bloodline. Jiang Chen chased him down instantly. Trying to run Spear of the Underworld God. Qian took another critical hit. Jiang Chen commanded, "Little bugs, stop playing in the water. Come out and feast." They swarmed Qian, gnawing at his flesh. Just then, Wu Xi descended. Not bad. Thanks for helping me complete the mission. Jiang Chen asked, "Aren't you just watching the show?" Wu Xi replied coldly, "Now you can die in peace." Jiang Chen smiled. "Since you're all here, I'm actually relieved." Wu Ji flew in on his sword. "Jiang Chen, come here, follow me." Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. "Wind Cloud Wu Ji, you're fast," but another figure intercepted them. "Who dares interrupt the Holy Sun's battle? Your opponent is me." "Oh Yang Ye," Wu Xie glared viciously. "Jiang Chen, you see no one is coming to save you." Jiang Chen shrugged. "Yeah, I see, it's fine." He simply waved his hand. "Come out, my swarm." Instantly, a black fog of insects erupted like a hurricane. They surrounded everyone. "Eat your fill, except for our allies." Wu Xi's eyes widened. "I thought he only had 1,000,000 nine-winged bugs." Wu Ji froze in terror. "Is this his true trump card?" Chunqiu gasped, holding his head. "The numbers. That's impossible, but damn, that is cool." Gongyan folded her arms. "It seems Jiang Chen doesn't need our help after all." Chen licked her lips. Unexpectedly, Huan Yue has good taste in men. Even a fox spirit like me is charmed. A spirit of pride filled the air. One man fighting across 3,000 miles. With the nine-winged swarm, he rivals 1,000,000 soldiers. Ming Chu chuckled. All right, stop exaggerating. Let's kill a few enemies ourselves or we'll miss the fun. Keiqian laughed loudly. That's my disciple absolute peak. Hong'en remained stunned. Am I the only one who didn't know? Yang Ming ran up anxiously. Master Jiang Chen has a spy, but the Flame Venerable remained calm. Shut up. Look closely. Wu Xie is no ordinary foe. He gritted his teeth. Luckily we equipped Wu Xie with 10 divine god artifacts. He still has a chance against those bugs. Jiang Chen. No wonder the Earth Core realm wants you dead. Wu Xie lowered his head. Jiang Chen. Is this your final trump card? You think fear works on me? Think again. From his back wings erupted. The body of a god activated God's eyes, God's arms, God's legs. Wu Xie was losing his mind to the power. The marrow of a god, the heart of a god. He expanded into a titan. I am the only god here. I am Jiang Chen. Thunder tore through the heavens. Wu Xi's form skyrocketed 10 feet, 100, 1,000. He laughed with insanity. 9 divine parts opened the 9-turn gate, but I still have one piece left. A sigil burned onto his forehead. The god of knowledge awakened. He spread his arms wide, unleashing his absolute domain. The elders chanted, "Victory for the Holy Sun." But the Flame Venerable just smirked. 100,000,000 nine-winged cicadas. A surprise, sure, but useless in the end. Once that domain seals us off, it's over. Even if those bugs self-destruct, they'd buy him mere seconds. Jiang Chen is already a walking corpse. Ling Qiu felt a chill. Wu Xi's soul can handle 10 divine fragments. That means he's opening the legendary 10-turn gate. Little Chen is in grave danger. Huan Yue stepped up. Old Xuan, don't just stand there watching. Tell me the truth. Does he have an ace up his sleeve besides those 10 billion bugs? Xuanji stared at the sky. I don't know everything, but I know this Jiang Chen will not fall here. He recalled the mysterious figure who brought the cicada back from the future. The face was blurry, but the 3 prophecies left behind were crystal clear. This is the second prophecy. Hand this brocade box to Jiang Chen. It is the only weapon against an entity above the 10-turn ancient god level. If that prophecy holds true, there is 0 chance Jiang Chen dies in this legendary awakening Manhwa battle. Xuanji declared, he hasn't unleashed the 80 billion bugs yet. He hasn't slain the Flame Venerable. He hasn't lured the ancient god. He cannot die until destiny is fulfilled. Wu Xi grew to a monstrous size. Jiang Chen analyzed him coldly. His power. It rivals the ancient god corpse I saw in the Ji family vault. If I unleash all 10 billion cicadas, this entire secret realm will crumble into dust. Let's test the waters with just 1 billion. He summoned more ancient insects. You all know me as the king of the sea, but you forgot my other title. 1 billion black specks blotted out the sun. The Calamity Monarch. Wu Xi's eyes widened. 1 billion of them. The swarm split, 300 million peeled off to purge the trash. The spectators screamed, fleeing in terror as the sky turned black. Jiang Chen waved his hand. 300 million. Devour Wu Xi. The insects fused into a titanic beast. Kill him, Wu Xi charged. Come on. He threw a punch that could shatter mountains. Wu Xi's laugh was a nightmare. Jiang Chen. Did you really think mere bugs could stand against a god? Jiang Chen signaled. Xiaozhou will be heartbroken, but their deaths won't be in vain. As the swarm engulfed, Wu Xie, Jiang Chen gave the order. Detonate. Explosions rocked the giant, but Wu Xi commanded the 5 elements. With a single wave, he vaporized the swarm. I am a god today. I bury you and your filthy pets together. Ling Qiu gasped. The azure blade of 5 elements. That's the power of a primal deity. Even I couldn't block that strike. Jiang Chen commanded, rearguard, fallback, vanguard, suicide charge. Wu Xi slashed through the defense. Jiang Chen raised both hands. I am the general. These bugs are my army. Lend me your primal essence. Jiang Chen roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Emperor's Thorn Soldier Formation. His eyes rolled back, turning pure white. Inside his mind, little Tian panicked. Master, your soul can only handle the soldier formation for 400 million cicadas anymore, and the ancestral tree will snap. Your soul will shatter. Even if you survive, you'll be crippled for years. Jiang Chen ignored the warning. Silence. He drew the divine blade Heavenly Sin behind him. The phantom of the ancestral tree materialized. Ancestral tree of all creation, help me slaughter a god. Chunqiu trembled. What is that tree? The aura. It's suffocating. Gongyan retreated, clutching her head. My soul feels like it's being ripped apart just looking at it. Xuanji was stunned. His soldier formation. It can channel 400 million units. That load would crush my soul instantly. No, even a 10-turn soul couldn't bear it. How is his body not exploding? He clenched his fists. In the Void God realm, I suspected he used this technique. But the stream cut out. We never saw the soldiers. Now I know. I thought the 80 billion bugs were his ultimate move. I was dead wrong. This is a true leveling Manhwa legend in the making. Xuanji's face darkened. No wonder the ancient god in the dungeon tried to take Jiang Chen down with him. He saw the potential threat. If he matures and uses 80 billion bugs for this formation, heaven help us. Suddenly, Huan Yue pointed. Wait, I know that tree. Remember when little Chen detonated those cicadas against Xiao Yuanshan? You ordered me to wipe everyone's memories. She spoke fast. When I entered Jiang Chen's mind, I saw that exact tree before I was violently expelled. Xuanji nodded. That tree appeared during his first awakening. He is a god-tier spirit nurturer. Huan Yue shook her head. Spirit nurturer number 1. I don't know what class that is, but it's beyond our understanding. In the logic of a system Manhwa, if we have to rank it, that tree represents a class that transcends godhood itself. Xuanji froze. Huan Yue might sleep all day, but she was ancient and a master of mental arts. If she said it, it was true. What does that even mean? Huan Yue interrupted. Focus, can his soldier formation actually defeat Wu Shi? Xuanji clasped his hands behind his back, regaining his composure. Let me break it down for you. Soldier formations have tiers. A low-tier formation utilizes 2 levels of power. My own Tyrant Martial formation, I can channel 5 levels. With 400,000 god-slaying troops, I fought 10 peak 9-turn experts at once. I even slaughtered 2 of them. But Jiang Chen, he's channeling 400 million bugs. That's a minimum of 10 levels of power. It's the only way to trigger the 9-winged cicada's true origin and open the abyss. His eyes gleamed. Forget that Wu Shi is just a false god borrowing power. Even if he were a true 10-turn deity, against this attack he is absolutely dead. Wu Shi still looked down on Jiang Chen with arrogant disdain. Stop playing God. Let's see if you can survive even a single minute in this brutal awakening Manhwa showdown. He unsheathed his blade. The 5 elements secret realm obeys my command. Heaven and earth unite. Wu Xie swung his sword with the force of a collapsing mountain, aiming to crush Jiang Chen with the realm's full might. Jiang Chen remained unfazed. His ancestral tree was ready for a legendary clash. He unleashed a barrage of ultimate arts: flaming kick, glacial stomp, heavenly metal, earth-splitting tremor, and soul-devouring wood. The endless darkness of the abyss erupted as the void opened its maw. Wu Xie launched his final desperate assault. Die! Chaoin. But Jiang Chen refused to yield. The abyss devoured everything. Wu Xi's eyes went wide in terror. What my entire elemental force swallowed whole? Impossible. Jiang Chen merely raised a hand, his voice cold as ice. Eras change. 10,000 races fade before the great Tao. But the insects, they are eternal. Wu Xi roared in denial, raising his blade. I don't believe it. God's wrath / Jiang Chen's gaze darkened. Belief has no power here, only strength matters. In that split second, Jiang Chen summoned the power of 400 million 9-winged cicadas. He raised his hand effortlessly. More than enough to execute a false god like you. Wu Xi gasped. You caught my blade with your bare hand. Jiang Chen gripped tighter, channeling the 9 nether power. Break! The divine steel shattered instantly. A shard of the broken blade embedded itself in Wu Xi's face. My sword. My divine power. Broken, Jiang Chen surged forward like a phantom. Yin Wu Xi, you're out of moves. Now it's my turn. Wu Xi kicked out in a frenzy, refusing to accept his fate. No, impossible. I have ascended to godhood. No abyss can hold me. Jiang Chen looked at him like he was trash. God-slaying blade of the great Tao. A single horizontal slash cut through Wu Xi, forcing a brutal awakening. The false god collapsed, his balance destroyed. But Jiang Chen wasn't done. Thunder flash. Another sword pierced Wu Xi. Great Tao sky opener. The blade erupted with the 9 nether soul devourer. Shatter. His divine soul shattered, causing his power to drain away like a bursting dam. Wu Xi screamed in agony as his essence was ripped away. I am not resigned. I refuse to accept this. Boom, he detonated in midair. The onlookers gasped. Such terrifying energy. Wu Ji Chunqiu and Gong Yan rushed toward the blast zone. Get back. Don't let the shockwave hit you. They hit the deck as a protective barrier materialized around them. This defensive aura. If that wave hit us, the entire secret realm might have collapsed. Chan Chan peeked out, trembling. It's over, right? Wu Ji's voice was grim. Don't let your guard down. High-level explosions often have a delay. Gong Yan rubbed her chin. It's fine. Get up, everyone. She pointed upward. Look. Jiang Chen is absorbing Wu Qi's body. The abyss is feasting. They watched in awe as Jiang Chen assimilated the massive energy. Chan Chan turned to tease Wu Ji. Hey, poker face. If you wanted to touch me, just say so. Xing Chen bowed politely. Excuse me, Miss Nan Gong, do you have a boyfriend? Gong Yan turned back. No. Chunqiu pointed rudely. Why are you looking at me? Look at Jiang Chen. So cool. But suddenly pain racked Jiang Chen's body. Did I overdraw my power? He collapsed from the sky. Jiang Chen, the little Tian, couldn't hide anymore. She materialized and caught him crying out, "Husband!" The team froze. Wu Qi smirked. Looks like our hero has a caretaker. Jiang Chen looked up exhausted as the nine-winged cicadas returned to him. A buzzing sound echoed. There were still remnants of the enemy possessing parts of the divine body gasping for life on the battlefield. Chan chuckled. I get it. Wu Ji barked orders. Blitzkrieg tactics. We need to wipe them out and exit the secret realm so Jiang Chen can recover properly. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, outside Venerable Yan pulverized a stone chair. Jiang Chen, you destroyed my favorite disciple. His eyes promised murder. Today, I vow you will not leave Tianyun Island alive. Inside, a giant transformed freak tried to stomp Xing Chen. God's foot mountain-crushing stomp, Xing Chen sneered. Just the struggles of a dying ant. Xing Chen adjusted his glasses. Like slicing bamboo, he moved with deadly precision, conquering Yan and Zhao. With a casual wave, the giant crashed to the ground. Mingqiu also dispatched a massive foe. Blood Sea Cross Flow Die, your Tai Chi 8 Windlock is useless. Even with divine parts, you're too weak for this leveling Manhwa battle. Elsewhere, Chunqiu and Gong Yan teamed up to clean house. Black Demon Water, Vermilion, Bird Calamity, Flame, Water, and Fire Fusion. Explosion. One strong enemy held out. Fire God Pupil Ash Flame Ruler. Chan glided over effortlessly. My, this dark-skinned handsome guy has quite the temper. She split into clones. Let big sister help you. Cool off. He flinched. What? Chan already had him in a chokehold. Little brother, you really have too much fire in you. He raged. Pervert! Chan squeezed tighter. How does that feel? Body going numb. A death like this isn't so bad. Ouyang Ye was also swiftly executed by Wu Ji's blade. Wind and cloud, no trace. Her final scream echoed before she vanished. You are the real monster, Year Kas. Wu Ji sheathed his blade. All units assemble immediately. Prepare to exit the realm. He moved to support Jiang Chen. This victory belongs to King Zhenhai. Great Shiao wins. Jiang Chen chuckled weakly. Didn't know the poker face could speak so poetically. The opposing elders collapsed in despair. We lost. A complete defeat. All the holy sons eliminated. How is this possible? Venerable Yan smirked coldly. Great Xia. Truly formidable. He stepped forward, radiating menace. The match is over. Dismantle the secret realm. I must collect the corpses and heroic souls of the 3 islands' geniuses. Lingqiu blocked his path. If you want it dismantled, wait until my people are out. Venerable Yan went silent. So, you want to stop me? He clutched his face, descending into madness. Do you have any idea how much effort I poured into Wu Si? For decades, I treated him like my own flesh and blood. I taught him everything. And now, he is dead. Venerable Yan glared at Jiling, his eyes glowing crimson with bloodlust. I can kill you in less than 10 moves. I'll give you one choice, hand over Jiang Chen and I guarantee Great Xia's safety. Refuse, and you die. Everyone here dies. Even the heart of Great Xiao will face catastrophe. Lingqiu just waved his hand. Xiaozhou, come out. Pay respects to your uncle Venerable Yan. A small girl stepped out delicately. I'm here. She smiled sweetly. Hello, Uncle Yan. Venerable Yan frowned. Jiling Qiu, what is the meaning of bringing a child here? He roared. Don't think I won't kill a little girl. Give me Jiang Chen or face the consequences. Lingqiu ignored him, turning to the child. Did you hear that this bad uncle wants to kill your daddy? What should we do? Xiaozhu's expression didn't change. Then, obviously, I'll eat him. Her eyes turned pitch black, radiating pure malice. Venerable Yan turned around in confusion as a terrifying buzzing sound approached. Billions of 9-winged cicadas swarmed the air. Venerable Yan stepped back in horror. You aren't a little girl at all. You're the primal mother of the 9-winged cicadas. Xiaozhou sneered softly. That's it. The Flame Venerable is using full power just to erase me. You people aren't even qualified. Heavenly fire art. Lingqiu watched him silently. Xiaozhou, go play with old Gu. But the Flame Venerable roared, manic energy surging as he summoned a beast. 9 heavens flame dragon, destroy her. Without the head, the 9-winged scourge will dissolve on its own. Lingqiu charged to intercept Heavenly Blade Wall. He waved his hand, commanding the steel. 10,000 swords returned to origin block it from me. The crowd gasped in awe, as expected of a legend from the human emperor's era. This combat tier? Even Katian had to retreat. This isn't a battle we can join. Hongan grit his teeth, enduring the pressure. I've seen countless fire users in this leveling Manhwa world, but this rule-bending power is a first. Can Grandpa handle it? Conversely, Xiaozhou remained icy calm. Isn't he just lighting a match? Is that supposed to be impressive? The Flame Venerable manipulated the Inferno in a rage. You think you deserve the title of Great Xia Sword God with just those pathetic skills? Truly, an age without heroes allows nobodies to become famous. Today, I exterminate you disrespectful brats who don't know your place. The mark glowed blindingly. Heavenly illumination. Infinite purgatory. Fire. Burn the seas and incinerate the heavens. Lingqiu couldn't hold back a shout. Old Jiang, if you don't step in, I can't hold this anymore. I'm about to check out for real. Suddenly a pillar of light pierced the sky, splitting heaven and earth. The Flame Venerable tilted his head, hearing Xuanji's manic laughter. What, you were using me just to test that old fool's strength? Yuanji appeared behind him, radiating wild, nonchalant energy. You look unwell. Can't even block 2 moves. The Flame Venerable looked genuinely shocked. Xuanji, you returned from the dungeon. Xuanji stared at him with cold eyes. That's right. I came back to slaughter an old dog like you. Just then Jiang Chen and the squad exited the secret realm. They're back. The Flame Venerable rushed forward instantly. Jiang Chen. But Xuanji swung his axe. You want to kill Jiang Chen, you have to get past us first. The Flame Venerable cursed. Don't get in my way, Jiang Chen must go. Xiaozhou flew over, hugging Jiang Chen's neck tight. Papa, you finally came back, he smiled gently. Little Chen, are you all right? She smiled back. I'm fine, just exhausted. But I'm afraid I can't fight the Flame Venerable right now. Xiaozhou spoke lazily. Papa, don't fear. Xiaozhou is here. When the baby bugs arrive, I'll eat him. The Flame Venerable waved his hand, summoning the 3 islands elite team. Everyone come out, he commanded. Slaughter Great Xia, the 3 islands will prevail, Xuanji pointed furiously. I knew you hit a trump card, but don't think you're the only one, he shouted. Mr. Fang, we need you. Mr. Fang floated over, clutching his staff. A small matter, no trouble at all. The old man raised his staff. Spatial teleportation grand array. The fabric of space tore open. An aggressive army marched out to greet the divine army. Hongan was stunned. Fang, the legendary space mage, the human emperor's mentor. The old legend is still alive. When I was young and training in the demon cave, he was the one guarding the passage. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Moving 200,000 troops from Pangu City to Cloud Island, that's 10,000 miles without a 9th Revolution class. That's impossible. I never imagined our great Xia's Pangu City was hiding an invincible 9th Revolution powerhouse. Wine, Chiweo, Sorin remained for. The Flame Venerable scoffed arrogantly. I didn't expect the old fatty to show up. Good saves me from hunting you down. You think a few 9th Revolutions, the god-killing army, and those winged bugs can stop me? Mr. Fang conjured a geometric construct. Talking too much isn't a good habit for young people. Spatial prison array. Lock. Inside the cube, the enemy ship was completely sealed off. We're trapped. The crew attacked the walls frantically. Use your skills. Break the formation. It's useless. There are hundreds of layers. Mr. Fang clenched his fist. You can't break my formation with your strength. The Flame Venerable charged. I'll kill you first, you old fatty. Xuanji intercepted instantly. Flame Venerable, your opponent is me. The enemy grit his teeth. Just you, Xuanji, I advise you not to waste your life. Tens of millions of 9-winged scourge monsters plus the mother bug in the ancient god dungeon. They will inevitably invade Great Xia. In 3 months, the Heavenly Dao Seal Tower will open. When the awakening Manhwa powerhouses from the dungeon attack, what will you block them with? Xuanji attacked in a rage. Block with what? I'll block it with my life today. I'll kill you as a sacrifice to the flag. His voice turned icy. Overlord weapon form. The army charged with a thunderous roar. The Flame Venerable's red dragon roared. 200,000 god-killing army souls. Xuanji stood firm and pointed. War God Avatar. He transformed into a deity. War God Domain. Full release. Xuanji swung his axe. Great Xia soldiers, follow me. Behind the martial god Zhang, his disciples charged forward. The Flame Venerable couldn't help but curse. Xuanji, you're just like the human emperor back then, destroying Great Xia for personal gain, Xuanji replied softly. Today, for the sake of Great Xia, I will eradicate your bloodline. The Flame Venerable wouldn't back down. God form activated. Divine energy surged. True. God descent. Divine domain. Full release. Xuanji slashed down. God Slayer Dragon Soul. The flame venerable blocked it with one hand. A tiny dragon soul dares to swing an axe before me. Laughable. Xuanji dove into the water, transforming again. Thousand-hand war god. Arms multiplied, striking endlessly. The flame venerable sneered. 1,000 hands, just meaningless numbers. You think this rivals me? Xuanji ignored the taunt, slashing forward. Heavenly axe nirvana slash. The flame venerable conjured flames of ruin. Ridiculous. An ant shaking a tree. Infinite purgatory fire. The elders unleash their ultimates too. Juniors fall back. Leave this to us. Humph. Ling Qiu can drop these small fry in one hit. 10,000 swords. Pierce the heart. Keiqian charged into the fray. Traitor Yang Ming, where are you running? I said I'd drop you, and I will. Hong'an hurled boulders everywhere. Earth's fury. The heavenly array glowed in his eyes. Old Gu, help me out after you're done. Finish it fast. Kaitian responded instantly. Coming sky, opening peach. Jiang Chen watched anxiously from the sidelines. Sword God Ji. The masters won't have trouble with these guys, right? But that flame venerable is too strong. I fear martial god Jiang can't defeat him. Xiaozhou commented calmly. Papa, don't worry about this system manhwa drama. Just eat well and stay healthy. The baby bugs are coming soon. When they get here, Xiaozhou will be super fast. I can eat that stinky old man playing with fire, Jiang Chen joked. Are you sure you can eat him? His meat is pretty tough. He patted Xiaozhou's head. This time, I'm afraid half the nine-winged scourge will have to self-destruct, right? Xiaozhou shook her head. It was hard for the babies to be born. I can't blow them up. Even though he doesn't taste good, Xiaozhou is very powerful now. She glanced away. It's just that after eating, Xiaozhou will have to sleep, and won't be able to see Papa for a while. Jiang Chen looked suspicious. Xiaozhou, you. She cut him off. Father, the hatchlings have finally arrived. Xuanji gazed into the tearing space. The endless swarm had finally collapsed. Was it time, the moment of truth? Meanwhile, the flame sovereign unleashed a hellstorm of fire. Jiang Xuanji, your war god transformation has reached its limit, hasn't it? Then perish. With a brutal impact, Xuanji was blasted from the battlefield. Ling Qiu charged in a blur of motion. Old Jiang, heavenly blade barrier. But the flame sovereign's inferno threatened to incinerate them all. Die here together. Suddenly a small figure emerged from the swarm. It was Xiaozhou, Uncle Flame Sovereign. I'm here to feast on you. The sovereign flinched in terror. Looming behind the child was the terrifying queen of the nine-winged swarm. Xiaozhou giggled with glee. 9 underworlds. Manifest. In a distant realm within the ancient immortal ruins, tens of billions of these creatures stirred. If they formed the true 9 underworlds, a system manhwa-level catastrophe would devour the world. We defy the heavenly Tao to find a scapegoat for our karma, to sever our ties and transcend. We didn't survive in this world just to become fodder for these insects. High above the divine tree projected the battle. The immortal observers seethed with rage. Jiang Chen must be eliminated, and the Flame Sovereign must be saved. He is our puppet, crucial for the future. Just then, Cloud Void arrived on a mist trail. Why the haste, gentlemen? How do we kill Jiang Chen now? Who can cross the time-space barrier? We cannot. We would have to awaken a slumbering ancestor. Forget not the heavenly Tao's seal. If an ancestor strikes, they will surely perish. The group turned their gaze to the elder. Senior Cloud Void, a black-haired figure, spoke up. In 3 months, the 10th tier seal lifts. We will regain our divine bodies and cultivation. Then, we march directly into Great Xia. A white-haired elder scoffed from behind. And who knows how much that accursed swarm will multiply in 3 months. Better to prevent the disease than cure it. Can't an ancestor sacrifice for us? Cloud Void snapped, silence regarding the swarm. The immortal race need not worry. Someone else in the depths is far more anxious than us. The black-haired man paused. Cloud Void continued. The races are in a standoff. Whoever loses patience first pays the price. Suddenly a pitch-black pillar crashed down from the heavens. Is this the Nether race making their move? Cloud Void's voice dropped. Indeed. The 9 underworlds births the Nether Forge's reincarnation and opens the Yellow Springs. Once fully formed, the Nether race becomes a vassal state by universal law. Even the demons of the abyss are trembling. Whispers spread through the group. The senior is wise. It seems an ancient god of the Nether race has finally stepped in. The Nether race is ruthless. Sacrificing an ancient god just to end this manhwa recap villain, we immortals can simply sit back and reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen manipulated the massive insect mass. Even as the 9 underworlds took shape, he remained terrifyingly calm. 80 billion wings. Let's see how you survive this. Swarm assemble tame poich. Xiaozhou roared, 9 underworlds, rise. The Flame Sovereign looked around in panic. My divine domain, it's shattered. Everyone froze. Under the pressure of the 9 underworlds, all domains were extinguished. I've never seen power this terrifying. Chan gasped. Captain, Wu Qi warned, stay back. With our power, we'd only be a burden. Xiaozhou flipped through the air. Birth the nether dream on the Flame Sovereign unleashed his ultimate attack. Infinite purgatory fire. The draconic flames engulfed the insect pillar, but he soon realized the horror. What, my fire? It's ineffective, Xiaozhou smirked. Uncle Flame Daddy says your meat is tough and rotten. The sovereign choked on his rage. Xiaozhou commanded the swarm to encircle him. Uncle Reincarnation. Open the abyss. A ghastly red face emerged from the swarm. Manifest yellow springs. Realizing the danger, the Flame Sovereign changed targets. Then I'll kill your father first. Fire Origin Dragon God. Lingqiu Hong'an and Kaitian rushed to intercept. Jiang Chen dodge it. A barrage of ultimate skills. 10,000 swords. Sky-splitting blade. Wrath of the Earth. Fired at once. Old Jiang, it's useless. That's a law-level attack. Xuanji looked up, grim determination in his eyes. This box was meant for an ancient god, but I have no choice. Yet Jiang Chen stood with the eerie calmness of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Everyone relax. I'm not going to die today. Even if I sit here like a statue, that old dog doesn't have the skill to kill me. He mused. With my foresight, destiny is in the palm of my hand. Yet his friends still shielded him. Little Chen, this is no time for jokes. Wuji's squad stepped forward. Form the defensive array. Yes, sir. Jiang Chen sighed, exasperated. Seriously, no need. He thought to himself, being a mysterious powerhouse is exhausting. Note to self, dial down the drama next time. Suddenly the insect swarm surged forward, forming an impenetrable shield around Jiang Chen. He shrugged. See, I told you. He can't touch me. Kaitian exhaled. We worried for nothing. Xuanji secretly relaxed his grip on the hidden box. Thank goodness. In a flash, Xiaozhou landed. Daddy Xiaozhou is back. Jiang Chen tilted his head. Brat. Who is that standing behind you? The Flame Sovereign's eyes bulged. You tricked me. His aura detonated. This is bullying, an insult to the Flame Sovereign. I'll burn my very soul to drag you all to hell. Suddenly, a mysterious figure manifested a long noose. That rope. It's the Nether. Panic set in. Run. But it was too late. The noose tightened around the Sovereign's neck, dragging him like a sack of potatoes. Xiaozhou giggled at the show. Just like Daddy said, walking the dog. The Flame Sovereign screamed, "Save me." The crowd watched in disbelief. The invincible Flame Sovereign. Strung up like a common criminal. The survivors of the 3 islands gasped. Is this the true power of the 9 underworlds? Even a sovereign is helpless. Who is that boatman pulling the rope? The Flame. Sovereign's remaining minions didn't wait to find out. Bad juju run, while they're distracted. Jiang Chen analyzed the scene with the sharp eyes of an awakening Manhwa expert. This is only the embryonic form of the 9 underworlds. That shadow on the boat. What kind of entity is it? And how did Xiaozhou summon it? No, unfortunately, Xiaozhou will likely slumber for ages after this. The Flame Sovereign was already being drained into a husk. Jiang Chen wondered, just how strong will my power become in the future? As the Sovereign was dragged into the void, the spatial rift sealed, only to crack open once more with a violent tear. Xiaozhou tilted her head in confusion. The 9 underworlds. A colossal hand ripped the sky apart, sweeping across reality. The master of the 9 underworlds. Xiaozhou cried out, Tubo! Tubo sat upon the spectral boat, lashing out with the nether prison rope. The ancient god caught the rope, trembling. Tubo, a being of your majesty. Why would you debase yourself as a servant of the 9 underworlds? The entity snapped the rope, roaring in fury. Servant, I am nothing more than a ferryman, a dog carrying souls across the river. Tubo turned back, his voice void of emotion. Back in the Prime Era, even the 10 kings of hell bowed to your whim. But look at you now, a shadow of your former glory. Xiaozhou's rage boiled over. Enough of your trash talk. The ancient god struggled to maintain his form. You unformed brat daring to be this arrogant, I'll erase you first. He unleashed the nether soul-devouring art. Refusing to back down, Xiaozhou commanded the 9 underworlds insect swarm. The battlefield descended into a chaotic frenzy of man and demon as the enemy forced his massive hands into the mortal realm. I've already sacrificed everything. What's a little more slaughter? His voice dripped with malice. The human race deserves extinction. Nether soul devour. Instantly, everyone was dragged into a pitch-black illusion, stripped of their senses. Was this the end? Were they destined to perish here? Suddenly, Xuanji raised his hand high. It is time. He cracked open the mysterious box, unleashing a blinding pillar of light. A golden sword descended from the heavens. It was the legendary Amber Blade Intent. It tore through the sky, shattering the ancient god's spatial barrier in a single strike. The god screamed as his form fractured, his giant hand recoiling back into the time-space rift. Jiang Chen stared in shock. That blade aura. Why does it feel so familiar? It felt like the heaven-opening blade, yet millions of times more potent. The characters for Amber shimmered on the steel. Is that the divine weapon I've always dreamed of obtaining? He glanced at Xuanji. To think the martial god had a trump card of this magnitude. Yet even Xuanji looked stunned, clearly underestimating the sheer power of the blade entrusted to him. Xiaozhou barked orders to the insect swarm. Children, feast on him. It's time for a nutrient-rich meal. For the nine-winged cicada, a god's essence was the ultimate superfood. Jiang Chen watched the retreat with regret. What a waste. The ancient god is pulling back. If he could have captured that body, it would have been enough to power level his insect army, just like in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, the ancestral tree manifested. Did it come out on its own? Jiang Chen couldn't hide his excitement. This wasn't a passive skill. This was a true awakening manhwa miracle. Did the ancestral tree possess its own consciousness, or was it reacting to his desire? The roots pierced the time-space rift, dragging the ancient god back out. The deity shrieked, "No. This is impossible." The onlookers turned pale. It actually dragged a god out of the void. But then a terrifying scene unfolded. The ancestral tree began to cocoon the entity entirely. Is it going to devour him whole? Terror gripped the crowd. From the gaps in the roots, a terrifying aura leaked out, crushing their very souls. A surge of spiritual power rushed into Jiang Chen's body. The ancestral tree finished its work, condensing the god into a 7-colored divine fruit. Jiang Chen smirked in disbelief. Hey, tree, isn't this playstyle a bit too dirty? If you're sentient, say something. But the tree remained silent. The Earth Count chuckled softly until Xiaozhou nudged him. Uncle Earth Count, time to move. The entity cast one last lingering, thoughtful glance at the mortal realm. Jiang Chen caught that look. What did that mean? Does that ancient being know who I am? Kadian approached. Jiang Chen, are you all right? The insect swarm followed the Earth Count into the abyss, and the massive avatar vanished. Xiaozhou popped back into view. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. Jiang Chen rushed over, concern etched on his face. Her form dissolved into pure consciousness, retreating into the sanctuary of his mind. Sleep well, Xiaozhou. When you wake up, I'll throw you a feast. He turned to Xiaochan. Guard her for me. She bowed respectfully. Rest assured, my lord. Meanwhile, Hong'an looked like he'd seen a ghost. Can one of you big shots explain what just happened? I didn't blink once, yet my brain refuses to process that level of insanity. Old Jiang, give us a tutorial. What in the world is that tree? Xuanji turned away coldly.